In a small seaside town, the people live by a song of their daily toil against the vast, unforgiving ocean. Their melody speaks of a constant struggle, a fight to pierce the sea's blue eyes. The lyrics hint at a dark legend, a witch, who once stabbed the master of the sea and the earth itself. But for now, life is simple and peaceful, filled with the small joys of family and community. As the sun sets, a lone hunter rests peacefully under a tree, far from her home. Suddenly, the young woman, Fina, jolts awake, realizing with horror just how late it is. Without a second to waste, she grabs her gear, remembering a promise she made to be home for dinner. She sprints through the woods, already picturing the angry face of Raltia waiting for her. But her frantic rush is cut short as she spots a dark, unnatural plume of smoke rising from the direction of her village. In an instant, a terrifying explosion shatters the evening sky, and her world is engulfed in flames. Her frantic sprint comes to a dead stop as her boots touch the scorched earth of her home, and before her lies a vision of hell, a village swallowed by fire and screams, just as the dark legends foretold. Her bow clatters to the ground as a gut-wrenching scream for her family escapes her lips. The streets are pure chaos as villagers flee from the infamous Wuhopiage pirates who have descended without warning. Latrelli pushes through the terrified crowd, her mind unable to process why this legendary crew would attack their tiny village. But the pirate captain gives a single, chilling order, and the panicked escape turns into a brutal, one-sided massacre. Hiding for her life, she overhears the blood-soaked pirates searching not for gold, but for a mysterious bloody bird. A horrifying realization dawns on her as she wonders if they're talking about her seabird. As the pirates give up their search and prepare to leave with their loot, Latrelli sees a small window of opportunity. With no time to think, she bursts from her hiding spot, sprinting through the carnage on a desperate mission to find her family before it's too late. Racing towards her home, she sends a desperate prayer into the dark sky, begging that her family was spared. But as she bursts through the door screaming for her mother, she is met with a horrifying, blood-red silence. Her world shatters as her eyes fall upon the lifeless body of her mother, sprawled across the floor in a pool of her own blood. Strength leaves her body, and she collapses to her knees, the thud echoing the final beat of her dying hope. With a trembling hand, she reaches out, her mind refusing to accept the cold reality before her. She desperately presses against the fatal wound, pleading with her mother to wake up and run with her. But there is no response, and tears of pure despair begin to fall as the grim truth finally sets in. A gut-wrenching scream of pure agony rips from her throat, a sound of a soul being torn completely apart. Soon, her silent sobs are all that remain, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, and as she cradles the body in the wreckage of her home, a single name escapes her lips, a new fear rising from the ashes of her grief, Raltia. With her mother gone, a new panic sets in as she desperately searches for Raltia, bursting out into the burning ruins of her village and screaming her friend's name into the chaos. Her eyes suddenly lock onto a group of figures standing ominously in the distance, and a horrifying realization hits her as she sees Raltia held captive by the very pirates who destroyed her home. Her friend is bound and gagged, struggling helplessly against the ruthless marauders. Pure, unadulterated rage takes over as she grabs the nearest piece of rubble to use as a weapon, and she charges forward with a desperate war cry, her only thought to save the last person she has left. But her reckless attack is cut short as she's brutally tackled and slammed into the dirt. A grief-stricken villager holds a blade to her throat, screaming that this is all her fault. But just as he's about to strike, a flash of steel knocks him unconscious, leaving her stunned on the ground. Saved by the village chief, she tries to thank him but is coldly silenced with a single word. He glares down with pure hatred, screaming that she is the one who brought this disaster upon them. All around them, the surviving villagers weep, their collective grief turning into a wave of blame. Her eyes widen in horror as he calls her a curse, a bringer of death and misery connected to a mysterious bird. Unseen by the villagers, a massive, mystical blue bird watches over the entire scene from the trees. With a powerful flap of its wings, the creature takes flight, leaving a trail of ethereal feathers in its wake. The scene then shifts to a slave ship on the open ocean, where a captive is brutally doused with freezing water. A few weeks later, a cruel slaver looms over his new merchandise, ordering him to get up. He's a young man with striking blue eyes, shackled and chained like an animal but with an unbroken gaze. The slaver then yanks him forward by his rags, sneering that he's so worthless hell be lucky to sell it all. But the captive's spirit is unbroken, spitting in the slaver's face with a defiant curse. The man's face contorts with pure rage, infuriated by this insolence from his property. He immediately slams her to the wooden floor with brutal, unforgiving force. Then he begins stomping on her collapsed body, screaming that she is an ungrateful wench. Another slaver steps in, not out of kindness, but worried that the damaged goods won't sell. They mock her, wondering who would even buy someone so cursed that her own village cast her out. Despite the beating, she just spits out a mouthful of blood, her gaze still burning with hatred. That night, the slaves are led across the deck in a single file line under a guard's board watch. Suddenly, something splatters right onto the guard's forehead, catching him completely by surprise. He looks up to see a massive, glowing blue bird soaring away as he screams its name in fury. The mystical bird communicates directly into Lot's mind, revealing that the calm seas present their best chance to move. For 2 agonizing weeks, she has been a captive. Her thoughts consumed with finding the kidnapped Raltia, she hardens her resolve, knowing she must escape this hellish ship before it's too late. But just as her plan begins to form, a new vessel is spotted on the horizon through a grimy porthole. Aboard this mysterious ship, a lookout confirms with absolute certainty that they've found their target. This man, Domem Lenkaro, turns with a predatory grin, eager to make their presence known. His attention is on a powerful-looking figure with striking red hair, who steps forward with a massive beast at his side. He is Kylo Traff, and with a cold expression, he orders his subordinate to report to their captain at once. Suddenly, the scene shifts to an ancient legend, telling of a mysterious man who once ruled the entire sea. This divine being was a protector of sailors, but his immense power eventually made him the target of envy and fear. This protector was betrayed and murdered in his sleep, unleashing a divine rage upon the world. His sorrowful wrath tore the seas asunder, drowning islands and reshaping the very continents. But as the legend speaks of the massacres caused by those hunting his treasure, a voice screams to stop. We're suddenly thrown back in time, where a young Raltia scolds her friend Lot for reading such dark stories. Lot offers to skip to the fun parts about treasure, but Raltia isn't interested in pirate tales. While Lot dreams of the horizon, Raltia pouts that the sea holds nothing but stinky fish. This earns her a playful tickle attack until she finally bursts out laughing and takes it all back. The 2 friends then lay peacefully in the grass, their argument forgotten in the summer sun. But Raltia's fears resurface when she worries about pirates, prompting a gentle pat from her friend. Lot promises that she'll never let anything bad happen before mysteriously blowing on a small whistle. A sharp whistle cuts through the air, a silent call echoing across the sunlit field. In response, a magnificent blue bird descends as Lot proudly declares they will protect her friend. It's a familiar game, reminding them of a fond memory where the bird cheekily snatched a stick from her hands. Lot would chase after her feathered friend as it soared away, leaving Raltia laughing at their antics. And seeing this, all of Raltia's fears would simply melt away, her heart filled with peace. But those innocent days are long gone, as somewhere on the vast ocean, a grim ship cuts through the waves. Below its decks, slaves are forced into hard labor, their faces devoid of hope. Among them is a girl with defiant blue eyes, her gaze unbroken despite the chains binding her. A cruel taskmaster's roar suddenly shatters the silence, startling the captive working beside her. In a flash of panic, a knife and vegetables crash to the floor, an error that will not go unnoticed. The enraged taskmaster raises his hand to strike the terrified girl for wasting food, screaming that her apologies are worthless. But just as the blow is about to land, a blue-haired shadow suddenly darts in front of her. Lot takes the brutal slap meant for the other captive, the impact echoing through the grimy hold. The guard recognizes the defiant slave, who stumbles from the force but refuses to fall. Instead, she calmly kneels and begins gathering the vegetables, explaining that they can still be washed and used. Though her face stings with pain, the guard only scoffs at what he sees as a foolish attempt to play the martyr. Annoyed, he dismisses her act of defiance and roughly grabs her by the tunic. He violently shoves her down the stairs into the lower deck, ordering her to fetch more supplies. The door slams shut, plunging her into darkness as she realizes he might be trying to kill her, fueling her vow to escape. In that moment of despair, the worried voice of her friend Raltia echoes in her mind, asking if she's okay. A mystical blue bird appears at the porthole, and Lot warns it away. But the creature insists she focus on her own survival. The bird, Balka, is racked with guilt for only being able to follow Lot, unable to save her friend Raltia from the pirates. It's convinced that the entire tragedy, the destruction of her village and the death of her mother is its fault. But Lot refuses to let it take the blame, swearing she'll save Raltia herself even as she realizes there's no way off this prison ship. Balka suggests a direct confrontation, but they both know fighting back would put the other captive children in mortal danger. With a final nuzzle of encouragement, the bird promises to return and flies off, leaving Lot alone with her thoughts. Desperate, she cycles through impossible escape plans, each one more hopeless than the last, as the horrifying thought of losing Raltia forever paralyzes her. With all options exhausted, she clutches her bound hands and sends a desperate prayer to the sea gods for a guide. Suddenly, her moment of prayer is shattered as the guard reappears, furious that she's taking a breather. He storms down and delivers a brutal kick, roaring at the helpless slave to learn her place. A sudden explosion rocks the ship, throwing both Lot and her tormentor to the ground in shock. Forgetting his captive, the guard sprints away to investigate the chaos, demanding to know what's happening. Lot seizes the opportunity and rushes up the rumbling stairs, her mind racing with the possibility of cannon fire. She reaches the deck and is immediately hit by the sheer force of the open sea conflict. The entire deck is in utter pandemonium as slavers scramble to their battle stations, trying to fend off a surprise attack. High above, a lookout stares through his spyglass, his face draining of all color as he identifies their attacker. He screams in terror that it's over, for they are being attacked by the legendary pirate crew, the Black Ocean. At the helm of the assault is their notorious captain, Clusdo Trough, who gives a chilling order to show no mercy. His crew members exchange taunts, with the red-haired Kylo Traff looking particularly unimpressed by the banter. And just like that, grappling hooks fly through the air and sink into the wood, signaling the start of a brutal boarding. The Black Ocean's cannons roar to life, signaling the start of a brutal charge against the slaver vessel. Below deck, the impact sends slavers flying in a storm of splinters and steel. Latrelli can only stare in disbelief, completely baffled by her new, violent saviors. On the main deck, the pirate crew cuts through the guards with terrifying ease in a completely one-sided fight. She watches the bloodshed unfold, desperately trying to understand if these attackers are just another brand of monster. Suddenly, a chilling scream draws her attention to a cornered slave girl about to be executed. A massive pirate captain raises his blade to strike the helpless girl down as a slaver guard watches from behind. But the guard smirks, seeing an opening as the pirate's attention is completely fixed on his prey. He lunges forward, thinking he's landed a fatal blow on the distracted captain. However, the blade barely grazes his arm, and Latrelli realizes with a jolt that these pirates might actually be on their side. As Latrelli tries to calm a terrified slave, the entire ship lurches violently, throwing them to the deck. Out on the ocean, the pirate's vessel slams into the slaver ship, threatening to capsize it entirely. The slaver at the helm panics, desperately trying to regain control of his doomed vessel. But it's too late, as the heavy steps of a massive beast echo across the tilting deck. Suddenly, the creature lunges forward, sinking its teeth deep into the slaver's arm. With a brutal toss, the man is thrown aside like a rag doll, his screams swallowed by the chaos. He stumbles back in terror, only to bump directly into the cold steel of another pirate's blade. The red-haired pirate holds the blade to his throat, a grim promise that there will be no escape. From his vantage point, the sheer scale of the slaughter becomes clear in a completely one-sided fight. Meanwhile, the pirate captain corners his rival, ready to deliver the final, brutal judgment on who the true monster is. Amidst the slaughter, a pirate shouts down from the rigging that they've come to help the terrified slaves. He watches with grim urgency as the captives desperately try to climb toward his ship. His eyes lock onto Latrelli, warning her to escape the burning deck before it's too late. But below, one of the slaver guards is violently slammed to the ground, wounded but not yet defeated. The pirate captain looms over the downed man, declaring his absolute dominance on the battlefield. Suddenly, the cornered slaver makes his move, grabbing a young blue-eyed boy by the ankle. He pulls the child into a chokehold, threatening to end his life if the pirates don't back down. A captive girl screams in horror, telling the boy to run for his life. The pirate captain merely scoffs at the pathetic threat, reminding the slaver that dead merchandise is worthless. With nothing left to lose, the man presses the blade to the boy's throat, screaming his final, desperate demand. The pirate captain coldly dares the slaver to act, claiming Latrelli's blood will be on his hands, which drives the man to plunge the knife into her shoulder. But before he can do more, a flash of red steel slices across his chest, leaving the slaver staring down in utter disbelief. Latrelli screams in terror, caught between her captor's blade and the brutal violence of her supposed rescuers. The red-haired pirate who saved her now stands over the dying man, calmly telling Latrelli to save herself. Still in shackles, she can only stumble backward, unsure if this new swordsman is a friend or just another monster. The pirate captain then steps forward with his cutlass raised, telling the slaver that his desperate struggle is finally over. Cornered and bleeding profusely, the slaver glares back with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. With his last ounce of strength, he violently shoves Latrelli aside and makes a desperate sprint across the deck. He barrels forward with a guttural roar, smashing through the ship's wooden railing with a deafening crack. He plummets into the dark ocean below as Latrelli's loyal seabird cries out her name from high above the chaos. Sinking into the abyss, Latrelli desperately claws at the shackles, binding her to a watery grave. Her lungs burn for air as the locks refuse to yield, but just as hope fades, a mysterious figure descends from the light above. With her vision blurring, she refuses to die here, her will to live fighting against the crushing darkness. In her final moments, a bright memory of her lost friend Raltia floods her mind, a reminder of a promise she must keep. The thought that Raltia needs her is a powerful jolt, shocking her back to consciousness on the hard deck of the ship. Her loyal companion Balka squawks in a mix of relief and fury, scolding her for nearly getting herself killed. As she slowly processes that she's alive, a flicker of gratitude shines in her brilliant blue eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, she pulls her friend into a tight embrace, thanking the gods for her survival. But a sudden realization stops her cold. The heavy shackles and ropes that dragged her down are completely gone. A strange man with a yellow bandana appears, revealing he was the one who freed her. But his kindness only puts her on high alert. He introduces himself as Domum, a so-called good guy pirate, but she's not buying his friendly act for a second. Her eyes narrow with suspicion as she presses him, demanding to know who else is part of this we. Suddenly, a new man with fiery red hair appears, revealing they are the infamous Black Ocean crew. This stranger looms over her, his calm voice breaking the tension as he says he's glad she's finally awake. She stares up at him, her piercing blue eyes trying to piece together her impossible situation. A memory then flashes through her mind. It was him, the one who reached through the darkness and pulled her from the depths. As her loyal bird Balka lands on her shoulder, she can't help but notice her mysterious savior is surprisingly handsome. Shaking off the thought, she looks him in the eye and offers a sincere thank you for saving her life. But he humbly deflects the praise, telling her to thank her bird instead, whose frantic cries guided him to her. Balka puffs out her chest with pride, cooing as if to ask what Latrelli would ever do without her. Latrelli cradles her bird as one of the pirates notes how fond Balka seems to be of her. But he nervously admits the bird is a bit overprotective, revealing it went crazy when he tried to change her out of her wet clothes. With a proud squawk, Balka confirms her fierce loyalty, forcing Latrelli to apologize for her companion's wariness of strangers. She internally realizes that because of her short hair and ragged clothes, these pirates must think she's a boy. Shifting focus, she asks where they're headed, and her rescuer explains they're going to a nearby village where the captain has connections. He then helps her to her feet, insisting she get out of her damp rags and clean up. But just as they offer her a change of clothes, a timid voice calls out from behind them. It's another rescued girl, who nervously thanks Latrelli for her bravery back on the slaver ship. Latrelli immediately kneels to comfort the shaken girl, reassuring her that she did a great job surviving. Leaning in close, she then asks a critical question: if these pirates are treating her okay. The rescued girl enthusiastically confirms that their pirate saviors are far better than the cruel slavers they escaped. Latrelli watches as one of the pirates gently pats the girl's head, showing a surprising kindness. A boisterous pirate proudly declares they are the legendary Black Ocean crew, slayers of monsters, and the best treasure hunters on the seas. The rescued children, now full of life, playfully run across the deck, their past trauma seemingly forgotten in this moment of joy. As she watches the scene, Latrelli is suddenly approached by Kylo, the quiet, red-haired man who personally saved her. Clad in fresh clothes, a new resolve burns within her as she silently vows to find her lost friend, Raltia, no matter the cost. But her intense declaration doesn't go unnoticed, as Kylo stares at her with a sharp, unreadable expression. Just then, a shout from the crow's nest shatters the tension they've finally reached land. The freed captives are herded onto the docks, told to stretch their legs after their long and terrifying ordeal at sea. With one of the pirates leading the way, the children disembark first, stepping into a new world and an uncertain future. Stepping into a new port, Latrelli takes her first breath of freedom, the world outside her village feeling both strange and familiar. But even as the other children celebrate, her mind is already racing, fixated on tracking down the slavers responsible for her trauma. Down on the docks, a young boy begins to organize the chaotic crowd, taking charge with a surprising air of authority. She realizes he's just a child, a 14-year-old cadet named Praise who seems far too young for this life. Confused, she turns to the stoic Kylo, questioning how a kid could possibly be a member of this legendary pirate crew. Kylo simply confirms the boy's identity, his expression as unreadable as ever. Just then, another crewmate, Domem, playfully ruffles the boy's hair, revealing he's just a cabin boy who runs errands for the captain. Domem then introduces Praise's older brother Beze as Latrelli processes the fact that the young cadet is indeed only 14. She's stunned that a pirate crew would take on someone so young, but Kylo reveals a shocking truth: it's normal for them, and he himself started out even younger. Her shock turns to awe as he casually mentions he's visited over 1,000 islands, a number so vast it shatters her entire worldview. Her mind reels at the thought of 1,000 islands, a world far bigger than she ever imagined. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of another crew member interrupt their conversation, drawing everyone's attention. Kylo glances over with a look of pure annoyance, clearly not happy to see this person. A man with an air of nobility and authority steps forward. Tuguru, the ship's 21-year-old vice captain. He hands Kylo a list of supplies and orders him to fetch them before nightfall. But Kylo immediately pushes back against the command. Utaguru coldly pulls rank, declaring it a direct order before turning his back and walking away with absolute confidence. Left with no choice, Kylo's hand tightens around the paper, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. He sighs in defeat, admitting that arguing with the vice captain is completely pointless anyway. Lotrelli watches the power play unfold, but quickly dismisses it to focus on her one true goal, saving Raltia. Just then, a powerful voice echoes from above, calling down to Utaguru with a strangely casual question about new scars. Heavy footsteps echo as the imposing captain of the Black Ocean Pirates makes his grand entrance. He immediately gets down to business, asking about chasing a group known as the Wuhapiage, but Lotrelli freezes at the mention of that name. In an instant, a wave of pure terror washes over her as the name triggers a horrifying memory she can't escape. Driven by a sudden, desperate impulse, she rushes forward and grabs the captain, frantically questioning his intentions. The towering pirate looks down, completely unfazed by her outburst, and coolly asks what concern it is of hers. Lotrelli begs him to take her with them, promising to do anything just for a chance at her target. The captain pauses, his gaze piercing as he sizes up the small, barefoot girl standing before him with unshakable resolve. But he scoffs at her plea, callously dismissing her as not being built for the sea and just another mouth to feed. She refuses to back down, desperately promising she'll fend for herself and won't be a burden in any way. Her fierce determination, however, seems to have an unexpected effect, as a slow, dangerous grin spreads across the captain's face. The captain's dangerous grin suddenly brightens as he announces he knows the perfect place to station her. And for a fleeting moment, Lotrelli is filled with pure, uncontainable joy at this sudden glimmer of hope. But that hope instantly turns to dread, as a dark premonition washes over her. Before she can react, the captain cruelly dismisses her with the other landlubbers, abandoning her on the dock as the ship sails away. The crushing realization that she was completely played fills her with a burning, all-consuming rage. Standing alone and barefoot, she clenches her fists and swears she will get on that ship no matter the cost. Yet her determination is met with nothing but scorn and pity from the people on shore. Leaving her utterly rejected, defeated, she can only slump onto a bench in despair, while her mystical bird companion soars above, suddenly lashing out in a frantic argument with the creature, drawing confused stares from passers-by. But the bird lands before her with an impossible calm, revealing that unlike her, it actually has a plan. The mystical bird directs her gaze towards a new opportunity in the distance, and her eyes land on Kylo, one of the very pirates who abandoned her, now being celebrated like a hero in the streets. But it's not just her watching. As his menacing canine companion immediately locks eyes on them from afar, the pirate instantly recognizes her unique bird, a detail he clearly remembered from their first encounter, and he reveals a stunning secret. Admitting he heard the creature speak and even knows Lotrelli's name, his beast, however, seethes with a deep hatred for birds, seeing them as nothing but loud, nosy pests. As they walk away, Kylo questions his companion's intense animosity, sensing it runs deeper than a simple grudge. But he then reveals his own mysterious prejudice, admitting he has a problem with seabirds in particular. A species thought to be extinct, the wolf bares its fangs in silent agreement, hinting at a dark history with these legendary creatures. Meanwhile, Lotrella's despair evaporates into cold focus, realizing this pirate and his beast are the key to her entire plan. The red-haired pirate watches Lotrelli from afar, a stern warning echoing in his mind to keep a close eye on those two. But his sharp focus is immediately broken, as a crowd of amazed children suddenly surrounds him. They're in awe of his monstrous strength, watching him carry heavy cargo with almost no effort. One of the kids playfully challenges him, betting he couldn't possibly lift all of them at once. At the same time, others are completely captivated by his menacing companion, calling the deadly beast a cute puppy. Their excited chants grow louder, egging him on to prove his legendary power. Finally giving in, he places his cargo down, accepting their innocent challenge. To their absolute delight, he effortlessly hoists all 4 children onto his shoulders and arms, leaving his wolf utterly dumbfounded. The children cheer wildly, now trying to get the doggy's attention, who wants absolutely no part of it. The playful scene descends into a chaotic chase as the kids run after the grumpy beast, who desperately tries to escape their affection. After the playful chaos with the children, Kilo and his annoyed beast finally head back to the ship, but as he picks up his cargo, he's struck by how much heavier it suddenly feels. His companion, Ten, stops dead in his tracks, growling as he picks up a strange scent coming from the box. A crewmate casually greets him on the gangplank, completely oblivious to the stowaway he's carrying. Ten's warnings grow more frantic. But Kylo ignores the growls and kicks open a door below deck. He sets the heavy crate down in a private room, ordering his beast to stand guard outside. Suddenly, a soft thud echoes from within as a hand presses against the wooden lid. He flips open the top, revealing Lotrelli curled up inside with her desperate plan completely exposed. With his arms crossed, he smugly confirms that her little trick didn't fool him for a second. Completely caught, she can only ask in shock how he possibly knew she was hiding in there. Kylo demands to know why she's so desperate, and she finally admits she's after the dreaded Wuhapiage pirates. But his perception cuts far deeper, as he asks if this suicidal mission has something to do with her sister, causing her to freeze on the spot. Stunned that he knows her most guarded secret, she can only ask how he could have possibly found out. His gaze turns distant, his mind flashing back to the moment he first laid eyes on her. The memory returns of him pulling her half-drowned body from the sea, a desperate rescue as his crew called his name from the deck. He remembers her clinging to him, delirious and broken, pleading with him not to let them take her sister. Even then, as he held her, he could feel the crushing weight of her impossible burden. Back in the present, he coldly dismisses her, warning that chasing those pirates is a death sentence he won't be a part of. He tells her to just forget her and move on, but his words only ignite the rage beneath her despair. With eyes blazing with pure, unshakable resolve, she declares that she would rather die trying. With her back against the wall, Lotrelli makes an insane demand, a trial by combat to prove her worth to the crew. Kylo listens in silence, her unshakable will finally breaking through his hardened exterior. He sighs, realizing her determination is absolute, and reluctantly agrees to her deadly proposal. The entire crew forms a circle on the deck, clearing a space for a duel that will decide her fate. But as her opponent draws his sword, the glint of masterfully crafted steel reveals this is no ordinary sailor. Stepping forward is the vice captain himself, Utaguru, who coldly challenges the girl to show him what she's got. Lotrelli grips the unfamiliar blade, her hands trembling as the terrifying power gap between them becomes clear. She's an archer who has never been in a real sword fight, now facing an elite commander in a completely one-sided battle. But as she takes a steadying breath, she remembers she has absolutely nothing left to lose. Just then, a silent warning echoes in her mind as her mystical companion watches from the night sky above. Without a moment's hesitation, the vice captain lunges forward with blinding speed, but Lotrelli meets his charge with a desperate war cry, her resolve to join the crew overriding all fear. Their swords meet with a deafening clang as she somehow manages to parry the first devastating blow. The sheer force of his strike, however, sends her skidding helplessly across the wooden deck. Gritting her teeth, she fights to regain her footing, refusing to give him another opening. Again she blocks his blade, her raw determination clashing against his refined skill. A smirk plays on the vice captain's lips as he mockingly praises her persistence, making her realize he's not even trying. Suddenly, he sees a fatal opening and unleashes a powerful slash meant to end the fight. The steel bites deep into her shoulder, sending a spray of blood across the deck. Stumbling backward from the impact, the duel seems decided by a single, brutal strike. Pinned to the deck, Lotrelli desperately holds back the vice captain's crushing blow, but her arms scream in protest as the immense weight threatens to snap her defense entirely. From above, her mystical companion Balka cries out in a panic, watching her struggle for survival. The vice captain just smirks, mockingly asking what's wrong, as he applies even more pressure, and he callously points out her trembling legs, taunting that her sea legs can't keep up. Hearing this, a sudden fire ignites in Lotrelli's eyes as an idea sparks from his own insult. In a flash, she hooks her leg around his and kicks with every ounce of strength she has left. The arrogant vice captain is sent stumbling backward, completely caught off guard by the dirty trick. In the crowd, the pirates murmur in shock, their bets now uncertain as the tides of battle turn. Yet among them, the red-haired Kylo watches intently, his expression unreadable as the fight takes a new, unpredictable direction. Despite her brief advantage, Lotrelli is immediately thrown across the deck by the vice captain's overwhelming power. But with grit and desperation, she instantly charges back into the fray, refusing to give up. Her attack is met with a deafening clang as Utaguru stops her blade with contemptuous ease. He retaliates with a blindingly fast swing of his own, forcing her onto the defensive. A brutal kick shatters her stance, a clear message that she is completely outmatched. She's sent tumbling backward, crying out as she crashes hard against the wooden planks. Struggling to her feet, Latrelli finally accepts the impossible gap in their strength. But a new fire ignites in her eyes as a desperate strategy forms in her mind. If she can't win with power, she'll overwhelm him with sheer speed, unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks. Her new tactic finally breaks his arrogant composure, forcing the vice captain to take this little girl seriously. Utuguru's patience finally snaps as he throws a furious punch, screaming insults at the defiant girl. The blow lands with sickening force, sending blood flying from Latrelli's mouth. She stumbles backward, her body completely rocked by the overwhelming power difference. But even as she falls, she manages to stab her sword into the deck, refusing to hit the ground. The vice captain looms over her broken form, ordering her to just give up this pointless struggle. Yet through the pain and exhaustion, a bloody, defiant grin spreads across her face. With a final roar of never, she explodes forward in a desperate last-ditch charge. She screams that she will not let him stand in the way of her goal. Launching herself into the air, she puts every last bit of her strength into a single attack. And once again, their blades meet in a deafening clash of steel and sheer willpower. With her eyes burning with resolve, she screams that neither he nor his crew will stop her. The vice captain is momentarily shocked but quickly scoffs at her meager strength. He retaliates with a devastating downward slash meant to end the fight instantly. Belittling her as a mere brat, he puts all his strength into the overwhelming attack. But with impossible speed, she dodges the lethal blow by a hair's breadth. He realizes too late that her relentless attacks have been conditioning him to aim high. As he swings wide, she's already dropped low, exploiting the opening he created. This was her plan all along, leaving his legs wide open for a brutal sweep kick. The arrogant vice captain crashes hard onto the deck, completely caught off guard. Standing over him, wounded but victorious, she declares that he has just as much to learn as she does. Utuguru slams his fist to the deck in pure humiliation, pinned by the very girl he dismissed. The watching crew erupts in a mix of shock and celebration at the impossible outcome. Even the fearsome captain cracks a grin, impressed by the newcomer's sheer audacity. With her opponent still grumbling in defeat, she is officially welcomed into the Black Ocean crew. But her victory came at a price, as her mystical companion Balka swoops in, frantic over her bleeding wounds. As she nearly collapses from exhaustion, a friendly crewmate rushes to support her through the stunned crowd. Her new ally welcomes her warmly, but Balka glares with suspicion, fiercely protective of its master. Suddenly, the red-haired man who saved her steps forward, extending his hand and introducing himself as the vice captain of the crew. Despite her wounds and the confusion, she manages a small, hopeful smile, ready for this new beginning. Their hands meet in a firm grip, sealing a pact that marks the first step on her dark path to revenge. Just as Latrelli solidifies her pact with the vice captain, the intimidating Captain Clusdo interrupts their handshake. He gives a dismissive smirk, his amusement barely hiding a dangerous edge. The captain mocks her small frame, challenging her to prove him wrong, completely unaware she's already done just that. With a glance, he orders the friendly crewmate Domem to show her around, eager to get the tour started. As Domem leads the wounded Latrelli away, the captain pulls his vice captain aside for a private, mysterious conversation. Their first stop is the mess hall, where a chaotic brawl has already broken out among the rowdy crew. Domem casually explains that this chaotic fighting is just a normal part of life aboard the Black Ocean. She questions the casual violence, but her guide simply shrugs it off, pointing towards a mysterious figure named Bredick. This man is their physician, the one who patches them up after these brutal disagreements. But when offered treatment, Latrelli refuses, hiding a critical secret that could get her killed. She's a woman in disguise. Domem leads her into the ship's bustling kitchen, explaining it's another part of her new duties as a deckhand. As she takes it all in, her eyes lock with the intense gaze of the man in charge of the food. Hess introduced as Johann, the ship's head chef, who offers a surprisingly charming wink. Latrelli is left completely flustered by the unexpected attention, as Domem quickly pulls her along to the next area. They soon arrive in the much quieter and more refined officers' quarters, a place that feels worlds apart from the chaos below. Her guide immediately warns her that this area is forbidden without an order, especially the room belonging to Utaguru, the man she just defeated. Glancing inside, she sees the humiliated vice captain quietly reading at his desk, seemingly lost in thought. But in an instant, his head snaps around, his eyes burning with a cold, simmering rage that freezes her in place. He steps out to confront her, his voice dripping with venom as he dismisses her hard-earned victory as nothing more than beginner's luck. Getting dangerously close, Utuguru warns that if she or her bird make a single mistake, he will personally remove them, re-establishing his dominance with a chilling threat. Utuguru slams the door in a rage, but Domum simply chuckles and tells her not to mind the humiliated vice captain's tantrum. As they walk away, Latrelli tries to calm her furious bird, completely unaware they're being watched by a mysterious blonde man from the shadows. The hidden observer's gaze fixates on Balka, sensing something profoundly different about the mystical creature's brilliant blue feathers. Domem quickly changes the subject, grandly welcoming a confused Latrelli to the ship's shower room. He then startles her by leaning in close, playfully explaining the conveniences of the ship's layout. Suddenly, their tour is interrupted as the door creaks open, revealing a nearly naked crewmate emerging from the steam. Domem just laughs off the awkward encounter, nudging the mortified Latrelli and saying it's nothing they haven't seen before. Noticing her reaction, he quickly turns her away, completely misinterpreting her utter embarrassment for something else entirely. He then mercilessly teases her, causing an enraged Latrelli to smack him while furiously denying his assumptions. But a smooth voice cuts in, revealing the man is the head chef Johann, who effortlessly turns the embarrassing joke back onto a stunned Domum. Latrelli is left completely frozen by the sudden, awkward encounter with the head chef. Johann just smirks and walks away, dismissing the tension while Domum can only grumble about his confidence. Before disappearing, the chef turns back, asking where they sleep, and interrupting Domem's attempt to hurry away. But Balka is suddenly ecstatic, flapping her wings and loudly admiring the chef's physique to Lotrella's horror. A blushing Latrelli desperately tries to silence her bird, who is now fantasizing about being hugged by muscular men. Finally moving on, Domem proudly presents the crew's sleeping quarters, a massive room of hammocks where a giant beast is already resting. He then reveals a strange secret, explaining that one of the ship's officers actually chooses to sleep here with everyone else. That officer is none other than Kylo, and his spot is guarded by his massive canine companion, 10. Domum casually approaches to pet the creature, but Latrelli freezes in terror, recognizing the very same beast from her rescue. Just then, its eyes snap open, and a low, menacing growl fills the room as it glares directly at them. Latrelli internally panics, realizing she must hide the secret of her talking bird to survive on this ship. She then naively asks her guide, Domum, if she'll get her own hammock in the shared quarters. But his sudden, nervous sweat reveals a cruel twist is coming. He cryptically explains that all rookies get a special spot to sleep. To her horror, that special spot is the crow's nest at the very top of the ship's mast. She stares in utter disbelief, unable to process if this is some kind of sick joke. Domem explains it's a test of endurance, forcing rookies into the harshest environment to adapt. He calls it an initiation, handing her a spyglass and telling her to enjoy sleeping under the stars. As Domem prepares to leave, her bird flaps its wings in protest while she's left speechless. With a final cheerful wave, he shouts for her to bundle up against the wind and try not to puke from the violent waves. Latrelli stares in shock, her world crumbling as she realizes this cruel joke is her new reality. Slumping to the deck in defeat, she vents her hatred for pirates, while her bird promises a petty act of revenge. But her resolve quickly hardens. She reminds herself she chose this path and must see it through. Picking up the spyglass, she decides to make the most of her lonely watch. She aims it towards the vast, starry sky, searching for a glimmer of hope in the darkness. In a quiet moment, she whispers a promise to her mother and her lost friend that she will survive and save them both. Despite the crew's cruelty, she lays down her makeshift bed, her bird complaining about the unfairness of it all. She tells Balka it was all worth it just to see the look on the vice captain's face when she beat him. Her companion sighs, pointing out that the pirates would have backed down immediately if they knew she was a girl. Balka teases her about hiding her identity for a boy, but she shuts it down, cuddling with her only friend as they try to sleep. Latrelli justifies her disguise to herself, remembering her father's dire warning that the sea is no place for a woman. Her mystical bird companion teases that her lie is only acceptable if it gets them closer to their target, Yahello. She promises him rewards for being her lookout, finding a small moment of peace under the vast, starry sky. But meanwhile, below deck, Vice Captain Kylo and his crewmate are fast asleep, their loud snoring echoing through the quarters. Suddenly, Kylo's eyes snap open, his rest completely shattered by the unbearable noise. He sits up, asking his massive beast if it can possibly sleep through this racket. The creature darkly jokes that it would rather just smother the man to finally get some quiet. Kylo dismisses the murderous thought and gets up, unable to stand the room a second longer. He declares he's heading for the stern to listen to the waves instead, inviting his beast to come along. Finally, finding some quiet on the open deck, Kylo lies down, only for his giant companion to immediately flop down right beside him. Kylo's thoughts drift to the rookie, but his massive beast growls for him to stop thinking about the stowaway and his blasted bird. Ten insists that from birth, seabirds bring nothing but trouble, and his warning is far more than just some silly old fairy tale. Intrigued, Kylo pets his companion, asking to hear the story again as if it were a simple bedtime tale. And so the beast begins, speaking of a time long ago when the entire sea was ruled by one man. This legendary master of the sea held absolute dominion, blessing those who loved the ocean and protecting them from its horrors. Amongst his greatest blessings were his messengers, the sacred seabirds themselves. These mystical creatures were tasked with guiding their chosen sailors through the wrath of the heavens to safety. They led the worthy to unimaginable treasures, fortunes so vast they defied belief. But this prosperity bred a horrifying greed, and soon men waged war on each other, massacring the birds in a bloody hunt for their power. This betrayal twisted the very nature of the sacred creatures, awakening a darkness that would forever stain the seas. The beast's tale concludes with a grim vision of pirates led to their demise, their greed turning the sacred seabirds into a curse. 10 finishes its dark story, declaring that the birds are nothing but harbingers of death. Kylo questions if Balka is one of these legendary creatures, but his companion simply scoffs, refusing to answer. The beast instead reminds him that many have chased these fairy tales, risking their lives for the birds' guidance. A mysterious name is then dropped: the Wu Hopiage, a group that also sought the birds, hinting at a deeper history. Unable to rest with these thoughts plaguing his mind, Kylo sits up, deciding he needs something to calm his nerves. While his companion barks, convinced they're being overheard, Kylo opens a small personal chest. But as he peers inside, his calm demeanor shatters, replaced by sudden confusion and alarm. A wave of panic hits him as he frantically searches the chest, realizing a precious item is missing. With dread creeping into his voice, he can only whisper the horrifying truth. It's gone. The lonely cries of seagulls echo across the deck of the Black Ocean at dawn. But Latrella's brief moment of rest is shattered by a harsh voice, demanding the bilge rat get up immediately. Jolted awake, her blanket is ripped away, exposing her and her mystical bird companion to the morning light. She struggles to her feet, her body still screaming in pain from the brutal duel that earned her a spot on this ship. Yet the one taunting her isn't a crewmate, but her own feathered ally, Balka, who glares down mockingly. Just then, the very man she defeated, Vice Captain Utaguru, appears with a condescending smirk, looking down on her. He sneers, demanding she stop lazing around and finally earn her keep among the pirates. Latrelli, however, fires back with pure defiance, asking if he needs another beating as a reminder of her power. Her loyal bird threatens to claw the vice captain's eyes out if he dares make a move. But as the enraged Utaguru steps forward, his boot suddenly slips on a mysterious, glass-like orb left on the deck. Utaguru's slip sends Latrelli tumbling backward in shock, and she hits the deck with a heavy thud, the confrontation cut short by a clumsy accident. Dazed, she finds the culprit is a shattered glass bottle lying right beside her. She realizes with a flash of memory it was once an intricate ship in a bottle. But before she can process it, an irritated shout from above demands her immediate attention. Ignoring the pain, she begins her grueling work, scaling the ship's towering rigging. When she finally returns to the deck, she finds the man she defeated, Utaguru, waiting for her. She warily confronts him, demanding to know what business he has with her now. He simply dunks a rag into a bucket, coldly implying she's the one who should be asking for orders. Then, he pins her against the mast, hissing that her victory was nothing but a fluke and she is worthless. He leans in with a final venomous threat, promising to have her thrown off the ship if she ever defies him again. But Latrelli, completely unintimidated, simply shoves the vice captain aside, thinking his pathetic threats are useless against someone like her. As the bitter man stalks away, she watches his retreating back, her will completely unbroken by his attempt at dominance. Now forced to scrub the deck, she furiously wipes the floor while cursing him under her breath. Her grumbling catches the attention of another crewmate, who casually asks if she's talking about the infamous Netter. The friendly pirate offers a warm smile and a helping hand, fondly recalling when he was the only rookie on board. Just as she begins to wonder if this manual labor is her new reality, a dark shadow falls over her, revealing Vice Captain Kylo and his terrifying beast. She tries to play it cool with a casual remark about his dog, but her mind is reeling with a shocking revelation: this wolf can talk. Suddenly, the beast's voice invades her mind, a low growl telling her to drop the act because it knows she can understand. Thinking fast, she deflects the mental assault by turning to Kylo and complaining about his dog drooling all over the clean deck. She boldly wipes the beast's face with a rag, feigning ignorance about its true nature. Kylo apologizes for his companion's behavior, but Ten's voice invades her mind with a dark promise to expose her secret. As the vice captain walks away, Latrelli can't help but think he's surprisingly polite for a pirate. Her new friend Domum bursts out laughing, telling her she's the first person to ever call that terrifying beast timid. Meanwhile, Captain Clusto comments on Kylo's lone wolf personality, warning that he bites any hand that dares get too close. Latrelli watches Domum with a smile, thinking his kind heart could probably befriend even a kraken. But their moment is shattered when a cold voice orders them to stop slacking off. It's Utuguru, the man she defeated, who sneers that the ship has no room for another chattering mouth. He then kicks her bucket over with a cruel smirk, telling her to pull her weight if she wants to stay. Latrelli glares back at the disgraced vice captain, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. Utuguru coldly confronts Kylo, questioning why he's bothering the captain instead of doing his duty. When Kylo claims he was just checking their course, Utuguru scoffs that he'd know if he had bothered to attend the morning meeting. He then sneers at his fellow vice captain, telling him to go wander off or actually do his job for once. The captain merely smirks at the tension, doing nothing as he dismissively waves Kylo away. A dangerous glint flashes in Kylo's eyes, a silent promise of a conflict yet to come. Without another word, he turns his back on the leadership and walks away, his monstrous beast, Ten, following in his shadow. From the lower deck, Latrelli watches the icy exchange and asks Domum if the two are always at each other's throats. But Domum drops a shocking truth, revealing that the two men who despise each other are actually brothers. He begins to explain their complicated family dynamic, stating that Utuguru is the son of the captain's legitimate wife. Latrelli immediately understands the dark implication, realizing Kylo must be the son of a mistress, a fact that gives Utuguru a stronger claim and fuels their bitter rivalry. Domum reveals that Kylo's title is just a name, with many on the crew refusing to acknowledge his authority. As Latrelli tries to understand the depth of their rivalry, her mystical bird Balka grooms itself nearby. Suddenly, she feels a hostile gaze and looks up to see the defeated Vice Captain Utuguru staring her down. She quickly questions if his intense focus is on her or the strange, powerful bird always at her side. The tense moment is broken when a crewmate named Bize calls out for help in the massive ship's engine room. Seeing a perfect chance to continue her tour, Domum grabs Latrelli and leads her below deck. They descend into the heart of the ship, a chaotic engine room where the crew desperately works the levers. Latrelli is left completely stunned, having never seen machinery of this incredible scale and power before. The crew strains with all their might, working together to control the immense pressure building within the steam engine. Amidst the chaos, the ship's carpenter, Beze, turns to the newcomer and finally addresses her directly. He welcomes her to the very heart of the Black Ocean, a colossal engine room of impossible scale, where she is introduced to him and his younger brother, a small cabin boy. But the moment she speaks the boy's name, he flinches with a terrified look in his eyes. And without a single word, Praise scrambles away in a panic, leaving everyone stunned. Bez simply apologizes for his brother's shyness, adding another layer of mystery to this strange crew. As they walk deeper, she asks Domum if he's really the one in charge of this entire monstrous machine, who explains that these complex levers are the only thing controlling the ship's overwhelming power. But their energy is running dangerously low, and he needs all the help he can get to operate the heavy equipment. Latrelli immediately steps up, finding herself struggling with the unexpected weight of a single power stone. And as she works, she overhears a critical detail. The captain is burning through their fuel to reach a mysterious location called Coral Island at any cost. Latrelli questions the urgent trip to Coral Island, and Domum reveals there after an informant who knows her target's next move. She immediately asks if this source can be trusted, but Domum just laughs at her naivety. He schools her on the #1 rule of the sea: never trust anyone but your own crew. Domum then shifts the topic, asking if she truly understands why the captain was so harsh on her from the very beginning. But their conversation is cut short when a menacing voice echoes from above, calling her a bilge rat. It's the vice captain she defeated, Utuguru, who coldly informs her that the captain himself has called for her. Stepping into the captain's chambers, she finds him waiting at a table, flanked by the ship's physician. The captain, Clusto, locks eyes with her, his expression unreadable as he prepares to ask a critical question. With a piercing gaze, he demands to know her true motive for hunting the infamous Wuhapiage pirates. The room falls silent as Latrelli is forced to confront the very reason she risked her life to join this crew. The captain leans in, his piercing gaze demanding to know her true motive for hunting the infamous Wuhapiage pirates. But Latrelli, defiant as ever, pushes back, questioning why he even needs to know her reasons. He calmly explains that trust is everything on his ship, built on knowing the story behind every single scar. His expression then hardens as he glares, stating he knows nothing about the stowaway who forced her way aboard. Lotrelli falls completely silent, the weight of his interrogation pressing down on her. She tries to argue her case, insisting her skills and loyalty should be more than enough for him. But the captain dismisses this immediately, retorting that being a great fighter doesn't automatically equate to being loyal. He then slides a document across the table, explaining he needs to know she won't cause any trouble. It's a contract, a set of ironclad rules that every single crew member has been forced to sign. And as his finger lands on a specific clause, the horrifying truth is revealed. Keeping secrets from the crew is a crime punishable by death. The captain leans forward, demanding to know exactly why the new recruit was so desperate to join his crew. But Lotrelli fires back, defiantly refusing to spill her life story to a pirate she barely knows. In a blur of motion, a hand lunges for her in response to her insolence. Her mystical bird companion, Balka, explodes into the air, sensing the immediate danger. Vice Captain Utuguru slams her onto the table with a knife to her throat, threatening to cut out her sharp tongue. Balka dives in for the kill to protect its master, forcing a panicked Lotrelli to scream for it to stop. Suddenly, the captain calmly intervenes, reminding his vice captain that a mute sailor is useless to him. With the violence paused, Lotrelli is trapped, realizing that revealing her true motivation could raise even more dangerous questions. Even worse, telling her story could expose the secret of her mystical bird, putting them both in unimaginable peril. The captain gives her an ultimatum, a countdown from 3, forcing her to decide which secret is worth dying for. Cornered and desperate, Lotrelli finally reveals her tragic secret. The pirates have her sister. She explains how a rival crew pillaged her village and took the only family she had left. With burning determination, she declares that she's going after them, no matter the cost. But the stone-faced captain isn't moved, demanding to know the real reason she was targeted. Lotrelli insists it was her sister's famous beauty that led the enemy captain to forcibly take her. The captain just leans back with a cruel smirk, ready to crush her spirit with cold, hard facts. He tells her the girl is likely already dead, but Lotrelli fiercely refuses to believe it, screaming that she's alive. Amused by her fire, he mockingly tells her she'd better hurry up and save her then. He then pushes a contract across the table, presenting a devil's bargain as her one and only chance. But the brutal terms of the agreement serve as a grim reminder that life at sea is especially cruel for women. Lotrelli signs the devil's contract under the captain's cold gaze, knowing one wrong move could be her last. Just as she finishes, her mystical bird companion impatiently asks if their ordeal is finally over. But the captain leans in with one final, twisted test, forcing her to choose between his crew and her captured friend. The impossible choice leaves her speechless, the weight of the decision paralyzing her on the spot. Her mind flashes to the innocent faces of the crew, realizing she can't sacrifice them any more than she could her own family. With renewed determination, she declares she will save her friend without sacrificing anyone, even if it costs her own life. Her loyal companion looks on, silently acknowledging her noble, if reckless, resolve. The captain simply smirks, calling her greedy but admitting that's exactly what a pirate should be. He then reveals a chilling secret. His entire crew is bound by a shared grudge and a quest for redemption. The word redemption hangs in the air, leaving Lotrelli with a brand new mystery about the man she just swore loyalty to. The captain dismisses Lotrelli, telling her to leave and finally earn her keep among the crew. With a quiet determination, she stands to leave, the intense interrogation seemingly at its end. But just as she opens the door, the captain's voice stops her cold. He asks a deceptively simple question about her pretty bird, a casual probe that feels like a dagger to the throat. Lotrelli's mind races with panic, instantly realizing this is another test, one designed to expose her deepest secret. Thinking fast, she lies that the bird belonged to her dead father, a tragic story the captain accepts with false sympathy. The moment she's gone, however, the captain's friendly facade shatters, his eyes turning cold and calculating. He gives a quiet command to Utuguru, ordering him to keep a very close watch on the new recruit. Meanwhile, Lotrelli walks away completely unaware, as the captain mutters that the girl is definitely still hiding something. Finally safe in the corridor, she collapses in relief, admitting that the captain's oppressive aura is a power so immense it could crush her if she's not careful. Still reeling from the captain's interrogation, Lotrelli vows to be more careful, knowing her entire future is on the line. She steels her resolve with a hardened glare, understanding that one mistake could mean death, but her focus immediately locks onto Vice Captain Kylo, the one man she must avoid at all costs. Suddenly, his monstrous beast stops dead in its tracks, its senses flaring as it locks onto a new scent. The creature reveals a mysterious bottle it was carrying, dropping it to the deck. Without warning, the beast lunges at Lotrelli with a ferocious bark, sending her bird into a panicked flight. As the massive wolf pins her down, Kylo is forced to command his companion to stand down. But in the scuffle, a hidden bottle slips from her sash and tumbles through the air. Kylo lunges forward in a panic, desperately trying to catch the precious item before it shatters. In a flash of instinct, a hand snatches the bottle from the air, saving it at the very last second. Latrelli cautiously presents the saved bottle as Kylo's beast sniffs it suspiciously. But the intimidating vice captain immediately demands to know where she found the mysterious item. She innocently explains she found it in the crow's nest, wondering if it was just a child's toy. To her complete shock, the fearsome warrior blushes deeply, insisting it's not a plaything. He gently takes it back, revealing the inscription, "My cradle," and quietly claiming it as his own. As he clutches the small vial, his hardened exterior seems to melt away instantly. Realizing she's stumbled upon something deeply personal, she asks if it's a precious memento. Kylo can't even meet her gaze, completely flustered by the sudden vulnerability she has exposed. He finally confesses it was a childhood craft made with his father, a treasure he holds dear. In a surprising moment of connection, Latrelli reveals she also lost a keepsake from her father on that cursed slaver ship. Hearing her story, the vice captain offers a sliver of hope, claiming he might know where her lost necklace is. He leads her down into the ship's massive treasury, a room absolutely overflowing with plundered goods. As she opens a chest filled with jewels, she can't help but wonder if they looted everything from the slaver ship. Kylo explains they only took what was valuable enough to sell, forcing them both to rummage through the spoils of war. Suddenly, her eyes light up as she pulls the familiar beaded chain from the chest, unable to believe her luck. Clutching the precious memento, the last piece of her father she has left, she's overcome with a wave of profound relief. He watches her quietly, remarking how fortunate it is they found it before selling off all their cargo, but seeing the sheer volume of treasure makes her blood run cold, thinking of all the villages these slavers must have destroyed. A sudden realization dawns on her, and she asks if the Black Ocean crew specifically targets this one slaver group. Kylo's voice turns grim as he confirms it, revealing that for most of their crew, this fight is deeply personal. Latrelli presses him, asking if he also holds a personal grudge against the slavers they hunt. But Kylo simply looks away, claiming he's still searching for his own purpose at sea. As she tries to end the conversation, a voice in her mind asks if she's truly going to let this dangerous man go. Suddenly, his monstrous beast begins to snarl as Kylo reveals a terrifying secret. He can hear her bird's voice. Latrelli freezes in shock, realizing he wasn't just suspicious, he was waiting to expose her all along. Her mystical bird erupts in a violent rage, screaming for her to chop Kylo into dog soup for the insult. She can only stand there, completely dumbfounded by her companion's sudden, murderous outburst. With a smug grin, Kylo reveals he baited them, mocking the infamous temper of the legendary seabirds. But his smirk instantly fades to disbelief as he realizes that the creature, thought to be extinct, actually exists. With the tension at its peak, she confirms his deepest fears, revealing that her companion is the very last of its kind. Latrelli turns in shock, realizing Kylo's beast isn't a normal pet, but the second talking creature she has ever met. Kylo calmly explains that Ten is a mystical being, capable of human conversation and living for centuries. With his suspicions finally confirmed, he admits that he can hear her bird's voice just as clearly. Her mind races with dark thoughts, wondering if she should threaten him to keep his mouth shut. But she can't understand why a vice captain would hide such a monumental secret from his own leader. Kylo casually explains that he despises the trouble and high expectations that come with such power. He has absolutely no desire for the kind of attention their shared secret would bring upon him. Latrelli tries a different angle, pointing out how this knowledge could give him leverage over his rival, Utuguru. Yet he completely rejects the notion of power, stating that the captain's responsibility is a burden he never wants. Seeing his true nature, she smiles and proposes a new pact, a secret for a secret. Kylo agrees to their pact on one condition, coldly demanding she keep her distance because of his strange hatred for seabirds. Latrelli easily accepts, while their mystical companions begin a silent, tense argument of their own. The insult immediately triggers a furious reaction from Balka, whose eyes blaze with a sudden burst of mystical energy. Without warning, the enraged bird launches into the air, leaving a shocked Latrelli to question its sudden departure. It soars across the deck, its glowing form startling the unsuspecting crew as it heads for the open sea. Once over the ocean, its voice rings out with a chilling prophecy. A massive storm is rapidly approaching. Back on the ship, both Latrelli and Kylo look to the sky as they receive the bird's urgent telepathic message. She jolts in alarm as the bird's voice screams in her mind, insisting they must change course now to survive. Wasting no time, Kylo sprints across the deck with Lotrelli and Ten in tow, shouting for the ship's navigator. The navigator, a man named Digel, turns from the helm, completely unaware of the impending disaster his vice captain is about to announce. Kylo frantically warns the navigator to change course, but the man scoffs at the idea, seeing only clear skies. Lotrelli freezes, desperately trying to find a way to convince him without revealing her secret talking bird. Thinking fast, Kylo suddenly calls out for his monstrous beast, Ten, who immediately appears on deck. He confronts his companion, loudly accusing the massive wolf of acting nervous as if it senses impending doom. After an intense glare, the beast begrudgingly agrees to the charade, but only if he gets a stake out of the deal. Kylo immediately kneels, pretending to comfort the trembling beast while the navigator mocks the theatrical display. Lotrelli quickly backs him up, claiming her bird has been acting terrified as well, which Balka furiously denies. The giant wolf then taunts the bird for being too dumb to play along, sparking an immediate and furious reaction. As both men comfort their supposedly terrified animal companions, the navigator stares on in complete confusion. But seeing their genuine agitation, he finally reconsiders, admitting that maybe it's safer to trust the animal's instincts after all. Just as the crew begins to believe them, Vice Captain Utuguru steps in, coldly stating this is not their decision to make. With unwavering arrogance, he declares that the ship is staying on its original course, completely ignoring their dire warnings. Lotrelli desperately argues back that if they don't change course now, they'll sail directly into the eye of a storm and lose even more time. But Utuguru merely scoffs, condescendingly asking what proof they have for this ridiculous premonition. He then dismisses their animal companions as mere vermin, pushing Lotrelli and Kylo to a breaking point as they realize words alone won't work. At the insult, Kylo's protective instincts ignite, darkly suggesting that if anyone on board is vermin, it's not his loyal beast. The blatant challenge sends Utuguru into a rage, and he lunges forward to grab Kylo by the collar, daring him to finish that sentence. Before the two vice captains can come to blows, Lotrelli screams for them to stop, reminding them that fighting will solve nothing. In a final, desperate plea, she turns to the navigator and begs him to use his spyglass to see the truth for himself. The old pirate agrees with a dismissive smile, raising his spyglass while confidently stating that he doubts there's anything to fear. Through the spyglass, the sky looks deceptively calm as the crew waits for the navigator's verdict. Digel lowers his scope and reports a distant cloud, allowing Utuguru to smugly declare their warning was nonsense. But the navigator's face turns grim as he reveals the horrifying truth. That cloud could be a wall cloud, the heart of a tornado. With no time for debate, he makes the call to immediately turn the ship west, shocking the arrogant vice captain. Suddenly, the deck explodes into chaos as the crew scrambles to change course, racing against the unseen storm. Utuguru can only watch in silent fury, his pride shattered as he realizes this detour means they'll lose their target. Defeated, he barks orders for everyone to increase the ship's speed, shifting the blame for this failure onto them. He coldly walks past Lotrelli and Kylo, informing them he'll be the one to report their disastrous decision to the captain. Once he's gone, Kylo tells Lotrelli to ignore the bitter vice captain and focus on their new task in the engine room. Down below, they find Domem and the others already at work, demanding to know what's happening, as Kylo explains their frantic race against the approaching storm. The ship's carpenter questions the sudden change of plans, demanding to know if the navigator approved this madness. But with confirmation given, the crew is ordered to haul the glowing magic stones to the engine immediately. Lotrelli is pulled into the effort, instructed to sync up with the complex machinery's levers. She throws her weight into the machine, her focus absolute as she helps power their desperate escape. Meanwhile, Kylo and Domem rush forward, feeding the powerful stones directly into the ship's hungry core. Up on deck, a furious Utuguru screams at everyone to work faster, his authority the only thing holding back the chaos. But even the seasoned navigator is caught off guard as the first drops of the storm begin to fall. Utuguru stands frozen in the downpour, watching his crew scramble as his perfect plan falls apart. He curses under his breath as Kylo's team emerges from below, their mission a clear success. With the danger averted, a relieved Domem pulls the exhausted Lotrelli and a stoic Kylo together, declaring their hard work is finally over. The moment of relief is shattered as the humiliated Vice Captain Utuguru blocks Lotrelli's path, his voice dripping with contempt. He cruelly reminds her of her place, ordering her to the crow's nest to stand watch in the pouring rain. Domem immediately steps in to defend his new friend, arguing that she's earned her rest and can't be left out in the storm. But his plea is cut short as the ship's physician backs Utuguru, coldly stating that the rookie's station is absolute. The argument is settled when the captain himself appears, his word final as he orders Lotrelli to her post without a second thought. Amidst the crew's silent acceptance, only Vice Captain Kylo seems to hesitate, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he turns and moves toward a stack of crates, leaving everyone completely confused. He returns holding a heavy, folded bundle, a silent offer in his hands. He presses the waterproof cloth into her hands, a small act of defiance against the captain's harsh command. Kylo admits he can't overrule a Latrelli accepts the cloth with a quiet thanks, resigning herself to the fact that even this unexpected kindness won't change her fate. Nearby, the ship's physician watches with a cold, unforgiving glare, reinforcing the crew's rigid hierarchy. Domem, ever the loyal friend, desperately promises to care for her, but his words only highlight the sheer unfairness of her situation. With a defiant shout, she dismisses his concerns and begins her ascent into the heart of the raging storm. The ship is immediately swallowed by a violent tempest, tossed about on waves that threaten to tear it apart. Meanwhile, below deck, the rest of the crew seeks shelter, completely oblivious to the life-or-death struggle happening just above them. As the ship groans under the strain, Domem's anxiety grows, while Kylo remains unnervingly calm, stroking his monstrous companion. The terrifying sounds from the deck finally become too much, and Domem's face twists with fear for his friend's life. He suddenly decides he can't stand by any longer, declaring they must appeal to the officers to save her. Pushing past the stoic vice captain, he insists that this is a matter of life and death, certain that even the ship's navigator would see reason. Kylo assures a worried Domem that he won't take him to the one officer they desperately need to avoid. But fate has a cruel sense of humor, as the man they dreaded most, Vice Captain Utuguru, is standing right in their path. Utuguru immediately questions their presence below deck, his cold gaze putting both men on high alert. He sneers at Kylo, calling him a wild mutt for siding with the rookie, while Domem frantically tries to keep the peace. Unfazed, Kylo steps forward with quiet menace, telling the pompous officer to get out of his way. Utuguru's face twists with rage as he whispers a vile, personal insult about Kylo's very bloodline. He continues his venomous tirade, mocking Kylo for finding other pests to play with. As Kylo turns his back, Utuguru delivers a final verbal blow, branding him nothing but an aimless beast. Utuguru then asserts his authority, ordering a terrified Domem back to his quarters like a dog. But just as he turns, Kylo's hand clamps down hard on his shoulder, a silent declaration that this confrontation has just begun. Kylo's patience finally shatters as he throws a powerful punch directly at Utuguru's smug face. Domem can only scream his name in horror as the brutal impact connects, echoing through the ship. Meanwhile, high above in the crow's nest, Latrelli is shivering uncontrollably in the freezing rain. She huddles for warmth with her mystical bird, complaining that this miserable weather is killing her. Completely isolated at the top of the mast, she endures the relentless downpour with no end in sight. The icy rain feels like needles stabbing into her bones as her companion asks if she's all right. Clutching her stomach in pain, she admits she doesn't know how much more of this she can possibly take. But suddenly, a frantic scream from below deck pierces through the storm, snapping her back to attention. Peering over the edge, she sees total chaos as Domem desperately tries to hold Kylo back from a staggering Utuguru. With a furious roar, Kylo shoves his friend aside and lunges forward with murderous intent, ready to finish what he started. Utuguru narrowly dodges the wild swing, condescendingly telling his fellow vice captain to heel like a dog. He immediately counters with a brutal gut punch that echoes across the rain-soaked deck. But Kylo barely flinches, his eyes burning with a cold, terrifying fury. Utuguru presses his advantage, smashing his fist into the back of Kylo's head with a sickening crack. Yet Kylo stumbles for only a moment before pivoting and landing a devastating kick right to the other vice captain's face. The blow sends Utuguru staggering backward, bloodied, and utterly humiliated by the unexpected counter. Spitting blood, he snarls that a wild beast like Kylo needs to be disciplined. He lunges forward again, putting all his strength into what he believes will be the finishing blow. But this time, his punches stop dead as Kylo effortlessly catches his fist with inhuman strength. In a flash, Kylo answers with a thunderous blow of his own, completely turning the tables and shattering his rival's pride. Utuguru crashes violently against the mast, the sheer force of the blow leaving him stunned and broken. He slumps to the rain-slicked deck, utterly defeated as his rival coldly approaches. With no mercy, Kilo grabs him by the collar, yanking the humiliated vice captain to his feet. He snarls that Utuguru is the real mutt here, completely ignoring his pathetic demands to be released. But just as the final blow is about to land, the ship's captain storms in, screaming for his two top officers to stop their disgraceful brawl. Cluzdo forcefully pulls Kylo back, coldly telling him he's the one who needs to learn how to behave. Kylo scoffs that he doesn't care what any of them think, forcing the captain to finally roar that he has had enough. In a shocking turn, Clusdo's gaze shifts upward, bellowing for Lotrelli to get down from the crow's nest immediately. High above the chaos, Lotrelli and her mystical bird Balka had been watching the entire conflict unfold. The captain cuts off all argument, revealing he knows this entire brutal fight was over the new girl, and he's done wasting his time on it. The captain ends the dispute with a single declaration, stating that Lotrelli has earned her place and daring the humiliated Utuguru to disagree. As her friend Domum waves her off to get warm, the immediate crisis seems to be over, but her relief is cut short as she meets the silent, bloodied gaze of Vice Captain Kylo. With the chain of command brutally reinforced, Captain Clusdo dismisses the chaos and heads below deck. Kylo, however, isn't finished, turning to Lotrelli with a chilling order to follow him to his quarters. Meanwhile, other crewmates gossip about the incident, convinced their two top officers are seconds away from mutual destruction. Her friend proudly shows her the new hammock he's prepared, but her eyes lock onto the massive black beast sleeping just below. Domem cheerfully reveals her spot is right next to Kylo's, a terrifying arrangement for both her and her mystical bird. And just as that horror sinks in, the door to the quarters swings open, revealing the man himself. Kylo slowly approaches, his piercing gaze locked on her as he asks how she's finding her new home. Instead of the terrifying confrontation she expected, Lotrelli finds Vice Captain Kylo casually relaxing in his hammock, complaining that the captain's lecture shut his brain down. He then shows a surprisingly gentle side, turning to his crewmate Domum to make sure he wasn't hurt during the earlier chaos. Domum just laughs it off, cheerfully pointing out that Kylo will now have matching bruises with his hated rival, Utuguru. As Lotrelli and her bird watch in silence, Domem continues to tease the vice captain about bonding with his brother, much to Kylo's visible annoyance. Later that night, the swinging lanterns cast long shadows as the quarters fall into a deep quiet. The exhausted pirates finally rest, with Lotrelli sleeping just feet away from the man she was supposed to fear. But in the silence, Kylo's eyes snap open as a quiet voice cuts through the darkness. It's Lotrelli, who has been watching him, asking if his face hurts and boldly suggesting his good looks made him a target for a jealous rival. The hardened warrior can't help but let out a small, amused chuckle at her forwardness. But she presses on, genuinely asking why two brothers can't simply talk things out, revealing a shocking level of concern for the crew's most feared officer. Kylo dismisses her concern, telling her it's complicated before bidding her goodnight and turning away to rest. Alone in the darkness with her bird, Lotrelli whispers goodnight, the talk of siblings only making her miss her own lost friend more. Her thoughts plunge her into a deep, watery abyss where she desperately calls out for Raltia, vowing they'll see each other again soon. But as she sinks deeper, the sound of sobbing echoes through the water, a familiar voice that chills her to the bone. She turns to see another figure sinking in the distance, a girl with long black hair, and her heart stops. Lotrelli calls out Raltia's name in a panic, but as her friend turns, her own face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror. The vision of Raltia becomes a screaming nightmare, her eyes bleeding black tears as she shrieks, asking why Lotrelli didn't save her. The specter suddenly grabs her, its voice filled with betrayal, screaming that it had waited for her all this time. Raltia's face is a mask of agony as she recounts the endless pain she endured, all for Lotrelli's sake. The final blow lands as Raltia screams that she believed in her, but Lotrelli never came, leaving her utterly shattered by guilt. Overwhelmed by guilt, tears stream from Lotrelli's eyes as the nightmare vision shatters her spirit. But in the watery abyss, she desperately clings to the memory of Raltia, swearing she will find her no matter what. Then a gentle hand touches her face, as a mysterious voice whispers for her to find it in the old sea. Raltia's form begins to fade, urging Lotrelli to use her blessing and escape before it's too late. Lotrelli suddenly gasps for air, jolting awake as the horrifying dream finally releases its grip. Her heart pounds in her chest as she desperately tries to convince herself that the terrifying vision was only a nightmare. Sobbing uncontrollably, she prays to the gods, while silently renewing her unbreakable vow to save her friend. But as she wipes her tears, she's startled by a murmur from the hammock above where the injured Vice Captain Kylo sleeps. Watching him, she realizes with a start that she isn't the only one trapped in a nightmare tonight. The powerful warrior is completely vulnerable, sweating and fidgeting as he too is tormented by his own demons. Suddenly, her wrist is seized in a powerful grip by a disoriented Kylo, who jolts awake from his own terrors, gasping her name in confusion. After a tense moment, he releases her, quietly asking if she too was suffering from a nightmare. But Lotrelli can only admit that she is awake for the very same reason he is. The vice captain sighs in exhaustion, lamenting that with their shared torment, no one can get any sleep. She cautiously asks what he was dreaming about, and he reveals a surprising vulnerability. It was about his mother, His face darkens as he vaguely explains that their relationship was complicated, hinting at a deep and painful past. Trying to connect, Lotrelli naively asks if his mother is waiting for him back at some pirate's homeland. But his expression shifts to one of quiet tragedy as he reveals the heartbreaking truth that she passed away long ago. The revelation stuns Lotrelli into silence, leaving her stammering an apology for digging into such a painful wound. Kylo turns the tables, asking about her dream, and Lotrelli quietly admits she was dreaming of her sister. He seems genuinely concerned, asking if she believes that dreams could be premonitions of what's to come, but he quickly dismisses the thought with a yawn, suggesting that dreams aren't warnings, but might be a form of bait. Confused, she listens as he explains the dark sailor's myth of a sea witch who uses dreams to lure men to their watery graves. He shrugs it off as just a story and rolls over to sleep, leaving her to ponder his ominous words alone. But Lotrelli knows some myths are real, because her mystical bird Balka was also considered nothing but a legend. As she drifts into a restless sleep, she's haunted by the memory of Raltius' voice promising a blessing in the old sea. The long night finally passes as dawn breaks over the pirate ship sailing on the calm ocean. Suddenly, her sleep is shattered as the young cabin boy shakes her awake with frantic urgency. A groggy Lotrelli is pulled back to reality, being told she's needed in the galley immediately. Lotrelli is woken in the eerily quiet crew quarters, wondering where everyone has disappeared to. The young cabin boy frantically explains that the captain is on patrol, and she's about to be caught slacking off. As they hurry through the deserted dining hall, she realizes with a jolt just how late she's slept in. With her mystical bird perched on her shoulder, she starts to ask a question but suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Her gaze locks onto two high-ranking officers, sharing a laugh, one of whom is a man she never expected to see smiling again. It's Vice Captain Utuguru, the ruthless pirate she defeated, looking shockingly cheerful with a fresh bandage on his face. Praise quickly pulls her away, telling her to stop staring before she draws unwanted attention. They finally burst into the ship's galley, where she was urgently summoned. The head chef immediately spots her, greeting her with the cheeky title of the new pretty boy. He then gives her a surprisingly warm welcome, impressed by the dashing rookie and her impossibly beautiful bird. As the head chef invites Lotrelli to peel potatoes beside him, her mystical bird jealously tells him to back off. Balka seethes with rage, ready to attack the man who just casually told her to leave her bird by the fruit. But instead of a simple snack, the chef reveals a magnificent feast he prepared just for the legendary creature. With its loyalty instantly bought, the bird joyfully declares the chef its new best friend, leaving Lotrelli utterly speechless. The friendly mood shifts as Johann shows genuine concern for the nasty wound Lotrelli received in her brutal duel. He advises her to see the ship's doctor, Bredick, prompting Lotrelli to recall seeing him laughing with Utuguru just moments ago. While working, she mentions how strange the sight was, but Johann casually reveals that the two have always been surprisingly close. He then adds a cryptic detail, saying their bond isn't by choice, but born from a dark necessity. The word hangs in the air, sparking a dangerous question in her mind. Could the fearsome Vice Captain Utuguru actually be sick? Just as Lotrelli learns a shocking secret about the Vice Captain, a sudden ship-wide alarm bell shatters the calm of the galley. Johann's relaxed expression turns grim as he recognizes the sound, muttering that this is a very bad sign. Domum immediately springs into action, urgently telling Lotrelli they have to get on deck right away. Meanwhile, high above on the deck, Captain Clusdo peers through his spyglass, knowing that bell can only mean one thing. His lens reveals an impossible sight: a ghost ship, wrecked and abandoned within a hidden sea cave. He stares at the ancient, tattered vessel, wondering just who could have met their end in such a desolate place. A small party is sent to investigate, forcing Lotrelli to join the very men she can't trust: the intimidating Kylo and the hostile Utuguru. Utuguru sneers that they're only there on the captain's orders, making it clear he'd rather be anywhere else than with them. Suddenly, he whips around and glares directly at Lotrelli, his simmering animosity finally boiling over. Utuguru throws a sword at Lotrelli, sarcastically telling her to take it for the ship's sake. She cautiously accepts the weapon, surprised that the self-serving vice captain would show any concern for the crew. As Utuguru prepares to board the decaying wreck, Digel expresses his worry about the ship's stability. With a loud clank, the grappling hook catches, and Utuguru declares he will be the first to cross. However, the reckless Kylo has already scaled the rope, forcing Utuguru to yell at him not to cause trouble. He then turns his cold gaze on Lotrelli, gesturing that it's her turn to climb. But just as she moves, a mysterious splash from the dark water below momentarily distracts her. Once they're all aboard the eerie, silent deck, the party prepares to investigate the ghostly vessel. Yet their very first step causes a rotten plank to crack loudly, a grim reminder of the danger they're in. The rotted deck suddenly gives way, sending both Kylo and Latrelli plummeting into the darkness below. As they fall through splintered wood, Kilo desperately reaches out to shield Latrelli from the brutal impact. Far above, Utuguru and Digel can only watch in horror as their crewmates vanish into the ship's treacherous guts. Latrelli awakens with a start, realizing Kylo's body completely cushioned her fall, saving her from certain injury. As the others call down from the jagged hole, she's too stunned to respond, pushing back from the injured vice-captain. Utuguru, ever the commander, throws down a torch and coldly orders them to investigate the lower decks while his team handles the top. Kylo effortlessly catches the torch, sarcastically remarking on how easy it is for their superior to give orders from safety. Now forced to work together, the two venture deeper into the pitch-black hold, grumbling about their condescending boss. But their complaints are cut short when they halt in unison, confronted by a massive, silent figure emerging from the shadows. As the torch illuminates the darkness, Latrelli gasps in horror at the sight before them. For the massive figure is revealed to be a corpse, bound brutally to a wooden pillar in the ship's hold. Kylo cautiously approaches, confirming their worst fears: the body is still warm, meaning the killer is horrifyingly close. While inspecting the victim, he uncovers a damning clue: a demonic skull tattoo hidden on the man's neck. The symbol is unmistakable, the infamous and terrifying mark of the Wuhopoyage pirates. He turns back with the grim realization that this dead man was supposed to be their informant. Suddenly, a volley of daggers explodes from the shadows, forcing Kilo to shove Latrelli to safety. But she reacts with inhuman speed, drawing her own sword to deflect the deadly projectiles in a flash of steel. Her victory is short-lived, however, as her eyes widen in terror, realizing the true target is their only source of light. Thinking fast, Kylo snatches their only torch, yelling that its light is a death sentence. And he instantly slams it to the ground as Latrelli stands ready for the inevitable fight. The flame is extinguished in a murky puddle, consuming the hold in a suffocating blackness. But the sudden silence is broken by the chilling sound of creaking wood echoing all around them. From the oppressive dark, an entire crew of assassins materializes, their daggers gleaming with malice. Kylo pulls Latrelli behind a crate, utterly shocked by the sheer number of enemies that have them cornered. With no way out, he realizes their only hope is to fight their way through this impossible ambush. Just then, a scarred killer spots their movement, locking eyes with his next victims. But Latrelli is faster, lunging from cover with deadly intent to silence him before he can raise the alarm. She plunges her sword deep into the assassin's back, a silent, lethal strike from the shadows. But as she shoves the body aside, another killer with a glowing blade emerges to take his place. At the same time, Vice-Captain Kylo is ambushed from above, his arm caught in a deadly grip. With a sickening crack, Kylo reveals his monstrous strength, shattering the man's arm with a single squeeze. He turns to her as if nothing happened, but Latrelli is frozen, realizing the terrifying power he's been hiding. Her moment of shock is cut short as a new assassin charges from her blind spot, sword raised high. Suddenly she's swarmed by enemies, barely managing to parry a fatal blow meant for her heart. The sheer force of the attack sends her stumbling backward, her defense completely overwhelmed by their numbers. Now helpless on the floor, she can only watch in horror as the killer raises his blade for the final blow. Just as the blade comes down, it plunges deep into her leg, and a scream of pure agony rips through the air. But before the killer can finish her, Kylo sends him flying with a brutal kick, ignoring his own searing pain. They now stand surrounded by the bodies of their attackers, the ambush finally over. Realizing this was a calculated trap, he quickly bandages her wound, knowing they must regroup immediately. He helps her through a hidden floor hatch, searching for a path to their comrades. But below they find not safety, but their friends Domem and Utuguru complete. Without a moment's hesitation, Kylo pulls her with him, leaping directly into the impossible fight. He intercepts a killing blow mid-air, his hand glowing with power as he grabs the blade itself. A scarred monster glares back, snarling that this is the end for the Black Ocean scum. Domem and Utuguru are completely overwhelmed by a seemingly endless horde of enemies, wondering where they're all coming from. As the air rings with the relentless clang of clashing steel, just then, Lotrelli and the injured Kalo dive into the chaos, fighting desperately back to back. But in a split second, a chilling, inhuman glow flashes in Lotrelli's eyes. They quickly realize the horrifying truth: they are completely trapped and surrounded. As a trio of killers lunges forward, she tightens her grip, ready to face death head-on. With impossible speed, she deflects their blades, weaving through the deadly assault. Screaming in pure rage, she abandons her sword for a more brutal approach. She unleashes a devastating kick that shatters her opponent's face. Yet, just as her enemy falls, a sharp sting from her wound reminds her she's running on borrowed time. Lotrelli's wound bursts open, a grim reminder that her body is failing her in this desperate fight. Seeing the enemy horde below, she and Kylo frantically try to barricade the stairs. But the ambushers are relentless, their leader stepping forward as a sinister energy gathers around them. With a primal scream, Kylo single-handedly lifts a massive beam to block their path. He unleashes a deafening roar, slamming the impossible weight down with monstrous force. Lotrelli watches in utter disbelief, wondering just how much power the vice captain has been hiding. Though they've won a moment of peace, Utuguru warns that more enemies are hiding and they need backup immediately. Meanwhile, high above on the deck, the Black Ocean ship sails on, completely unaware of the chaos below. Inside the captain's quarters, Clusto demands to know what the scouting party has uncovered. The physician delivers the grim news. This wasn't a random attack, but a carefully planned ambush. The report confirms their worst fears. The attackers are still on board and trapped below deck. As Lotrelli gets her wounds tended to by a worried Domem, her mystical bird Balka watches over them from above. But just as they catch their breath, a massive underwater explosion rocks the entire ship, throwing everyone off their feet. It's revealed they're under attack from a shore battery, led by a rival captain screaming for their destruction. Another volley of cannonballs streaks through the night sky as the crew scrambles for cover. The deck erupts in a devastating explosion, ripping the ship apart and sending men flying. With the ship under siege, the emergency bell rings out, a desperate call for all hands on deck. Amidst the chaos, Lotrelli tries to stop the young cabin boy Praise from joining the suicidal fight, but he defiantly brushes her hand away, his resolve hardened beyond his years. In a flash, we see the source of his rage, a haunting memory driving him to charge headfirst into danger. The boy's rage triggers her own trauma, as the memory of her lost friend Reltia burns in her eyes. Fueled by a desperate fury, Lotrelli ignores the explosions and charges headfirst into the suicidal battle. Her crewmate Domem screams for her to stop, warning her about an injury, but she's already deaf to his pleas. Without a moment's hesitation, she plants her foot on the ship's railing, ready to make a reckless jump. Lotrelli leaps from the burning vessel, vowing that she will not let another child die on her watch. Meanwhile, on the shore, the battle rages as Captain Clusto clashes with the enemy commander in a brutal duel. He effortlessly cuts down another foe, noting with surprise that the young cabin boy is a natural-born killer. Lotrelli lands on the beach like a storm, her blade and mystical bird tearing through the enemy ranks. But her eyes widen in horror as she sees Praise, the very boy she came to save, suddenly disarmed and thrown to the ground. The cabin boy can only tremble in fear as a massive pirate raises a dagger for the final, killing blow. Just as the blade is about to fall, Lotrelli appears like a phantom, driving her own sword straight through the pirate's chest. With her mystical bird perched on her shoulder, she stands over the corpse, her eyes burning with a terrifying promise that no one will touch the boy. As the boy's older brother rushes to his side, Lotrelli finally lowers her weapon, the immediate danger now over. But her rage isn't gone, and she furiously scolds the older brother, telling him he should have been there to protect his family. The adrenaline begins to fade as she kneels, the pain from her own wounds finally catching up to her. Elsewhere on the beach, Vice Captain Utuguru declares their victory, raising his sword over the last fallen enemy as the crew erupts in cheers. Lotrelli lets out a sigh of relief, believing it's all over, but her vision suddenly starts to blur and fade. The world goes dark as her body gives out, collapsing lifelessly onto the sand. The two brothers can only scream her name in terror, their moment of relief turning instantly to panic. They rush to her side as the young boy sobs, thanking her for saving him, completely unaware if she can even hear him anymore. As Lotrelli lies unconscious, the young boy she saved tearfully promises to repay her kindness one day. Meanwhile, Captain Clusto arrives on the beach, demanding to know if any enemies survived the battle. They present him with their only captive, a slaver guard who defiantly screams for death. The captain scoffs at his rowdy prisoner, taking a dagger to begin the interrogation. But instead of a swift end, Clusto demands information about a mysterious figure named Wuhapiage. The defiant slaver is then brought aboard the ship and strung up for a more public interrogation. Captain Clusto leans in close, asking for the Wuhapiage's destination, only to be spat on for his trouble. The prisoner screams his ignorance, but the captain's furious glare shows his patience is wearing thin. Suddenly, a blade slams into the wood beside his head as the captain reveals he knows about an informant. With the entire crew watching, Clusto threatens to tie the man to the sails to let the birds pick him apart. The captain's threat is backed by the low growl of a monstrous beast, its glowing eyes promising a fate worse than birds. Faced with this terrifying alternative, the prisoner's defiance finally shatters, and he desperately agrees to talk if they let him down. But the captain refuses to bargain, demanding intel first, forcing the slaver to reveal their target is a mysterious place called the Sea of Forest. He claims he only overheard this, adding the chilling detail that the pirates he served paid a hefty price for the head of the Black Ocean's informant. However, Vice Captain Utaguru steps forward to call out the lie, questioning why a well-paid crew would have such a decrepit, worthless ship. The slaver smirks with chilling confidence, admitting their ship's poor state was a calculated trap designed to ambush them all. His story then takes a dark turn, as he explains the ship's condition wasn't a ruse but the result of a terrifying curse. He describes a once beautiful vessel that suddenly began to rot away, its sails tearing to shreds for no logical reason. The decay was so rapid and unnatural that the very deck itself collapsed under the weight of their own cannons. With his last shred of sanity, the man screams that they've stumbled onto the island of a sea witch, and now her curse will come for them too. Having heard enough, the captain declares the madman useless and sentences him to the unforgiving sea. With the interrogation over, attention shifts to Lotrelli, who finally collapses from her wounds with her bird watching over her. Domem and Kylo rush to her side as her mystical companion angrily squawks that she is obviously not okay. The ship's physician props her up against a barrel, impressed that the young fighter is somehow still conscious. He uncorks a bottle of potent medicine, calmly warning her that the treatment is going to sting. Lotrelli screams in agony as the liquid is poured over her leg, forcing Domem to hold her steady. After a moment of excruciating pain, Bredek finishes wrapping the wound and tells her to finally breathe. But just as she recovers, he informs her that her badly injured upper arm is next on the list. He then offers a chilling apology, admitting he's not a real physician and this is the best he can do. As Lotrelli stares in shock, Kylo explains that while Bredek isn't a doctor, he's well-read and his mother was a nurse. Bredek admits he's the lesser of two evils for medical care, forcing Lotrelli to recall the terrifying alternative. A sudden jolt of agony rips through her as the treatment continues, causing her to cry out in pain. Just then, a gentle hand taps her on the head, catching her completely off guard. It's Vice Captain Kylo, who awkwardly praises her fighting skills and admits she saved his life on the ship. She suspects he's just trying to distract her from the pain, while Domem excitedly agrees she was unstoppable. In that moment, Bredek announces the brutal procedure is finished, and Lotrelli realizes it's all over. She understands now that Kylo's distraction worked perfectly and quietly thanks to the makeshift physician. But Domem remains deeply concerned, reminding her that she could barely even walk just a few minutes ago. Bredek agrees with him, suggesting she remove her shirt so he can check for any hidden internal bleeding. Lotrelli completely panics, slapping her friend away while insisting she's fine as her mystical bird squawks in protest. Lotrelli flatly refuses, arguing it's not worth the risk of exposing herself to the crew just to check for wounds. She then turns to Bredek, formally thanking him for his help and returning the sword he lent her for the fight. The physician waves goodbye, warning her to watch for any fever before he leaves to tend to the others. Suddenly, Domem approaches with a relieved smile, teasing that for a moment she looked even worse off than their prisoner. Her mood darkens as she asks about the captive, who was apparently cast adrift on a lifeboat instead of being executed. But his chances of survival are slim, as Domem reveals the man went completely mad, screaming about a so-called sea witch. The mysterious name instantly catches her attention, a flicker of confusion and curiosity crossing her injured face. Kylo dismisses her concern, calling it just an old fairy tale before urging everyone to get out of their bloody clothes. He even suggests his beast 10 could use a bath, which startles the creature who clearly despises the very idea. And while Domem cheers at the thought of a shower, Kylo reminds him with a smirk that the lines will be impossibly long today. But their brief moment of relief is shattered when Bees the carpenter arrives with a grim look, announcing that no one will be showering today. He explains that their sleeping quarters and washrooms were completely destroyed in the last battle, forcing him to gather the men for a new plan. To everyone's dismay, Captain Clusto declares they'll be roughing it on the beach tonight, much to Vice Captain Utaguru's visible displeasure. Lotrelli accepts their fate of sleeping outside on the sand, but she's suddenly stunned by an unbelievable sight just ahead. She stares in utter disbelief as the men, including Vice Captain Kylo, casually bathe buck naked in the ocean under the moonlight. As they walk back towards the campfire, Kylo tries to reassure a horrified Latrelli that the water is clean, but that is clearly not the problem. Flustered, she yells that they get naked far too often, awkwardly refusing his offer to let her wash up too. Instead, she burrows into her sleeping bag and decides she'll bathe in the morning when no one is around to watch. While Domum loudly wishes everyone good night, he's immediately shut down by the exhausted crew telling him to just go to sleep. Finally, the makeshift camp on the quiet beach falls silent as snow-like embers drift peacefully over the ocean. In the dead of night, a mysterious, glowing figure emerges from the ocean's depths. It smiles with a chilling grin, its voice echoing a single, terrifying phrase. "Found you." But this was just a nightmare, as the waves crash on the shore where the entire crew lies sleeping except for one. Latrelli sits up, clutching her leg in agony, unable to rest while her mystical bird snoozes peacefully beside her. Her eyes widen in horror as she sees fresh blood gushing through her bandages, soaking them completely. Trembling from the pain, she knows she has to get up and find new supplies before an infection takes hold. She limps towards the anchored ship, hoping to find what she needs in the infirmary while the physician sleeps. But the moment the cold seawater touches her leg, a sharp, searing pain shoots through her body. Cursing her terrible luck, she flinches away, the blood now staining her pants and the water around her. Yet as she stands there in the surf, she suddenly realizes something impossible. The bleeding has completely stopped. Latrelli stares in utter disbelief, questioning how her grievous wound could have possibly healed on its own. The world itself seems to warp as she wonders if the seawater itself holds some impossible, restorative power. Realizing she has to know for sure, she decides to test this newfound miracle on another injury. She then pours the glowing water over a deep gash on her arm, flinching from the initial cold sting. But to her complete shock, the raw flesh knits itself back together right before her very eyes. Suddenly, a strange presence makes her look up, where a cascade of ethereal blue hair floats into view. A mysterious woman hovers just above the water's surface, her voice echoing with an otherworldly power. Latrelli stumbles backward in alarm, demanding to know the identity of this being who defies gravity itself. The woman simply smiles, greeting her with the cryptic and chilling title of Cursed One. And as Latrelli stares, a terrifying realization begins to dawn. Could this be the legendary entity she's only heard of in whispers? Latrelli realizes this powerful being must be the legendary sea witch as she's pulled into an ethereal ocean. The witch gets unnervingly close, a predatory smile on her face as she calls Latrelli a fascinating new toy. Latrelli stares back, trying to reconcile the woman's innocent appearance with the immense danger she feels radiating from her. But the witch's friendly demeanor shatters when she thanks Latrelli for getting rid of her old, boring playthings. A cold dread washes over Latrelli as she realizes the true, dangerous nature hidden beneath that cute facade. The witch then reveals a terrifying vision of another crew, boasting about how much fun it was to watch them panic as her curse took hold. Latrelli demands to know why the witch cursed them but spared her own ship, confirming the horrifying truth of her power. The witch, however, looks genuinely confused, asking why she would ever do something so wasteful. Her demeanor suddenly shifts to playful affection, declaring she would never cast such a silly curse on someone as sweet as Latrelli. Snapping back to the chilling reality, Latrelli pulls away, demanding to know the true identity of this capricious and terrifying entity. The terrifying entity finally reveals her true identity, introducing herself as Rurumi, the demigod of this sea. Latrelli freezes, terrified to even speak her own name to such an ancient and powerful being. But the demigod leans in with a disturbingly bright smile, already knowing her name and calling her Lot. Rurumi then asks if her body hurts from the earlier fight, and Latrelli realizes with a shock that her wounds have already healed. The demigod's playful expression suddenly darkens as she warns that the pain, though gone now, will soon return. She then delivers a chilling revelation, explaining that she can see a powerful curse flowing through Latrelli's very veins. Stunned, Latrelli demands to know what she means, just as Rurumi offers her a mysterious gift. In her hands are 3 glowing pearls, a supposed remedy to ease the agony of her affliction. Latrelli immediately asks what the catch is, but the demigod only fumes, insisting there's no trick to her kindness. Yet as Rurumi begins to pull away, Latrelli's desperation wins, and she lunges forward, agreeing to take them. The demigod playfully explains she can't let a familiar face like Latrelli die just yet. But her expression darkens as she adds a chilling condition, not until she reaches the old sea. The name shocks Latrelli to her core, instantly reminding her that Raltia mentioned the very same place in a dream. A haunting memory flashes through her mind of her friend's voice, begging her to find her in that mysterious location. Snapping back, Latrelli grabs the demigod's arm, desperately demanding to know what she knows about it. Rurumi simply smiles, admitting she knows everything but refuses to spoil the fun of Latrelli finding out herself. Frustrated by the cryptic answers, Latrelli wonders if all demigods are this infuriatingly vague. Suddenly, Rurumi unleashes a massive wave, promising that all answers await her in the old sea. As the demigod vanishes into a swirling vortex, Latrelli reaches out, begging her not to leave. But her plea fades into silence as she blinks awake in her bed, the entire encounter feeling like a terrifyingly real dream. Waking from the vision, Latrelli questions if it was a dream, only to find 3 glowing pearls resting in her hand. She jolts upright in bed, a wave of shock and confusion washing over her at the impossible sight. Her eyes narrow with a terrifying realization the encounter with the demigod was absolutely real. She stares at the pearls, wondering if this cryptic gift truly holds the power to heal her insidious curse. With a surge of determination, she clenches her fist, ready to face whatever comes next. But her resolve is shaken by visions of the Sea Witch and a mysterious dark-haired woman, leaving her to question if she's truly cursed and what dreadful fate awaits her. Later, while working below deck, her crewmates Kylo and Domem express their concern, still believing she's gravely injured. Domem insists she take a break, pointing out her arm should still be in immense pain from the last battle. Kylo even offers to cover her duties, completely unaware of her miraculous and unnatural recovery. Latrelli puts on a brave face, forced to hide the truth that a literal demigod healed her, lest the entire crew brand her a lunatic. Hoping to find answers, Latrelli casually asks her crewmates if they've ever heard of the Old Sea. Her friends immediately recognize the name from an ancient legend, a bedtime story about the so-called Master of the Sea. The myth tells of a time when a petty deity ruled the oceans, only to be slain by a powerful sea witch, leaving the waters lawless ever since. The mention of a sea witch sends a chill down Latrelli's spine as the name strikes a terrifying chord. Her mind flashes back to the ethereal demigod Rurumi, and she suddenly realizes the legend might be horrifyingly real. Kylo scoffs, dismissing the entire story as nothing more than a childish myth, completely unaware of the truth standing before him. While Domem agrees it's just a fairy tale, Kylo quietly admits that some legends contain a terrifying grain of truth, but he quickly shakes it off, telling them to focus on fixing the ship before they get into trouble. Suddenly, their work is interrupted as a frantic crewman bursts in with urgent news for Vice Captain Kylo. The man delivers a shocking order that freezes them all in place. The captain wants to navigate straight through the dreaded Sea of Glass. The crewman panics over the map, explaining the Sea of Glass is a shortcut straight into a death trap. Kylo immediately grows suspicious, questioning if this reckless order truly came from the captain as Latrelli senses the crew's deep-seated fear. But with a grim look of resignation, he accepts the command, knowing there's nothing he can do to change it. Despite the others begging him to intervene, he coldly walks away with his beast, refusing to challenge a direct order. Latrelli, however, feels a growing unease, sensing a crucial piece of the puzzle is missing as her mystical bird lands on her shoulder. The crew then speaks of another legend, a demigod guarded by a great beast which triggers a horrifying vision of the sea witch Rurumi in her mind. When she presses for answers about the Sea of Glass, they finally reveal the true terror, a mysterious entity known only as Aurora. The very name sends a searing pain through Latrelli's body, causing her to collapse as the curse Rurumi mentioned begins to awaken. Her mind is suddenly flooded with a traumatic memory of her own people casting her out, their hateful screams echoing in her head. Shaking violently, she stumbles away from the others, desperately trying to hide her agony under the guise of a sudden illness. She rushes into the ship's storage hold, seeking refuge from prying eyes. As her mystical companion Balka lands on her shoulder, sensing her distress, but she pushes him away. The searing pain forces her to the floor as she realizes this agony has plagued her ever since the day of the massacre. Her mind is then flooded with terrifying visions of the slaughter, making her wonder if her own people cursed her. In a moment of desperation, she remembers the mysterious glowing pearls given to her by the sea witch Rurumi. She lies to her worried bird, calling the strange artifact simple medicine to ease his fears. Despite Balka's warnings and her own deep uncertainty, she swallows the glowing pearl without a second thought. Miraculously, the pain vanishes almost instantly, leaving her with a moment of profound relief. But that relief is quickly replaced by a chilling new fear. What happens when she runs out of this temporary cure? Suddenly, the entire ship lurches with a violent crash, as if responding to the very question of her cursed fate. Just as the ship steadies, Latrelli is confronted by Vice Captain Utaguru, who coldly asks if she was just popping pills. He immediately explodes with rage, his face contorted as he screams at her, demanding to know if she's infected. Stumbling backward, she tries to explain she's just injured, while her mystical bird Balka moves to protect her from the advancing threat. But Utuguru cuts her off, violently grabbing her by the collar to silence her excuses. The struggle then spills out onto the main deck, where the rest of the pirates are going about their duties, oblivious to the drama. He brutally drags her through the bewildered crew, ignoring her desperate struggles while Balka shrieks from above. With a sharp, final yank, the beaded choker around her neck suddenly snaps under the pressure. Utuguru then slams her face first onto the deck, snarling that there's no place for infected sailors on his ship. The precious red pearls, her only cure for the curse, scatter across the wooden planks just beyond her grasp. Overwhelmed by a fresh wave of agony, her cursed eye begins to glow as the vice-captain looms over her, telling the rookie to know her place. But something inside Latrelli finally snaps, and with a guttural scream, she lunges at the vice-captain. Her fist connects with a sickening wham, catching the much larger man completely off guard. She tackles him to the deck, and begins pummeling him with a fury no one has ever seen from her. But the vice-captain retaliates with a brutal backhand, enraged that a mere rookie would dare to strike him. As he grips her face, the curse in her eye flares to life, a terrifying blue glow, signaling she's losing control. The rest of the crew can only watch in horror as she prepares to land another blow, with Domem screaming for her to stop. Domem finally manages to pull her away from the bloodied vice-captain, who lies dazed on the deck. He desperately holds her back, but she struggles against him, pleading for him to let her go. Her rage completely takes over as she screams that she'll make him pay for what he's done. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the chaos as the ship's physician, Bredek, arrives to see the aftermath of the brawl. Domem struggles to hold Latrelli back as she screams at the vice-captain, begging her to calm down before she makes things worse. Utuguru stumbles away, coughing up blood and declaring to the newly arrived physician that the girl is nothing but a sick bilge rat. But Latrelli fires back with a stunning accusation, claiming she caught him taking mysterious pills right before he tried to kill her. The physician, Bredek, turns his cold, judging eyes on her, putting her on the spot by asking if she denies seeing him take pills. With the entire crew watching, she quietly looks down at her hand and insists that what she saw wasn't what they think. The battered vice-captain scoffs, demanding to know what they could possibly be if not drugs, as Latrelli sighs in mock defeat. In a flash of genius, she suddenly shoves the evidence into Domem's mouth, telling him to be the judge of her crime. His panicked expression melts into surprise as he chews, realizing it's nothing more than a piece of sweet candy. Latrelli calmly shrugs, explaining she only took it from the kitchen to distract herself from the pain of her wounds. The vice-captain is left utterly humiliated as she asks if taking candy is truly an offense worth throwing her overboard for. Utuguru desperately tries to save face, claiming his fever is just a side effect of his wounds. But the powerful vice-captain Kylo shuts him down, declaring that his attack on Latrelli was completely inexcusable. He then turns the tables, coldly reminding Utuguru that his false accusation was also a serious misconduct. The disgraced vice-captain can only grit his teeth in silent fury as his authority crumbles before the entire crew. Watching the power shift, the ship's physician Bredek smirks, mockingly praising Kylo for finally acting his part. Then he asserts his own dominance over both of them, declaring they will be punished accordingly before dismissing them from his sight. As the crew scatters, Latrelli is left alone on the deck, until her mystical bird Balka swoops down to her side. The creature senses her distress, telepathically asking if she's okay after the brutal confrontation. But Latrelli reveals she's more heartbroken than hurt, as she gathers the scattered candy that was a precious memento from her father. In a quiet moment of kindness, her friend Domem approaches and gently offers her the pieces he recovered from the deck. Her friend Domem can only feel an awkwardness for her pain, as he kneels down, noting how important the necklace must have been for her to attack him so fiercely. Latrelli then reveals a painful memory, explaining it was the last gift she ever received from her father. And now, holding the shattered pieces in her hands, she laments that the final memento of him is broken forever. But from a distance, the stoic Vice-Captain Kylo has been watching the entire exchange in silence. He seems to hesitate, a flicker of an unknown emotion crossing his usually guarded face. Suddenly, he steps forward and makes a surprising offer, telling her that he can fix the broken trinket. He immediately gets embarrassed and tries to take it back, but Domem quickly stops him, calling it a brilliant idea. Domem then reveals a hidden talent, reminding Kylo of how he used to make all sorts of intricate ship models. Hearing this, a spark of hope ignites in Latrelli as she desperately grabs his sleeve, begging for his help. Overwhelmed with a desperate hope, Latrelli grabs Kylo's hand, begging him to fix the last memento of her father. He worries he might ruin it, but she promises not to complain no matter the outcome. With tears in her eyes, she places her complete faith in him, saying it will be perfect as long as she can wear it. Her unwavering trust finally breaks through his stoic facade, drawing a rare, gentle smile from the vice captain. Clenching his fist with determination, he promises to do his best to repair the precious item. Just then, Domem throws an arm around Latrelli, cheerfully changing the subject by asking where she found some candy. Latrelli freezes, a nervous sweat breaking out as she silently prays he doesn't ask the ship's chef about her secret stash. But sensing her panic, Kylo expertly steps in, diverting their attention by suggesting they all go grab a meal together. He leads the group into the ship's workshop where they all stop in their tracks, completely stunned by what they see. Meanwhile, the head chef shows off a peculiar knife to the younger crew members, one of whom innocently asks if it can kill someone. The chef morbidly jokes that anything can be a weapon, but his crewmate quickly tells him not to give the young cabin boy any ideas. Meanwhile, Latrelli and her group enter the workshop, marveling at the pristine condition of the treasure recovered from the old slaver ship. As they sort through rare jewels and artifacts, they realize the loot also contains a trove of old books and newspapers. Suddenly, the cabin boy approaches Latrelli with an elegant sword, noting that she still doesn't have a weapon of her own. With a confident grin, he reveals he found a matching pair among the spoils and declares that they now belong to her. Latrelli accepts the dual swords, a flicker of her old fighting spirit returning as she thanks him for the incredible gift. But her attention is suddenly drawn to an old document her mystical bird is standing on, which features a strangely familiar picture. She picks up the paper and reads aloud about a record-breaking aurora sighting in a mysterious place called the Sea of Glass. At those words, the entire room goes silent as Kylo and the others turn around with looks of utter shock. The vice captain snatches the newspaper from her hands, his voice laced with urgency as he demands to know the date on the article. The article is terrifyingly recent, confirming the aurora sighting was just 2 weeks ago directly in their path. Johann immediately panics, insisting they have to change course now that they have evidence of the danger ahead. But Latrelli, still naive to the true stakes, tries to calm everyone down, unaware of what this omen truly means. She innocently asks if auroras aren't just for making wishes, even joking about her intense rivalry with Utuguru. But speaking of the devil, Utuguru himself appears from the shadows, declaring the feeling is mutual as he snatches the paper away. His playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a grim realization that this situation is far worse than he imagined. Without another word, he turns and storms away from the group, leaving the confused crew members behind. Latrelli is left stunned by his uncharacteristic retreat, learning from the others that for sailors, an aurora isn't a beautiful sight but a terrifying omen. He marches directly to the captain's quarters, slamming the door open to present the dire news. The captain can only sigh in exhaustion, realizing that yet another unavoidable crisis has found its way to his ship. The shimmering aurora isn't a blessing, it's a death sentence, illuminating a path of certain doom. On deck, the crew erupts in panic, screaming that the captain's new plan is nothing short of a suicide mission. The head chef desperately pleads with him, questioning how they can possibly fight an enemy they can't even see. Even the navigator backs him up, recalling horrifying tales of sailors being shredded by nothing but the wind. But Captain Clusdo refuses to yield, explaining that any delay means they will lose their target for good. Suddenly, the ship's physician Bredick steps forward, challenging his captain directly for the sake of the crew. He argues that it is far better to lose time than to needlessly sacrifice the lives of his men. The captain seems to finally relent, admitting the physician has a point as the crew watches in anticipation. But Latrelli panics internally, knowing that any detour means she'll lose her only chance to find her friend Raltia. Just as she's about to speak up, her mystical bird Balka warns her to stay silent, sensing her reckless desperation. Ignoring her bird's warning, Latrelli speaks up, declaring she has more faith in her captain than anyone else. Her bold statement shocks the dissenting crew, as some pirates argue that a dance with death is what they signed up for. With his authority restored, Captain Clusto roars for his men to gear up for the deadly voyage ahead. Latrelli swallows her fear, knowing her desperate words have now locked them all into this dangerous path. Soon, their ship enters the Sea of Glass. A beautiful but unsettlingly silent and freezing expanse of water. On deck, Domem shivers from the unnatural cold, confirming to Latrelli the complete and eerie absence of wind. He explains that legends say this is where the demigod's power fails, and expresses his wish to be able to read. In a surprising moment of kindness, Latrelli offers to teach him herself, taking him completely by surprise. Suddenly, Vice Captain Kylo appears, casually carrying his massive beast 10 over his shoulders as if it weighs nothing. Domem complains about his personal heater, but Kylo simply announces it's his turn to keep watch. As the others head below deck, Latrelli stays behind, only to hear a faint, desperate cry for help from the still waters. The voice grows louder, putting the entire watch on high alert as they try to pinpoint its source in the eerie silence. Suddenly, Balka takes to the sky while Ten lets out a low growl, both creatures sensing an immediate and unseen threat approaching. Below them, two desperate castaways are spotted on a piece of wreckage, frantically pleading to be saved from the deadly sea. Once safely aboard, the mysterious men thank their rescuers, claiming they would have surely perished in the windless expanse. But Captain Clusdo is immediately suspicious, striding forward with his physician to inspect the newcomers and their strange equipment. The warrior's intense gaze locks onto the crew, pointedly asking which one of them is the doctor. He then steps protectively in front of his companion, a silent warning that they are not as helpless as they appear. The other man calmly steps forward, identifying himself as the doctor while facing the captain's intense scrutiny. He spins a tale of a research mission from a distant land gone wrong, claiming they simply ran out of magic stones on their journey. Once aboard, the two mysterious castaways thank their rescuers, spinning a tale of being stranded without wind or magic stones. But Captain Clusdo is immediately suspicious. Noting the incredibly advanced tools among their salvaged belongings, the warrior's gaze then hardens, his eyes locking onto the crew as he demands to know which one of them is the doctor. He then moves to shield his companion, a silent but clear threat that they are far from helpless. The other man calmly identifies himself as the doctor, but the captain presses him, questioning what business they could possibly have out here. The man explains they are researchers from a distant land, seeking rare medicinal plants in a legendary place known as the Sea of Forest. Suddenly, the ship's own physician, Bredick, grabs the captain's arm, his expression shifting from suspicion to intense, almost desperate, eagerness. From afar, Latrelli watches this bizarre interaction, wondering why their physician is suddenly so interested in these strangers. Kylo then quietly reveals a shocking secret. Bredick isn't a true doctor, and he only studied medicine because the captain himself is gravely ill. He adds that the captain hides his condition perfectly, a secret sickness known only to a trusted few on the ship. Kylo reveals the true horror of the captain's illness, a sickness that comes in waves, leaving him coughing up blood. Latrelli, seeing his pain, expresses genuine relief that a doctor is finally here to help his dad. But as Kylo and his beast depart for their watch, he leaves her with an ominous warning to enjoy the calm before the storm. Later, as an unnatural chill descends, the flapping of mystical wings heralds a shift in the air. Below deck, Latrelli shivers violently in the sudden cold, while Kylo simply tells her to find warmer clothes. She can only remind him that she came aboard with nothing, a stark reminder of her past as a slave. Moved by her plight, Kylo unexpectedly offers her one of his own long coats from his younger days. To her surprise, the coat fits perfectly, a small moment of comfort in her harsh new life. Their quiet moment is suddenly interrupted as the ship's carpenter and his younger brother call out to her. The boys approach with an unusual request, claiming they urgently need her expertise in reading. Praise presents Latrelli with a mysterious book, hoping it holds the secret to defeating the monster known as Aurora. As she begins to read, the book reveals a horrifying truth about Aurora, a spirit born from the sorrow of children who died at sea. The legend speaks of this vengeful spirit wandering the ocean, just waiting for a chance to be reborn. Shocked, Latrelli discovers the book was stolen from a crewmate's private stash, raising the stakes of their discovery. Despite the book's questionable origin, Kylo presses for answers, desperate for any clue about the nature of their foe. But just as she's about to reveal the monster's identity, a piercing scream echoes across the ship, freezing everyone in place. Recognizing the voice as Domum's, the crew scrambles to arm themselves, fearing Aurora has finally come aboard. Rushing to the deck, they find a chaotic scene under an unnatural sky, with Domum claiming an invisible force just attacked him. Amidst the panic, Latrelli's keen hearing picks up a faint, chilling sound cutting through the wind. Her blood runs cold as she realizes it's the unmistakable sound of a child weeping somewhere in the darkness. The disembodied weeping intensifies, surrounding the crew as Latrelli stands at the center of the chaos. She turns to her mystical companion Balka for answers, only to receive a chilling, telepathic command to draw her weapon immediately. Her heart pounds in her chest as the sheer gravity of the warning sinks in. Suddenly, the very rigging of the ship begins to splinter and crack under an immense, unseen pressure. Balka screams a warning directly into her mind. The entity known as Aurora is finally materializing right beside them. The captain roars for his men to hold their positions as the pirates draw steel against the spectral fog. But their bravery is met with brutal, invisible force, as a crewman is violently impaled by nothing at all. Panic erupts as they realize their enemy is completely invisible, and the ship's physician can only order a desperate defense. Another pirate is sent flying across the deck by the phantom attacker, making their situation feel utterly hopeless. Bredick just barely parries a lethal blow from the void. the clang of steel on steel proving their ghostly foe is very, very real. Latrelli screams in horror as her friend Domum is brutally impaled by the invisible assailant. Suddenly her mystical bird Balka swoops down, frantically warning her to stay away from Kylo. The bird's voice invades her mind with a terrifying truth: there aren't one, but 6 of these killers. Meanwhile, the ship's physician Bredick is sent flying as the main mast begins to violently tear apart. With the shrouds completely severed, he can only scream for the crew to fall back from the collapsing wreckage. The massive sail then crashes down onto the deck, blanketing the chaos in an eerie silence. Bredick and the surviving pirates stare in disbelief at the large, unmoving shape now trapped beneath the canvas. As he cautiously approaches, he realizes the invisible monsters are finally caught and exposed. The shapes begin to stir, and Bredick roars for his men to attack while their foes are finally vulnerable. And from afar, Latrelli watches with grim understanding, realizing Aurora isn't a ghost, but a solid, killable entity. The crew stabs blindly at the shapes under the sail, but Latrelli knows they need a way to actually see their invisible foes. Suddenly, her mystical bird Balka telepathically screams a warning to Vice Captain Kylo just as an attack comes in. Kylo barely manages to block the phantom strike that rings out against his blade, his Beast 10 snarling defensively at his side. Latrelli takes command of the chaos, using Balka's sight to direct 10 towards the monster's unseen leg. The beast lunges forward, its fangs sinking into an invisible enemy that erupts in a flash of purple energy, finally revealing its monstrous form. But this small victory is meaningless, as Balka cries out in despair there are far too many of them, and the ship is completely surrounded. From the sky, the true scale of the horror is revealed, as dozens of these spectral killers crawl all over the ship like insects. The captain roars for them to escape, but the navigator yells back that it's impossible. Something is physically weighing the entire ship down. On deck, chaos ensues as Balka's panicked warnings become a jumbled mess, causing 10 to snarl in frustration at the bird's inability to focus. Latrelli realizes she can sense the wind from their attacks, but it's not enough. She desperately needs a way to make these phantoms visible before they're all slaughtered. A desperate counterattack leaves one phantom dead, but not before Domum is grievously wounded by its spectral claws. Latrelli stands over the fallen monster, a grim realization dawning on her as she understands their disadvantage. Suddenly, she turns and bolts from the fight, earning cries of cowardice as she abandons her comrades. Down below, the rest of the crew is completely incapacitated, groaning in agony from the ship's mysterious affliction. She bursts into the galley, ignoring Johann's concern as a desperate plan finally forms in her mind. Latrelli frantically demands every last sack of flour they have on board, much to the chef's confusion. Back on the chaotic deck, the crew swings blindly at their invisible foes as she returns carrying a massive sack. She calls out to her mystical companion Balka, telling the bird to get ready to catch her payload. With all her might, she hurls the sack high into the air, yelling that this will finally reveal their enemies. Balka swoops down with perfect timing, catching the sack that could turn the tide of this impossible battle. The mystical bird rips the sack open, showering the deck in a massive cloud of flour. Her plan works perfectly, as the white dust reveals the horrifying forms of their invisible attackers. With their enemies finally visible, Latrelli feels a surge of confidence, believing they can win this fight. But a chilling realization hits her as she recognizes their cries of agony from her nightmares. She stares in horror as the creature's core reveals the spectral face of a weeping child. Frozen in shock, she's nearly killed before Vice Captain Kylo suddenly appears to intercept the lethal blow. He pulls her to safety, demanding she focus as he and his beast hold the line. Snapping out of it, Latrelli takes command, directing Kylo and his beast in a coordinated defense. Following her orders, the crew rushes to the railings to create a wall of flour, but Kylo looks over the edge only to make a horrifying discovery about their true origin. The horrifying creatures, born from the sea itself, begin to crawl over the ship's hull, and the captain screams for everyone to guard the railings, but it's already too late. An otherworldly swarm pours onto the deck, overwhelming the unprepared pirates in a chaotic slaughter. Latrelli draws her blades, diving headfirst into the desperate fray to protect her crew. Even the ship's physician, Bredick, is forced to join the fight, cutting down the spectral invaders with precision. Her friend Domum fights valiantly beside her, managing to pierce one of the monster's cores. But in a horrifying instant, a blade of pure energy impales him as Latrelli can only watch in shock. Her grief instantly turns to a cold, burning rage as she raises her swords for vengeance. With a furious scream, she lunges forward and drives both blades deep into the creature that killed her friend. As the monster dissolves, she looks up, a single drop of its essence falling onto her face, marking the cost of her victory. The dying creature whispers a heartbreaking question, asking why it's always abandoned. As its life fades, its spectral foot slips from the edge of the ship's deck. In a final act of despair, it shoves Lotrelli, dragging her down with it into the churning sea below. The crew watches helplessly as she's violently pulled from the ship, still tangled with the massive beast. Submerged in the cold water, a blinding, agonizing pain suddenly surges through her body. She realizes with dawning horror that her swords are still embedded deep within the creature, trapping her. Panic sets in as she frantically struggles, knowing she has to break free before it drags her into the abyss forever. With a final, desperate twist, she rips both her blades from its dissolving core. Now untethered, she floats silently in the vast, empty darkness of the deep ocean. But as she sinks deeper, the familiar, agonizing ache of her curse begins to burn within her once more. As Lotrelli sinks, she's confronted by strange, glowing creatures, pleading to go home. But she recalls legends that the aurora was made from the souls of lost children. Yet a closer look reveals the terrified faces of full-grown adults trapped within the spectral shells. Confused by this impossible sight, she watches one swim past, wondering what they truly are, when suddenly, she breaks the surface, finally gasping for a desperate breath of air, and just then, a lifeline splashes down beside her, offering a chance at escape. Her crewmates, Kylo and Domum, shout from a nearby boat, urging her to grab on, so Lotrelli seizes the rope, screaming for them to pull her out of the cursed water. But just beneath her, a monstrous, glowing spike rises silently from the abyss, and an immense force suddenly yanks her back under, dragging her into the darkness as the creatures whisper to her once more. Trapped beneath the waves, Lotrelli realizes the spectral figures are begging for help, but knows she'll die if she stays. With her last ounce of strength, she unsheathes her sword, refusing to be dragged to a watery grave. She fiercely stabs the monstrous entity below, determined to break free from its grip. Meanwhile, on the boat above, Kylo and Domum struggle against an impossible weight, sensing that something is terribly wrong. The rope is stretched to its breaking point, pulled taut by an unseen force deep in the cursed sea. Lotrelli screams for them to stop as she's violently hoisted from the water, the strain threatening to tear her apart. But as she's pulled up the ship's hull, spectral hands erupt from the sea to grab her legs, trying to drag her back under. Suddenly, her mystical seabird Balka swoops down from the sky, carrying a strange bag directly toward her rescuers. The bird flies past them and releases its cargo, which bursts over the clinging spirits in a cloud of white powder. The flower immediately dissolves the spectral hands, finally severing their unholy grip and freeing Lotrelli from the abyss. With a deafening slam, Balka crashes onto the deck, bringing the fight to a sudden, violent end. The ghostly monster dissolves back into the cursed sea, its form evaporating into nothingness. But the victory comes at a cost, as the mystical bird lies injured on the deck, drawing the immediate attention of Kylo's beast. Above, Kylo and Domum strain against the rope while Ten desperately barks for them to pull Lotrelli to safety. Below, Lotrelli desperately kicks at the remaining spectral hand, which cries out in a haunting voice, asking why she's abandoning them again. The word again sends a jolt of terror through her, her eyes widening in horrified recognition. Fueled by a surge of desperate resolve, she drives her sword down, severing the ghostly appendage for good. From the ship's railing, Beze shouts in relief, confirming he's provided the covering fire she needed. Finally, free from the sea's grasp, she scrambles up the side of the hull where her crewmates wait to pull her aboard. She collapses onto the deck, coughing up seawater, but her friends are there to confirm she's finally safe. Despite her injuries, Lotrelli insists she can still fight, urging her worried crewmates to go on ahead. Her friends reluctantly leave her to face the remaining threat alone as a new sound echoes across the deck. Wasting no time, she whips around with twin blades drawn, ready for whatever is coming. But her heart hammers in her chest as her eyes lock onto the enemy, revealing a horrifying sight. A wailing spectral horror materializes before her, its form a twisted mockery of a human face. Yet, pushing past the terror, she steels herself and raises her blades, refusing to back down. She lunges forward with a powerful strike, only for her swords to be stopped dead in their tracks by an unseen force. The monster's face then warps into a familiar, haunting image, whispering of home and triggering a vision that makes her tremble. With a desperate cry, she breaks through the illusion and plunges her blade deep into the phantom's chest. The creature erupts in a shower of spectral energy, leaving her standing alone amidst the fading purple mist. The spectral horror dissolves with a splash, its core shattering as it sinks into the dark waters. And as the unnatural aurora fades from the sky, Vice Captain Utuguru furiously grabs Lotrelli, screaming at her for freezing during the fight. But her friend Domem throws an arm around her, celebrating their hard-won survival, completely unaware of her inner turmoil. Lotrelli can barely register his words, her mind racing as she questions if the horrifying vision was real. A chilling memory of bloodied stone flashes through her mind, forcing her to ask a terrifying question. Was that phantom truly her father? Meanwhile, on the deck below, the rest of the Black Ocean crew erupts into a massive celebration. Mugs of ale slam together as the pirates toast to another victory against the horrors of the sea. Their cheers echo across the water, praising the strength of their mighty crew, believing the danger has passed. Domum and the quiet Vice Captain Kylo soon find her standing alone, attempting to pull her into the festivities. Yet, staring into her drink, Lotrelli finds no comfort, only the cold certainty that the monster's face was no illusion, it was his. She's haunted by the vision of her father's face, trapped in that horrifying light, wondering how he could possibly be connected to the monster. But her crewmates try to pull her into their celebration, completely oblivious to the darkness consuming her soul. Overwhelmed by the memory, she finally snaps, screaming at them to just leave her alone. The perceptive Vice Captain Kylo, however, notices what everyone else missed. She's crying. Lotrelli quickly wipes her eyes away, furious that she let her guard down in front of the crew. Desperate to escape, she tries to dismiss them, using her injured leg as an excuse to leave the party. Yet as she turns to go, her body gives out and she stumbles hard, her ankle buckling beneath her. Before she can hit the deck, a strong hand grabs her shoulder, pulling her back from the fall. Kylo holds her steady, his expression serious as he insists that her ankle needs rest. Finally relenting, she lets her two friends support her, guiding her away from the celebration and toward the doctor's care. Supported by her friends, Lotrelli tries to brush off their concern, calling them worrywarts for no reason. Domem leads the way into the infirmary, with Vice Captain Kylo helping the injured girl through the door. Inside, they find the ship's chef, Johann, tending to the wounded carpenter brothers, Bez and Praise. The younger brother, Praz, immediately rushes over, hailing Lotrelli as a genius for figuring out how to see the invisible monsters. But Lotrelli humbly dismisses the praise, explaining it was just a lucky guess based on a single drop of blood. As she speaks, a sudden jolt sends a searing pain through her leg, causing her to cry out. Johann's sharp eyes catch her reaction, but she tries to downplay the injury, until Domem reveals she was nearly torn in half. Refusing to let her tough it out, Johann insists on examining the wound himself, declaring he'll be the judge. He rolls up her pant leg to reveal a grotesquely bruised and swollen ankle, a sight so horrific it stuns the room into silence. Her friends can only stare in disbelief, finally understanding the immense pain she's been hiding this entire time. Johann, the ship's chef, takes command, ordering Lotrelli to rest while he prepares medicine for her agonizing injury. The young cabin boy Praise excitedly asks to stay, but his older brother Beze gently reminds him their hero needs to recover. Johann agrees, ruffling the disappointed boy's hair and stressing the importance of letting Lotrelli rest after her ordeal. He then offers her a cup of potent medicine, promising it will finally numb the pain and grant her a peaceful sleep. After she drinks it, Johann announces he must leave to check on the other executives, signaling for everyone to clear the room. Kylo and Domem offer their help, but Johann insists they've done enough fighting for one night and need their own rest. Lotrelli puts on a brave face, waving cheerfully as her friends depart for the night. The second she's alone, however, the mask shatters, and she collapses onto the bed in utter exhaustion. Savoring the quiet, she realizes with a sigh that it's been ages since she's had the comfort of a real bed. Her thoughts drift to her companion Balka, who is shown sleeping safely in another room under the watchful, glowing eyes of Kylo's beast. Lotrelli lies in bed, her mind racing as she wonders about a mysterious book. She resolves to borrow it, desperate to understand the secrets of Aurora and her father's connection to it. Meanwhile, the ship's mess hall is alive with activity, as the crew finally awakens after a long night. A still-tired Lotrelli emerges from her room, and Domem immediately waves her over to their table. He and Kylo greet her warmly, inviting her to join them for a late meal. Her companion Balka even saves her a favorite fruit, rolling an orange toward her with a gentle caw. But Kylo's sharp eyes notice her exhaustion, asking if she is truly feeling all right. Although she tries to brush it off, her friends insist they are there for her if she needs to talk. Lotrelli hesitates, admitting they might not even believe her unbelievable story, but they simply urge her to try. With unwavering support, her two friends and mystical bird lean in, waiting patiently to hear her truth. With a heavy heart, Lotrelli finally begins to share her terrifying secret, and she reveals the impossible. She saw the face of her long-dead father among the ghostly auroras. Her friends immediately question her, wondering if exhaustion was simply playing tricks on her mind. But Lotrelli shoots to her feet, insisting she could never mistake the face of her own father. Her mind flashes back to the horrifying, flower-like spirit that was stabbed, a sight that completely froze her in terror. And then she remembers seeing those smaller spirits circling two larger, calmer, adult-looking auroras out at sea. Confused, Domem asks what she means, and she explains these entities were different. They were serene, not frantic like the lost children. A horrifying theory then dawns on her. If the auroras are souls lost at sea, her father might be trapped there too, and she declares she must get the book to confirm it. But Kylo immediately crushes her hope, revealing that the crucial book is no longer in their possession. He explains it was returned to Netter's trunk amidst the chaos, before calmly deciding their next move. They're going to steal it back. Kylo dismisses the idea of asking for the book, knowing Netter's animosity towards Latrelli makes a civilized request impossible. He turns back to his crew, acknowledging that the bad blood between the two means they'll never get cooperation. But suddenly, a charming voice cuts in as the ship's physician Bredek appears, suggesting Netter would gladly lend the book to a friend. The group is completely stunned by his sudden arrival, demanding to know how long he's been eavesdropping. Bredek calmly admits he heard everything, chiding them for discussing such a heavy topic in a crowded mess hall. He then leans in close, whispering for Latrelli to drop her terrifying death glare if she wants to maintain a low profile. Flustered, she concedes he has a point as he smoothly takes a seat right beside her. Kylo, however, immediately challenges him, questioning why Yutogura's closest friend would ever offer them help. Bredek simply sighs, explaining his friendship doesn't mean he's actively working against them at every turn. Finally, he turns to Latrelli with a sincere gaze, offering his help after hearing the tragic story about her father. Domem scolds Bredek for his insensitive prying, with even the mystical bird Balka looking deeply annoyed. But Latrelli accepts his apology, prompting the physician to ask if his offer of help still stands. After a moment's hesitation, she agrees and reveals the book's cryptic title, The Magic of Winter Sea. Kylo immediately raises a critical problem, realizing they could be snitched on if they read it openly in the crew quarters. Domem cleverly suggests the infirmary, a place their enemies actively avoid, as the perfect secret meeting spot. With a plan in motion, Bredek rises from the table, promising to meet her later that very night. As he walks away, Latrelli notes his strange cheerfulness, making his dark bond with Utoguru all the more mysterious. Domem just smirks, pointing out that her own unlikely friendship with the stoic Vice-Captain Kylo is just as bizarre. Suddenly, Kylo turns to face her directly, his expression turning deadly serious as he calls her name. He then asks a shockingly direct question that cuts through the silence. How exactly did her father die at sea? Struck by Kylo's question, Latrelli's expression darkens as she's dragged back into a painful memory. The world fades to a sunny day at the docks, the last peaceful moment before her life changed forever. Even then, a younger Latrelli endured the bitter scorn of old sailors who believed a woman had no place at sea. But her father was always there, gently reassuring her to ignore their ignorant words. He proudly declared that her skill surpassed every man on the docks, giving her every right to be on that ship. She shot back a playful grin, their bond shining as brightly as the sun. With hopeful hearts, they set sail together, leaving the shore and their old lives behind. The journey began with a moment of pure joy, as she held up a massive catch to her father's beaming pride. But the sky suddenly turned dark, and a single drop of rain signaled the coming doom. A monstrous storm then descended from nowhere, engulfing their ship in a terrifying abyss of wind and waves. The unnatural storm descends without warning, tossing their ship as even her mystical bird is caught completely off guard. In a deafening blast, a bolt of lightning tears through the sky and shatters their mast in a single, devastating strike. With the ship breached and burning all around them, their only hope is a desperate sprint towards the lifeboats. But as her father pulls her towards the last lifeboat, a horrifying realization dawns upon them. A man from the boat shouts back in panic, "There's only room for one more person." Without a moment's hesitation, her father shoves her onto the boat, sacrificing his own escape for hers. He gives her one last, tearful smile amidst the flames, promising he'll always be with her as he clings to the connecting rope. Then, with a flash of steel, he slices through the very line that keeps him safe. The lifeboat is cast adrift, leaving him alone on the sinking, burning wreckage. All Latrelli can do is scream his name in absolute despair as she's pulled away from the man who gave everything for her. As the ship explodes in a fiery blast, Latrelli screams for her father, desperate to row back into the inferno. The raw memory overwhelms her in the present as she collapses into heartbreaking sobs. All she could hear back then were hollow words, dismissing the tragedy as nothing more than bad luck. But upon returning to her village, the survivors pointed their fingers, placing all the blame squarely on her shoulders. The whispers grew into a venomous chorus, calling her a curse for daring to be a woman on the sea. Haunted by their cruel words, she began to wonder if her father would still be alive if she had just stayed home. This crushing guilt drove her to the water's edge, completely lost in her overwhelming despair. Suddenly, her friend Raltia appeared, finding her confessing that she believed she had jinxed the entire voyage. Raltia tried to comfort her, but Lotrelli could only see herself as the bad luck everyone warned about. But her friend held her face, pleading for her to ignore them, insisting she belongs at sea just as her father always knew. The memory of her friend's comfort fades as Lotrella's mind sinks into the cold, dark sea that brought her so much pain. She recalls confessing to Raltia that she no longer loved the ocean, the weight of her father's death turning it into a source of torment. Back in the present, she finishes recounting this tragedy to her new crewmates, calmly explaining that this was how her father was lost. While Domum is moved to tears, Vice Captain Kylo listens with grim understanding as Lotrelli tries to dismiss the event as nothing more than fate. Domum explodes with rage at the injustice of her village, but Lotrelli quietly admits she had to hide key details just to survive. The powerful Vice Captain then looks at her with an unwavering gaze, ready to make a declaration that changes everything. He places a hand over his heart, swearing on his honor that she will never be abandoned or blamed while on his ship. Stunned by this sudden and powerful act of loyalty, she can only manage a quiet thank you. Domum immediately breaks the tension by teasing the flustered vice captain for his grand gesture, who quickly tells him to shut up. But even as Lotrelli smiles, a cynical thought surfaces, wondering just how long a pirate's promise is truly meant to last. But as the Black Ocean sails on, Lotrelli is haunted by a single, terrifying question. Would they still accept her if they knew her true identity? Meanwhile, her crewmates gather in a hidden room, waiting for a crucial contact who is running late. Domem thanks their host for the sanctuary, who admits the place has been far too quiet since the last battle. The vice captain finds himself drawn to a massive bookshelf, a sight that reminds him of his mother's home. Hearing this, Domem assumes Lotrelli must come from wealth, but she reveals a shocking secret: her mother was the daughter of a noble. He immediately teases her for being royalty, but she fiercely rejects the title, insisting she's just as poor as the rest of them. Just then, the ship's physician Breddick stumbles in, barely carrying a mountain of books needed for their cover story. He hands the heavy stack to Kylo, complaining about his back as the crew prepares for the real mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Lotrelli pulls a specific, ancient-looking volume from the pile. She flips it open, her eyes sharp with focus, as the crew realizes she's found the clue they were searching for, a place called the Aurora Park. Lotrelli flips through the book, convinced she missed a vital clue during her first read. Her sudden focus startles Kylo, who questions her intense scrutiny of the text. Across the room, Domum senses a shift in the mood as the physician Breddick freezes in place with a worried look. Lotrella's voice drops as she reveals the horrifying truth: the book's most important pages have been ripped out. The crew rushes over in disbelief, confirming that only the illustrations remain, rendering their only clue completely useless. Domum immediately suspects sabotage, but Breddick argues their informant wouldn't have given them the book if he knew their plan. Thinking fast, Kylo suggests they find the author's name to track down another copy of the tome. But their hope dies instantly as Lotrelli reveals the author's name has been intentionally scraped off the cover. Defeated, the group realizes their only lead has been perfectly sabotaged, leaving them at a dead end. Just as all hope seems lost, a strange power emanates from the book, whispering a cryptic warning about new dangers lurking in the waters ahead. Haunted by a vision of her father, Lotrelli slams the cursed book shut in a panic. Kylo lunges forward, grabbing her wrist just as she's about to hurl the book in a fit of rage. Defeated, she hands the useless tome back to the ship's physician, apologizing for their failed lead. But Utugaru's suspicion lingers, as he questions if her father's death is the true source of her hatred for the notorious Wuhapiage pirates. He seems shocked to learn her village had survivors, a detail that doesn't fit the stories he knows. This mystery deepens when Domum reveals a chilling fact. Her home is the only village the Wuhapiage have ever been known to spare. Utugaru's tone shifts, explaining that survivors are unheard of because the Wuhapiage are infamous for leaving absolutely no one alive. His words hang in the air, a terrifying implication that her village wasn't spared by chance, but was targeted for a specific, sinister purpose. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door shatters the tension, causing the pirates to tense up immediately. A crewmate's urgent voice calls for the doctor, revealing the captain needs immediate attention as Breddick appears at the door in shock. Utuguru interrupts with biting sarcasm, mockingly praising Lotrelli's heroism in front of a stoic Kylo. But just then, a crewmate urgently calls for the doctor, revealing the captain's violent coughing fit has returned. As Breddick prepares to leave, Kylo coldly states that he's heading out as well, showing a shocking lack of concern. Suddenly, the doctor grabs the vice captain's collar, his gloved hand clenching with surprising force. Breddick angrily demands he show some respect for his own father, only for Kylo to drop a chilling bombshell. He's merely the legitimate son. With that dark implication hanging in the air, Kylo dismisses the doctor, coldly telling him to just go. Nearby, his loyal beast Ten sighs, thinking their entire investigation has been a complete waste of time. Later, below deck, Domem grows impatient and suggests they just beat the answers out of their captive, but Lotrelli immediately shuts him down. She explains their prisoner is the type to destroy secrets rather than talk, leaving them at a frustrating dead end. So Lotrelli makes a command decision to put the interrogation on hold and focus on repairing the ship, earning a watchful gaze from Kylo. Lotrelli overhears Domem telling Kylo to check on his father, a comment that clearly strikes a nerve with the orphaned survivor. She looks up with a sad wisdom in her eyes, warning him that you never know what you have until it's already gone. Her words hit Kylo with unexpected force, causing him to whip his head around in stunned silence. Without another word, Lotrelli turns and walks away, leaving a heavy atmosphere hanging on the deck. Domem watches her go, remarking to a stoic Kylo how deeply Lotrelli must have loved her own father. Kylo can only agree, admitting that while she's always been lost in thought, her preoccupation has grown even heavier recently. His gaze follows her, his mind filled with questions about the silent burdens she seems to carry alone. Domem expresses his own concern, wondering why she won't open up, while Kylo distractedly pets his beast Ten. But Domem just laughs, pointing out that Kylo himself was just as withdrawn and unapproachable when he was younger. He recalls how the vice captain would only interact with his beast, drawing a direct parallel to how Lotrelli isolates herself with her mystical bird, Balka. Domem's innocent remark about talking with animals causes the hardened vice captain to freeze instantly, as Kylo's mind races in panic, questioning how Domem could possibly know his most guarded secret. But Domem casually reveals he just put two and two together, noticing how Kylo often talks to himself while staring at Balka. He confesses he kept this secret out of fear, worried that exposing Kylo would cause him to abandon the crew entirely. Throwing an arm around his friend, Domem insists he couldn't bear to lose him now. Yet Kylo turns away, his expression conflicted as he internally denies their friendship. His quiet turmoil is suddenly shattered by the loud ringing of the ship's bell, and the entire crew roars with joy, for they have finally escaped the dreaded sea of glass. Amidst the celebration, however, Kylo remains lost in his own world, his gaze far away, because his thoughts drift to the one person who now occupies his mind and the haunting blue of her eyes. The black ocean glides through the calm waters, finally free from their glassy prison. On deck, Lotrelli watches her mystical companion Balka soar through the sky. Kylo notes the warming wind, ominously announcing their arrival at the legendary Sea of Forest. Domem excitedly explains the legend of a forest deity as he urges them to look into the water below. Below the ship, colossal roots writhe just beneath the surface, a truly unnatural sight. Lotrelli voices her concern for the ship, but Kylo reveals the roots are far deeper than they appear. With grim determination, Kylo declares their only path forward is into the heart of this treacherous place. Suddenly, the ship's physician stumbles with supplies, calling out for Lotrelli's help with an urgent delivery to the infirmary. They discover the crates hold rare medicinal herbs from the chef, a desperate attempt to aid the ailing captain. Domem playfully mocks Kylo's legendary strength, but the vice captain's quiet command to stop hints at a deeper exhaustion. Lotrelli and Domem help the ship's chef carry crates into his quarters, asking where to put them. The chef thanks them, casually mentioning he'd usually ask his friend One for help. But his friend is still recovering from a serious wound, seen resting heavily bandaged in his bed. He explains to a curious Kylo and Lotrelli that the injury happened before they joined the pirates, raising more questions than answers. The chef then boasts with absolute confidence that One once defended an entire palace against the might of the Empire. He immediately gasps, a look of pure horror on his face as he realizes his massive mistake. He descends into a full-blown panic, horrified by his dangerous slip of the tongue. But it's too late, as Vice Captain Kylo's sharp gaze locks onto him, demanding to know what he meant by defending the palace. With a heavy sigh of defeat, the chef resigns himself to revealing the forbidden truth. He confesses a dark and violent past, revealing that he and the warrior One are from Baekryeo as a flashback shows a desperate, bloody battle. Johan reveals they fled their homeland to escape an impending civil war, a power struggle fueled by the Empire's insatiable greed. The situation has grown so desperate that the Empire is now trying to recruit pirate crews to serve as cannon fodder in their conflict. Hearing this, Kylo's eyes narrow with suspicion, demanding to know if the Black Ocean serves the Empire, but the chef fiercely denies any such allegiance. Seeing Johan's distress, Lotrelli offers a moment of comfort, reassuring him that despite their rough exteriors, most of the crew can be trusted. She even cracks a joke about the more difficult crewmates, a sentiment Domum immediately agrees with while warning her to be quiet. Kylo, however, offers a more solid promise, vowing that their secret is safe with the Black Ocean crew. But Domum, with a sly grin, points out that such a dangerous secret should come with a price, a reward for their silence. Resigned to his fate, the chef agrees that a reward is only fair when dealing with pirates. Domem's eyes light up with greed as he leans in, ready to name his price for keeping the explosive truth hidden. Yet knowledge can be a heavy burden, as we find Domum sometime later on deck, stuttering and struggling to even read from a simple book. On a quiet fishing trip, the once greedy pirate Domum now struggles with a book, asking Lotrelli for help reading a simple sentence. He comically mixes up his letters while even Lotrelli's mystical bird, Balka, mocks his strange choice of reward for keeping a life-or-death secret. But Lotrelli quietly defends him, whispering to her companion that she thinks his desire to learn is a smart one. Caught in the act, she quickly pivots, offering Domem cheerful encouragement that he's doing great. And though it's a small step, Domem proudly reveals he can now write his own name, a symbol of his new path. Lotrelli reflects on how for the past week, this has been his singular focus, a surprising turn for the once materialistic pirate. He even boasts to the stoic Vice Captain Kylo, desperate for approval from the powerful crewmate. Yet Kylo remains focused on his own failure, unable to even catch a single fish despite being a seasoned pirate. The fearsome Vice Captain confesses his deep embarrassment, admitting that a life at sea has taught him nothing about fishing. His shame only deepens when Lotrelli effortlessly reels in a massive catch, highlighting the stark and unexpected difference in their skills. Domem praises another huge catch from Lotrelli, who humbly calls it a simple stroke of luck. He then mercilessly mocks Kylo's empty buckets, comparing them to her overflowing bounty and joking that the vice captain must be on the verge of tears. But the lighthearted moment is shattered when a crewmate shouts a grave warning from the main ship, telling them it's too dangerous to be fishing this close to the Sea of Forest. As they begin rowing back, a strange disturbance bubbles up from the depths right behind their small boat. The water churns violently as something massive moves just beneath the surface, far too large to be a simple root. Lotrelli hesitates on the ladder, her instincts screaming that something is terribly wrong in the water below. Once aboard, she frantically asks if anyone else saw the long, smooth object, but Kylo casually dismisses her concern. While the others joke about eels, Lotrellis mind races, certain that what she saw was no fish, and that roots don't move. Suddenly, a colossal, scaled creature breaks the surface for a split second, its true size and identity a terrifying mystery. Her worst fears are confirmed as a monstrous shadow reveals itself, circling their entire vessel from the abyssal depths. Balka shrieks a desperate warning as Lotrelli freezes in terror, realizing something is coming for them, but the navigator simply announces their arrival into the dreaded Sea of Forest, completely unaware of the danger. A massive splash erupts beside the ship, and Lotrelli screams that the things in the water aren't natural roots at all. The entire vessel lurches violently, throwing crew members across the deck in a chaotic display of force. Lotrelli struggles to keep her footing, her eyes wide with shock as the world tilts around her. Then from the depths, a single, colossal reptilian eye opens, its gaze filled with ancient, terrifying intelligence. The beast finally reveals its true form, a sea serpent of impossible scale that completely dwarfs their entire ship. Not one, but multiple heads of the legendary monster rise from the water, a sight that leaves the crew paralyzed with fear. Lotrelli wonders if this is the mythical guardian Domem warned them about, its sheer size beyond all comprehension. But the true horror sinks in when she realizes the creature's gaze is locked solely on her, as if it knows exactly who she is. One of the crewmates sees the beast's hesitation and declares this is their one chance to strike. But Vice Captain Utuguru grabs him, his face grim as he orders everyone to stand down. He reveals the horrifying truth. The serpent is only focused on Lotrelli, marking her as a sacrifice. Just then, the captain and the rest of the crew rush onto the deck, stunned by the impossible creature before them. Lotrelli desperately screams that attacking the Guardian will only anger it and get them all killed. The colossal serpent simply leans closer, its ancient gaze fixed solely on her with an unnerving intelligence. Suddenly her mystical bird Balka flies forward to protect her, but a powerful voice echoes in her mind, questioning who the real danger is. Lotrelli freezes in shock, her eyes widening as she tries to locate the source of the impossible sound. To her utter horror, she realizes the godlike beast is speaking directly into her soul. The Guardian reveals its trial, demanding she prove herself worthy as its massive tentacles begin to seize the helpless crew. The ship's physician ignores Lotrellis' desperate pleas, insisting they must attack the beast now. But Vice Captain Utuguru grabs his arm, calmly telling the enraged doctor to stand down. All the while, the serpent's ancient eye watches their every move with silent judgment. A reckless pirate disregards all warnings, screaming as he brings his sword down on the guardian's hide. The deafening clang of steel on impenetrable scales makes everyone turn in horror. His blade shatters into pieces, leaving the foolish man completely stunned and defenseless. In an instant, the creature's eye glows with terrifying rage as its colossal form erupts from the sea. Its immense power throws the crew overboard like ragdolls, plunging them into the churning waves. The captain finally roars in fury, making a fatal decision to man the cannons. And now, the enraged sea god looms over them, ready to pass judgment on their entire ship. The crew unloads a full cannon barrage, but the volley of fire only seems to enrage the colossal sea serpent. Amidst the chaos, Kylo pulls Latrelli aside, questioning a cryptic message from her mystical bird about the beast. With no other choice, Latrelli steals her resolve, wondering how they could possibly take down a living god. Suddenly, the creature makes its move, coiling its immense body around the entire ship with impossible strength. A sickening crack echoes from below deck as the ship's massive frame begins to splinter under the pressure. On deck, they watch in horror as Balka confirms their worst fear. The serpent is trying to tear the vessel completely in two. The captain grits his teeth, his face a mask of pure fury, as his entire kingdom is crushed before his eyes. He roars orders to his vice-captains, sending them scrambling to save the wounded and secure the breached hull. With a look of grim resolve, the captain prepares to face the monster head-on in a desperate final stand. But the battle suddenly shifts to a terrifying vision where the serpent has already reached the city, and its unstoppable rampage has only just begun. Utaguru screams for his father as the captain charges forward to face the godlike serpent alone. Captain Clusdo swings with all his might, his glowing blade clashing uselessly against the monster's impenetrable scales. But the beast retaliates with a single, devastating slam that shatters the deck and sends the crew flying. In an instant, the mighty captain of the Black Ocean is left broken and unconscious, his legendary strength proven utterly meaningless. The ship's physician, Bredek, stands as the last line of defense, shielding his fallen leader from the monster looming over them. Below deck, Vice-Captain Kylo ignores Utaguru's pleas and sprints toward the chaos with a look of grim determination. A reality-shattering roar erupts from the serpent, a sound that promises nothing but total annihilation for the tiny figures below. Kylo finally reaches the deck, only to freeze in absolute horror at the scene of utter despair. From inside the monster's closing maw, the world darkens as it prepares to swallow the captain and his defender whole. Kylo can only watch, screaming their names in a desperate, powerless cry as his comrades face certain death. But just as the beast is about to swallow them whole, a lone voice commands it to halt, and the monster freezes instantly. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appears, stepping onto the serpent's back as she calmly scolds it for disobeying her. With absolute authority, she asks the colossal beast why it was making a scene, treating it like a mere pet. The world-ending serpent immediately loosens its grip, its massive coils pulling away from the shattered ship. Below, Latrelli's mystical bird recognizes this new being with a cry of pure shock. This woman is revealed to be a divine entity, floating before the monster's eye as the true master of these waters. Her cat-like eyes glance down with a smirk, revealing she just lost a bet to someone named Rurumi. Latrelli can only stare in utter confusion, her mind unable to process this impossible turn of events. The goddess then instructs her serpent to be at ease, telling it to treat the pirates as their guests. With a final, gentle splash, the apocalyptic beast that nearly annihilated them all simply returns to the sea. As the waters calm, Domum skids to a halt, completely shocked by the impossible scene before him. Hess immediately jolted as the apocalyptic beast's tail lands right in his path, a living wall of scales. With a nervous smile, he tries to placate the monster, patting it like a lost puppy. But a vice-captain screams at him to back away just as the injured Captain Clusto appears on deck. High above, the serpent's divine master finds this innocence refreshing, telling the crew not to worry. The pirate captain, however, boldly confronts the goddess, demanding answers about who she is. Her amusement instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, intimidating glare that radiates pure power. In a flash, she descends from her perch, flying directly at the crew with overwhelming pressure. Grabbing the captain by his coat, she furiously questions how a mere mortal dares to speak to her so disrespectfully. Realizing his fatal mistake, the captain quickly apologizes, explaining they only seek information as a blade is drawn in a futile gesture of defense. The goddess calmly states that some mortals are more polite than others, a clear jab at the defiant captain. She gracefully offers him a second chance to ask his questions, but only if he shows proper respect. Suddenly, her gaze falls upon the young Domum, asking if he possesses more manners than his leader. Domum, completely terrified, immediately ducks behind the towering Vice Captain Kylo to hide. As he mutters that he isn't there, Lotrelli points out the obvious fact that the goddess can still see him. His cowardly display only amuses the divine being, who laughs at how adorable he is. With the boy dismissed, she turns to the ship's physician Bredick, offering to answer 3 of his questions. But Bredick boldly counters, holding up 5 fingers and demanding more information from the entity. Her smile remains, but the colossal eye of her serpent appears behind her, as she questions his audacity to bargain. Utterly outmatched, the physician concedes with a bitter click of his tongue, forced to accept her terms. The divine being offers a cryptic clue about an apple scent, then immediately tries to trick the physician into wasting another question. The crew is outraged, knowing this vague information is completely useless for their investigation. Taking pity on their ignorance, the goddess decides to give them a single, generous hint. But her words about blowing off steam cause the captain and his physician to gasp in sudden, horrified realization. Lotrelli and Kylo are left completely confused by their shocked expressions, sensing that something is terribly wrong. Kylo deflects Lotrelli's concern, promising to explain the dire situation to her later. With a weary sigh, the goddess moves on, demanding the physician's second question. Now understanding the stakes, Bredick asks a far more pointed question. Are their enemies still in control of their own information? Domem and Lotrelli immediately grasp the terrifying implications, either mind control or a traitor in their midst. The goddess's eyes glint with amusement at the clever query, but her true intentions remain a deadly mystery. The goddess confirms their enemies are vulnerable for now, their secrets still their own. Domem can't help but tease Kylo, admitting his brother is clearly the more competent vice captain. Stepping forward, the physician Bredick asks his final, deadly question: where they will finally encounter their target. With a chilling smile, the goddess gives a terrifyingly vague answer, claiming they are everywhere as she ascends her colossal beast. But she then reveals they won't meet this foe yet, for many more tragedies and trials still await them on their path. Her ominous words about storms and monsters only serve to frustrate the already exhausted crew. A massive, predatory eye glances towards Lotrelli as the goddess adds one more task to their list: sniffing out rats. The word hangs in the air, leaving Lotrelli completely baffled by its sudden, targeted implication. The physician leans into the captain, whispering that this is just the usual, brutal reality of pirate business. And in that moment, the crew's blood runs cold as they realize she's not talking about monsters, but a traitor hiding among them. The crew immediately starts speculating on the traitor's identity, with Domem pointing a finger at a man with too many secrets. Lotrelli defends the accused, claiming he's been loyal for a long time, but Kylo questions her certainty. Realizing a traitor could simply be waiting for the right moment, she agrees to watch him closely with Balka. But their paranoia is cut short as the goddess smugly announces she's answered all their questions. With a terrifying shift in tone, she declares it's time for her questions, as colossal tentacles erupt from the depths to seize their ship. Chaos explodes across the deck as the crew scrambles in panic, completely caught off guard by the sudden assault. Before Lotrelli can even draw her sword, a monstrous tentacle snaps around her arm, crushing her grip. Her crewmates rush to her aid, but are too slow as more vines ensnare her, lifting her helplessly into the air. She screams for help, her voice muffled as the constricting appendages completely cocoon her. Kylo can only watch in horror, reaching out as Lotrelli is dragged into the abyss. As Lotrelli's mystical bird circles the horrifying cocoon, the prison of vines suddenly shatters apart. She awakens with a groan, blinded by a magical light as she finds herself surrounded by lush greenery. Lying on a bed of glowing leaves, she slowly pieces together the terrifying memory of being dragged into the abyss. The gentle rustling of an unfamiliar forest only deepens her confusion as she tries to understand what happened. Pushing herself up, she frantically questions where she is, only to realize with a jolt that she isn't alone. To her utter shock, she discovers Kylo lying completely motionless right next to her. She desperately tries to wake him, wondering how he could have possibly followed her into this strange new world. After a tense moment checking his pulse, she realizes with relief that he's just out cold. With her comrade unconscious, she stands alone, forced to confront the mysterious prison they've been trapped in. She reasons that her mysterious captor doesn't want her dead, but instead has a specific purpose for her, when suddenly, the very roots of the forest seem to come alive, moving to guide her forward. Before her, an impossible path forms over the water, beckoning her deeper into the unknown. And with no other choice, she steps into the mystical waters, accepting the entity's challenge. She casts one last determined look back, steeling her resolve for what lies ahead, silently promising her unconscious comrade that she will return for him, no matter what. Lotrelli then follows the path alone, venturing into the heart of this otherworldly prison. until her journey ends abruptly as a colossal, legendary sea serpent emerges from the depths before her. Standing defiant before the godlike beast, she demands to know why it brought both of them here. A divine being with a crown of antlers descends before Lotrelli, promising that neither of them will be harmed. She explains this entire terrifying encounter was arranged just to speak with Lotrelli in private. But Lotrelli's blood runs cold when the entity casually mentions losing a bet to Rurumi, the sea witch who started it all. With a smug smirk, the goddess reveals that Rurumi was surprisingly bold about Lotrelli's chances of survival. A flashback then reveals the shocking truth. Her fate was decided by a bet between two gods, with Rurumi wagering that Lotrelli would find her way here. The promise of help, however, was a complete lie, as the goddess suddenly turns hostile while mocking the very idea of aiding a human. She violently shoves Lotrelli back towards the monstrous beast, declaring she won't waste her power on a greedy pirate crew. Terrified, Lotrelli recoils, demanding to know if this was all just a cruel game leading to their deaths. Yet, the goddess simply sighs with annoyance, cryptically repeating her promise not to harm them and leaving Lotrelli trapped in a terrifying paradox. The goddess plucks a gleaming golden feather from her own crown, then reveals that because she lost a bet, she will give Lotrelli 2 of these feathers, but warns they won't be enough to save him. Lotrelli holds the feathers, feeling a strange warmth emanating from them, a small comfort in this hopeless situation. He desperately asks if this is for his curse, but the entity scoffs, saying she owes him nothing and is already being generous. As a final act of twisted mercy, she offers Lotrelli a single question, cynically predicting it will be about his lost friend. Lotrelli realizes she's right. Only one question truly matters to him now. With all his hope hanging on this one moment, he asks the only thing that matters. Is Raltia still alive? But instead of an answer, the goddess just breaks into a cruel, mocking laugh. Suddenly, Kylo yanks him back just as the colossal beast lunges forward, the goddess watching the chaos unfold from above. Lotrelli is relieved to see Kylo is awake and rushing toward him, but the goddess scoffs at the eavesdropper, instantly binding Kylo with mystical tendrils. He's helplessly hoisted into the air as Lotrelli screams in protest from below. Lotrelli desperately begs her not to hurt his friend, pleading for his safety. The divine being simply dismisses his plea, claiming she's just having a little fun as she floats closer. She then grabs him from behind, trapping him in her grasp and demanding he entertain her. A twisted ultimatum is presented to Kylo. He can leave, but only if he sacrifices the boy. Without hesitation, Lotrelli screams for her to take him instead, stunning his captured friend. But as Kylo seems to accept his fate, Lotrelli pleads for his life, revealing he has a sister he needs to save. Lotrelli furiously rejects the offer, screaming that he'll never abandon his friend. But before he can finish, the goddess's tendrils violently constrict, silencing his cries. With the boy now gagged, she coldly mocks his eagerness to become a sacrifice. As they both hang helplessly entangled in her magic, Kylo can only wonder what twisted game she's playing. Suddenly, the divine being turns her attention to him, claiming she knows his type all too well. She questions him about his mythical beast, forcing him to admit its existence. Then she reveals she knows he's related to the blonde kid, and he can't deny their connection. Finding her uninvited guest surprisingly interesting, she grabs his face with a predatory smile. With a look of twisted desire, she declares she'll take his handsome face for herself, as a terrifying power surges through his bonds. The two captives are carried through a mystical forest on the back of a legendary serpent. In a quiet moment, Kylo wryly remarks on the absurdity of their situation, riding a giant snake, but Latrelli confronts him, questioning his reckless attempt to sacrifice himself for her. He teases her about their friendship until she flusters, begging him not to tell their crewmate Domem. The peaceful memory fades as the serpent glides through the water, her desperate question of why still echoing. Suddenly we're thrown back into the terrifying reality, with Kylo hopelessly ensnared by an unknown power. Latrelli can only watch, gagged and bound, screaming in her mind for the divine being to stop the torture. A deadly tendril poises itself to strike a fatal blow, freezing time in a single moment of dread. But their captor reveals her sadistic nature, laughing off the execution as nothing more than a simple joke. With a flick of her wrist, the crushing bonds around Kylo begin to loosen, leaving him stunned by her cruel whims. Kylo is violently thrown to the ground as his bonds vanish, and a terrified Latrelli rushes to his side. She helps the shaken vice captain up, angrily declaring that their captor's cruel joke wasn't funny in the slightest. But the divine being simply laughs from above, callously stating they just don't know how to take a joke even though he was moments from death. She then lands and grows serious, cryptically mentioning that he would have found her deadly games amusing. The entity leans in close, lifting Latrelli's chin and declaring that no matter how similar they look, she is absolutely not him. A chilling smile crosses her face as she muses that perhaps she never really knew this mysterious man from her past. Latrelli can only stare back in utter confusion, demanding to know who this person is that she keeps mentioning. Instead of an answer, the divine being gives her a shocking and gentle kiss on the forehead. Just as suddenly, the bizarre encounter ends as their captor promises to return them to their crew, leaving them stunned by her erratic behavior. She then commands her colossal serpent to give them a ride, preparing to ferry them back on the very monster that nearly destroyed them. As they settle onto the massive creature's back, a moment of quiet respect passes between them. Kylo opens up, admitting he sees her as a friend with a noble purpose, unlike himself. He confesses that, unlike the rest of the crew, he has no grand purpose, no grudges to settle, and heartbreakingly, no one to cherish. He compares himself to an aimless log drifting in the sea, a statement of profound loneliness as the colossal serpent carries them onward. Latrelli looks at him with newfound understanding, softly speaking his name. But their private moment is interrupted by a telepathic voice from the serpent itself, questioning how Kylo could claim to have no one when he has his wolf. Kylo fiercely defends his bond, declaring his beast 10 is everything to him, a friend, a teacher, and even a father figure. The ancient serpent seems to ponder his impassioned response, its massive eye blinking slowly in thought. This prompts a darker revelation about his complicated relationship with his actual father, the captain, and his half-brother Utuguru. Sensing she stumbled upon a deep family wound, Latrelli wisely changes the subject, asking instead about the origins of his bond with his loyal beast. Kylo begins to recount his first meeting with his beast, a simple story that started with hunger in the woods. Suddenly, a massive wolf lunged at him in a terrifying first encounter, nearly tearing his hand off. Latrelli jokes that his first lesson must have been vigilance, a truth he can only smile at now. But the tables turn as he asks about her mystical bird, and her happy expression immediately darkens. Her story begins not with magic but with a painful secret, a boat her father had given her to hide from the others. Kylo can't understand why the villagers would be furious over such a simple gift from a father to his child. Latrelli flinches, remembering just how nosy and cruel the old villagers could be. Her face hardens as she explains they were so persistent that they decided to take matters into their own hands. The heartbreaking memory surfaces of her small boat smashed to pieces, a gift of love destroyed by petty jealousy. She recalls weeping as her father began to rebuild it from nothing, a quiet act of defiance against their cruel world. He comforted her, patiently teaching her how to mend not just the boat, but her own broken spirit. His words were a call to arms, urging her to strengthen her heart and prove every last one of her doubters wrong. So at dawn, with a new fire in her eyes, she sailed her repaired boat out towards the horizon. She was determined to catch a whale or a shark, anything to finally silence the cruel voices from her past. But what she found was far greater than any beast. It was a sign that the sea itself had blessed her. Peeking around a rocky outcrop, her eyes widened at an unbelievable sight. Tucked away in a hidden grotto, a mysterious nest glowed with an otherworldly light. Inside lay a single, luminous seabird egg, radiating a strange and powerful energy. She knew this egg would hatch into the greatest companion she had ever known, her beloved Balka. As her story concludes in the present, Kylo looks on with a newfound understanding of her painful origins. Latrelli recalls her youthful hope, believing her mystical discovery would finally earn her village's approval. Kylo senses her pain, trying to reassure her that at least some people would have appreciated such a miracle. But her smile falters as she admits that even meeting Balka only brought her more rejection and scorn. Suddenly, the weight of her past becomes too much, and she collapses into Kylo's arms, completely overwhelmed. Their shared moment is shattered by a familiar voice, revealing they were never alone but captives on the head of a colossal serpent. The divine being who trapped them turns with a sadistic grin, mocking their shock at her presence. Yet, as promised, she begins returning them to their ship, where a frantic Domum finally spots them from the railing. In an instant, they find themselves back on the solid deck of the Black Ocean as their crewmate rushes towards them. Domum pulls them into a crushing hug, overwhelmed with relief that his friends have returned from their mysterious disappearance. Just then, their own loyal companions, Balka and Ten, emerge to welcome them back, completing the emotional reunion. Kylo embraces his beast, who pleads with him never to disappear like that again. Meanwhile, Lotrelli holds Balka close, reassuring her terrified companion that she has finally returned. With his mystical bird in hand, Lotrelli bows deeply to the divine being, thanking the very entity who tortured them for their safe return. The Master of the Sea gives a silent, almost condescending nod, accepting his forced gratitude. Perched atop her colossal serpent, she dismisses the vice captain, declaring that their twisted game is officially over. Back on the ship, the crew scrambles under her implicit command, desperate to sail away from the terrifying godlike being. But as they depart, her voice echoes with a chilling promise that she looks forward to seeing Lotrelli again. Lotrelli can only watch as the monstrous creature and its sadistic master vanish back into the depths of the ocean. Once the danger has passed, Domem reveals a shocking truth. Their rival Utuguru was the one who insisted the crew wait for them. Kylo is left in utter disbelief, forced to question if his sworn enemy is truly the man he thought he was. Domem drops a bombshell that another crewmate also protested leaving them, shocking Lotrelli to her core. As Kylo rejoins them, her paranoia flares, convinced her rival only wants to finish her off personally. But their conversation is interrupted by the ship's physician approaching, reminding them of the divine being's ominous warning about a traitor. Deciding they desperately need a drink, the group heads for the mess hall to debrief on their harrowing encounter. Suddenly, a sharp voice calls out Kylo's name, stopping him dead in his tracks. The physician coldly informs him the captain demands an immediate report before his pea-brain forgets any crucial details. As Kylo is led away with a weary sigh, his friends can only promise to save him a drink. Lotrelli watches them go, her thoughts drifting to their next destination and the other ship they must find. Her focus then sharpens with grim determination, remembering her true goal is to find Raltia, and that the demigod left her questions unanswered. Later in the mess hall, the crew can only speculate on the demigod's motives, wondering if their suffering was just a twisted game for her amusement. The crew debates the demigod's warning about a traitor, but Lotrelli believes a divine being wouldn't lie about such a thing. Just then, Kylo returns from his meeting with the captain, his beast Ten at his side, announcing they won't be docking anytime soon. Lotrelli immediately notices his nervous demeanor as he reveals he's just received their next destination. His friends press him for answers, wondering what could possibly have happened to make him so grim. Kylo drops the bombshell. The captain is forcing them to return to their home island to intercept an enemy. Domem explains to a confused Lotrelli that most of the crew hails from a single place called Black Ocean Island. Kylo grimly states that their beautiful homeland is the most likely target for their vengeful new foes. Lotrelli watches as a wave of depression washes over both men at the mere thought of returning home. She asks why they wouldn't want to check on their families, only for Domem to reveal a heartbreaking truth: they have nothing and no one left there. Kylo coldly adds that the island holds only bad memories, especially for Lotrelli, leaving her completely baffled. Domem presses Lotrelli, insisting they must hurry if she truly wants to save her sister. But she can barely focus, torn between the crew's mission and the burning need to rescue her own friend, Raltia. Kylo offers a rare moment of sympathy, explaining the captain is resolute and that he fears what prolonged captivity does to a person. Lotrelli clutches her chest, trying to convince them and herself that her sister is a tough survivor. Domem's simple question, however, cuts right through her resolve. How old is this sister, anyway? She quietly reveals she's only 18, the image of a smiling girl, contrasting with the grim reality of her situation. The horrifying truth suddenly crashes down on Lotrelli, a young woman with no training, surrounded by the vilest monsters of the sea. Her mind is ripped back to a brutal memory, the moment a captured Raltia was cruelly ordered to get up. In the vision, her friend looks up with hollow eyes, whispering that she hasn't eaten in days. A vicious slaver then yanks her up by the hair, mocking her failed escape as she begs for him to stop. Lotrelli's nightmare throws her back onto the slaver ship, caught in a divine storm where even the cruelest men beg for mercy. But on deck, the bodies of failed escapees lie strewn about as Raltia is dragged before their leader. The sadistic captain finally reveals himself, a monster who seems to draw power from the storm itself. He cruelly mocks the captives, forcing them to witness the brutal price of their escape as his men beat them into submission. Raltia is forced to watch the slaughter, flinching in terror as another life is cut short right before her eyes. But the captain isn't finished, grabbing her face and commanding her to look at the carnage she supposedly caused. He then presses a cold blade to her throat, his eyes filled with a chilling mixture of amusement and contempt. In a terrifying whisper, he reveals the true stakes of this game. Her life is forfeit unless her sister delivers a precious seabird. The horrifying truth is laid bare. Raltia was never just a random captive. She is the key to capturing Lotrelli's legendary companion. With his point made, the captain orders her to be thrown back with the others, her value as bait now coldly established. A guard snarls, a final warning at the terrified Raltia, dragging her across the rain-slicked deck. With a cruel shove, she's thrown down into the ship's dark, unforgiving hold. Below deck, the other captives have lost all hope, cursing Lotrelli's name for their suffering. But Raltia can only whisper her friend's name through her tears, completely overwhelmed by fear. Meanwhile, far across the sea, another ship sails under a peaceful dawn. On its deck, Lotrelli stands sleepless, admitting to her companion Balka that rest is impossible. Her mind is trapped in the past, unable to stop thinking about her captured friend, Raltia. Balka tries to reason with her, warning that exhausting herself will help no one in the end. But Lotrelli fires back, haunted by the thought of the suffering Raltia must be enduring. A wave of power surges through her, as her eyes begin to glow with a chilling blue light. Lotrelli suddenly collapses against the ship's mast, a sharp pain shooting through her body as Balka cries out in alarm. She tries to dismiss it as simple cramps, but secretly panics over a stabbing agony and her dwindling supply of mysterious pearls. But her pained stumbling doesn't go unnoticed, as the condescending Vice Captain Utuguru watches her from the shadows. Doubled over and panting for breath, she bitterly regrets giving away one of her precious pearls, never expecting the pain to get this bad. Suddenly, Utuguru confronts her from the stairs, calling out her lie about not being sick. She tries to brush him off with a weak excuse, but he descends to the deck, determined to get to the bottom of her secret. Fed up with his constant harassment, Lotrelli lashes out, questioning if his only job is to bully new recruits. Utuguru glares down at her, his voice dripping with venom as he lectures her on her lack of respect for a superior officer. As his words hit her, Jom, a familiar stinging pain surges through Lotrelli, and her eyes begin to glow with a terrifying blue light. He presses his advantage, refusing to back down until she gets a checkup, completely unaware that he's pushing the cursed girl to her absolute breaking point. Pushed past her limit, Lotrelli unleashes a devastating punch that sends the vice captain flying across the deck. But their fight is instantly broken up by the furious voice of Captain Clusto, who demands to know why they're causing such a commotion. He strides forward with clear disappointment, questioning why two of his officers can't seem to get along. With a grim expression, he sentences them both to a punishment mission, hoping forced teamwork will finally mend their broken bond. Utuguru desperately protests, pointing an accusing finger as he insists that the new recruit was the one who attacked him first. Suddenly, their argument is cut short by a frantic cry from the lookout, who has spotted an unidentified ship on the horizon. Through the spyglass, the crew recognizes the infamous rose sigil of the Scarlet, a notoriously dangerous vessel. On its deck stands a fierce, red-haired captain with an eye patch, leading her crew with a raised sword as they charge forward. The enemy ship plows through the waves at an impossible speed, closing the distance in mere seconds. A deafening boom echoes as the impact violently rocks the Black Ocean, throwing the captain and his feuding subordinates completely off balance. Captain Clusto roars for his crew to open fire and unleash everything they have, but despite the barrage, the enemy ship weaves through the cannon fire completely unscathed. As the crew scrambles to their battle stations, Lotrelli is stopped by a firm hand on her shoulder. Kylo orders her to the main deck, insisting the command post is far too dangerous for her. She watches in disbelief as he, his beast, and her own mystical bird head directly into that danger zone. He tells her that's exactly why he needs to make sure she doesn't get herself killed. Lotrelli tries to call him back, a look of desperate concern flashing across her face, but it's too late, as enemy grappling hooks suddenly slice through the air towards them. The lines dig into the ship's railing, pulling the two vessels together for a brutal boarding action. To everyone's shock, the aggressors who swing onto their deck are revealed to be an entire crew of ruthless women. With a telepathic warning from her mystical bird, Lotrelli desperately parries a strike from an enemy pirate, but the boarder just smirks, taunting her for letting him take the first move in this life-or-death duel. She freezes for a split second, her birds screaming in her mind for her to focus. Meanwhile, the ship's physician, Bredek, is brutally stomped into the deck by one of the invaders. As the ruthless Scarlet Captain leaps through the air to deliver the finishing blow, but Captain Clusdo intercepts the strike at the last second, saving his crewman's life. The two captains lock blades in a furious clash, with Clusdo warning her that she's picked the wrong fight. In a shocking twist, both leaders simultaneously roar the same command to their crews. Fire! The battle instantly escalates, as the Scarlet's cannons unleash a devastating broadside on the Black Ocean, and an explosion of light and power erupts from the cannon's mouth, promising untold destruction. As chaos rages, one man calmly walks across a makeshift bridge, ready to face the enemy captain alone. The Scarlet Captain mocks Clusdo, claiming he's gone soft as their blades erupt in a shower of sparks. But with overwhelming force, he shoves her back, declaring she's nothing but a lapdog for following a failed cause. He then effortlessly disarms her, sending the rival captain crashing to the deck in a completely one-sided fight. Instead of finishing her, Clusdo grabs his own shirt, revealing a hidden truth as he growls that he left her kind ages ago. He pulls out a sharp dagger, not for a killing blow, but for something far more symbolic. Tossing the blade at her feet, he suggests that maybe she should do the same and abandon her path. The dagger grazes her cheek as she stares in shock, questioning if he truly left their old ways behind. Suddenly, a powerful command roars across the sea, forcing every pirate on both sides to cease fire. The shocking order came from Utaguru, who now holds a sword to Latrelli's throat, betraying his own crew and demanding to know what is going on. Utaguru's betrayal is revealed to be a ruse as he confronts the rival captain, Scarlet, about a shared past and a shadowy figure named Feder. Scarlet confirms the horrifying truth. Feder is the captain of the dreaded Wuhopiage, and she was once known as his lover. Meanwhile, Kylo confesses to a shocked Latrelli that the Black Ocean crew itself has a hidden connection to this powerful organization. He quickly clarifies the ties were severed 8 years ago, and they now hunt their former allies to atone, but Scarlet furiously calls him a liar. Latrelli begins to suspect this is all a massive misunderstanding, but Kylo warns that they have no reason to trust their enemy's word. Unconvinced, Scarlet points her blade directly at Captain Clusdo, questioning how she can trust a man who once followed Feder like a lapdog. Clusdo coldly retorts that they are hunting their shared enemy, giving her a stark choice: help them or get out of his way. But with a dangerous glint in her eye, Scarlet decides she'd rather not take any risks, preparing to end the tense standoff with violence. Just as blades are about to clash, Latrelli throws herself between the two captains, screaming for them to stop. She desperately warns them that their bickering is exactly what their true enemy wants, a ploy to make two powerful crews tear each other apart. Kylo desperately explains they were set up, revealing a plot to make the two crews destroy each other. But the fiery Captain Scarlet isn't buying it, sneering that this new face is spouting nothing but lies. Captain Clusdo seems to reconsider, telling Scarlet that the rookie might be onto something and swearing his crew is no longer involved with their mutual enemy. He demands to know why Scarlet ambushed them in the first place, hoping to clear the air once and for all. Scarlet coldly reveals her intel came from a reliable source, accusing his island of secretly supplying the very organization they claim to hunt. One of her crewmen mockingly calls out a name, Rosianna, as the source of this damning information, catching Latrelli and Kylo completely off guard. On cue, the crowd of pirates parts as a mysterious woman with flowing blonde hair steps forward with an undeniable presence. With a graceful touch to her earring, her captivating gaze sweeps over the tense deck. The full reveal of Rosianna leaves everyone stunned. Her beauty so ethereal it seems to bloom like flowers around her. Latrelli is left utterly breathless, completely enchanted by the sudden appearance of this impossibly beautiful woman. As the mysterious woman walks forward, Kylo watches with a grim expression, while Balka seems to sense the sudden shift in power. Her smile is captivating, a dangerous beauty that has left Latrelli completely stunned and speechless. Latrelli finally snaps out of her daze, her voice trembling as she asks the crew who this woman could possibly be. Turning to Kylo for answers, she finds him stone-faced, his silence only deepening the mystery surrounding their new guest. But she quickly notices something strange. The other Black Ocean pirates, including Utaguru, seem completely unfazed by this stunning arrival. The woman, Rosianna, finally speaks, directly addressing the rival Captain Scarlet, and confirming she's the long-awaited informant. Scarlet coldly orders her to reveal everything she knows, ready to expose the Black Ocean crew's darkest secrets. Latrelli frantically asks if Kylo recognizes her, but he replies with a chilling certainty that everyone recognizes this woman. Then the devastating truth is revealed. She is Rosianna, a top informant who gathers intel as a high-class prostitute. Lotrelli recoils in shock at the revelation, as Kilo grimly explains that men's secrets are easily bought in the bedroom. Rosianna explains that few men leave her bed alive, but she managed to get intel on a crew heading to the rival captain's island. When pressed for more, she coldly admits she slaughtered her source before he got too handsy. The captain scoffs at her shoddy work, but she smirks, reminding him that these waters lead straight to his territory. However, he reveals a grim twist: they have no intention of meeting the Wuhapiage crew. A demigod has already warned them that the crew is heading there to vent their rage, a revelation that makes both Rosianna and Scarlet flinch. He plays it off, claiming they're only heading there to check on things, a conveniently timed visit. Sensing a new opportunity, the Scarlet captain steps in, proposing a truce to catch up over a bottle of rum. But this truce comes at a price, as she immediately turns on Lotrelli, demanding to know why she has a legendary seabird on board. Lotrelli's heart pounds in her chest as she panics, fumbling for the right lie to protect her secret. Just then, Kylo smoothly steps in, mockingly asking the captain if she really believes in such childish myths. Kylo unsheathes his blade, a silent warning to the rival captain. But instantly, a Scarlet pirate draws his own weapon, threatening to cut out Kylo's tongue for his disrespect. His crewmate just laughs, telling their captain to ignore the brat who clearly never had a mother to teach him manners. With tensions at a boiling point, the Scarlet captain gives Clusdo a terrifying ultimatum: 15 minutes to talk, or his entire ship goes down. As the captains head off, Vice Captain Utuguru orders Lotrelli to come with him for the interrogation. On the way, the same Scarlet pirate corners her, crudely suggesting that a pretty boy like her might be a better fit for their crew. The comment sends a jolt of panic through Lotrelli, who desperately wonders if her disguise has been seen through. His next words are even worse, as he implies she could be sold off as a surprise prostitute, leaving her utterly horrified. Before the creep can go any further, Kilo steps between them, his voice laced with ice as he tells the man to back off. He places a protective hand on her shoulder, and though shaken, she asks if the Scarlet pirates are always this vile. After the confrontation, Domem leans heavily on Lotrelli, joking that their alliance is like a beautiful rose with deadly thorns. He quickly brushes off her concern, admitting he was more worried she was about to get killed for shouting at the fearsome Scarlet captain. But a new voice interrupts, reminding them that few men survive Scarlet's blade, before questioning why they never mentioned their past with the Wuhapiage's alliance. The secret history of the Black Ocean crew is revealed to be a rebellious split from that very group, something kept quiet from most. Kylo confirms the deception, explaining that their old alliance has been lying about their desertion for the last 3 years. Domem speculates that this massive secret was kept purely out of fear, to hide a personal relationship from the notoriously jealous Scarlet captain. He even launches into a ridiculous fantasy of a dramatic love triangle, much to the annoyance of his crewmates. Their strange conversation is suddenly cut short by the arrival of Rosianna, the intel broker, who finds their group amusing. She immediately gets uncomfortably close to Kylo, grabbing his arm and asking why he hasn't visited her lately. But as Kylo coldly tells her to leave, both his monstrous beast and Lotrellis' mystical bird stare her down, sensing a deep danger that the others can't see. Rosianna brazenly propositions Kylo, who coldly reminds her that men are forbidden on her ship. Unbothered, she gets even closer, offering to smuggle him aboard in a crate as a young crewmate watches in shock. Kylo forcefully shoves her hand away, sternly telling her he has no intention of joining her crew. Yet she simply clings to his arm again, calling his face a refreshing sight compared to the usual scum she deals with. But her predatory gaze suddenly shifts, locking onto Lotrelli as a new potential prize. In an instant, she's invading Lotrellis' personal space, her compliments feeling more like a threat. Lotrellis' heart hammers against her ribs as the woman's gloved hand reaches for her chest, a cold dread washing over her. Rosianna lets out a quiet, mocking laugh, clearly enjoying the fear she's causing. She then cruelly teases Lotrelli for being nervous, only to be met with a furious and defiant rejection. With the situation about to explode, Balka telepathically asks for permission to attack just as Kylo steps in, ordering the dangerous woman off his ship for good. Rosianna finally relents with a mocking smile, agreeing to leave only because Kylo asked nicely. With a final, suggestive wink, she promises they'll meet again on the mainland, leaving a chilling threat hanging in the air. Just as she departs, their crewmate Domem appears, casually observing that Kylo seems unusually close with the dangerous woman. Kylo, completely exasperated, denies any connection, and explains they only cross paths when he's gathering supplies on land. Lotrelli chimes in, explaining that it's hard to avoid a notorious information broker who operates on the streets. But Domem's curiosity takes a crude turn. bluntly asking if Kylo slept with her, causing the stoic vice captain to visibly flinch. Kylo explodes in furious denial, grabbing his friend and demanding why he would even suggest something so ridiculous. Latrelli quickly jumps in to mediate, insisting Domum was just worried Kylo was being manipulated for information. Though Kylo admits the woman tried, he scoffs at the very idea of being tempted, leading Domum to tease that he's terrible with women anyway. The tension finally shatters as Kylo shoves him playfully, and Latrelli feels a wave of relief that Domum is there to lighten the mood. Latrelli waits quietly on the deck, as the tense negotiations between the captains drag on behind closed doors. She wonders how long it will take, but Kylo grimly remarks that clearing up years of bad blood could take hours. For now, he decides they'll stand guard, watching the rival crew for any sudden moves. The Black Ocean pirates can only stare in disbelief as the infamous, all-female Scarlet crew boards their own vessel. One of the Scarlet pirates immediately starts trouble, squaring up with the crew's carpenter and his younger brother. Latrelli watches the crew display with distaste, just as a loud slam signals the end of the meeting. With the negotiations seemingly finished, the fiery Scarlet captain orders her crew back to their ship. She announces to her women that a temporary alliance has been forged against a common enemy, letting the Black Ocean crew off the hook for now. But she turns to Captain Clusto with a chilling threat, promising to take his head if he dares to break their pact. The Scarlet captain then makes a shocking demand, offering to trust him only if he hands over his bastard son as collateral. One of the Scarlet pirates warns Kylo not to push his luck, but the vice captain seems completely unfazed. The pirate then turns his attention to Latrelli, cruelly taunting her about the sister she's desperately trying to save. He sneers that she has a better chance of finding her in the black market than out on the open seas. His words turn venomous, suggesting her friend is already dead in a ditch, which finally pushes Latrelli past her breaking point. As her crewmates shout for her to calm down, the entire deck erupts into chaos. Latrelli's mystical bird, Balka, has had enough and dives in for a vicious attack on the instigator. Fueled by pure rage, Latrelli herself lunges forward, only to be held back by her friend Domem. From the safety of their own ship, the Scarlet captain and her associate watch the chaos unfold with smug amusement. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Utaguru and his men observe the confrontation stoically, as Kylo turns back with a cold, hardened gaze. Suddenly, the ship's doctor, Bredek, approaches Kylo from behind, as the volatile situation between the two crews is about to escalate. The Scarlet pirate is restrained, cursing Latrelli and her bird for the sudden, vicious attack. Aboard their own vessel, the Scarlet captain and the elegant Rosianna watch the chaos unfold with smug satisfaction. As the rival crew finally departs, the doctor, Bredek, calls out to Kylo, breaking the tense silence on deck. He immediately questions Kylo's familiar relationship with Rosianna, warning him about the dangers of associating with her kind. The seemingly innocent words trigger a silent rage, causing Kylo's hand to clench into a white-knuckled fist. Kylo then reveals a painful secret from his past. He knows exactly how people treat women like that because his own mother was one. His eyes burn with fury as he asks the doctor if he truly believes he could ever disrespect a woman in that way, given his history. The shocking revelation leaves Bredek completely stunned, his prejudice shattered by the vice captain's raw confession. Without another word, Kylo turns his back and walks away, his loyal beast, Ten, following close behind, leaving the crew in silence. The ship's navigator, Digel, confronts the doctor for his callous words, but all Bredek can manage is a quiet admission of his own ignorance. Domem finally connects the dots, realizing the painful truth behind Kylo's life as a bastard. Latrelli, determined to find him, is led by Domem, who knows exactly where the vice captain goes to hide. Meanwhile, in the quiet solitude below deck, Kylo seeks comfort from his only true confidant, the beast, Ten. The creature gently calls him out for running away, but Kylo insists he was just trying to avoid more trouble. Ten pushes back, suggesting he should have cleared the air with Utaguru, forcing Kylo to admit to the deep misunderstandings between them. He then laments his own weakness, unable to be open like Domem, or confrontational like Latrelli. His loyal companion wisely advises him to stop isolating himself and spend more time with his crewmates. But Kylo pushes back, convinced that sharing his burdens would only make him a nuisance to everyone else. Ten offers a powerful counter-argument, reminding him that people can't help if he never lets them in. Overwhelmed by his past, Kylo spirals into self-loathing, seeing his very existence as nothing but awkward and shameful. Ten's voice cuts through Kylo's dark thoughts, insisting his friends wouldn't care about his past, as Latrelli and Domem are shown rushing to find him. On deck, the two crewmates run with desperate urgency, their faces etched with worry. But Kylo dismisses them as a rare exception, believing they're the only good people he knows, while Ten urges him to give others a chance. As Ten even tries to defend Kylo's brother, the scene suddenly cuts to the ship's physician, Breddick, who furiously declares they are not leaving anyone behind. Meanwhile, back in the quiet room, Kylo remains trapped in his own twisted mindset, convinced he's nothing more than a burden. Ten reminds him that even the strongest warriors need support, a truth echoed by his loyal friends who continue their frantic search above. Finally, his companion's unwavering words seem to break through the darkness as Kylo softly concedes he might be right. At that exact moment, the door bursts open as Latrelli and Domem finally locate their lost vice-captain. They rush to his side, their anxious expressions proving Ten's point about their unwavering loyalty. A faint, genuine smile crosses Kylo's face as he looks up and admits that with them here, he's finally okay now. Kylo is shocked that Domem managed to find him hiding away in the ship's depths. Domem explains it was the only private place left, leaving Kylo speechless that they even came for him. Latrelli adds that Domem even stood up to the fearsome Vice-Captain Utuguru, who could only back down in guilt. His friend continues to tease him relentlessly, much to Kylo's annoyance as he asks if this is a roast. But as Latrelli watches them bicker, she feels a wave of relief seeing him finally seem calmer. Nearby, Balka, the mystical bird, mocks Kylo's beast Ten, who can only growl in fury at the insult. The mood suddenly shifts as Latrelli asks about the horrifying possibility of her friend Raltia being sold off. She realizes with dawning horror that this grim fate is far more likely than finding her on the original ship. Desperate, she asks if Kylo knows of any such places, and to her surprise, he confirms he does. He then reveals a dark secret from his past, admitting he knows these places from his shady youth. He confesses this knowledge comes from a desperate search for his mother, a search that ended in tragedy. Seeing her distress, Domem reassures Latrelli that she's not alone in this fight anymore. A new fire of determination lights up in her eyes. Strengthened by the crew's unexpected loyalty, Domem then warns her to be wary of their rivals' manipulative words. But Latrelli acknowledges she's no stranger to such cruelty. The conversation takes a strange turn as Domem teases that Kylo almost had to live with someone far worse, sparking Latrelli's curiosity. Kylo's expression hardens as he reveals the source of his trauma was his own stepmother. Suddenly, a flashback reveals this woman was not only the captain's wife but also Vice-Captain Utugarus' mother. Mrs. Gela, a woman of chilling elegance, is shown tending to her roses with a cold, calculating demeanor. A messenger approaches, and her first question reveals a desperate need for contact from her husband, the captain. But when she learns there's no word from him, her mask of civility shatters, revealing a terrifyingly dark nature lurking just beneath the surface. Her venomous thoughts reveal a chilling wish that her husband never returns with another illegitimate child. Back in the present, Kylo suddenly sneezes while working on deck, drawing Latrelli's immediate concern. He brushes it off, focusing on the repairs, while Domem playfully teases him about his impressive physique. But Domem's tone shifts as he questions why a powerful vice-captain is slumming it with the regular crew. Kylo reveals that his half-brother, Utuguru, surprisingly volunteered to take over all his duties. However, this supposed kindness is revealed to be a cold wall of silence, with Utuguru avoiding him completely for the past week. Latrelli speculates this strange behavior might be Utuguru's own awkward way of apologizing for their past conflicts. Even the mystical bird Balka chimes in, calling it typical sibling drama that you can't live with or without. The mood lightens until Latrelli notices a familiar scent, accusing Balka of secretly eating apples. But Domem cuts in with a knowing smirk, telling her the source of the smell is right behind her. Latrelli whips around, startled by the overwhelming scent of apples. Her eyes widen as she beholds a breathtaking island city, a safe harbor for the Black Ocean crew. She marvels at the bustling streets, a peaceful community untouched by the horrors of the sea. Then, she spots a lone figure waving from a high cliff, surrounded by the very apple trees she smelled. Suddenly, the young cabin boy Praise sprints past her, joyfully shouting a name towards the cliff. Domem explains it's Praise's brother, and seeing him alive confirms the crew's families are safe. But Kylo cryptically warns Latrelli to prepare for a quick departure, hinting that this piece is dangerously fragile. As their massive ship finally docks, the crew eagerly floods onto the familiar pier. Heartwarming reunions erupt across the port as pirates embrace their loved ones after a long and perilous journey. Even the cold Vice-Captain Utuguru seems relieved that the island wasn't damaged, suggesting a recent threat has only just passed. Latrelli's relief is shattered as she notices wounded islanders, wondering if the enemy she fears already struck here. Suddenly, her mystical bird Balka senses danger, just as she sees Vice-Captain Utuguru frozen in place, staring at something behind her. For the first time, she sees a gentle smile on his face, a look so out of character it sends a chill down her spine. Domem urgently warns her to keep her eyes forward, trying to shield her from the approaching storm. But it's too late as the crowd parts, revealing a terrifyingly stern woman whose presence alone commands absolute silence. This is Gela Traff, the captain's wife, who addresses her long-absent husband, with a voice dripping in ice. She violently slaps his hand away, scorning his affectionate greeting after he left her without a single letter. Her fury then turns on her own son Utaguru, who can only bow his head in shame as she berates him. Watching from a safe distance, Latrelli is stunned to realize this is Utuguru's mother, as Domem desperately tries to keep them from being seen. But the woman's piercing gaze cuts through the crowd and lands directly on Kilo, who flinches as if he's just been struck. Gela's icy voice cuts through the air, demanding why her own stepson won't even greet her. Kilo forces a strained greeting, awkwardly announcing he's back home to the terrifying woman. But she scoffs at the very word, her face twisting with pure contempt for him. Dismissing his aggravating tone, she suddenly turns her venomous attention toward the newcomer. Her gaze locks onto Latrelli, who silently questions why this woman demands such immediate respect. The captain quickly intervenes, explaining to his wife that she is just their newest rookie. Utterly unimpressed, Gela demands to know why the rookie hasn't greeted her, forcing Latrelli to nervously introduce herself. She then publicly humiliates the girl for her poor manners, declaring herself the absolute authority on this island. In a heated exchange, she scolds her husband for bringing home another stray, though he insists Latrelli is a diamond in the rough. The captain then drops a bombshell, revealing Latrelli will now be staying at the manor, directly under his cruel wife's watchful eye. Latrelli is gently woken from her sleep, still groggy from the previous day's ordeal. Domem brings her breakfast but warns that she can't escape the punishment waiting for her at the hands of the cruel Mrs. Gela. Reluctantly, she sits up, dreading the task of cleaning the entire trap manor before they set sail again. As her mystical bird Balka lands on her shoulder, Kilo quietly advises that her presence alone will only escalate the conflict. Domem agrees, urging her to leave Balka behind as the matriarch of the house has a known hatred for animals. He tries to reason with her, explaining that the less she provokes the woman, the quicker this nightmare will be over. Latrelli hesitates, but Balka senses her doubt, and telepathically begs not to be left behind. Fearing for her companion's safety, she makes the painful decision to go alone, and the bird reluctantly agrees to stay. Domem cheerfully takes Balka into his care, promising to keep a close watch on her until Latrelli returns. With a final wave goodbye, she sets off for the manor, leaving a chilling instruction to offer a parley if she doesn't return by sundown. Latrelli walks toward the manor, dreading the punishment of cleaning the entire estate by herself. She arrives, staring up at the massive building and questioning the sheer scale of her impossible task. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the side of the house breaks the eerie silence, immediately putting her on guard. Wondering if the dreaded Mrs. Gela is already in the garden, she cautiously follows the noise to investigate. Peeking through the bushes, she is shocked to find a lone figure kneeling by the distant shoreline. She recognizes the man as the Vice Captain Utaguru, who seems strangely flustered as he scrambles up from the water's edge. When she confronts him, her eyes are immediately drawn to a strange red mark blooming across his cheek. As she questions if he was just in a fight, he turns away sharply, coldly telling her it's none of her concern. He then warns her that his mother despises tardiness and urges her to get inside before she faces the woman's infamous wrath. But Latrelli can't shake the chilling thought that the handprint on his face was far too small to be a man's, raising a terrifying question about what truly goes on in this house. The flashback begins with the chilling voice of Mrs. Gela, her cold eyes judging Latrelli for being a disappointment on her very first day. The young girl is immediately cut off and ordered to begin an endless list of chores without a single excuse. Every simple task, like opening a window to dust, is met with sharp, overbearing criticism. Latrelli is forced to her hands and knees, scrubbing every last inch of the floor under her stepmother's watchful eye. Even a small, clumsy spill earns her a furious command to clean it up and start the entire grueling process over from the beginning. Back in the present, an exhausted Latrelli sits on the stairs, realizing that no matter how clean the house is, it will never be enough for that woman. Her dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the return of Domem and the Vice Captain Utuguru, who are carrying in supplies. Utuguru casually announces his arrival to his mother, while Domem looks on with a hint of concern. Domem then approaches Latrelli, lightly teasing her for not staging a mutiny and escaping this hellish place. But from across the room, Utuguru listens in with a cold, suspicious glare, clearly wondering what the two of them are plotting. Latrelli jokes about a mutiny, but Domem tells her things could be worse. At least, she's not Netter. He explains that Netter is stuck shoveling fertilizer, though Latrelli thinks even that would be better than dealing with the monstrous Mrs. Gela. Suddenly, a furious voice shatters the moment, berating her for being too slow with a simple piece of bread. Latrelli immediately scrambles up the stairs to answer the summons, leaving Domum and a watchful Utaguru behind. The scene cuts to her on her hands and knees, forced to scrub the floors as Mrs. Gela looms over her, criticizing a single missed spot. Even as she works, her cruel stepmother piles on more chores for the next day, all while Utaguru watches silently from the doorway. He finally interrupts, announcing he's returned with what his mother asked for, briefly breaking the tense atmosphere. Mrs. Gela immediately turns on him, complaining about the barbarian in her house, but Utaguru calmly defends Latrelli's work, creating a small window for her to escape. But his mother explodes in a rage, questioning why he would dare defend an outsider over her, as Latrelli quietly slips away in the background. A sharp, sickening slap echoes through the hall, and Latrelli freezes as she hears the woman's venomous voice questioning if Utaguru has forgotten who brought him into this world. Utaguru stands in stunned silence, the red mark on his cheek a testament to his mother's fury, as she screams about how she raised him. As Latrelli watches in horror, Utaguru struggles to restrain Mrs. Gela, who hysterically accuses him of wanting to abandon her for the sea. He desperately tries to calm his mother as she breaks down, wailing about how both he and her husband have forsaken her. Seeing this incredibly private and painful moment, Latrelli realizes this is her cue to disappear as quietly as possible. Walking away from the house, she can't shake the image from her mind. She had never seen the proud vice-captain look so utterly terrified. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted as a new voice calls out to her from behind a nearby fence. Lost in the unfamiliar village, she turns around, startled to hear someone calling her name. A friendly young woman, Heather, steps out with a warm smile, asking if she's lost. Latrelli is surprised the navigator's daughter knows her, but Heather cheerfully explains that Kylo and Domum talk about her. With a kind offer to guide her, Heather leads the way, saving Latrelli from her troubled thoughts and her poor sense of direction. As they walk, Heather kindly checks in on Latrelli after her tense encounter at Mrs. Gela's estate. Latrelli admits the captain's wife is a handful, casually mentioning the mystery of why the couple lives completely separate lives. But Heather drops a bombshell, revealing their relationship shattered the moment Kylo arrived, and that Mrs. Gela refuses to even use the family name anymore. Latrelli struggles to comprehend this broken marriage, questioning how they can be together yet so fundamentally apart. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Heather changes the subject by asking if she's met the other villagers, but Latrelli admits she hasn't had the chance. Her attention is then drawn to a dilapidated house, and she voices her concern for the family that seemingly abandoned it. Suddenly, a dark and painful expression crosses Heather's face, signaling this is no ordinary forgotten home. With a heavy heart, she reveals the devastating truth. This was once the home of their crewmate Domem, and below it lie 2 lonely gravestones. Latrelli is stunned into silence, realizing her cheerful friend had never once spoken of his family. The weight of this secret tragedy hits her hard, as she understands the ever-smiling Domem has been hiding an immense and private sorrow all this time. As the sun begins to set, Latrelli finally understands the deep sorrow that makes her crewmates so desperate to leave this island. A wave of guilt washes over her. She's focused so much on her own pain but never once considered the burden carried by the ever-cheerful Domem. The somber mood is suddenly broken by Heather, who cheerfully announces they've arrived at her home. Latrelli invites her in for tea as a thank you, but Heather politely declines, worried about her father's approval. She playfully reminds Latrelli that a young lady shouldn't visit a house full of men without a chaperone. With a warm goodbye and a promise to meet again soon, Heather waves and runs off into the fading light. Latrelli steps inside to a surprisingly domestic scene, with Kylo and Domum calmly welcoming her back. But just as she greets them, her mystical bird Balka swoops frantically past Kilo and straight towards her. The bird desperately clings to her, complaining that Kylo has no sense of boundaries and begging never to be left alone with him again. Kylo smirks, teasing that Balka must still be his number one after their cuddling, as the bird shoots him a look of pure disgust. Latrelli thanks Domem for watching her mystical bird, who still seems shaken from Kylo's teasing. But Kylo, ever observant, notes her early return, dryly remarking that he expected Mrs. Gela to keep her much longer. A shadow of concern crosses Latrelli's face as she remembers the tense encounter with Utaguru, wondering if she should reveal what happened. She quickly decides against it, resolving to handle the delicate situation with Utaguru herself tomorrow. Changing the subject, she cheerfully asks what smells so good, drawing Domem's proud attention back to the bubbling pot. Domem explains he's cooking to repay Kylos' hospitality, cheekily adding that it's to save them from the vice-captain's terrible culinary skills. He playfully jabs that his food is for a more sophisticated palate, unlike the simple meals Kylo prefers. With a warm smile, he offers her the first taste, holding a spoonful of the steaming stew up to her. Latrelli accepts, taking a tentative sip of the rich, warm meal. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise at the incredible flavor, earning a delighted cheer from the proud chef. Domum offers his stew to Kylo, whose stunned Lotrelli wasn't exaggerating, earning an annoyed glare from the chef. Lotrelli praises his cooking, prompting Domem to admit that this skill wasn't just learned on the ship. His cheerful mask then slips, as he reveals this bisque was a family staple, a treasured and painful memory. With a bittersweet look, he confesses, this is the first time he's ever shared this deeply personal meal with anyone else. But the somber moment is broken by Kylo's high praise, leading to playful banter about a marriage proposal. When Kylo cheekily suggests a servant role instead, Domem snatches the bowl away, declaring he gets nothing. He then offers the food to a grateful Lotrelli, while Kylo protests about being starved in his own house. The two friends bicker like children, threatening to hoard blankets and eat all the food in retaliation. Lotrelli watches with a warm smile, glad the heavy atmosphere has lifted, and that Domem is happy again. The playful fight ends with Kylo bowing in mock surrender for a bowl, filling the small home with a sense of cozy belonging. The scene shifts to a tense household where Vice Captain Utaguru is coldly reprimanded for being late once again. Lotrelli arrives just behind him, her mind racing with concern that he's just endured another brutal fight with his mother. He turns away, lost in a daze and completely unaware of her worry over the harsh discipline he constantly receives. Trying to break his trance, Lotrelli warns him that his mother is waiting upstairs and already furious about unfinished chores. He just scoffs dismissively, before a shrill voice suddenly screams a name from the second floor. But the summons isn't for him, as Lotrelli is the one who dashes up the stairs in immediate response. At the top, the imposing Mrs. Gela stands with her arms crossed, ordering the young pirate to grab a bucket and get to work. With grim acceptance, Lotrelli hefts the heavy supplies, steeling herself for the torment that's about to begin. She's forced onto her hands and knees to scrub the floors while the woman sips tea and cruelly questions if she's blind. The humiliation only deepens as her work is deemed inadequate, forcing her to start the entire grueling process all over again. Mrs. Gela coldly dismisses Lotrelli's work, ordering her to change the murky water immediately. But just as she turns to leave, Utaguru steps in and gently stops her, calling out to his mother. The cruel woman simply scoffs at his defense, complaining about another's behavior and dismissing any hope for change. Despite his mother's invitation for tea, Utaguru's expression is hollow and distant, a shadow of his usual self. When he tries to excuse himself for some fresh air, his mother's face twists into a venomous glare. Outside, Lotrelli freezes as the woman's voice escalates into a furious tirade against her own son. Her hands clench tightly as she debates whether to interfere in a private family matter now spilling outside. But her hesitation shatters with the sickening sound of a sharp slap and something crashing to the floor. In that instant, something snaps inside her as she drops everything, a wave of protective fury propelling her forward. She races back towards the house, determined to intervene, no longer able to stand by and listen to the abuse. Inside, the woman's rage erupts as she brands her own son an ungrateful brat, raising her hand to strike him down. She hurls a cup filled with dark liquid directly at his face with shocking violence. But in that split second, Lotrelli bursts into the room, a blur of motion fueled by pure instinct. She throws herself forward, shoving the stunned vice captain out of the path of the projectile. In her heroic act, she takes the full, brutal impact of the object right to her head. Utaguru can only stare in horror, as blood begins to drip down her face from the fresh wound. Yet, ignoring the pain, she grabs his wrist with an unbreakable grip. Her eyes filled with determination, she pulls him toward the exit, completely ignoring his mother's furious screams to come back. Suddenly, the cruel woman's rage shatters into desperate panic, begging him not to leave her alone. And without a single glance back, Lotrelli leads him away from the toxic house, escaping into the open air. Dragging him away from the house of horrors, Lotrelli runs along the shore as Utaguru begs her to let go. He finally gets her to stop, only to see the bloody wound she took for him, crying out her name in shock. But Utaguru turns the question back on her, pointing out that she's the one who is obviously injured. He gently dabs at the gash on her forehead, his touch unexpectedly soft. Utaguru chides her for not even realizing she was bleeding, his concern overriding his usual animosity. He presses the cloth firmly to the cut, demanding to know why she would throw herself into danger for him. The vice captain looks away, coldly stating that his family's dark affairs were none of her concern. But her simple, honest answer, that he looked like he needed help, seems to catch him completely off guard. After a moment of stunned silence, he regains his composure and instructs her to keep pressure on the wound. He then presses a vial of medicine into her hand, a quiet act of care that speaks louder than any words he could say. Utuguru coldly dismisses Latrelli, turning his back on her after that brief moment of shared vulnerability. She calls out in disbelief, realizing he's walking straight back to the monster he calls a mother, but he once again insists this doesn't concern her. Latrelli watches him go, completely unable to understand his self-destructive path as he gives a detached order for her to get treated. But then he turns with a chilling glare, warning her not to breathe a single word of what she saw to anyone, especially Kylo. He declares it a direct order, his lone figure walking away as she's left isolated on the shore. Standing alone, Latrelli understands his desperation, realizing he's not just trapped by his past but has fully resigned himself to it. As the waves wash over her feet, she sighs in defeat, just when she thought the chaos on this ship was finally calming down. Later, the ship's chef Johann carefully tends to her head wound, asking how she managed to get hurt again. Forced to protect the vice captain's dark secret, she invents a clumsy lie about falling down the stairs, terrified that the truth would endanger them all. But Johann simply offers a gentle smile, asking if she's enjoying her time with the crew, his calm gaze suggesting he knows far more than he lets on. Johann reminisces about the recent sea serpent incident, grateful for the quiet moment of recovery. As he tends to Latrelli's head, his casual mention of a second beast encounter piques her curiosity. He recounts a harrowing tale of giant territorial whales, a story that leaves her completely stunned by the dangers he's faced. With her wounds finally dressed, he helps her to her feet just as his quiet companion One slips out of the room. Johann urges her to enjoy the peace on the island, but her haunted eyes betray the secret she's forced to carry. Yet a dark premonition lingers, suggesting this supposed sanctuary is built on a lie. Weighed down by Utuguru's threat, she walks back alone, torn between her loyalty and the truth. But she forces a smile, trying to pretend everything is normal as she announces her return. Inside, a rare moment of peace greets her, with Kylo and Domem waiting with their mystical companions. But that peace is instantly shattered as Kylo's gaze fixes on her injury, his voice cutting through the calm with one demanding question. Kylo immediately confronts Latrelli about her head wound, but she tries to play it off as nothing serious. He refuses to let it go, pointing out the obvious bandage, as Domem and her mystical bird watch with growing concern. Then his question cuts straight to the bone, asking if the vicious Mrs. Gela was the one responsible, forcing a panicked denial from Latrelli. She quickly invents a story about bumping her head, all while her mind screams that she can never tell them the truth. Kylo seems to accept her lie, showing sympathy while his massive wolf-like beast silently observes the tense exchange. He continues to probe her story, forcing Latrelli to carefully navigate his questions about how she got treated. But trapped in his gaze, she wonders if he already knows the dark, violent secrets of his own family. Domem tries to break the tension, announcing that ship maintenance will keep them on the island for another 5 days. The news only sends her spiraling deeper into thought, caught between Utagura's secret and Mrs. Gela's madness. So with a forced smile, she whispers that she's fine, hiding a devastating truth that could shatter the entire crew. Latrelli tries to end the tense conversation, whispering to her bird that she can't wait to escape this island. The next morning, a new day dawns over the Traff estate, setting the stage for a dangerous confrontation. Unable to ignore the situation, Latrelli walks toward the house, determined to face the family's dark secrets head-on. There she discovers Vice Captain Utuguru, a man of immense pride, forced into the humiliating task of sweeping the steps like a servant. She cautiously approaches her rival, offering to help him with the demeaning chore. But he coldly shuts her down, his voice laced with venom as he tells her to stop her annoying pity. Latrelli refuses to back down, demanding to know what kind of situation has brought him so low. Finally, she speaks the forbidden truth, calling his mother's actions abuse, and his mask of composure instantly shatters. Utuguru desperately tries to send her away before his parents return, attempting to shield her from the coming storm. But when she asks if he can talk to his father, Utuguru's chilling smile reveals a family secret far more terrifying than she could ever imagine. Utuguru scoffs, revealing the chilling truth that his own father was the one who ordered him to look after her in the first place. Latrelli is horrified, realizing the captain not only knows about his wife's cruelty but has chosen to do nothing at all. He coldly dismisses her, ordering her to rest as payment for her silence on his family's dark secret. But as he walks away, the ship's physician Bredick appears, cheerfully greeting the tormented vice captain. Bredick puts a friendly arm around him, completely oblivious to the horrifying reality as Latrelli retreats in the distance. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. It's Heather, who immediately notices the bandage on Latrella's head and asks with concern what happened. Latrelli quickly lies about the injury, prompting Heather to express relief that the notoriously cruel Mrs. Gela wasn't the cause. With a mysterious smile, Heather then invites her for tea, cryptically mentioning that a little birdie told her something interesting. The seemingly innocent phrase makes Latrelli flinch in alarm, realizing her greatest secret might have just been exposed. Heather cheerfully reveals Kylo told her everything, sending Latrelli into a silent panic over her most dangerous secret. But the misunderstanding is quickly cleared, as Heather clarifies she was only talking about Latrelli sneaking aboard the ship. As they walk, Heather mentions Latrelli's quest to find her sister, a painful truth she confirms was stolen by cruel slavers. Heather's expression darkens with empathy, admitting her own village was lucky to escape with only property damage from the same slavers. She quickly apologizes for prying and invites Latrelli inside for tea, but Latrelli hesitates, worried about meeting her father. Suddenly, a young voice calls her name, revealing the cabin boy Praise peeking out from behind a nearby tree. He introduces his older brother Prode, who was helping their father with repairs on the island. Prode's eyes light up with awe, identifying her as the legendary hero who saved his younger brother's life. He then excitedly asks about her bright blue eagle, forcing a nervous Latrelli to lie that her mystical companion is being watched. With the danger averted for now, Heather warmly invites them all to the garden for tea. In a rare moment of peace, Latrelli watches the cabin boy Praise happily share a treat with his older brother. The group settles into a beautiful garden, enjoying tea and pastries served by the kind-hearted Heather. Latrelli feels a genuine connection forming as Heather proudly pours her a cup, sharing the story of her beloved garden. Admiring the scenery, Latrelli finally allows herself to relax, commenting on the years of work it must have taken. But that peace is instantly shattered by a grim-faced gardener who appears from nowhere, demanding to know why they're here. Latrelli bursts into laughter at the sight of the navigator Digel in such a ridiculous outfit, and her teasing sends him into a comical rage. His anger, however, is nothing compared to Heather's, who explodes with fury when he dares to damage her perfect lawn. The intimidating man is immediately humbled, forced to apologize as his own daughter lectures him on the proper way to care for roses. Latrelli sips her tea, utterly amused to see the normally composed navigator so docile and defeated for once. With the bizarre interruption over, Heather warmly turns back to Latrelli, gently asking if she's had a chance to explore the recovering village. Heather checks in on the village boys, Praise and Prode, who thankfully report their home was spared from the recent pirate attack. Latrelli, her curiosity piqued, asks how the villagers managed to repel the notorious Wuhapiage pirates so quickly. But the boy reveals a baffling detail: the pirates didn't put up a fight. They fled the moment the villagers began attacking the ship's bow. He admits that despite his mother's warnings, he couldn't help but sneak a look at the battle. The scene instantly shifts to a memory of that chaotic beach assault, where the outnumbered villagers courageously charged the massive pirate vessel. Fueled by desperation and fury, one of the townsmen swings his sword, screaming defiance at the invaders. Their relentless attack proves shockingly effective, as their weapons begin to pierce the ship's hull. On deck, the pirate captain can only watch in frustrated disbelief, as his ship is damaged. Forced to cut his losses, he gives the humiliating order to raise the anchor and retreat. The memory ends as the villagers cheer, having driven the enemy from their shores through sheer force of will. Latrelli's mind races with a terrible realization: the pirates only fled because they were protecting something precious on board. Her anxiety spikes, as she wonders if her captured friend Raltia was the very treasure they were hiding. But the young boy Prode interrupts her thoughts, asking if she can summon her mystical bird, since the pirate's true motive still seems off. He pleads excitedly, explaining that her companion looks exactly like the legendary blue seabirds from the stories he's heard. Latrelli, sitting beside a girl named Heather, tries to play it cool by casually dismissing the boy's belief in old myths. Praise then chimes in, revealing that their own ship's navigator used to tell them it was every seaman's dream to own such a creature. The mention of a navigator's dream instantly startles Latrelli, who knows the dangerous truth behind the legend. Heather sighs, complaining that her own father became obsessed with that folktale, even traveling the world to find one. She dismisses the idea of a talking bird that guides ships as pure nonsense, forcing Latrelli to nervously lie about her companion's true power. Despite the deception, the innocent boy simply asks if he can pet the bird sometime, and Latrelli can only agree, hiding a world-shattering secret. Latrelli abruptly decides to leave, a chilling thought crossing her mind that the navigator Digel might finally realize her bird is a real legendary creature. While waving a casual goodbye to Heather, she inwardly panics, knowing she must invent a convincing cover story immediately. But as she walks alone, paranoia takes root, and she questions who she can truly trust, finding the navigator's nonchalance about the seabird deeply suspicious. Her mind flashes to a dark secret she just learned. The Black Ocean crew was once part of a much larger, more sinister organization. This only deepens her fear as she realizes Digel, despite leaving with their captain, might still be in contact with his old masters. The terrifying possibility emerges that he's a mole, and enemy ships are already lying in wait to ambush them the second they set sail. Overwhelmed by the weight of this potential betrayal, she runs a hand through her hair in utter frustration. Her mind then races through the faces of her crewmates, desperately trying to sort out who is truly on her side from those who might be wearing a mask. But the ultimate fear remains Captain Clusdo, and the catastrophic consequences that would follow if he ever uncovered the truth. Leaning against a tree in exhaustion, she's forced to confront the terrifying idea that her enemy, Scarlet, might have been right about a traitor all along. Lotrelli steels her resolve, vowing to save her friend Raltia even if it means betraying the Black Ocean crew first. Meanwhile, from a window above, the thoughtful Domum watches her with growing concern. Kylo joins him, noting she's been pacing for minutes with that same brooding, tragic look on her face. Inside, they discuss how restless she's become, trapped on this island while her friend's fate remains unknown. But with a confident smirk, Kylo reveals he might have a plan to finally calm her down. A voice suddenly cuts through her solitude, telling her she really shouldn't be wandering around alone. She turns to find Kylo, brushing off his concern by insisting she doesn't need a babysitter, despite his warnings about her head wound. Finally giving in, she reluctantly agrees to his company but warns him not to follow her inside. She explains she's just visiting a friend and desperately needed to escape Domum's thunderous snoring. The memory of his obnoxious snoring makes her darkly joke that suffocating him is the only permanent solution, a sentiment Kylo can't argue with. Lotrelli entrusts her mystical bird Balka to Kylo, making it promise not to secretly follow her. He cryptically explains he needs her companion's help for an important project, but his vague answer only raises more questions. Kylo then blushes and dodges the topic entirely, promising he'll explain everything to her later. With a final wave, she leaves them by the shore, telling him to keep Balka out of trouble. But as Lotrelli walks back toward the manor, she can't help but wonder what secret he's hiding. Her quiet walk is suddenly shattered by the deafening sound of something crashing from inside the house. Drawn by the noise, she overhears a vicious argument erupting within, a woman screaming accusations of infidelity. Realizing Captain Clusdo is inside, and fearing for Utaguru, she reaches for the door to intervene. But just as her fingers touch the handle, a hand violently grabs her wrist, stopping her cold. It's Utaguru, who furiously drags her away while demanding to know if she has any concept of privacy. Utaguru furiously reminds Lotrelli that his private life is off limits, but she acknowledges his anger, insisting she had a reason for her concern. She confesses she only wanted to ensure he wasn't hurt again, which only makes him angrier. Lotrelli pushes back, arguing that while he can hide the abuse from others, he can't ignore it forever. To calm him, she swears she hasn't told anyone, especially not the fiercely protective Kylo. Utaguru sighs with a hint of relief, begrudgingly admitting that at least she's trustworthy. He then invites her to sit down, casually mentioning he hasn't suffered any of his mother's discipline today. As they sit, she finally asks about the fight, learning it's the same old battle over his parents living together. The bitter truth is revealed. Captain Clusdo knows how dangerous his wife is, but cowardly dumps the burden entirely on his son. She insists it's completely unfair for him to bear this alone, and with a heavy heart, Utaguru can only agree. Utaguru suddenly rises in frustration, admitting it's not fair he's the one stuck dealing with this mess. But then a painful memory surfaces of a time when his mother was the kindest person he knew. He reveals the devastating truth that his father's betrayal broke her, forcing him to deal with the fallout alone. Lotrelli refuses to accept this, questioning how he can simply be okay with such a cruel fate. The question makes him falter, struggling to even speak about the man who abandoned him. Turning away, he insists he's fine, claiming it's his duty as her son to stay by her side. But Lotrelli rises to face him, warning that this path will only lead him to resent the captain for this burden. With a bitter smile, Utaguru declares that's exactly what he wants, to finally hate his father. Yet he confesses that it should have been easy by now, but for some reason, he just can't bring himself to do it. And the heartbreaking reason hangs in the air. A small part of him still wishes his father could be kind. As Lotrelli tries to process Utaguru's family drama, a sudden crash from nearby shatters the tense quiet. They both jump as a desperate voice screams from the direction of the crash, accusing someone of leaving them to rot. When Lotrelli asks if they should intervene, Utaguru shuts her down completely, declaring this isn't her problem. He then pulls rank, issuing a cold order for her to simply leave the scene and walk away. But as the violent sounds escalate, Lotrelli knows he's too proud to accept her help, even if he desperately needs it. A brilliant idea strikes her. If not her, maybe he'll accept help from the ship's physician, and a local woman seems to know exactly where to find him. The friendly villager, Heather, points her in the right direction, telling her Bredek lives right in the center of town. But then Heather casually mentions that Kylo was also just there, a piece of information that sends Lotrelli dashing off. Tossing a hasty thanks over her shoulder, she sprints away, leaving a bewildered Heather completely in the dust. Now racing against time, she sprints through the streets, desperately hoping the physician is home before it's too late. Lotrelli finally finds the ship's physician, Bredek, who is shocked to see her at his door. Wasting no time, she cuts straight to the point, asking him what he knows about Utuguru's abusive mother, which makes him visibly flinch. Without waiting for an answer, she urgently pulls him away from prying eyes on the street. She drags him into a room and slams the door shut, demanding they speak in private. Bredek laughs nervously, trying to brush off her accusations as something she shouldn't be spreading around. He then coldly shuts her down, declaring it a private family matter and reminding her that the captain is their superior. But Lotrelli refuses to back down, slamming her fist down as she suggests getting the other executives involved. Suddenly, Bredek grabs her arm, his calm demeanor completely vanishing in an instant. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light as he delivers a chilling warning not to tell anyone else on the crew about this. Lotrelli is frozen in shock, realizing she's never seen the gentle doctor this furious before, revealing a darkness she never knew existed. Bredek's chilling anger melts into exhausted frustration as he questions if he went too far, wondering why this is so hard for her to understand. He warns her that meddling will only make things worse for Utuguru, reminding her of the absolute power he and the captain wield over the entire crew. With a grim certainty, he insists the family will take their secrets to the grave because the captain doesn't even listen to his own two sons. Lotrelli's defiance finally shatters, forced to concede that when he puts it that way, her plan sounds completely hopeless. Softening his approach, Bredek places a hand on her shoulder, telling her that if she truly wants to help, she needs to stay out of it and just behave. He then ushers her towards the door, claiming with absolute conviction that as Utuguru's best friend, he knows this is what he truly wants. Overwhelmed and uncertain, Lotrelli can only whisper a defeated okay, her own resolve now shaken. Walking away alone, she tries to convince herself to forget everything, but admits that it's far easier said than done. She kicks a stray rock in utter frustration, questioning if she can really pretend nothing is wrong when she has to face that monstrous woman again tomorrow. Arriving at a door, she realizes with a sinking feeling that she can't even tell her closest friends, taking a deep breath before calling out to them. Just as she's about to enter, a pair of hands suddenly covers her eyes, telling her not to peek. It's Domum and Kylo, who have prepared a surprise to lift her spirits while her mystical bird and his beast watch on. With a soft glow surrounding them, Kylo gently asks for her hand. She hesitantly agrees, placing her hand in his while warning him this better be good. But the moment her eyes are uncovered, she lets out an audible gasp of pure shock. Placed in her palm is her precious necklace, the one she thought was lost forever. Overwhelmed with emotion, she can only stare at the beautifully repaired keepsake, whispering that it's gorgeous. Kylo shyly explains how they managed to fix it, admitting they had to find new beads to replace the lost ones. As she fastens the perfect gift around her neck, she's struck by how she let Utuguru's problems completely overshadow her own. With renewed focus, she thanks Kilo, realizing Bredek was right and she needs to concentrate on her own path forward. Domum reveals Kylo spent days painstakingly fixing her necklace, much to the vice captain's embarrassment. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she asks how she can repay him, and he simply offers to switch duties with her. But his casual mention of sailing in 2 days catches her completely off guard. A wave of relief washes over her as she realizes this means she only has one more day trapped in Mrs. Gella's service. She steels herself to endure the final day, but her resolve is immediately tested by a knock at the door, revealing the woman herself. Playing the part of a dutiful servant, Lotrelli greets Mrs. Gella with a respectful nod. The woman coldly orders her to clean a mess in the kitchen supposedly made by a rat, though Lotrelli immediately notices Utuguru already on his knees. With chilling authority, Mrs. Gella dismisses her own son, telling him the rookie will take over his punishment. As he rises, a fresh red mark on his chin confirms her worst fears, another sign of his mother's cruelty. Unable to stand by any longer, she steps in and takes the cleaning tools from his hand, refusing to let the vice captain be humiliated. Utuguru tells her to hurry up and finish, clearly trying to get her away from the brewing storm. While Lotrelli cleans, she overhears Mrs. Gella berating her son for his impending departure and lack of contact. As she walks away, the argument escalates into screams, with Utuguru desperately telling her to ignore it all. But a glance back reveals the horrifying truth, as he physically stops his mother from attacking him, his voice cracking as he begs her to just leave. The sound of shattering glass finally breaks her composure, and a silent rage consumes Lotrelli as she realizes she can't ignore this. A moment later, she stands outside, announcing that her task is done, the tense silence hanging heavy in the air. Yutaguru can barely meet her gaze, and she immediately notices a fresh cut on his cheek, a clear mark from his mother's violent outburst. Despite her fury, she remembers his plea and forces herself to play along, giving him a curt nod and a formal farewell. He turns away with a defeated smile, his quiet goodbye feeling more like a surrender than a parting. But as he leaves, Lotrelli is left consumed by a profound sadness, knowing she just walked away from a man trapped in his own personal hell. Still lost in her dark thoughts, Lotrelli is suddenly snapped back to reality by a cheerful voice calling out to her. It's Heather, the navigator's daughter, who playfully compliments the repaired necklace and notes Kylo's skilled handiwork. Lotrelli tries to thank her in return, but Heather just smiles, saying she only helped a little to find the right size. Seeing the rookie's distant expression, Heather playfully insists she join her for tea, an offer Lotrelli gratefully accepts. Over a beautiful spread of cakes, Heather reveals that her father told her they're setting sail the next day. She sincerely wishes Lotrelli success in finding her sister, hoping she'll return to visit again someday. Heather then sighs, complaining that with so few girls around, the local men are getting desperate enough to ask for her hand. Lotrelli is shocked, pointing out that Heather seems far too young and that on her island, suitors are chosen by fathers after a bridal exam. She continues, explaining how these exams can involve strange and specific skill tests, revealing a surprising depth of knowledge. But her detailed explanation makes Heather suspicious, and Lotrelli freezes, realizing she's just made a critical slip-up about her past. Heather calmly points out the fatal flaw in Lotrella's story, noting she couldn't have seen her friend during the exam. Lotrella's heart pounds in her chest as she desperately searches for an excuse, but Heather's observations are becoming dangerously specific. The navigator's daughter continues her gentle interrogation, noting that Lotrella's voice is even higher than the ship's youngest cabin boy. With her lies crumbling around her, Lotrelli realizes with a cold dread that there's nothing left she can say to escape this. Heather then leans in and asks the one question that could destroy everything. Lot, are you a woman? Defeated and exposed, Lotrelli can only sigh and admit that she has been caught. But just as the secret is finally revealed, a loud clang shatters the moment, and her eyes fly wide with sudden alarm. A crewmate named Netter stands in the distance, frozen in utter disbelief, having heard the entire conversation. Lotrelli springs from her seat in a panic, her mind racing to figure out how long he was listening. Before she can react, Netter turns and sprints away, shouting that he has to tell the captain, forcing her into a desperate chase. Lotrelli desperately chases Netter down, screaming that she won't let him talk. She reaches out, vowing that she won't let all of her sacrifices be for nothing. With a final burst of speed, she manages to grab his wrist, stopping him cold. Driven by pure desperation, she throws a punch with enough force to knock him out before he can snitch. But to her shock, he easily dodges every single one of her frantic attacks, without even trying to fight back. A horrifying thought crosses her mind. Is he holding back just because he knows she's a woman? The condescending thought only enrages her further, fueling another furious attack. Yet her punch is caught effortlessly, his grip like steel around her fist. He twists her arm, pulling her completely off balance and into his control. In a single fluid motion, he spins her around and slams her against a tree, ending the fight in an instant. Pinned helplessly against the tree, Lotrelli is completely at his mercy. Her crewmate stares in utter disbelief, furious with himself for not piecing together the truth sooner. Her thin arms, her higher voice, her slender neck, all the clues suddenly clicked into place. He demands to know why she would go to such dangerous lengths to maintain her disguise. Lotrelli struggles, telling him to let go, but he moves to confirm his shocking theory once and for all. In a stunning violation of trust, his hand reaches out to touch her chest. The horrifying truth is undeniable, and he blurts out in shock that she really is a woman. Consumed by rage and humiliation, Lotrelli lands a brutal punch square across his jaw. But just as the fight is about to spiral out of control, a voice suddenly cries out, begging them to stop. Heather grabs Lotrelli's arm, desperately trying to calm her down before the situation explodes. Reeling from the blow, Netter snarls that the rules of the Black Ocean are crystal clear. He insists the captain must be told that she broke their most sacred law. No woman shall set foot on their ship. The tired, hateful words send a fresh wave of fury through Lotrelli, whose eyes burn with rage. She violently shrugs off Heather's desperate pleas, her expression hardening with grim resolve. Then, deciding she's done negotiating, her hand darts out to snatch a sharp gardening tool from a nearby crate. With a chilling promise to ensure he never leaves this garden, she levels the makeshift weapon at his throat. Stunned by her murderous intent, he asks if she's truly willing to kill him just to protect her secret. With a desperate scream that shatters the air, she confirms his worst fears. Grabbing his collar, she trembles as she reveals that if she's exposed now, all the suffering and fear she's endured will be for nothing. Finally, the dam breaks and tears stream down her face as she confesses the true stakes of her mission. The slavers have her sister, and this is the only way to get her back. Her confession spills out in a torrent of tears, revealing that joining this crew was her only chance to save her sister from the slavers who destroyed her life. She confronts him directly, demanding to know how her gender could possibly erase the fact she earned her place through skill and a fair fight. Stunned by her desperate logic, his anger falters as he admits her point, but the unspoken danger still hangs in the air. He suddenly pulls back, the reality of the situation crashing down on him as he realizes he's been threatening a desperate young woman. His tone shifts from accusation to genuine concern, questioning if she truly understands the danger of living alone on a ship full of men. He pleads with her to lower the weapon, offering a chance to talk instead of letting things escalate to a point of no return. In a stunning reversal, he offers a deal. If her story is compelling enough, he might just keep her secret safe. Exhausted and out of options, Lotrelli gives a shaky nod, finally agreeing to his terms. As the tense standoff finally ends, a fragile truce settles over the garden under the golden sky. Later, sitting together, he finally understands the truth. Her short hair was never a disguise, but a mark of her enslavement that everyone had completely misunderstood. Netter grudgingly admits he lost a fight to a woman, a fact Lotrelli questions since he knows of legendary all-female pirate crews. She presses him, asking why he didn't just join the infamous Scarlet Pirates if he was so desperate to find a ship. He simply laughs it off, claiming their crude manners were a deal-breaker, a sentiment he and Lotrelli can finally agree on. Seeing him smile gives her a flicker of hope that her life-threatening secret might actually be safe with this unpredictable man. But then, Netter drops a bombshell, promising his silence because he realizes they are more alike than she could ever imagine. His playful demeanor vanishes as he reveals a hidden tragedy. He too is desperately searching for someone he lost. He confesses his entire motivation for joining the Black Ocean was to climb the ranks and gain the power to steer the ship toward his own goals. His recent suspicious behavior suddenly makes sense, as he was trying to hunt down a traitor to gain the captain's favor, but failed. Standing with newfound conviction, he gives her his word, promising to protect her secret until she can leave on her own terms. He then departs with a polite bow, leaving Lotrelli stunned by the sudden gentlemanly act from the very man who assaulted her moments before. With the tense alliance forged, Heather playfully mocks Netter as he storms away in defeat. As he disappears into the distance, Lotrelli decides it's time for her to leave as well. A moment of quiet peace settles under the darkening sky, a brief calm before the storm. But before she can go, Heather pulls her into a tight embrace, offering a rare moment of genuine comfort. Suddenly, Lotrelli's heart pounds in her chest as Heather looks up, sensing the sudden shift in the air. The peace is shattered by the thunderous approach of Heather's father, Digel, roaring with fury at what he sees. Lotrelli throws her hands up in panic, desperately trying to explain the innocent misunderstanding. Her words are useless as the enraged man grabs her by the collar, demanding to know what's going on. He furiously accuses her of slacking off for days just to sneak around with his daughter. But Heather throws herself between them, frantically trying to explain that Lotrelli was only saving her from a fall. Heather desperately calls out to Netter for backup, who reluctantly confirms her story. But Digel isn't convinced, silencing Lotrelli's frantic excuses with a roar of disbelief. When suddenly, Netter calmly steps in, fabricating a story about putting the off-duty rookie to work for a party. His lie is so convincing that even Lotrelli is confused, wondering what party he's even talking about. The enraged father turns to his daughter for confirmation, and she quickly plays along with the convenient alibi. Seeing their united front, the navigator's fury finally begins to subside. He apologizes for his violent outburst but still scolds them for not getting his permission first. Lotrelli breathes a quiet sigh of relief, thinking she's narrowly avoided a catastrophe. But the crisis isn't over. As the father turns on his own daughter, lecturing her about her reputation, his words then take a cruel turn, comparing her to her mother and leaving Heather completely stunned by the unexpected pressure. The navigator begins lecturing his daughter on marriage, but she immediately shuts him down with a defiant glare. As Heather argues back, Lotrelli is frozen by the familiar scene, which painfully reminds her of her own past pressures. Her father insists he only wants what's best, but Heather fiercely declares she is more than capable of building her own life. The argument intensifies when she brings up the bitter truth about marrying a sailor, earning a furious command to hold her tongue. Refusing to back down, Heather angrily storms off, leaving everyone else in a tense and awkward silence. The navigator's fury fades into sorrow as he wonders aloud who his daughter takes after, sadly recalling her mother's own spirit. Still believing the cover story, he dismisses Lotrelli to fetch ale, unwittingly giving her and Netter a chance to slip away. Once they are clear, Lotrelli thanks him for the clever lie, only to discover the party he invented is actually real. Netter reveals the crew is throwing a massive farewell feast for the captain's wife, complete with free booze and dancing. But his tone suddenly shifts, ominously adding that he and Lotrelli won't be able to enjoy any of it. Netter's ominous warning comes true, as Lotrelli is forced to work during the crew's wild farewell party, and she's immediately swamped with orders, running ale for the drunken pirates like a common barmaid. Her mystical bird, Balka, bitterly points out how she's being used, but Lotrelli knows she has no choice but to lay low. With everyone else completely wasted, even the captain celebrating with his wife, there's no one left to notice her struggle. But just as she's overwhelmed, the quiet Vice Captain Kylo arrives with his monstrous beast, offering to help. He gently asks why she isn't dancing with the others, forcing a flustered excuse from the young rookie. To her surprise, Kylo admits that socializing has never been his strong suit either, a quiet bond forming between them. Suddenly, Balka swoops in with a brilliant idea, startling Lotrelli with its blunt pragmatism, and Kylo's beast immediately agrees, urging its master to open his eyes and see the bigger picture. Everyone is dancing, lost in the celebration, providing the perfect cover for the two outcasts to finally connect. The entire crew is lost in a drunken revelry, with even the youngest cabin boys being pulled into the chaos, while others use the cover of night to steal quiet moments with their lovers by the shore. Seeing this, Kylo's beast wisely points out that not a single executive would notice if they slipped away from their post. But just as the two outcasts stand alone, a voice suddenly calls out to them from the crowd. It's Domum and Heather, cheerfully demanding they stop lurking in the shadows and join the dance. With a sudden burst of courage, Lotrelli grabs the stoic vice captain's hand, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and she pulls the startled Kylo forward, dragging him towards the music before he can even think to protest. They're immediately swallowed by the wild circle of dancers spinning around a roaring bonfire. Lotrelli finds herself caught between her new friends, swept up in the rhythm of the celebration, and for the first time, the two isolated warriors awkwardly stumble through the steps, finally becoming a part of the crew. The bonfire roars as the outcasts are finally swept into the heart of the crew's celebration. As the music swells, Lotrelli finds herself being led by the stoic vice captain, their hands clasped in an unfamiliar dance. For the first time in ages, a genuine, unguarded smile breaks across Lotrelli's face, a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. Even Kylo, the man haunted by nightmares, feels the weight on his shoulders lift, admitting to himself that this might not be so bad after all. The partners soon switch, and Lotrelli is spun around by Heather, their laughter echoing through the lively crowd. Heather playfully jokes that her father is far too drunk to notice Lotrelli's absence from her post, sharing a conspiratorial grin. But then, her expression shifts, and she leans in to whisper a secret invitation, asking Lotrelli to slip away from the party with her. Heather then reveals a hidden gift, a beautiful bouquet of blue flowers she wants Lotrelli to have. Suddenly, they are alone on a quiet beach, where Heather explains she pressed the flowers herself as a memento of their time together. She warns Lotrelli to hide the gift from her father to avoid any wrong ideas, before her question reveals she knows far more about Lotrelli's private conflicts than she lets on. Heather opens up about her own inescapable fate, lamenting that one day a stranger will simply appear and claim her as his wife. She then jokingly asks if she could stow away like Lotrelli, but Lotrelli quietly admits her life as a runaway was never a path she chose freely. Lotrelli then drops a bombshell confession she nearly ran from her own engagement, causing Heather to flinch back in utter disbelief. Turning toward the endless ocean, Lotrelli dismisses her past, saying it all became meaningless the moment she began her hunt for Raltia. Heather expresses her sincere hope for the mission, but Lotrelli's gaze remains fixed on the horizon as she contemplates the true nature of the sea. She explains that the more she navigates its treacherous waters and braves its many secrets, the more hopelessly she falls in love with it, her eyes blazing with a fierce desire to conquer every mystery the ocean holds. This raw, untamed passion makes Heather's heart stop in her chest, leaving her completely captivated. Shaking off the shock, Heather laughs, admitting that with a declaration so manly, she finally understands how Lotrelli's secret was kept for so long. Meanwhile, in a realm of stars and water, a mysterious entity cradles a glowing orb, wondering if this time, the outcome will finally be different. The ethereal sea witch smirks, claiming responsibility for the tragic events to come. Suddenly, Lotrelli is plunged into a horrifying memory, screaming for her father as she's torn away from him. On the deck of a burning ship, he gives his final command, ordering her to escape with Balka and save herself. But before she can protest, A massive explosion consumes the entire vessel in a blinding flash of light. Adrift on the stormy sea, she watches the wreckage sink, desperately begging her mystical bird to do something, anything, to save him. As Balka lands on their tiny lifeboat, furious survivors demand to know why the creature didn't warn them, while Lotrelli refuses to accept her father is gone. The great bird can only offer a heartbreaking apology, admitting that for the first time, it sensed nothing of the impending doom. The nightmare finally shatters, replaced by a blurry vision, as a familiar voice desperately calls out her name. Lotrelli jolts awake, with a gasp, blade in hand, finding Kylo right beside her trying to de-escalate her panic. He looks at her with knowing eyes, immediately understanding the source of her terror and gently asking if it was the nightmares again. Lotrelli reassures her mystical companion that she's fine, sharing a quiet moment after the horrors of her nightmare. But the peace is short-lived as Kylo informs her they've overslept and the captain needs them on deck immediately to load supplies. Hurrying to get ready, she wonders where their friend Domem is, only to be warned they must leave now to avoid Utuguru's infamous temper. Down on the docks, the entire crew is already in a frenzy, hauling massive amounts of cargo onto the ship under the morning sun. Joining the fray, she and Kylo begin the back-breaking labor as he explains they're stocking up to chase down another vessel. She struggles under the immense weight of her own sack, complaining that it feels impossibly heavy, like carrying a ton of bricks. Suddenly, a voice from behind her jokes about his weight, revealing Domem has been hiding inside the crate she's been carrying the whole time. He laughs off his prank as the three friends are finally reunited, their camaraderie cutting through the morning's exhausting work. Domem then explains his absence, revealing that the navigator's daughter, Heather, ran away from home and he was helping with the search. Just as they catch up, the captain's booming voice cuts through the chatter, ordering everyone to stop slacking and get back to work. As the captain barks orders for their departure, Lotrelli feels a brief moment of relief that the chaos on shore is finally behind them. But her peace is shattered when she slams directly into the one person who still holds a grudge against her. Vice Captain Utuguru coldly tells her to get back to work, his lingering animosity clear in his sharp tone. He then turns his attention to Kylo, dismissively summoning the other vice captain to an executive meeting. Utuguru questions his rival's dedication to his rank, sparking a familiar tension that makes Lotrelli feel like things are finally back to normal. Later that night, as the ship cuts through the dark waves, she tries to find rest among the sleeping crew in the hold. Cradling her mystical bird, she quietly complains about the snoring men, already missing the relative privacy she briefly enjoyed. Suddenly, a haunting voice from her deepest trauma cuts through the darkness, whispering her name from a place of nightmares. She snaps awake with a gasp, calling out the name of her captured friend, as her startled bird cries out in alarm. Her panicked shout alerts a nearby Kylo, who has just returned from a late-night meeting with his beast, 10 in tow. She wonders if she's just exhausted and hearing things, but he apologizes for waking her, completely unaware of her nightmare. Lotrelli is stunned to learn the executive meeting lasted this long, realizing something far more serious than she thought must be brewing. As they both settle into their hammocks, Kylo admits the talks got heated, prompting her to share some urgent, dangerous news of her own. In a hushed whisper, she reveals that the ship's navigator has discovered Balka's secret identity as a legendary seabird. Kylo scoffs at the old navigator's competence, but listens intently as she explains Digel has been researching and is now completely convinced. The mood darkens instantly as he warns her that such creatures are coveted treasures, placing a massive target on Balka's back. Her bird squawks in defiance, ready to fight, but Kylo's beast lets out a low growl, warning the flying chicken to stay quiet. Lotrelli tries to soothe her companion, desperately hoping the crew will forget by morning, but a deep sense of dread begins to settle in. Her worst fears are realized as a crewmate confronts her, his eyes wide with the incredible rumor he just heard. Lotrelli tries to feign ignorance, but inwardly she's panicking as the dangerous truth spreads like wildfire through the crew. Soon, more men gather with piercing stares, demanding to know why she would hide such a powerful secret from them. Desperately, she tries to de-escalate the situation, insisting that Balka is nothing special. But just as she speaks, the clear sky rips open with a deafening crash of thunder, plunging the deck into chaos. The captain bursts onto the scene, his voice booming over the storm as he orders the men to secure the ship against the unnatural squall. Amidst the lashing rain, the crewmate turns on her, blaming the mystical bird for the storm, but she furiously denies ever confirming the rumor. She confronts her own companion, questioning if this power is its doing, only for the bird to insist this sudden tempest came from nowhere. With the tide rising tenfold, the ship is violently thrown by monstrous waves, caught in a deadly storm that shouldn't exist. As the ship pitches violently, Lotrelli stumbles across the deck, demanding to know how her mystical companion failed to sense this disaster. Suddenly, a strong hand yanks her back from the edge of disaster. It's Vice Captain Kylo, his expression grim as he pulls her to safety amidst the raging downpour. But Balka frantically explains this is no normal storm, insisting it has never once failed to predict the weather and that a higher power must be at play. The bird's words trigger a horrifying memory, and Lotrelli demands to know if it also failed to predict the storm that killed her father. Cornered by the question, the mystical creature begins to falter, its composure finally cracking under the weight of her accusation. Meanwhile, at the helm, Utaguru and the navigator Digel desperately fight the wheel as the unnatural storm threatens to tear the ship apart. A monstrous wave, shaped by some unseen force, crests over the railing, aiming directly for the helmsman. In a flash of blue feathers, Balka slams into Digel, knocking him out of the path of certain death just as the water crashes down. With the deck threatening to throw them overboard, Kylo plunges his sword into the wood to anchor himself. Lotrelli watches in horror from above, screaming their names as the waves threaten to claim them. Just then, she sees Utaguru rushing to the abandoned helm, desperately calling for assistance. Without a second thought, she joins him, and together they fight to regain control of the ship. Their combined strength barely holds as the vessel is slammed by another monstrous wave. But as the storm finally subsides, an unnatural calm descends, shrouding them in a dense, silent fog. Catching her breath, Lotrelli leans against the wheel, wondering if the nightmare has finally ended. Suddenly, the captain's voice cuts through the mist, ordering the crew to prepare for a fight. Because they haven't found safety, they've drifted straight into the legendary Ghost Sea. A pair of ghost ships drift silently through the eerie mist, their tattered sails a grim welcome to the cursed waters. Latrelli and the senior crew brace themselves, weapons drawn as they step onto the deck of the phantom vessel. Even their stoic captain can't hide his concern, vowing that his crew will not share the fate of the souls lost in this sea. Suddenly, a colossal shadow rises from the fog, its silhouette dwarfing the entire ship and freezing everyone in their tracks. Kylo tries to reassure a shaken Domem, but his own tense expression betrays his words. Utaguru suddenly clutches his chest in pain, a strange affliction sweeping over him as his crewmates try to dismiss their growing fear. A cry of "Sail, ho!" echoes out, revealing the full, terrifying emptiness of the derelict ship they now stand upon. Latrelli grips her sword tighter, her mind racing with a single horrifying question: where is the crew of this rotting vessel? Then, from the dense mist, a monstrous hand begins to crawl across the deck, its ghoulish form reaching for an unsuspecting crewmate. Before anyone can react, the creature lunges, violently yanking Domem's spear and dragging him down into the fog. Domem cries out in terror, feeling an unseen presence brush against his ankle in the thick fog. Kylo tries to calm him, suggesting it was just one of their animal companions moving in the mist. But as they look down, they find a severed, monstrous hand grasping Kylo's dagger, a discovery that turns their blood cold. Suddenly, the dismembered limb lunges with impossible speed, tearing the blade right out of his grip. The grotesque hand retreats back into the fog, taking the weapon with it in a flash of white smoke. Kylo stares into the abyss, a horrifying realization dawning on him about the creatures hiding within. From the mist, a skeletal ghoul emerges, its twisted form revealing the true face of their enemy. Elsewhere on the deck, Captain Clusdo and his crew are already locked in a desperate battle against a horde of these undead pirates. He roars for his men to stand their ground, cutting down one of the abominations in a single, powerful slash. Yet even the hardened captain's eyes widen in shock, realizing this hopeless fight has only just begun. The skeletal ghoul Captain Clusto, just vanquished, simply reforms from a cloud of smoke, its dagger ready once again. Its ghostly body knits itself back together, as if the fatal blow never even landed. Clusto scoffs at the creature, realizing with grim certainty that a single swing wasn't enough to end this fight. All across the deck, the rest of the crew is locked in a desperate melee, completely surrounded by these undying abominations. Vice Captain Kylo moves like a phantom, slicing clean through another one of the cursed pirates. But the monster is merely sent flying back, its form dissolving into an ethereal mist before it can even hit the deck. A chilling realization dawns on Kylo as he wonders if these things can even be killed at all. Nearby, Domem trusts in brute force, driving his spear directly through a ghoul's chest. The attack is useless, as the monster's skull is simply impaled on his spear, while its body begins to regenerate instantly. In a moment of sheer terror, Domem screams for everyone to aim for the head, praying it's the one weakness they can exploit. Latrelli dives into the fray, expertly parrying a skeletal monster's attack, but a crewmate's reckless charge nearly gets her killed, forcing her to dodge at the last second. With Domem already knocked to the ground, she's forced to single-handedly hold the line against the undead, and she tightens her grip, her resolve hardening amidst the chaos of the cursed ship. The clash of steel rings out as she's pushed back by a surprisingly powerful ghoul, so in a fluid motion, she sweeps its legs from under it, creating the perfect opening. Wasting no time, she plunges both blades directly through the monster's skull. With one threat handled, she glances back with a sharp warning for someone to stay back. It's the cabin boy Praise, who is completely surrounded and frozen by a terror so deep he can't even move. He can only watch helplessly as the skeletal pirates close in for the final, killing blow. With blinding speed, Latrelli leaps into the fray, cutting down the undead pirates closing in on the helpless cabin boy. But one of the ghouls simply turns its head, completely unfazed by an attack that should have been fatal. Realizing their resilience, she screams for everyone to aim for the head as she drives her sword straight through a monster's skull. The decapitated head flies through the air and lands right in Praise's hands, deepening his state of absolute shock. Latrelli desperately carves a path through the ghouls, shielding the boy from certain death. She whirls on him in frustration, yelling that slashing is useless and demanding to know who he is and why he's just standing there. Just as Praise spots a familiar face in the mist, a massive figure emerges from the fog, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Vice Captain Kylo and his men arrive on deck, but they bring grim news that the engine room has been completely overrun by ghouls. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes across the ship as the crew realizes the undead have taken control of their own cannons. Utaguru can only watch in absolute horror, screaming a warning as the skeletal pirates prepare to fire on their own ship. A massive explosion rips through the ship's deck, shattering everything in its path. Kylo tackles Latrelli and Breddick to the ground, screaming for them to duck the incoming blast. Squeezing her eyes shut, Lotrelli braces for the inevitable impact that never arrives. Instead of fire and death, a poisonous fog filled with glowing green skulls suddenly materializes around them. Kylo urgently tells his companion they have to escape the mist and get to the engine room immediately. But as they flee, Domum is left behind, screaming for them not to abandon him in the chaos. Lotrelli realizes the skulls are just a distraction, warning the others that the fog itself is the true danger. Despite this, she makes the shocking and decisive call for everyone to split up at once. Instantly swallowed by the mist, she finds herself completely alone with her calls for her friends going unanswered. Utterly lost and disoriented, she realizes something is terribly wrong and calls out for her only guide, Balka. Balka's voice echoes in her mind, panicking that for the first time ever, its powers failed to sense an oncoming storm. And this failure sends a chill down Lotrelli's spine, forcing her to question if the bird also lied about the storm that killed her father. As the fog warps reality, a familiar voice cuts through the haze, calling her name from the ghostly wreckage of her past. She spins around in disbelief, her eyes widening as the voice joyfully proclaims that it knew she would come for them. Standing there in the mist is Raltia, the very friend she has risked everything to find, looking completely unharmed. With a look of pure relief, the illusion of her friend chides her for taking so long to finally arrive. But as Raltia asks for a hug, Lotrella's instincts take over, her swords already drawn in a defensive stance, sensing a deadly trap. Her shock instantly melts into pure, unbridled rage as she realizes this is just a cruel mockery of her deepest desire. She furiously demands to know how this thing dares to take her sister's form, causing the illusion to shatter and reveal a crowd of hostile figures. The phantoms of her past point accusingly, their voices filled with venom as they scream about the girl with the seabird. The ghostly villagers turn on her, screaming that she is the one who cursed them all. But Lotrelli's eyes burn with a cold, defiant fury as she refuses to back down. She cuts through the phantoms with blinding speed, screaming her innocence against their twisted accusations. Suddenly, another ghostly figure appears from the mist, a familiar face questioning her violent rampage. She runs yet another phantom through without hesitation, only for it to mockingly ask if she isn't happy to see him. The illusion then shifts, and the fake Raltia holds her from behind, whispering a chilling question. Would she rather leave her to die? The phantom leans in, twisting the knife by reminding Lotrelli of how she supposedly left her father behind. With its hands gripping her face, the illusion asks if her very presence is a curse that dooms everyone she loves. Lotrelli's resolve finally snaps, and she grabs the imposter by the throat with sudden, shocking strength. She hurls the phantom away, roaring that her real friend would never say such things as the illusion finally shatters into nothing. With a final roar of defiance, she lashes out at the last of the shadowy phantoms wrapping around her. She refuses to fall for any more cheap tricks, raising her sword to strike down the illusion of her friend. The phantom shrieks in terror, a desperate plea for mercy echoing in the mist. But Lotrelli shows no mercy, driving her blade straight through the imposter's head. The illusion dissolves, revealing not a person but a grotesque skull with writhing tentacles. As the last of the magic fades away, she stumbles back, the mental toll of the battle hitting her hard. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she realizes something is terribly wrong with her surroundings. She looks down to discover she's not on a deck, but on a single narrow plank leading directly to the ghost ship. Reaching the ship's railing, she questions if this entire nightmarish trial was just a lure. Her thoughts are cut short when she hears sobbing and turns to find yet another ghostly figure appearing beside her. Lotrelli turns to find not a ghost, but her crewmate, Kylo, collapsed on the deck and sobbing uncontrollably. He's trapped in a vivid illusion, being comforted by the phantom of his mother, who apologizes over and over. But just as he reaches for her, the ghostly image cracks and shatters like glass over a monstrous glowing skull. The vision dissolves into smoke, leaving Kylo utterly broken as he whispers a final, desperate plea to his mother. Lotrella's voice cuts through the haze, snapping him back to reality as he realizes she's standing right there. He quickly tries to regain his composure, brushing off her concern as if the soul-crushing vision was nothing. She ignores his act, her eyes sharp with focus as she realizes this entire nightmare is a deliberate trap to lure them onto the ship. Kylo admits the phantom of his mother felt terrifyingly real, and they both agree they have to escape this cursed fog immediately. Suddenly, he grabs her sash, and she flinches away in surprise before he explains his plan to keep them together. Tying them to one another, he declares that in this blinding mist, their only chance of survival is to move as one. Kylo declares that with the skulls gone, the fog has cleared, telling her they must hurry to find the others. But he suddenly halts, asking if she heard a faint sound piercing through the mist. Realizing it's the voice of their comrade Utuguru, he immediately dashes towards the sound in a panic. Meanwhile, Bredek is trapped in a mesmerizing illusion, where a phantom Utaguru promises him the peaceful life he's always wanted. Kylo spots the scene from afar and screams a desperate warning for Bredek not to fall for the trap. The phantom turns with a sinister glare while Bredek can only look back in utter confusion. Suddenly, Latrelli spots the source of the dark magic, a glowing skull pulsating with energy on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Kylo stomps down hard, shattering the cursed object with a single, powerful strike. The illusion of Utaguru instantly dissolves into smoke, leaving Bredek horrified and alone in the mist. Before he can even react, Kylo grabs him by the collar, demanding to know what's going on. Kylo furiously demands to know what Bredek did to Utaguru, who can only stammer that it was an illusion. Latrelli quickly steps in to explain that the skulls were trying to lure them onto the ghost ship. The horrifying realization hits Bredek, who covers his face in absolute shame. He asks how much they heard, only for Latrelli to reveal she knew it was fake because Utaguru is never that warm. With a heavy sigh, Bredek admits he's glad she can still find humor in their grim situation. Kylo then orders them to tie their sashes together so they don't get lost in the mist. Latrelli bluntly tells the hesitant doctor that if he wants to die with a phantom, he's welcome to stay behind. Now bound together, the trio trudges through the fog, feeling completely ridiculous. Bredek complains that if Utaguru ever saw them like this, he'd never hear the end of it. But Latrelli suddenly stops dead, her eyes wide with a chilling warning to be careful what you wish for. Bredek's face contorts in absolute horror as the phantom he wished for appears right before them. The trio stands frozen as a massive, blood-drenched figure emerges from the fog, dripping crimson onto the deck. But the beast stumbles, revealing it's Kylo's companion 10, carrying the grievously wounded body of Vice Captain Utaguru. With no hesitation, Bredek frantically rips off the sash, tying him to the others. He rushes towards his fallen comrade, desperately calling out his name as Utaguru collapses to the ground. Cradling the Vice Captain, Bredek discovers a horrific wound, realizing with dread how long he must have been suffering alone. Latrelli and Kylo are stunned into silence, completely powerless to process the sudden tragedy. Kylo can only stare grimly at the still body, asking his beast if Utaguru is already dead. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the mist with a sharp retort, causing Kylo's eyes to snap wide open in disbelief. Just then, Utaguru convulses back to life, coughing violently as the entire group surrounds him in a state of absolute panic. Kylo explains that he found Utaguru wandering in a complete daze, only snapping back to reality when skeletons suddenly swarmed him. While Bredek frantically tends to his wound, Utaguru reveals he was lured onto the ghost ship after hearing what he thought was the captain's voice. He tries to dismiss the ambush entirely, brushing off his injury as nothing more than a simple scratch. But Bredek angrily rips the sash away, exposing a deep, bloody wound that is far from a scratch, forcing Utaguru to cry out in pain. Kylo can only sigh in exhausted relief, completely fed up with his vice captain's foolish pride. He then hauls the injured man to his feet, telling him he's only alive because Ten managed to track his scent through the fog. Even while being supported by his crewmates, Utaguru can't resist a snide remark about Kylo's mutt before asking if they used Latrelli's bird for navigation. Latrelli quietly denies this, her expression grim as she admits she still hasn't found her companion Balka. Kylo then suggests a new plan, proposing that his beast 10 can track down the rest of the crew, starting with their captain. However, Utaguru immediately shuts him down, insisting their priority must be to find Domem first. Latrelli and the others are stunned into silence by Utaguru's sudden emotional outburst. He grabs Kylo, furiously insisting he isn't heartless and knows Domem is struggling because of his hidden past. This new mystery leaves Latrelli bewildered, just as Kylo's beast, 10, begins sniffing the air intently. As the crew watches, Kylo asks if his beast has found Domem's scent, but 10 suddenly corrects him, declaring that it's not Domem he smells, it's the captain. With a new target, the beast darts into the fog as the crew scrambles to follow. They burst through the mist only to find Captain Cluzdo locked in a life-or-death sword fight with a mysterious man. The stranger taunts Cluzdo, telling him he shouldn't have turned his back as their blades clash violently. Cluzdo barely parries the attack, demanding his opponent stop playing tricks and fight him head-on. Seeing the danger, Bredek holds a desperate Utaguru back, warning him to stay out of a fight that will surely kill him. The duel rages on, with Captain Cluzdo locked blade to blade against the mysterious swordsman, who fights with a terrifying, unnatural strength. But the swordsman's true will suddenly breaks through, desperately screaming for the crew to find and destroy a cursed skull to save their captain. Cluzdo only glares back with mindless fury, completely enthralled by the ghost ship's dark magic. The swordsman grimaces in pain as the malicious spirit possessing him, the ghost of the slaver captain, manifests with a wicked grin. Enraged, Clusdo furiously kicks his opponent away, snarling that he's always hated that ghost's sickening smile. Just then, Lotrelli and Ten burst through the fog, finally locating the source of the curse, as the ghost's voice taunts them from the shadows. Back in the duel, the possessed swordsman recovers instantly, locking blades with the captain once more in a desperate struggle for control. Pushed to his absolute limit, Clusdo roars in pure rage, unleashing a torrent of curses at the phantom, controlling his opponent. Seeing her one and only chance, Lotrelli raises her sword high, letting out a powerful cry as she prepares to shatter the artifact. With a final, decisive blow, her blade slams down, and the cursed skull begins to crack apart under the immense pressure. The sound of a sword clattering to the ground echoes through the mist as the curse finally breaks, and Captain Clusdo snaps back to reality, his eyes wide with horror as he realizes who he was just fighting. He stumbles forward filled with regret, apologizing to the swordsman he nearly killed, who reassures him that he was merely a puppet in a trance. But the swordsman's sharp gaze darts sideways, knowing the danger is far from over. Just then, the injured Vice-Captain Utuguru arrives with the ship's doctor, warning that this is all a trap to lure them onto the ghost ship. Clusdo looks from his battered vice-captain to the mysterious swordsman, acknowledging the heavy price they've already paid. The swordsman brushes off any concern for himself, admitting internally that facing the captain's full, cursed power was absolutely terrifying. With grim resolve, he firmly sheathes his blade, his focus shifting from defense to rescue. The scattered members of the Black Ocean crew gather, their hope now resting on Kylo's beast to track down their missing comrades. While Kylo prepares his companion for the hunt, the crew debates their next move, placing all their faith in the supernatural beast, as Lotrelli questions what role the mysterious swordsman will play. Captain Clusdo splits the crew, deciding to stay behind with his injured son, while the others push forward to restart the ship's engine. But then he grimly reveals his own fatal wound, seemingly accepting that this is the end of his journey. His son and the ship's doctor cry out in shock, horrified by the captain's sudden declaration. The swordsman rushes to his side, mistakenly believing he dealt the blow, only for the captain to reveal he was struck by one of the ship's abominations. Clusdo simply chuckles at his son's frantic attempts to stop the bleeding, a moment of dark humor in a desperate situation. With his remaining strength, he gives a final command to the swordsman, ordering him to find the others and complete the mission. The new team sprints through the cursed ship, their only guide being Kylo's beast, whose senses are overwhelmed by the fog. Kylo desperately pushes his companion to focus, hoping it can isolate the scent of their missing friend from the chaos. Seeing their struggle, the swordsman asks Lotrelli where her mystical bird is, only to learn the creature has vanished into the storm. Lotrelli confirms the storm is unnatural, a magical barrier deliberately cutting her off from her powerful companion when they need her most. Lotrelli grits her teeth, admitting that she can no longer trust the words of her mystical companion. Kylo asks his beast if seabirds are supposed to sense storms, and Ten confirms it's an instinct they are born with. Desperate for an answer, Lotrelli wonders if their senses could somehow dull over time. But the horrifying truth hits her like a physical blow. Mythical creatures don't age, meaning Balka's failure to warn her was intentional. She staggers back in shock, barely caught by a concerned Kilo who asks what's wrong. And then the devastating secret spills out. Balka never warned her about the storm that killed her father. Just as this betrayal sinks in, Ten suddenly finds their missing crewmate's spear, plunged into the deck and covered in fresh blood. With no time to grieve, Kylo tells her to prepare herself as they cross the misty gap between ships. The moment they land, skeletal pirates leap from the fog, ambushing them from above. But Ten's sharp eyes detect the attack, allowing them to dodge as the undead monsters soar past. Lotrelli and Kylo are immediately locked in a desperate battle, their swords clashing against the skeletal pirates swarming the deck. But the horde is endless, and Lotrelli realizes with dawning horror that they can't possibly fight them all. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help cuts through the chaos, and Ten's ears twitch, sensing a crewmate in mortal danger. The massive beast immediately abandons the fight, leading them away from the horde and towards the source of the scream. Elsewhere on the cursed ship, they find their friend Domum, fending off skeletons with his bare hands and shattering a skull with a brutal punch. He's completely surrounded and breaking down, screaming at the phantoms to stop haunting him as the deck cracks beneath their feet. For a brief moment, hope flashes in his eyes as he spots his friends rushing to his aid. But that single moment of distraction proves fatal, as a skeleton viciously stabs him straight through the chest. Lotrelli can only watch in absolute shock, a horrified scream tearing from her throat at the sight of her friend being impaled. Powerless to intervene, she screams his name as his body is thrown from the cursed ship, plummeting into the dark sea below. As the chaos continues, a skeletal monster lunges at Kilo from behind, dagger raised for a fatal blow. But the vice captain reacts instantly, spinning around and obliterating the creature with a single, clean slash. Without missing a beat, he shouts at a stunned Lotrelli that he's counting on her before bolting away to handle another threat. In that split second, Lotrelli makes an impossible choice, taking a running leap off the cursed ship's deck. She plummets through the misty air, diving headfirst toward the dark sea to chase her fallen friend. With a desperate midair lunge, she manages to grab the wounded Domum, whose eyes widen in complete disbelief. The two of them crash into the icy water with a massive splash, vanishing beneath the churning waves. Back on the ship, a horrified Kylo can only scream their names, powerless to stop her insane gamble. A sickening pool of dark red blood immediately begins to bloom in the water, a sign of Domem's mortal wound. Moments later, Lotrelli breaks the surface, gasping for breath while desperately holding onto her friend's limp body. Lotrelli struggles to keep Domem afloat, his wound agonizingly burning in the salt water as she promises to get him back up. On the cursed deck, Kylo screams for her to hold on, his beast 10 growling as skeletal warriors close in on all sides. A lifeline suddenly drops from above, and Lotrelli looks up with a flicker of hope, but Kylo is forced to turn his attention away as more undead enemies swarm towards him. Trusting his companion completely, he orders 10 to handle the rescue rope without him. With no time to waste, Kylo charges headfirst into the horde of monsters to buy them precious seconds. A ghostly warrior raises its blade, ready to cut him down where he stands. But Kylo's inhuman speed allows him to meet the attack with a deafening clang of steel on bone. His eyes blaze with a terrifying focus as he prepares to unleash his true power. In a single, fluid motion, he shatters the skeleton's skull, proving this is a completely one-sided fight. With his crewmates in peril, Kylo faces down yet another undead monstrosity lunging to attack. He parries the blow with immense force, growling that these things just refuse to stay dead. But the horde is relentless, and he's forced to dodge another attack from above, realizing he's being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lotrelli desperately tries to secure the wounded Domem as 10 waits with the lifeline. Suddenly, a new monster appears behind them, raising its sword for a killing blow they can't possibly see coming. In a last-ditch effort, Lotrelli shoves Domem aside, bracing for an impact that will surely mean her end. But the attack never lands as Kylo's hand flashes out of nowhere, grabbing the monster's skull from behind. His eyes burn with absolute fury as he declares he's tired of this game, his grip cracking the very bone. With a roar of contempt, he smashes the creature's head into the deck with terrifying, inhuman strength. And with one final, brutal stomp, he obliterates the remains, demanding it stay dead this time for good. With the immediate threat gone, Lotrelli and Domem can only stare in awe at Kylo's overwhelming power. But just as quickly as his rage appeared, it vanishes, and he calmly asks if they're all right, much to their relief. Lotrelli snaps back to reality, reminding him that Domem is fading fast and they need to get him to safety immediately. With a sharp command, Kylo tells them to move as 10 bounds forward, leading the way across the unstable wreckage. He shouts orders to the crew above to get the ship's engines running while prioritizing Domem's escape. Meanwhile, back on the main deck, Captain Clusto roars at his crew, demanding they move faster to save their fallen comrades. Lotrelli, still supporting the barely conscious Domem, tells Kylo to go on ahead, insisting she'll follow right behind. She carefully steps onto a rickety plank, struggling under Domem's weight as it groans beneath her feet. Glancing over her shoulder, she desperately urges Kylo to follow them across the makeshift bridge. But suddenly, a boot kicks the plank clean out from under her, sending both Lotrelli and her wounded friend plummeting back into the deadly mist below. Lotrelli can only watch in horror as her wounded friend struggles, wondering if the captain is simply walking to his death. But Clusto unleashes a monstrous punch, shattering the ghostly creature in a completely one-sided fight. Meanwhile, Kylo and his beast 10 race across the crumbling deck to find their own path to safety. With a death-defying leap, the vice captain and his companion soar over a deadly chasm. They land with perfect precision, proving their bond is more than enough to survive this hellscape. Back on their ship, the captain bellows at his crew to escape, ordering full speed ahead. Digel immediately throws the helm, pushing the ship's engines to their absolute limit. The Black Ocean surges forward with a massive boom, leaving the cursed ghost ship to disintegrate in their wake. Safely back on board, Domem jokes that Kylo was being a show-off, wincing through his pain. Kylo just smiles, glad his friend is alive as the glowing skull of their vanquished foe fades at their feet. Just as the crew savors their victory, a ghostly voice calls out for its brother, stopping Kylo and Lotrelli cold. From the mist, the spectral form of a little girl with a teddy bear materializes, her innocent question laced with a chilling intent. Lotrelli's eyes narrow with suspicion, realizing this is no mere child but the true heart of the curse. Trusting her gut, she rejects the illusion and draws her blade, ready to confront whatever this entity truly is. With a battle cry, she plunges her sword through one of the remaining spectral skulls to shatter the nightmare. But a sudden thud from behind makes her eyes widen in alarm. She turns to find Domum on his knees, trembling uncontrollably, as if trapped in a waking nightmare. Kylo rushes to his side, trying to snap him out of it by insisting it was just an illusion. In a fit of terror, Domum violently slaps his hand away, his mind completely broken by whatever he's seeing. He whispers that she's coming for him, convinced that a horror from his past will never leave him alone. As Domum collapses in sickness, Latrelli is left haunted by the identity of the little girl who broke him. Suddenly, Vice Captain Utaguru marches forward with cold fury, ignoring the ship's doctor trying to stop him. He violently grabs the dazed Domum by the collar, demanding he snap out of his waking nightmare. Utaguru roars that they didn't risk their lives just to watch him bleed out from sheer terror on the deck. But Kylo quickly intervenes, pulling Domum away while telling the enraged Vice Captain to be gentle. Utaguru scoffs that this is him being gentle before ordering them to get the broken man to the physician. As the others lead Domum away, Breddick calmly insists that Utaguru himself is in no condition to be standing. Ignoring the advice, Utaguru just frowns and angrily demands someone clean up the mess. Latrelli now supports the trembling Domum, gently asking if he has the strength to walk. As she helps him through the mist, she can only wonder what truly happened to her friend to leave him so utterly defeated. In the sickbay, Domum stares blankly at his wound, admitting he can't feel a thing. While the Warrior One explains he may have been a bit generous with the anesthesia, his hands not as steady as a true physician's. He reassures the injured crewmate that feeling a little woozy is far better than the agony he was in, and Domum can only agree. As one leaves him to rest, he gives a silent, knowing glance back towards Latrelli and Kylo. Latrelli remarks on how unusually talkative the stoic warrior has been, but Kylo casually suggests it's just insecurity over his accent. Domum immediately calls him out for snitching on a secret told in confidence, much to Kylo's innocent confusion. Seeing him joke around, Latrelli breathes a sigh of relief, glad that he seems to be returning to his usual self. Domum then apologizes for his earlier outburst, but Latrelli just pats his shoulder, explaining that he looked as if he was staring death itself in the face. His expression darkens as he confirms he did see death, prompting Kylo to lean in and desperately ask about the illusion, recognizing the mysterious woman but unable to place her. But Domum just turns away, grimly stating he wishes he had a faulty memory too, implying the vision he saw is now a curse he can never unsee. Latrelli refuses to let Domum change the subject, demanding to know what exactly he heard inside that cursed fog. Kylo steps in, realizing that despite their time together, Domum has always kept his personal life shrouded in complete mystery. With a gentle smile, Latrelli tries to coax him, suggesting that friends should rely on each other to ease such heavy burdens. Faced with their combined pressure, Domum falls silent, his expression unreadable as he weighs his options. Finally, he lets out a quiet chuckle, seemingly resigned to the fact there's no escaping his crewmates' relentless badgering. He confesses that the fog brought back the voices of his entire family, but reveals there was one voice among them he fears more than death itself. The story then plunges into a flashback, revealing a quiet, sunlit room from a time long past. Here, we see a young child named Domina sitting quietly at a table as an older boy watches over them. The child munches on their food while clutching a teddy bear close, seemingly lost in their own little world. But the peaceful moment is shattered when the older boy turns, his voice sharp as he scolds them to quit playing with their food. The brother questions why Domina suddenly dislikes the raspberries, but the child simply pouts, insisting they were thrown away. He erupts in frustration, yelling that he spent hours picking those berries and could have sold them for money. With a fishing rod in hand, he then sighs in defeat, asking why they can't just wait for their father to send them money. Changing the subject, he gently pats Domina's head, trying to rush them along so they won't be late for lady school. But Domina deflects again, desperately asking him to fix their teddy bear's torn eye and mouth, promising they'll eat once it's mended. A dark undertone emerges as the memory focuses on the bear's violently ripped stitching. Suddenly understanding, the brother asks with deep concern if the other kids have been bothering Domina again. In a panic, the child snatches the bear back and declares they are finished eating, ready to leave immediately. He points out that he can't sell the now mashed berries, but Domina retorts that food is still food. The brother presses the issue one last time, but Domina screams a denial while clutching the bear and trying to escape. As Domina storms off, her brother follows, questioning her denial about being bullied. He grabs her arm, promising to protect her, but Domina furiously rejects his help, clutching the damaged bear tightly. Trying a new approach, he offers to mend the bear later, but Domina remains silent, her pain palpable. He sighs in frustration, warning her not to trip as she stubbornly walks ahead. The memory blurs, and suddenly, the brother is pulled from his thoughts by a strange bark, spotting an unfamiliar red-haired boy and his massive, wolf-like beast. He's never seen this boy before, who seems perfectly at ease with the intimidating creature. The mysterious boy and his beast then run off, leaving the brother wondering about his identity. The memory shifts again, this time to a dock where the brother is fishing with friends, who are gossiping about a new kid rumored to be Captain Traff's secret son. The revelation hits him like a ton of bricks, as the group realizes the implications of their captain having an illegitimate child. They piece it together, realizing this explains Mrs. Traff's constant anger and offer a grim good luck to the unfortunate newcomer. The gossip continues, with one boy revealing the captain's secret son doesn't even live with them, but is forced to reside alone in the forest. Another chimes in with even wilder rumors, painting a picture of a feral child who supposedly keeps a wolf as a pet. The friends decide to investigate, but Domum's brother turns them down, using his duty to his sibling Domina as an excuse. His friends immediately mock him for this, belittling his sibling for needing to be walked home like a helpless child. He stands his ground, trying to explain that Domina just needs a little extra care, but his defense sounds weak even to himself. As he waves goodbye, one of them lands a crushing blow, callously reminding him that his father's abandonment doesn't make him the new head of the house. The words hit like a physical strike, causing the brother to flinch as his friend is quickly shushed for going too far. But it's too late. The barb has found its mark, and he can only grit his teeth against a surge of bitter resentment. Walking away, his mind spirals into the painful truth. He tries to deny his father really did abandon them. He remembers the empty promise of a return before summer, a promise now almost a year old, cementing a deep-seated anger in his young heart. As Domum is trapped in a painful memory, he is once again the helpless child Domina, taunted by bullies who have stolen his precious teddy bear. They cruelly hold it just out of reach, mocking Domina's intelligence and laughing at the desperate attempts to get it back. With a sudden surge of desperation, Domina's small hand finally clamps down on the bear's leg. But the bully refuses to let go, turning the struggle into a vicious tug-of-war as Domina screams for them to stop. Suddenly, a furious voice cuts through the air as Domem's older brother charges in, warning the bullies to stay away from his sister. The cowards immediately panic and turn to flee, but not before giving the bear one last, vicious yank that tears it apart. Rushing to Domina's side, the brother tries to offer comfort as the child sobs uncontrollably over the teddy bear's ripped arm. But the comfort falls on deaf ears as Domina wails that he'll never be able to fix it, an accusation that clearly cuts him deep. His own frustration boils over in a silent scream, questioning why he's always the one left to pick up the pieces of their broken family. And as Domina cries out for their absent parents, the brother is left with the crushing weight of a burden far too heavy for a child to bear. A painful truth slams into the brother's heart. Things you fix never seem to stay whole for long. And with a look of deep resignation, he can only whisper that he already knows. All he can do now is hold Domina close, offering the only comfort he has left as another day ends in sorrow. A little earlier, he was counting the meager payment he'd received for his hard work. Only 6 coins for an entire basket of berries, a bitter reminder of how little he could provide. Leaving his home, he desperately hopes a neighbor might share their harvest, as he has nothing left to give. He walks the long path back through the village, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. But his solitary journey is suddenly interrupted by the unmistakable sound of distant sobbing. He glances over to see a funeral for a man who died protecting their village, a somber and heroic farewell. Yet as he tries to pay his respects, a cruel woman glares at him, venomously reminding him to know his place. The cruel woman orders a young Kylo to stay hidden in the woods like the beast he is. As she walks away, a young Domum peeks from the bushes, wondering if this is the captain's rumored bastard son. Suddenly, Kylo's massive wolf-like companion begins sniffing the air, sensing a hidden presence nearby. The boy realizes they're being watched and defensively calls out, demanding to know who's there. A flustered Domum pops out from his hiding spot, nervously insisting he was just passing by. He tries to break the tension by introducing himself and asking if Kylo is indeed the captain's son. But when he compliments the wolf and moves closer, Kylo sharply warns him to stay back. He then glares at the startled boy, angrily accusing him of being a rude eavesdropper. Without another word, Kylo turns his back and walks off, completely ignoring Domem's protests. This leaves Domum fuming in frustration, shouting that Kylo is the rude one for not even giving his name. A young Domum rushes to pick up his sister, Domina, hoping she didn't cause any trouble. Upon arriving, he's greeted warmly by the kind Mrs. Laura, who sits peacefully in her sunlit garden. He politely apologizes for his sister, but the woman insists it was a pleasure, as her own daughter Heather appreciated the company. She then recalls a playful moment where the two girls were seen hiding behind a tree to avoid chores. Domem smiles with relief, simply grateful that his sister enjoys her time there. But the peaceful mood shatters when the woman asks a chilling question. Why does Domina prefer it here over her own home? With a deeply troubled expression, she reveals that the little girl has been hinting at some unsettling things. Her tone turns cold as she warns Domem not to take his burdens out on his sister. A statement that makes his heart pound with dread. Horrified, Domem grabs the table, desperately demanding to know what she's talking about after everything he's done for his sister. But the woman delivers the final, devastating blow, revealing that Domina told her that sometimes he scares her. Domem is left reeling, unable to comprehend why his own sister would ever be scared of him. The woman then offers a seemingly kind gesture to visit and bring food, but Domem panics, desperately trying to refuse. But she insists on coming for her peace of mind, leaving him with no way out of the suffocating situation. Defeated, he agrees, his heart sinking at the thought of her seeing the miserable state of their home. Later that night, under a cold moon, the inevitable confrontation finally arrives. He gently braids his sister's hair, preparing to ask the question that has been tearing him apart. Sitting by the fire, he asks why she's afraid, only for her to confirm with a simple, soul-crushing, "Because you are." He demands to know what he's done wrong, but her innocent answer reveals a devastating truth. He yells too much and makes her eat things she hates. As she adds that he failed to fix her toy bear, Domem crumbles, realizing his desperate struggle to provide has made him a monster in her eyes. Seeing his despair, the little girl now believes she's done something wrong, her own face filling with tears of guilt and confusion. Domem, looking exhausted, explains that his actions aren't born from anger, but from the simple, crushing fact that everything is troublesome. He coldly dismisses his little sister, pleading with her to just be normal and go to bed. But as she walks away, she looks back with one final, heartbreaking request. No more berries for breakfast. The weight of his failure crushes him as he lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. The next morning, however, his fragile peace is shattered by a knock at the door from a well-meaning neighbor. He's immediately flustered and awkward as the woman cheerfully compliments his appearance. Forcing a smile, he invites her in, only to cringe as she calls him by the hated childhood nickname, Domina. He tries to apologize for the mess, but her pitying glance around the impoverished room says it all. Her mind fills with sorrow, wondering how any father could just abandon his two kids to fend for themselves. She tries to brighten the mood with an apple pie, but her casual request for Domina to help is immediately interrupted by his sister's protest. The neighbor's offer of pie is quickly accepted by his energetic little sister. While they eat, the woman kindly mentions the food should last until their father finally returns from sea. His sister lights up at the news, but the neighbor clarifies it's just a quick stop to resupply the ship. Domem's interest is piqued when he learns the crew has a new powder monkey his own age named Beza. He gently wipes his sister's messy face, lost in thought about this new boy, and what it could mean for his own future. A spark of hope ignites within him as he realizes this could be his chance to join the pirate crew. The thought of escaping his miserable life and finally being free completely consumes his imagination. Sometime later at the docks, his father arrives only to hand him some money before preparing to leave again. The man apologizes for the short visit, explaining they're on a hunt and can't stay long, crushing the boy's hopes. Desperate, Domem grabs his father's arm, begging to finally join the crew as a cabin boy. His father coldly rejects him, claiming the sea isn't for boys who can't fight, but Domem fires back that he was never even taught. The boy desperately reminds his father of his legendary skill, begging for a chance to learn from the best. But his father crushes his spirit by asking who will care for his sister, a responsibility that always falls on Domem. With a final, empty goodbye, his father abandons him again, leaving the boy to question his own worth. He can only watch as the ship disappears over the horizon, his only hope for escape sailing away without him. Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts through his despair, telling him not to take his father's harsh words to heart. An old sailor approaches, challenging Domem's desire for the sea by pointing out his inability to protect anyone. In an unexpected twist, the man offers to train him personally, presenting a new path forward that reignites his hope. He places a hand on the boy's shoulder, acknowledging his potential, while making a small concession for his situation. But the glimmer of hope fades as the man's final words remind him that his own destiny is still tied to his sister's future. Domem's inner turmoil rages on as he resents being shackled to his sister's fate, feeling it's a completely unfair burden. His attention is suddenly drawn to a strange sight as he questions someone about a mysterious beast named Ten. He sees a familiar blonde-haired boy chattering endlessly while a quiet, red-haired kid calmly pets a massive, wolf-like creature by the shore. Recognizing one of them, Domem calls out to the young Utaguru, who turns around with a bright and friendly greeting. Utaguru then playfully grabs the silent red-haired boy, teasingly introducing him as his timid little brother who barely speaks. Feeling awkward about their close bond, Domem can only manage to ask what the two of them are doing out by the sea. Utaguru casually explains that with their father away, their mother has grown distant, leaving them to find their own ways to pass the time. This sparks a question in Domem's mind, and he asks in shock why Kylo would turn down an offer to join the legendary Black Ocean pirates. The quiet Kylo finally speaks, revealing he refused because he believed his older brother, Utaguru, deserved the honor first. But Utaguru just scoffs at the notion, boasting about his own maturity, only for Kylo to quietly point out that he certainly doesn't act like it. The playful scuffle continues as Utaguru puts Kylo in a headlock, ignoring his younger brother's cries for help, and as Domem watches them chase each other, he can only ponder the carefree relationship between the two half-brothers. But this innocent sight triggers a dark memory, forcing him to question what a normal sibling bond even looks like. His mind flashes back to his impoverished home, where he returns calling out for someone named Domina, but he finds the room in disarray, with a shattered bowl on the floor and no answer to his calls. Panic sets in as he frantically searches the small house, fearing that someone broke in. His heart pounds with a terrifying premonition, praying that his worst fears aren't coming true, when suddenly, a faint giggle cuts through the silence as he spots a pair of feet dangling playfully from behind a curtain. His sister emerges with a handmade cake, a happy birthday surprise that now pierces his heart with unbearable grief. And the memory overwhelms him, twisting his sorrow into a deep, burning resentment. His frustration finally explodes as he snaps at his sister over the dropped cake, demanding to know what's wrong with her. She tearfully explains it was a birthday surprise, but he coldly reminds her his birthday is months away, his words dripping with venom. He calls her an idiot, his rage peaking for a moment before he gasps, horrified by his own cruelty. But the damage is done. His sister just trembles, her innocent surprise now shattered into silent, heartbreaking tears. Her quiet sobs then erupt into a full-blown wail, and Domem screams at her to stop, complaining she always does this. He grabs her in frustration, yelling that no matter what he does, he's always the one who gets blamed for everything. Finally reaching his limit, he declares he's had enough and turns to run away from it all. He flees the house, his mind racing with resentment over having to constantly cater to her needs. Bursting into the crowded streets, he screams that he's exhausted and their own father doesn't even care about them. And in the darkest corner of his mind, a terrible, unforgivable thought takes root. His life would be so much better if she just disappeared. Just as his dark wish takes hold, a massive explosion rips through the peaceful village square, and the townsfolk look up in horror, realizing the sound isn't thunder, but the roar of cannon fire, because off the coast, a notorious pirate ship, known as the Wu Hopiage, unleashes a full-scale bombardment, while its phantom-like captain screams across the waves for a man named Clusdo, demanding a final, bloody confrontation. And as the town is torn apart by cannonball after cannonball, its streets are reduced to burning rubble. The village men rally to defend their homes, but young Domem is frozen in fear amidst the chaos, until a sudden wave of panic hits him as he realizes he must get back to his sister, but a hand suddenly grabs him from behind. Before he can even turn, a pirate ambushes him from the shadows, pressing a cold blade against his throat. The pirate smirks, recognizing him not as Domem, but as the son of a man named Batrick. But his denial is cut short as he's slammed into unconsciousness, his last thought a desperate plea to save his family. Young Domem sprints through the chaos, a desperate prayer echoing in his mind as he runs towards his home. But when he arrives, he finds it completely engulfed in a raging, unstoppable inferno. His brother grabs him from behind, screaming that he'll get himself killed trying to save someone named Domina trapped inside. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Domem can only weep, held back from the very flames consuming his world. Suddenly, a quiet red-haired boy douses himself with a bucket of water, his intentions shockingly clear. Ignoring the panicked shouts, the kid charges headfirst into the collapsing, burning building without a second of hesitation. As the villagers finally recognize him as Clusto's son, Domem is still held back, completely powerless to do anything but watch. A single tear falls as a desperate hope ignites within him, believing this boy, Kylo, is the only one who can save her. Miraculously, Kylo emerges from the smoke and embers, carrying a small, limp body in his arms. He gently lays the girl down as Domem scrambles to her side, screaming her name while the others frantically call for a doctor. Domem sobs uncontrollably, desperately calling out to the girl he calls Domina, but his own brother coldly tells him to give up, saying it would be better if she died with such horrific burns. Just as all hope seems lost, The girl's charred fingers suddenly twitch with a faint sign of life, and she weakly whispers an apology to her brother, muttering something about her birthday being ruined. Overcome with guilt, Domem breaks down completely, believing this entire tragedy is somehow his fault. Suddenly, a man bursts through the door, screaming Domina's name in a panic. The scene shifts to an infirmary, where Domem sits beside a fully bandaged figure, recognizing the man as his long-absent father. The father looks on in absolute horror, realizing the catastrophe that unfolded while he was away. Beneath the layers of bandages, the little girl lies still, her breathing the only sign she's still holding on. Domem quiets his father's loud grief, taking on the role of a protector and telling him not to wake her while she rests. Domem's father stares in horror, completely unable to process the tragedy before him. His son's voice cuts through the silence, explaining the grim reality that her burns are too severe and only getting worse. The doctors have given up all hope, revealing she won't even last another week. Crushed by this devastating news, the father collapses to his knees in utter despair. Through his tears, he hears his son's heart-wrenching question, why didn't he protect them? Domem confronts him directly, spitting out the accusation that he wasn't there when they needed him most. The boy's resolve finally shatters as he breaks down, sobbing that his own father abandoned them. Overwhelmed with shared grief, his father pulls him into a desperate, tight embrace. He can only whisper that he's here now, holding his sobbing child as they mourn together. Yet despite the heartbreak, Domem continues to gently care for his sister, bearing a burden no child should ever have to carry. His sister finally awakens, her entire body wrapped in bandages, her first words a weak question about their father. Domem explains their father is nearby, but his bitter tone reveals the deep wound of abandonment still aches. He gently feeds her, promising a new home and a future if she can just find the strength to recover. But her innocent question about a neighbor named Mrs. Laura causes him to flinch, a clear sign that more tragedy has struck. With a heavy heart, he delivers the devastating news that the kind woman died during the attack that nearly claimed them all. The little girl then recalls a haunting story from the woman, a legend of a sea where the dead become ghosts. Domem desperately grabs her hand, begging her not to speak and strain her wounded body. He tries to dismiss the legend as a simple fairy tale, but his sister calmly rejects his hope, declaring that she'll become a ghost instead. Her chilling acceptance of death leaves Domem utterly frozen in shock and horror. Through her bandages, she gives a heartbreaking smile, revealing her true reason. She wants to become a ghost so she can stay with him forever. Horrified, Domem begs his sister to stop talking like she's saying goodbye, desperately clinging to hope. But her bandaged hand trembles as she tries to reassure him, telling him not to worry. She makes a final, chilling promise that they will be together forever, a word that echoes ominously in Domem's mind. Suddenly, her hand goes limp, falling lifelessly to the bed as she passes away right before his eyes. The present shatters as a haunting voice from his past calls out his childhood name, Domina. He stumbles back in a daze, the room blurring as the voice echoes again, pulling him deep into the memory. The scene rips away to a grim funeral, the day his sister Domina died, as a man cries out in anguish. It's his own father, collapsing in grief and screaming in denial that his sweet daughter is truly gone. As he's held back, wishing it had been him instead, the other men can only try to console him. But young Domem just sheds silent tears, listening as a dark vow of vengeance is sworn against their enemies. After his sister's death, young Domem recalls feeling a strange sense of freedom for the very first time, but later that night, he sits alone in the dark, anxiously waiting for his father to return from the funeral. A dark thought crosses his mind as he clenches his fist, fearing his father has abandoned him by leaving on his ship. When suddenly, the door slams open and a disheveled figure stumbles into the room, jolting him from his thoughts. It's his father, wobbling on his feet and drunkenly announcing that he's home. The man immediately collapses to the floor, reeking of rum as Domem rushes to his side. His father's eyes blur, mistakenly calling out for his darlings before realizing it's only his son left. In a slurred, sorrowful voice, he laments that it's always just the men who are left behind in the end. Domem furiously slaps his hand away, demanding to know if he spent the entire day drinking, but his father explodes in a torrent of anguish, screaming that he lost everything, and this island is now his wretched prison. Domem's rage finally boils over as he screams that his family would still be here if his father hadn't abandoned them. But his father, still on the floor, tries to justify himself, while Domem shouts that he despises this island and its memories just as much. Yet the one he hates most of all is his own father, the man who was supposed to protect him and Domina but left them all alone. His father reveals that a rival group nearly killed him, just for being Domem's son, trying to shift the blame for their tragedy. But the boy collapses in despair, sobbing that it's all his fault and asking why he couldn't just stay for once. The raw anguish in his son's voice finally cuts through the drunken haze, leaving the man utterly stunned. With a heavy heart, his father finally admits Domum is right. His head bowed in shame. He reaches out to pat the boy's head, promising to finally own up to his mistakes. But the wounded child bitterly tells him to leave anyway as his father silently turns and walks up the stairs, and with a final, resounding slam, the door closes, leaving Domum abandoned once more. The memory begins with young Domum waking alone, a deep sense of regret already settling in his heart. He calls out for his father, hoping to reconcile after their bitter fight from the night before. Driven by remorse, he searches the quiet house, desperate to take back the cruel words he'd spoken in anger. The boy knew he was just lashing out, needing someone to blame for all their suffering. But as he approaches his father's room, a sudden chilling premonition washes over his face, freezing him in place. He pushes the door open only to be met with a sight of absolute horror, a scene that would shatter his childhood forever. A devastating scream rips from his throat as he clings to his father's lifeless body, a trauma that would haunt him for the rest of his days. Back in the present, his tragic story concludes, his trembling hand betraying the calm facade he tries to maintain. He even attempts to find a twisted silver lining, claiming that without this tragedy, he never would have met his friends. But his words only deepen the sorrow, leaving Kylo stoic and Latrelli on the verge of tears at his unspeakable past. Domum, still weak in bed, notices the grim faces of his friends and asks why they look so devastated. But Kylo simply offers words of comfort, reassuring the boy that he did a good job. Latrelli, overwhelmed with emotion, wipes away her tears while calling him a good brother. A bittersweet smile forms on Domum's lips as he processes their kindness. But a single tear still traces a path down his cheek as he desperately hopes it was all true. Shifting the heavy topic, he suddenly asks Kylo if he was okay after saving his sister from the fire. Kylo admits he was fine, just exhausted for days, as Latrelli inspects him for any lingering burns. The conversation then turns to the memory of Mrs. Gella's terrifying rage, which was apparently worse than any danger. Domum then cheekily brings up how Utaguru brought him gifts, unlike a certain someone who never even thanked him. The friendly banter continues as Domum prioritizes the Beast 10, a clear sign that his old spirit is finally returning. Domum asks where the crew's animals are, completely unaware that his simple question is about to change everything. Latrelli grows somber, feeling the weight of the dark secrets her friends have already shared with her. While she vaguely says Balka is flying somewhere, she resolves to trust them with a secret of her own. Domum jokes about how crazy the crew would think they were if they knew Balka was a mystical seabird, but Latrelli suddenly cuts him off, stating with chilling seriousness that they wouldn't be wrong. She then drops the bombshell, confirming that her companion is a creature of pure legend, a real seabird. The room falls into a stunned silence as both Domum and Kylo struggle. Frustrated by his disbelief, Latrelli slaps his hand away, demanding he take her confession seriously. But then Kylo intervenes, confirming her story and revealing his own beast recognized Balka's true nature long ago. Domum is left absolutely shattered by the truth, as Latrelli frantically shushes him before anyone else can overhear their world-breaking secret. Domum begins connecting the dots about the ghost sea storm, but Latrelli reveals the sea witch only admitted it was a supernatural event, not her own doing. A chilling realization dawns on her as she remembers the witch claimed she couldn't sense the very storm that took her father's life, sparking a terrible suspicion of betrayal. Domum's expression shifts to utter shock as he processes the horrifying implication of her words. Frustrated, she tells Kylo how the sea witch deliberately hid this crucial truth, dodging every question she asked. Her voice trembles as she confronts the unbearable possibility she doesn't want to believe. A treasured memory of her loving father surfaces, fueling her dawning horror that the sea witch may have been directly responsible for his death. Consumed by a cold rage, she clenches her fist, declaring she can never forgive the witch for this ultimate betrayal. But before her anger can fully ignite, Domum interjects, carefully preparing to share a painful truth of his own. He confesses his own long-held resentment for his father, admitting deep regret over never getting the chance to make amends before he was gone. Latrelli turns to him, her eyes cold and distant, demanding to know what his tragic story has to do with her quest for vengeance. Domum grabs her arm, pleading with her not to repeat his own tragic mistakes with family, but his words hit home, and Latrelli reluctantly admits that her assumptions might be making everything worse. Just as Kylo rises, ready to unleash his beast to hunt their target, a desperate scream for the ship's navigator shatters the tense quiet. Everyone freezes as a wave of dread washes over them, recognizing the voice of the navigator's young daughter. Without a second's hesitation, Kylo and Latrelli race toward the sound, leaving the injured Domum behind. Nearby, a heavy boot stomps on scattered documents, a grim sign that a dangerous secret has just been exposed. The source of the commotion is revealed as the crew's chef, Johan, drags a struggling Heather through a crowded tavern. Her father, Digel, and his companion spit out their drinks in pure shock, completely blindsided by her sudden appearance. Johan angrily confronts the men, while a defiant Heather stands her ground after clearly disobeying a direct order. Her father grabs her in a rage, demanding to know why she smuggled herself onto their ship instead of accepting her fate. Digel desperately begs Captain Clusdo to turn back, but the captain flatly refuses, insisting they are losing too much time. This argument echoes a painful memory of his daughter Heather, declaring her mother's garden a useless prison she had to escape. Back in the present, Clusto tries to calm his furious navigator, telling him that yelling won't solve anything. He then orders Johan to watch the girl as he pulls the enraged father aside for a private discussion. Johan immediately rounds on Heather, questioning her nerve and the massive resources they'll waste just to return her home. She's left speechless when he raises the most dangerous point. She's a lone woman on a ship full of young, unmarried men. As she wilts under the intense scrutiny, another crewmate suddenly steps in, asking the chef to give her a break. But Kylo quickly backs Johan's harsh warning, reminding everyone that men can become beasts when their blood runs hot. He finally ends the confrontation by ordering the chef to worry about dinner, creating an opening for Latrelli to approach the distraught girl. Latrelli offers a rare moment of understanding, before asking the one question on everyone's mind. How did she even manage to sneak on board? Heather sheepishly admits she just hid in a crate, leaving Latrelli to face the terrifying wrath of her father. But the girl insists that Latrelli gave her hope. A small comfort now that there's finally another woman on this ship of brutes. Her curiosity then shifts, asking about the strange noises from the storage room and the whereabouts of Latrelli's mystical bird, Balka. Latrelli's expression darkens as she hesitates to answer, a sudden tension filling the air. The legendary bird is revealed to be casually eating at a nearby table, seemingly oblivious to the drama. But as Heather tries to speak, Balka gives Latrelli a piercing gaze, a silent and urgent message passing between them. The great bird then flies to its master's arm, interrupting the conversation entirely. Latrelli quickly silences her companion, whispering that now is not the time for what it's trying to say. In a hidden mental connection, she makes a solemn promise to Balka. Later, it will tell her everything about the day her father died. Putting the shocking revelation aside for a moment, Latrelli comforts the still worried Heather, advising her to give her furious father some space for now. The next day, as the crew gathers on deck, Latrelli quietly wonders if Heather's acceptance could mean hope for her own future. But Heather finds herself an outsider, awkwardly trying to help a hesitant Baze who politely turns her away. She then offers to help Praise with his chores, only to be gently shut down once more. Frustrated, she explains to Kylo and Domem that the crew is treating her like a useless guest, refusing to let her work. Just as Kylo calls out to a distant Latrelli, the conversation shifts to a much darker topic. She asks where they are, learning the horrifying truth that they are completely lost and adrift in an unknown, foggy sea. Suddenly, her mystical bird Balka cries out in pure terror, recognizing these cursed waters from a forgotten legend. A violent thud rocks the entire ship, throwing an unsuspecting Domem to the deck. From the mist emerges a horrifying, winged woman, her sinister eyes locking onto the crew below. Without warning, her monstrous talons descend, ready to tear their vessel to pieces. The winged monster shrieks as it dives straight for Kylo with lethal intent, and with a single devastating wing slash, it sweeps across the deck, sending everyone flying. Latrelli screams out a warning, realizing they are facing a legendary siren, as Balka flies in a panic. But she steels herself for a fight she cannot possibly win, when suddenly, a mysterious swordsman appears from nowhere, intercepting the siren's deadly talon with a glowing blade. He grabs Latrelli, desperately trying to snap her out of her shock by calling out a strange name, Netter. Meanwhile, the ship's alarm bell rings out, calling all hands to deck for a desperate battle. As they prepare to face the nightmarish creature, its horrifying, jagged-toothed grin fills them with dread. But the true horror is revealed when they see the sky is filled with an entire swarm of the monsters. With no hope of escape, the mysterious swordsman charges forward, his blade clashing directly with the horrifying beast. Latrelli refuses to be a damsel, drawing her own blade with deadly intent. With a single, furious slash, she decapitates one of the nightmarish beasts in a brutal display of power. Blood splatters across her face, but her eyes reveal nothing but the cold determination of a survivor. But as the monster falls, a sickening stench overwhelms them, causing even the mysterious swordsman to falter. Netter glances up just in time to see another one of the creatures circling above them like a vulture. As the siren dives straight for him, Latrelli is suddenly grabbed from behind, screaming his name in helpless terror. The beast snatches him from the deck and soars into the sky, while a lone crossbow takes aim from below. The bolts find their mark, striking the creature's chest and forcing it to reel back in shock. But the victory is short-lived as the beast loses its grip, sending Netter plummeting towards the sea. He hits the deck with a bone-shattering crash, his fate now completely unknown as the battle rages on. With Netter down and unresponsive, a terrified woman desperately tries to wake him as another winged beast closes in. But at the worst possible moment, the crew's only ranged support realizes he's completely out of ammunition. He begs her to run and save herself, but she bravely refuses to abandon her fallen comrade. Her courage only marks her as the next target. As two of the creatures dive straight toward her, with nowhere to run, she can only shield Netter with her own body and scream for help. Suddenly, Latrelli appears, commanding her mystical bird Balka to intercept the deadly attack. The loyal companion slams into the monster with blinding speed, tearing its face apart in a brutal counterattack. But the enraged creature retaliates instantly, slashing back with its bladed wing and landing a devastating blow. The woman can only watch in horror, screaming the bird's name as it's swatted from the sky. And now, with their only defender gone, the monster's shadow falls over them for the final, killing blow. A crewmate panics, screaming a name, but the captain steps in, promising to handle the new threat himself. He leaps into action, slicing down a monstrous siren while ordering the crew to escape at full speed. His blade finds its mark, splitting the creature's skull in a gruesome display of power. But back on the lower deck, the original monster dives toward the defenseless woman, ready to tear her apart. Just as its claws are about to connect, Latrelli slams down from above, crushing the creature's skull under her boot. Her victory is short-lived, as another monster ambushes her from behind, sinking its claws deep into her shoulder. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out, and the creature's head explodes in a spray of blood. The captain arrives just in time, shielding his injured crewmates and urging them to get to safety as more monsters descend. The entire deck erupts into chaos as the crew fights for their lives against an overwhelming swarm of sirens. Amidst the pandemonium, one of the crew has a horrifying realization, questioning how these monsters can possibly be keeping up. Suddenly, a memory flashes back to a chaotic battle, with Domem desperately yelling orders to check the ship's hull. In the aftermath, a young Latrelli is forced to wash the blood from her feet in a simple wooden bucket. On the gore-strewn deck, a fellow crewmate steadies her, warning her to be quiet or risk getting them all killed. Latrelli, her face masked, confesses that she can barely stand the overwhelming stench of death, but her companion coldly dismisses her complaint, reminding her that the grim work must be done. He explains their horrifying task: to secretly dump the bodies overboard before the rot attracts more monsters. He then challenges her resolve, saying if she can't handle this, she's no help to anyone. Back in the present, Latrelli paces her room, complaining to her bird that the foul liquid from the sirens won't wash off. The bird reveals a terrifying truth: mermaids are usually peaceful, but the ones they just fought were driven by a malicious, unnatural rage. Overwhelmed by the mystery and the lingering horror, she feels herself going crazy and desperately hopes for an escape. In the aftermath of the battle, a crewmate complains about the harsh sting of alcohol on his fresh wound. Nearby, another injured pirate tries to tough it out but collapses back in pain from his own injuries. The vice captain orders him to rest, though the loyal crewman argues his leader's health is the top priority. But a wider view reveals the grim reality of their situation. The ship's infirmary is completely packed with casualties. The vice captain then finds Latrelli, asking if she's seen Sawoon, who has mysteriously vanished while checking on the captain. Just then, Sawoon finally appears, explaining that the captain's wounds were far more serious than anyone had realized. He confirms the captain lost a dangerous amount of blood but thankfully wasn't bitten by the monstrous sirens. Elsewhere on the ship, another crewmate succumbs to a highly toxic mermaid venom, a poison they have no time to cure. With their captain incapacitated and their numbers dwindling, the crew realizes they desperately need someone to take command. But the veteran pirate Utaguru shuts down any talk of a meeting, declaring they don't have time for debate. A leader must be chosen now. With the crew's morale shattered and mutiny on the horizon, the men demand that their two vice captains make a decision immediately. Kylo insists Utaguru should take the lead, but a blonde noble scoffs at the idea, mocking the brawler as being less fit to lead than a swordsman. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Kylo slams his fist down, ordering the man to shut his mouth. But the noble's demeanor shifts entirely, as he admits neither of them are fit to command and instead nominates the most experienced sailor among them. He officially names Utaguru the acting captain until his father returns, a burden the veteran pirate solemnly accepts. As the noble turns to leave, he nearly runs into Lotrelli, whose mystical bird lets out an aggressive shriek. Lotrelli wonders why he's so on edge, while the injured Domum points out that Kylo's attempt to lead was completely tone-deaf. Kylo quietly agrees, acknowledging no one would follow him after Utuguru's legendary sacrifice for the crew. Changing the subject, Domem asks about the situation on deck, and Lotrelli confirms it's still a gruesome scene covered in bodies and a strange liquid. She then orders another crewmate to assist with the grim task of clearing the dead, a duty he accepts without a word. Just as Lotrelli prepares to face the grim task on deck, Domem's trembling hand reaches out to stop her. The injured crewmate, too weak to move, has a strange request: for her to deliver a message to the new acting captain. He desperately insists, revealing a hidden truth that Utuguru isn't nearly as strong as he pretends to be. Lotrelli is baffled by the request, believing he should have asked literally anyone else to be his messenger. She asks her mystical bird to find the pirate, but the creature cheekily replies it only senses storms, not halfwits. But the bird immediately finds him, noting that his furious temper is practically a storm in itself. They find Utuguru brooding alone, radiating a dark aura as he venomously asks what she wants. Lotrelli defensively explains she is only here on Domem's orders, a name that clearly catches the veteran off guard. She delivers the simple message that everything will be okay, a phrase Utuguru scoffs at as a cheap calming tactic. Though he accepts the words, he coldly dismisses her, leaving Lotrelli completely stunned by his hostile behavior. A man named Ten furiously confronts Lotrelli, accusing her of meddling now after she just stood by and watched him suffer. She flinches back in utter shock, completely blindsided by his sudden hostility. He throws her own words back at her, sarcastically reminding her that she was the one who told him to mind his own business. But his anger quickly cracks, revealing he's been in agony ever since the incident on that island while everyone else praises Utuguru. He bitterly mocks the idea of the dependable Utuguru, his smile dripping with pure resentment. Lotrelli desperately tries to explain that she wanted to help, but he was the one who ordered her not to interfere. He erupts in a cry of pure anguish, screaming that he knows exactly what he said to her. The weight of his regret hangs heavy in the air as he admits it was a stupid command, leaving Lotrelli stunned. Suddenly, we're thrown back in time to the root of this conflict, where Ten publicly accuses a fellow crewmate of being a traitor. The crew surrounds the accused as another pirate backs Ten's claim, refusing to be fooled by the damn brat. Lotrelli stares at a document exposing her identity, desperately crying that it's all lies. But a furious crewmate points an accusing finger, questioning why anyone would believe a traitor. He violently grabs her, sneering her real name and revealing the secret she's hidden for so long. Restrained and helpless, she tries to confess the truth about her gender, only to be branded a damn fraud. Her loyal seabird screeches in her defense, but no one is listening. Even Kylo, ordered to intervene, hesitates in confusion, leaving her completely abandoned. Seeing the chaos, Utuguru gives the final command to lock her away as she pleads it was all to save her sister. Suddenly, a vicious blow lands squarely in her gut, knocking the wind out of her. She chokes and spits up blood, stunning the crewmates holding her down. But as she glares back in defiance, she realizes with dawning horror that a deadly curse has just been triggered. Despite the pain, she desperately struggles against the crewmate holding her down, and refusing to give up, she bites down hard on a secret she's been hiding in her mouth. It's the last pearl she has, the one thing she absolutely cannot afford to lose. But a brutal slap knocks it from her grasp as they try to take it by force, and Utuguru seizes the pearl, mocking her desperation as she screams it's her only lifeline. Believing none of it, he orders the suspicious item to be examined while she's restrained. As they drag her away, she tearfully begs them to believe she isn't a spy. But her desperate pleas to a conflicted Kylo and an injured Domem go completely ignored. Finally, she's thrown onto the cold stone floor of a cell, her loyal bird caged nearby as her hope shatters. Her last cries for help are silenced by a guard who coldly tells her to shut up. Defiantly, she swears she'll watch them die as a final act of loyalty, but her desperate pleas are ignored as a guard walks away, leaving her utterly alone. An agonizing scream tears from her throat, a sound of pure, soul-crushing despair, and turning to her caged companion, she can only whisper its name, lost in her sorrow. She finally breaks down, convinced they're going to die with no hope of escape, while her loyal bird tries to rally her spirits, insisting that it's not over yet. Suddenly, a violent cough racks her body as she spews blood onto the cold stone floor, and collapsing, she realizes the magical leaves meant to protect her have completely failed. Gasping for air, she whispers to her friend that this is truly the end for them, because she understands now that even if the crew spares her, a deadly curse will claim her life anyway. Lotrelli lies broken on the floor, convinced she has failed to save anyone she ever loved. But from its cage, her loyal bird pleads with her not to give up hope. Suddenly, its voice turns cold and menacing, revealing it had been hiding a terrible secret from her all along. Latrelli stares in shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend this sudden betrayal from her closest friend. The entity twists her memories, showing her the cruelty of the villagers and blaming her own father for her past suffering. It even mocks him as a weak man who let the world break her, insisting she deserved a better protector. A surge of fury cuts through her despair as she vehemently defends her father's honor. She lunges against her bonds, screaming that it was her dad who saved the creature and made it family. Through tears of rage, she recounts all of her father's sacrifices and questions how the bird could forget everything. As she coughs up more blood, the dark voice reaches a final, chilling conclusion about her true nature. The entity coldly dismisses her as nothing more than a thoughtless beast. But broken and bound, Latrelli refuses to hear another word from her former friend. She accepts her fate, wishing only to die without ever hearing the voice of her father's murderer again. As tears stream down her bloodied face, the creature can only whisper a final, desperate apology. 3 days later, her condition has only worsened, with bloody rags piling up as grim proof that she won't last long. The crew gathers around her, debating if it's a plague, as her fever rises and the blood she vomits steadily increases. Her delirious ramblings about a pearl from a demigod are dismissed as nothing but fever dreams. Utuguru declares that if she remains silent, the rules of the ship demand they make an example of her through public execution. But just as all hope seems lost, a mysterious man appears with a set of keys, claiming his debt is finally repaid. Latrelli stares in utter disbelief, questioning what kind of scheme this man is plotting by giving her a sudden chance to escape. The mysterious man insists he's not scheming, but helping out of pity for the girl who had already given up on her friend. Broken and hopeless, she begs him to just end her life, confirming his worst fears about her mental state. But he reveals her madness isn't her fault, blaming a siren's filth that has poisoned the entire ship. He explains this filth is a weapon, a defense mechanism that twists the minds of its victims. He confirms the siren's power is mental, causing irrational anger and despair to spread among the crew. In a horrifying moment of clarity, she realizes her own will to live was stolen by this invisible poison. With renewed fire, she declares she would never have abandoned her friend, a fact her captor coldly confirms. He then drops a bombshell. Even if the crew is cured, her execution will proceed as planned. The offer of escape was a cruel lie, a test to see how the poison affected the weakest mind on board. As he reaches out to deliver the final blow, a defiant voice echoes from within her, swearing, "This is not the end." Despite the poison clouding her mind, Latrelli desperately searches for a way to turn the tables, but even her mystical companion, trapped in a cage, can only project its own despair, questioning if survival is even possible. Meanwhile, below deck, the entire crew gathers in a frenzy, their minds twisted by the siren's curse. They chant for a cruel judgment, demanding that the wheel of fate decide the traitor's end. Suddenly, Latrelli is dragged onto a stage and brutally strapped to the very wheel they spoke of, her hopes of escape instantly crushed. She struggles with every ounce of her strength, screaming defiance at the savages surrounding her, but her resistance is met with a sickening punch to the gut that steals her breath away. Nearby, her faithful bird cries out for her but is told to simply close its eyes and accept her fate. Now bound tightly to the wheel, she realizes with dawning horror that there is no way to break free. As the final piece of the ritual, Kilo is handed a weapon, told by the bloodthirsty crew that it's time to begin the show. Kylo stands over the bound Latrelli, dagger in hand, and accepts the crew's demand for judgment. With a sickening lurch, the wheel begins to spin, turning her into a helpless, dizzying blur. He lets the dagger fly as she resigns herself to being killed by the very man she once saved. But his eyes reveal a hidden truth as he remembers the life debt he owes her. In a flash, he sees himself drowning, reaching out for the hand that pulled him from the abyss. Latrelli braces for the impact, believing her death at his hands is the only fitting end. Suddenly, a thud echoes beside her head as the blade misses her by a mere inch. Her eyes snap open in pure shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. The enraged crew hurls more daggers, screaming for the wheel of fate to claim its prize. Yet when the wheel finally stops, every single blade has missed, leaving her completely unharmed and utterly baffled. The very man who threw the first dagger now stands against the entire crew, demanding she be set free. But his orders are met with open defiance, the pirates screaming to tie her to the mast instead. Their collective bloodlust explodes in a crimson wave of rage, calling for her to be dismembered. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the noise as the mysterious Ten steps forward, while Utuguru is accused of being a traitor. Amidst the chaos, a lone pirate begins untying Latrelli, revealing Kylo is creating a diversion to save her. But Lotrelli takes matters into her own hands, breaking free with a powerful kick that sends a guard flying. With a surge of adrenaline, she grabs a nearby blade and slices through the thick ropes holding her captive. Now fully untethered, she makes a desperate break for it as the entire crew gives chase, screaming for her head. Just as a pirate is about to grab her, Ten calmly intercepts him with a simple command to let her go. The pirate freezes in shock, completely immobilized by Ten's deceptively powerful grip. Kylo screams as a monstrous creature grabs him by the throat, its horrifying face inches from his own. On deck, winged horrors descend from the sky, snatching up Utuguru as Ten calmly watches the chaos unfold. The entire ship erupts into a battlefield, with bodies and feathers scattering across the deck while Lotrelli is trapped on the ground. Meanwhile, below deck, Lotrelli desperately begs her mystical bird to transform and fly them to safety, only to be told it's impossible. Suddenly, a hand clamps over her mouth from the shadows, and she struggles against her unseen captor. But to her absolute shock, the man silencing her is Domum, an ally she thought was lost forever. He whispers that they are here to help, revealing a massive black wolf as their backup. Lotrelli is left completely stunned, unable to process this impossible rescue. Without a moment to waste, they make a break for it as Lotrelli demands to know what's going on. Then a sudden realization hits her, and she whispers the name of the only person this rescuer could actually be: Kylo. Just as Kylo arrives, a creature sinks its venomous teeth into Lotrelli's neck, and she collapses to the deck, a blade buried deep in her skull as her vision fades. Kylo's desperate screams for her to wake up become a distant echo in her mind. As her body sinks into the cold abyss, her life ending in this pathetic, lonely way. But as she drowns, her brilliant blue eyes suddenly flicker with an unnatural light. A strange warmth envelops her, and a mysterious glowing woman appears from the darkness of a forgotten time. The ethereal being looks down upon her with a serene, knowing smile. Suddenly, a powerful voice begins to tell a story of a god who created the blue sea itself. The tale expands to the creation of the vast land and all life, speaking directly into her soul. And as the story of a benevolent creator unfolds, she realizes this isn't a memory, it's a message from something divine. The divine being delivers a final, cryptic goodbye, declaring that they will never meet again. Lotrelli desperately questions this sudden departure, her mind reeling with confusion. But the entity only offers a gentle smile, speaking of a great responsibility she must now fulfill. Her voice seems to echo over a memory of Lotrelli's crew as she rejects the title of Sea Witch. Instead, she bestows a powerful blessing, promising that the very waves will now fight on Lotrelli's side. With a radiant smile, she finally reclaims her true identity, not as a witch, but as the master of the sea. The vision then shifts to an ancient story, showing how a man with a golden sword once brought stability to the world. But that peace was shattered when a monstrous, dark power erupted from the abyss to consume him. Lotrelli realizes this history is completely different from the official records, questioning the true narrator of this forgotten tale. Suddenly, the entire vision shatters as her name is screamed, snapping her back to a sharp, agonizing pain. The vision dissolves into a harsh memory of a governess scolding a young Lotrelli for her hideous embroidery. But the girl defiantly defends her art, proudly declaring that it's a whale. The woman sternly warns another maid not to encourage Lotrelli's strange fascinations. She rips the embroidery away, demanding to know if Lotrelli's head is filled with nothing but the sea, warning that no man will ever want her. Instead of pursuing her passions, she's forced to balance a stack of heavy books on her head to fix her posture. The governess cruelly remarks that she and her sister will be the ruin of their entire household. Promising to return with an even thicker book, the oppressive woman finally leaves the room. The very instant she's gone, Lotrelli tosses the books aside, celebrating her escape in just 3 seconds. Another girl warns she'll just get in trouble again, but Lotrelli simply prepares to sneak out as always. She turns to her childhood friend Raltia, refusing to reveal her secret destination and playfully asking if she's going to tattle. Raltia gently warns her that she can't keep running away forever, reminding her that one day she'll have to get a fiancé just like everyone else. But Lotrelli just grins, declaring that day isn't today as she dashes out the door on another secret adventure. Escaping her stuffy lessons, she finds her way to the coast, questioning the stifling rules forced upon her. Her true passion lies not in embroidery, but in the simple act of casting a line into the sea. She believes women should be able to provide for themselves, but her quiet contemplation is shattered when a familiar voice calls her name. A young man named Ted suddenly appears, teasing her for skipping her lessons and forcing her to snap back at him. He playfully calls himself her future husband, a shocking claim that Lotrelli immediately scoffs at. Ted argues his case, boasting that he's already working at the port and is a perfectly suitable match. He then gets uncomfortably close, pointing out her family's struggles and promising to provide for her if she'll just marry him. But Latrelli violently shoves him away, fiercely defending her father's honor as the island's best fisherman before telling him to get lost. Ted scoffs at her ambition, claiming women can't go to sea, but Latrelli coldly dismisses his outdated views. Frustrated, she walks through the bustling port town, wondering why society won't just let her be herself. Suddenly, a strange howl echoes through the streets, catching her completely off guard. The sound comes from the island's powerful shaman, who is busy performing a ritual for an upcoming festival. Though Latrelli tries to sneak by, the shaman calls out her name without even looking, a chilling display of awareness. The old woman confronts her, demanding to know why her friend Raltia skipped class again. With a menacing glare, she warns that the spirits of the island do not look kindly on those who refuse their gifts. Her threat becomes a terrifying vision as she promises to visit Raltia herself if she continues to be absent. Horrified, Latrelli quickly makes her escape, her mind racing with panic over the trouble she's just caused. She rushes home, desperately calling out Raltia's name as she reaches a closed door. Instead of an empty room, she's greeted by the warm smile of her friend Raltia. Her parents are there too, a peaceful domestic scene from a life that no longer exists. But this happy memory is laced with tension, as Latrelli immediately calls out Raltia for skipping the shaman's class. Their mother quickly scolds Raltia, questioning her lack of respect for the village elders and their traditions. Latrelli tries to cover for her friend, but Raltia's terrified refusal to attend bridal lessons only makes things worse. Finally, their father intervenes with a firm but gentle hand, ordering Raltia to apologize and help the shaman the next day. He then dismisses the argument, sending a reluctant Latrelli to help her mother with dinner. As they stand side by side preparing a fish, the brief silence is heavy with unspoken words. Suddenly, her mother's intuition proves terrifyingly sharp, asking if Latrelli had secretly been to the sea. With a single glance, her secret is exposed. She skipped her own boring lessons to go fishing, a small act of rebellion in a world that was about to be torn apart. Her mother threatens to stop her swordsmanship lessons, forcing a panicked Latrelli to beg for another chance. Defeated, she promises to stop lying and finally attend the bridal lessons she despises. Latrelli quietly admits she just hates how the mistress is constantly pushing her towards marriage. But her mother's touch is gentle, promising they would never marry her to just anyone in their small village. The tension breaks as Latrelli playfully jokes about finding a handsome merman in the sea instead. In a moment of pure warmth, her mother embraces her, promising to protect her from the pressure. But suddenly, the sweet memory shatters as a jolt of panic flashes through her mind. The scene shifts to a dark, cold room where a horrifying discovery on her bedsheets makes her blood run cold. She clutches the sheets in utter disbelief, her mind screaming that this can't be happening so soon. And in a single, terrifying instant, the true weight of her secret is revealed in her wide, panicked eyes. A voice from the door startles Latrelli, who desperately tries to play it cool while hiding the terrible secret. In a moment of pure panic, she throws the stained evidence out the window, determined to keep it hidden. But her mother is already there, sword in hand, casually reminding her about their morning training. Latrelli forces a smile and agrees, her heart pounding as her mother heads downstairs, completely oblivious. While changing, she sees the damning evidence on her nightgown again, reigniting her fear. She quickly shoves the clothes under her bed just as her mother walks by in the background. Rushing outside, her mind races for a way to keep her mother away from the bushes where the secret lies. The lesson begins, with her mother completely unaware of the silent terror gripping her daughter. And as they take their stances, Latrelli struggles to focus, knowing one wrong move could expose everything. The sharp crack of wooden swords echoes through the morning air. But this is no ordinary training, as Latrelli finds herself completely overwhelmed by her mother's relentless lesson. She tries to focus, desperately pushing back, but her mind is consumed by a single, terrifying thought. What if her mother discovers the secret she buried in the bushes just moments before? The sparring moves them dangerously close to the hiding spot, making every second an agony of suspense. Her fatal distraction earns her a swift blow to the head, ending the one-sided match instantly. Scolded for her weakness, she quickly blames moldy bread, a flimsy excuse for her panicked state. Her mother buys the lie, but then gives her a task that sends a chill down her spine: do the laundry. Now she's forced to scrub the blood-stained evidence herself, frantically trying to erase the proof of what happened before it's too late. Latrelli's mind spirals into panic, convinced that if anyone discovers her body's secret, her entire world will come crashing down. The memory shifts to a quiet moment later, where she tries to act normal while working on her embroidery. But her quiet is broken when a friend startles her, asking if she's all right after her harsh scolding. The other girls gossip about the 2-hour tongue lashing she received, wondering what could have possibly set the mistress off so badly. Latrelli internally fumes, recalling how she provoked her by rejecting the traditional life of a wife and challenging the old ways. Her friend Raltia tells her to stop talking nonsense, but Latrelli stands her ground, questioning why only men get to have real dreams. As one girl passionately agrees, another defends the simpler goal of marrying a rich, handsome man. Raltia then silences them with a horrifying truth, stating that most girls like them are sold off for the price of 2 cows, no different from livestock. Her brutal words shatter one of the girls, who breaks down completely, asking if she's truly just cattle waiting to be sold. The girl's despair deepens as she reveals her parents have sold her off to a man nearly 3 times her age. Raltia tries to console her, asking if she was even given a choice in this cruel arrangement. But with a chillingly cold expression, she declares that a woman's opinion is worthless because they are treated like objects. Latrelli, however, refuses to accept this reality, defiantly proclaiming that if that's their fate, then they must be the ones to change it. She boldly proposes a protest at the summer festival, a radical plan to demand their rights with banners for all to see. Her idea is immediately met with terror, as another girl calls her completely insane for even suggesting it. Yet the spark of rebellion catches, as one girl eagerly agrees that the festival is the perfect chance to unite. Even the most fearful one steals her resolve, realizing the risk is worth taking. Finally, the girl who had lost all hope finds her own courage, deciding she'd rather fight than be sold into a living death. Lotrelli leaves home under the guise of attending school, hiding her true intentions from her family. It's been 3 days since the incident, and her father's wounds serve as a grim reminder of their failed protest. She pretends to be cheerful, but her only goal is to find out what happened to her fellow rebels. Upon arriving, she's met with a room full of girls trapped in a cold, oppressive silence. The mistress immediately confronts her, sarcastically welcoming the return of her senses before Lotrelli can utter a word. She is harshly scolded for her actions at the festival, her defiance now a source of shame. A humiliating punishment is promised to crush her foolishness, and she has no choice but to obey. The horrifying truth is revealed as every girl has been forced into silent, mind-numbing labor. When she tries to check on her friends, her concern is met with pure, unadulterated resentment. The final blow lands as one of the girls blames her entirely, revealing that their failed rebellion has put another friend in a truly terrible situation. Lotrelli's desperate apologies are cut short as her friend screams at her, refusing to hear another word. The girl's resentment deepens, calling Lotrelli a troublemaker just as her father warned and leaving our hero utterly shattered. She pleads with the others to try again, but her words are met with a wall of crushing, silent judgment. With no other option, she can only clench her fists in her lap, her spirit seemingly broken by the complete rejection. But in a sudden surge of defiance, she bolts through the streets, vowing that she cannot give up on her friends or her father. The townspeople immediately try to stop her, questioning what kind of trouble she's planning this time. Tears streaming down her face, she ignores their shouts, convinced that backing down now will only make things worse. To prove she's as capable as any man, she sets sail on a tiny boat, determined to hunt a beast of impossible scale. Alone on the water, she cries out in a mix of grief and resolve, swearing she will make them all regret it. Suddenly, a mysterious light erupts from the depths below, as a strange voice comments on her emotional outburst, her journey now watched by an unknown entity. Lotrelli freezes, startled by the voice from the deep but stealing her resolve for what's to come. Drawn by the mysterious sound, she spots a brilliant light emanating from a hidden seaside cave. She cautiously rows her tiny boat towards the source, calling out to see if anyone is there. But nothing could have prepared her for what she discovers inside, her eyes widening in pure shock. Before her lies a magnificent coral reef cradling a luminous orb, as the ancient voice notes her humanity. The orb is revealed to be a massive seabird's egg, and she recoils in disbelief when it speaks directly to her mind. A powerful, mythical being reveals itself from within the shell, declaring it only speaks to those it deems worthy. The creature explains that it has been hundreds of years since it last spoke to anyone, ever since its kind was wiped out by foolish humans. She realizes with dawning horror that she's holding the very last seabird in existence, a victim of her own species' greed. The bird then speaks of its kind's legendary loyalty, a bond so strong they follow their masters even into the jaws of death. A plan sparks in Lotrelli's mind. With this mythical creature, she might finally be able to secure the villagers' future. But the ancient being chides her for her selfish thoughts, forcing a quick apology for not taking its tragic history seriously. She then asks a critical question if anyone else can hear its voice, before shyly offering to show it the island she calls home. Her dream is to finally be allowed to sail, but the bird reveals a shocking truth. Only a blessed few can hear its voice at all. The horrifying realization dawns on her to the rest of the world. She's just a lunatic talking to an inanimate egg. When questioned about her motives, she looks out at the endless ocean and declares it's not for treasure or glory, but simply for her love of the sea. The ancient creature explains that while most humans used its kind for selfish gain, it held the power to guide them to safety or lead them to their doom. It admits that in all its long life, she is the first to seek it out of pure affection, a sentiment she confirms by calling the sea her true home. Her heartfelt words trigger a powerful reaction, and suddenly, the luminous egg begins to crack right in her hands. She panics as the cracks spread, completely unprepared for the mythical creature's imminent hatching. From within the cracking shell, a massive eye opens as the ancient creature finally understands how a mere human could awaken it. The legendary bird emerges in a storm of feathers, its immense power dwarfing the young Lotrelli as it asks for her name. With its talons gripping her tiny boat, the creature makes a solemn vow. From this day forward, she would be its new master. Meanwhile, back in her village, life goes on as usual, with no one aware of the miracle unfolding just beyond the shore. Her father anxiously searches for her, only to be berated by a fellow villager for being a careless parent. He holds his tongue, knowing it's pointless to argue with a man who would never understand his daughter's spirit. Desperate, he begs an old mystic to use her crystal to find Lotrelli, but she just scoffs at his pathetic plea. But suddenly, panicked shouts erupt from the crowd as they point to a monstrous shape descending from the sky. It's not a monster, but Lotrelli herself, riding in the crow's nest of a ship held aloft by the magnificent seabird. She waves down triumphantly, calling out to her stunned father, who can only stare in disbelief at the impossible sight. Lotrelli stands before the legendary seabird as her father, and the stunned villagers can only call it a miracle. She rushes into her father's arms, excitedly proclaiming she can finally go to sea with him now. Her father proudly presents her to the crowd, declaring that the sea is truly her destiny. But some villagers still cling to old superstitions, grumbling that a woman on a ship is bad luck. He silences them, explaining that the noble creature only chooses those strong enough to brave the storms. The village elder then offers a harsh condition: succeed in her duty, or surrender the bird forever. With a grim expression, she warns that the seabird doesn't just bring blessings, it also brings envy and jealousy, sparking a dangerous resentment among the other villagers. Hearing this dark prophecy, her father holds her close and vows to protect her at all costs. And as he worries about their home's size, the bird itself reveals another layer of its power, asking if she wants it to become smaller. The mystical bird confirms it can understand her, shrinking down as its ancient body has grown weak. Overjoyed, she names her new companion Balka, cherishing what she believes is the happiest moment of her entire life. But the elder's dark prophecy soon came true, as jealous villagers descended to violently destroy her family's boat. Her father could only hold her tight, promising they would fix everything together against the growing darkness. Through it all, the creature's watchful eye reflected their unbreakable bond, a silent guardian in the coming storm. The final prophecy was also fulfilled, as a tragic death consumed not her, but her father in a sea of flames. Years later, she stumbles outside clutching a blood-stained cloth, utterly horrified by this new development. Her eyes widen in pure shock and confusion at what is happening to her own body. But an older woman appears, a strange look of satisfaction on her face as she realizes the girl has finally come of age. She then coldly remarks that if she'd known sooner, she would have brought suitors instead of bread, turning this personal moment into a political transaction. A woman tries to explain her daughter has plenty of suitors, but her guest has a smug, knowing look. She then reveals she's already found a perfect match, an imperial admiral in his 30s, leaving everyone shocked. Lot's mother desperately refuses, insisting her daughter must choose her own partner and that they've cut ties with her old family. But the woman coldly reminds her of the past she abandoned, a talented knight who threw it all away to marry a simple fisherman. With a chilling smile, she declares the marriage will be settled by autumn with just one letter, as if Lot's fate is already sealed. Lot finally snaps, shouting that she doesn't even know if she wants to get married at all. Her mother rushes to her side, agreeing that this forced arrangement is going too far. But the guest's face twists into a menacing sneer, her polite facade crumbling as she claims she was only trying to help. She reveals her true hand, admitting she knows everything about their desperate situation, which leaves the mother utterly stunned. With their powerlessness exposed, she reminds them they have no work and no future without a husband, turning her proposal into a chilling threat. Lot's mother claps her hands, trying to maintain her pride by insisting their family is fine, but the cruel guest exposes their desperation, revealing she knows they've been begging for spoiled bread, leaving Lot stunned. A painful memory surfaces of Lot noticing her mother hadn't been eating at the dinner table. She remembers her mother's forced smile, always claiming she had no appetite so her children could eat more. The crushing guilt hits Lot as she realizes the depth of her mother's sacrifice. Back in the present, the guest disgustingly suggests Raltia as a replacement bride, causing Lot's mother to finally explode with rage. She furiously orders the woman to leave their home and stop her useless meddling. With a condescending smirk, the guest takes back her gift and walks out the door. The confrontation ends, leaving the mother completely drained and defeated by their harsh reality. But then her mother turns with a serious look, asking a strange question that hints at a desperate, hidden plan. Lot desperately asks her mother about the marriage proposal, worried about their family's fate, but her mother gently dismisses the idea, calling it the nonsense of a greedy woman. With a pained smile, she insists that all she wants is for Lot to marry someone she truly loves. The emotional weight of their reality finally crushes her, and she admits she's too overwhelmed to continue. As Lot clears the table, she watches her mother walk away, a strange feeling of dread washing over her. In her memory, her mother's figure stumbles and fades into a blinding white light, gone forever. The scene shifts to the present, where Lot sits alone by the moonlit sea, lost in her dark thoughts. Her mystical companion points out that this is where she always goes when she wants to run away. The painful truth hits her as she realizes she spent her life escaping her problems, and now she's forced to confront the faces of everyone who has suffered because of her mistakes. Lot recalls a time she considered marrying a rich admiral just to survive, but her companion desperately reminded her of the dream she was about to sacrifice, a dream she was willing to abandon as she watched her mother starve. Even as her friend pleaded with her to hold on to hope, a moment watched from afar. A sinister pirate captain spotted her through his spyglass, marking her as his prey. Then, a week later, her memory shows her trapped in the engagement, receiving a wedding dress she never wanted. Suddenly, she jolts awake back in the present, staring at her crewmate Kylo and realizing she's still alive. He confirms she's safe, explaining that a cure was made just in time. Overwhelmed with relief and guilt, she throws her arms around him in a desperate hug. But as he thanks her for saving his life, she can only apologize for the lies that nearly destroyed them all. Kylo watches over his recovering crewmate, his expression a mixture of relief and deep concern. He gently holds Latrelli, reassuring her that they understand and are just glad she finally woke up. But as her grip tightens, he suddenly flinches, awkwardly asking her to let go of him now. She pulls back in confusion and immediately asks how long she's been unconscious, desperate for answers. The revelation that a whole week has passed sends her into a panic as she frantically asks about someone named Balka. Kylo calmly explains that while their allies are safe, the captain has a new, sinister plan to use them both as bait. This is why she's being kept in a comfortable room instead of a cell, as shell make a more convincing lure for their target. Still, she tries to force herself out of bed, only for him to gently stop her, pointing out she's too weak to even walk. Latrelli insists she's the same as always, but he drops a bombshell: the cure that saved her was made from a mermaid. And when she demands to know why such a creature would ever help them, his hesitant silence hints at a terrible secret he's afraid to reveal. Kylo reveals the mermaid who saved her wants to meet, leaving Latrelli stunned. As she's led onto the deck, her friend Domem rushes over, relieved to see she's finally awake. He playfully teases her for sleeping a whole week, but she's just happy to see her crew again. Her mystical bird companion flies around her in a panic, worried if she's truly okay. The bird lands on her shoulder and mentions the name of the mermaid who saved her, Saran. That name triggers a sudden flash of memory, a vision that isn't her own. She sees the mermaid's face, smiling with relief that Latrelli seems to remember her. Back in reality, Latrelli stares in awe, shocked by a beauty so unlike the monstrous mermaids she's known. But the mermaid begins to cry tears of joy, grateful that Latrelli still possesses his memories. Suddenly, Saran grabs her, desperately pleading to be taken to the man whose memories are now trapped inside her mind. Latrelli's bird companion reveals a shocking truth. The man whose memories she holds is the legendary master of the sea from her childhood books. As her crew tries to intervene, the mermaid Saran desperately explains she can feel a shard of her master's soul within Latrelli. The mermaid pulls her close, unleashing a wave of energy as she screams for Latrelli to remember the past. Suddenly, Latrelli is overwhelmed by a vision of a serene man, the master of the sea, who once maintained the ocean's balance. She witnesses a forgotten era of peace, where sirens and mermaids guided sailors under his benevolent rule. The memory then shifts to a surreal vision of glowing spirits playing under the aurora, a cradle for a young soul. But this paradise was corrupted, as a rising taint from the depths poisoned the seas and drove the merfolk to madness. Through the mermaid's own memories, Latrelli feels their unbearable suffering, a desperate plea for their lost master to return. Just as the vision ends, a man in a white coat named Ten intervenes, forcefully grabbing the mermaid's arm to stop her. He coldly states their deal is done, but Latrelli's eyes widen in shock as she sees who he's allied with: her old enemy, Utaguru. Latrelli struggles to understand as her mystical seabird speaks of a lost shanty, a special song needed to summon a powerful entity. The bird reveals that only a forgotten demigod might remember this song, but Ten holds the desperate mermaid Saran, dismissing the idea entirely. Saran cries out that she is bound by an ancient curse, unable to travel to the demigod's waters herself, so she turns to Latrelli and her crew, begging them to undertake the perilous quest in her place. But Ten coldly shuts her down, declaring they have no time for detours now that they finally have a lead on their true target. Kylo confirms that a message arrived revealing the enemy's location, giving Latrelli a surge of hope that she can finally save her friend Raltia. Torn by her duty, Latrelli kneels before the mermaid, promising to help her only after her own sister is safe. As she hesitates, the seabird whispers in her ear, suggesting that helping Saran could be the key to summoning a power they desperately need. The word Aurora triggers something deep within her, a forgotten memory tied to the salvation of all the suffering spirits of the sea. A flash of her father's sinister past solidifies her resolve, and with burning eyes, she makes a vow to help the mermaid once her own painful ordeal is over. Overwhelmed with emotion, the mermaid Saran trembles, as Latrelli's promise echoes in her ears. Latrelli tries to manage expectations, warning that their paths may never cross again after this mission is over. But with a radiant smile, Saren reveals a secret incantation to summon her from anywhere in the meteoric seas. Her joy then fades into a chilling warning about an ancient evil that has been awakened from the depths. Without another word, she turns towards the open ocean, hearing the distant call of her sisters. In a graceful dive, she plunges into the sea, leaving behind a cryptic message that Lotrelli is someone she's not. As the splash settles, Domum leans on the railing, casually remarking that life with Lotrelli is never boring. Suddenly, Kylo's voice cuts in, questioning if Lotrelli truly possesses a legendary shard of the Sea's Master. He demands to know if this is yet another one of her hidden powers, but she frantically denies ever hearing of such a thing. Just then, Ten steps forward with a grave expression, dismissing the debate and ordering Lotrelli to use her bird to navigate them to safety. Domum questions Ten's reliance on a mere bird, only for Ten to coldly remind him he's only alive because of his mercy. Leaning over the map, Ten mockingly calls it an act of kindness as he orders Lotrelli to find a safe path. Her mystical bird Balka immediately points the way, revealing a dangerous strait that leads directly to the Sea of Giants. Unfazed by the terrifying destination, Ten calmly accepts the route and prepares to give the order. He then turns his attention to the injured crew, singling out Kylo with a sharp jab about trying to impress his crush. The playful mood shatters as Lotrelli confronts Kylo, demanding to know what Ten meant by him taking a beating. Her friends desperately try to brush off the question, insisting it's nothing she should be concerned about. But as her demands grow more insistent, a powerful being watches their ship from the lonely, dark ocean. The mermaid Saren smiles mysteriously from the depths, finding the crew's impending doom incredibly interesting. Suddenly, Lotrelli freezes in shock as her bird reveals the horrifying truth. Kylo had taken 20 brutal hits just to protect her. Domum winces in pain, revealing he took 20 hits before blacking out for her sake. Kylo explains their captain's brutal logic: any disobedience threatens to unravel the entire crew's order. Lotrelli is horrified, arguing that even the captain's own son was punished without exception. But her friends just laugh it off, insisting they knew the risks and are just glad to be alive. Overwhelmed by their loyalty, she can only watch as her bird comforts her with a gentle nuzzle. The heavy atmosphere suddenly shatters as the crew starts teasing her about being under a siren's influence. Just then, another crewmate arrives with a massive feast, a surprising gesture of reconciliation. He gently pats her head, apologizing for how they treated her after hearing the full story from Utoguru. He explains the siren's magic had clouded their judgment, as they know she saved them countless times. With the misunderstanding cleared, they all share a meal, finally laughing together as a true crew. The crew teases Lotrelli about a new nickname, but Kylo grows serious, demanding to know who dared to call her a lackey. Lotrelli admits some still whisper behind her back, but she understands their distrust after everything that happened with the fetter. Her crewmate explodes with rage, vowing to beat down anyone who would dare insult her. But she simply says she's used to being an outcast, silencing her friends with a wave of concern. Her mind flashes back to the past, remembering how only Kylo and Domum stood by her when the entire crew was against her. Sometime later, her mystical bird companion soars high above their ship, scouting the vast, empty ocean. Lotrelli emerges on deck in a new coat as Utoguru and Kylo look on, the calm morning hiding a growing tension. She assures her friends she's fully recovered, but reveals her bird has sensed something strange on the horizon. Staring at the unnatural waves, she relays its warning this is no ordinary storm approaching them. Suddenly, the bird dives towards her, its psychic voice screaming a final, terrifying confirmation that something far worse is coming. Her companion screams a final warning as the ship is tossed on an unnatural, starlit sea. Kylo lunges for the railing, his face twisted in shock at the impossible sight before them. The entire crew braces for impact as a colossal wave of pure energy smashes into the deck. Lotrelli can only stare in horror as a mythical sea serpent, a creature of legend, erupts from the depths. But from the chaos, a man named Ten takes command. Ordering the gunners to open fire on the Leviathan, the crew scrambles to obey, unleashing a deafening cannon barrage against the impossible foe. Crossbow bolts fly through the air, adding to the desperate assault on the beast. But their weapons are useless, exploding harmlessly against the creature's impenetrable scales. In a single, devastating counterattack, the serpent shreds their sails with a blast of raw power. Realizing the fight is completely one-sided, Ten desperately orders his men to cease fire and conserve what little they have left. A young man on deck consults his mystical companions, learning of a new threat that dives deeper than any beast they've known. His avian scout screams a dire warning, its eyes unable to penetrate the dark, treacherous waters below. The bird suddenly pinpoints the danger, crying out for the ship to turn as the monster closes in from starboard. On deck, The helmsman Digel is alerted and desperately wrestles with the wheel to steer them clear of the unseen horror. But it's far too late as a monstrous leviathan erupts from the glowing sea, its sheer size dwarfing their entire vessel. The violent impact sends the crew flying, and another pirate scrambles to grab the now unmanned helm. In a flash, the beast's jaws clamp down, snatching the helmsman Digel from the deck as his crewmates watch in horror. With his arm caught in its crushing maw, Digel drives his sword into the creature's flesh in a final defiant act. Seeing her crewmate about to be devoured, Latrelli rushes to the railing, screaming his name in pure anguish. Without a moment of hesitation, she leaps onto the railing and draws her sword, ready to face the impossible beast head-on. Latrelli desperately drives her sword into the Leviathan's maw, trying to free her captured crewmate. Another pirate lunges forward, grabbing their comrade in a desperate, last-ditch effort to pull him from the beast's grip. But it's all for nothing as the monster rears back into the sky, with Latrelli now trapped in its jaws. She tries to fight back, only to find her sword is hopelessly lodged in the creature's thick hide. Suddenly, dark tendrils erupt around her as she's pulled into a terrifying new dimension. Screaming for her companion Balka, the great bird hears her cry, calling out her name in a panic from high above the chaos. On the deck, the red-haired Kylo realizes the situation has turned critical, his face a mask of horror as he prepares to act. Trapped but not broken, Latrelli issues a split-second plan, ordering her team to distract, capture, and strangle the beast. Ten freezes in disbelief, questioning if she's gone completely insane to suggest such a suicidal strategy. But with no time for hesitation, Kylo ignores the plan and launches himself directly at the monster in a reckless, one-man assault. He plants his feet firmly, preparing to launch himself from the ship's deck, and soars through the air with his sword raised high, diving directly toward the giant beast. But his hand is brutally impaled as he grabs onto one of the monster's razor-sharp fangs. Latrelli screams at him for his recklessness, but he just tells her to hang on a little longer. Meanwhile, back on the deck, Ten calmly raises his crossbow, taking careful aim at the chaos unfolding. Ignoring the searing pain, Kylo uses his sword to hook a thick rope around the beast's hide. He grips the rope with a white-knuckled fist, preparing for the impossible. The rope tightens and begins to glow as he puts his entire body into the strain. Latrelli's eyes widen in terror as she finally realizes what his suicidal plan actually is. With a desperate roar, Kylo puts every last ounce of his strength into pulling the rope taut. With a final, desperate heave, Kylo puts all his strength into the glowing rope, and the monster's entire jaw is ripped from its body in a gruesome explosion of blood. But the resulting shockwave sends Latrelli crashing to the deck as her bird screams her name. Though one head is gone, they see with horror that multiple serpentine bodies still surround the ship. She struggles to her feet, her voice trembling as she asks if the fight is finally over. But the crew can only stare as the decapitated corpse continues to writhe in the water. Then, the severed neck stump begins to pulse with a sickening, regenerative glow. New flesh grotesquely bubbles and reforms where its head used to be. Latrelli's eyes widen in terror, realizing this was no ordinary sea serpent, as two new heads sprout from the wound, revealing the monster's true identity as a hydra. Utuguru desperately screams for his crew to hold their positions and ready their bows, but the beast's new head slams down with devastating force, shattering their resolve, and the resulting shockwave sends the pirates flying across the deck in complete disarray. Latrelli herself is knocked off her feet as her mystical bird cries out in alarm. Just in time, Domem lunges forward to catch her, preventing a disastrous fall, but they can only stare up in utter horror as the two immortal heads loom over the ship. Latrelli's bird then confirms their worst fear, explaining that the Hydra is an immortal being that cannot be killed. In a flash of memory, the bird recalls a frantic argument, frustrated that fighting this way is completely useless. But just as all hope seems lost, a mysterious man in white calmly approaches them. He looks directly at Latrelli, revealing he knows the secret to the monster's regeneration. He reveals the secret to killing the immortal beast is to burn the severed necks with firebombs. Though Utaguru doubts the insane plan, Ten orders the crew to attack, insisting that doing nothing is a death sentence. Latrelli draws her sword, but Domem immediately points out their fatal flaw. They have no way to actually cut off its heads. All eyes then turn to Kilo, the crew's powerhouse, asking him to repeat his last suicidal attempt with the ropes. But the man is completely broken, trembling uncontrollably as the trauma of his failure consumes him. His hands are torn and bleeding, unable to even clench into a fist as he stammers in terror. Latrelli watches his breakdown, a look of grim realization washing over her. Suddenly, she moves to stop him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. She tells the terrified man that she has another idea, a new plan to face the monster. Turning to her crewmates, Latrelli admits they won't like her strategy, but it's the only option they have left. Utaguru roars out the new command, telling everyone to aim for the creature's eyes. As the crew unleashes a volley of gunfire, Latrelli creates an opening now that one of the heads is blinded. With all her might, she hurls a massive barrel as a distraction for her mystical seabird, Balka. The barrel soars harmlessly past the monster's head, making the bold move look like a complete failure. But it was just a feint, as Balka swoops in to draw the beast's full attention. The gambit pays off, as the bird drops a flaming projectile straight into the creature's stunned jaws. With the monster dazed, Latrelli rallies her crew, their swords and ropes ready for the final, insane phase of her plan. She and Domum then charge fearlessly across the deck, sprinting towards the towering monstrosity. Meanwhile, Balka lands directly on the beast's head, pinning it down and guiding them to the perfect weak spot. Held steady by ropes, Latrelli leaps onto its back and drives her blade deep into the monster's skull for the killing blow. With the creature weakened, Latrelli gives the signal for everyone to jump clear of the thrashing beast, as Domum screams orders to secure the ropes, knowing this is their only chance to end it. Their blades tear savagely through the monster's flesh in a spray of blood and gore, but the behemoth retaliates with a violent shudder, flinging Latrelli into the air like a rag doll. Her gloved hand grips the rope with inhuman strength, refusing to let go for even a second. On the deck, the entire crew pulls together in a desperate tug-of-war against the dying titan. The immense tension drives the ropes deeper, turning them into instruments of brutal execution. In a sickening tear of flesh and bone, the monster's massive tail is ripped clean from its body. The resulting shockwave sends Latrelli flying backwards as the tension suddenly snaps. Yet even as she falls, she screams for her loyal companion Balka to unleash its fire and finish the job. As commanded, Balka drops a fiery payload onto the monster's severed flesh, causing a brutal explosion, and a geyser of flame erupts from the wound, charring the colossal beast from the inside out. The massive, lifeless tail crashes onto the deck, nearly crushing the crew under its immense weight. While exhausted but victorious, Latrelli collapses, confirming their impossible strategy was a complete success. But Domum rallies the crew, roaring that with one down, they must now hunt the others. And as if on cue, the monster's decapitated head plummets from the sky in a shower of gore. Its main body thrashes below in unimaginable agony, its life force finally beginning to fade, when a crewmate spots a fatal opening, screaming to the captain that he now has a clear shot. Utaguru raises his massive harpoon gun, refusing to let the younger generation claim all the glory, then fires a devastating, magically charged bolt straight for the creature's heart to end it all. The harpoon bolt tears through the monster's hide in a brutal explosion of blood, while Utaguru roars that hell show them the true power of a captain as his pulled by the rope. Hes launched through the air, hurtling directly towards the beast's gaping, wounded maw. But the harpoon holds fast, its anchor buried deep within the creature's flesh. With immense strength, Utaguru uses the rope to swing himself onto the monster's massive body and lands with a thunderous impact, his feet digging in for the final charge. The old captain sprints up the creature's back like it's solid ground, closing the distance in an instant, standing victorious atop the writhing leviathan, a king conquering his domain. But from the shadows, two mysterious figures watch the battle unfold with cold, calculating eyes. And suddenly, Utaguru cries out in agony as an unknown hand grips his shoulder from behind. The defeated beast's eye suddenly flashes with renewed, terrifying fury, and with a final surge of power, it thrashes violently, shattering the harpoon's tether completely. The rope snaps, sending the veteran captain Utaguru plummeting helplessly towards the churning sea. From the deck, his crew can only watch in horror, screaming his name into the storm. But with a desperate lunge, one of his men manages to grab his falling captain's arm, barely holding on. As their strength fades, the mysterious white-haired man, Ten, suddenly springs into action from the crowd. He plants his foot firmly on the railing, launching himself into the air without a moment of hesitation. In a breathtaking dive, he sails over the deck, catching a dangling rope while another crewman falls beside him. His gloved hands grip the line with absolute certainty, halting their deadly descent. Holding the other man securely in his arm, he calmly announces he's got them, a moment of control in the chaos. A crewmate pulls the rescued Utaguru to safety, praising the man's courage. But their relief is short-lived as Ten screams for everyone to pull on the massive rope leading back into the cursed sea. With every muscle straining, the entire crew hauls on the line, their faces twisted in a desperate struggle for survival. Their true target is revealed as a colossal, fanged sea serpent, is dragged from the depths, thrashing wildly. A vicious harpoon is buried deep in its neck, the only thing keeping the monster from escaping back into the abyss. but the beast's violent struggling begins to tear the hook free, ripping through its flesh and scales. With a deafening roar of pure agony, the creature's eyes glow with murderous intent. Seizing the moment, a crewman desperately yells for Latrelli to unleash her secret weapon. She responds instantly, tossing a lit firebomb to her waiting comrade with a sharp command to catch. As the bomb arcs through the air, she calls upon her legendary companion Balka, ordering it to show them its true power. Balka swoops down with the firebomb, but something is wrong. This hydra shouldn't exist in these impossibly hot waters. The mystical bird hesitates, sensing a deeper mystery behind the creature's appearance here. Suddenly, a strange telepathic voice cuts through the chaos, reaching out directly to the seabird. It's the hydra itself, pleading that it's being controlled and forced to attack by a mysterious red ship. With its last ounce of will, the beast begs them to stop the vessel from reaching a place known as the Old Sea. Balka instantly recognizes the name, realizing the enemy is the infamous ship known as the Utopia. But back in the physical world, the immense rope holding the monster is straining to its breaking point. Utuguru screams for the crew to hold on, pulling with every last bit of his strength. Despite his desperate command, the thick rope begins to fray and snap under the impossible pressure. With a final, deafening crack, the line breaks, sending the entire crew flying as the serpent is unleashed. Latrelli screams in horror as the rope restraining the colossal beast finally snaps. But just as all hope seems lost, one of the crewmates shouts for her to stand back, taking matters into his own hands. He races towards the ship's massive deck cannon, their only remaining weapon against the unleashed monster. With grim determination, he hefts a heavy cannonball. Preparing for a single, desperate shot, he shoves the projectile down the barrel, roaring at the hydra to eat this and die. The cannon fires, and the shell tears through the monster's flesh in a brutal spray of blood. A massive explosion erupts on the hydra's body, but the creature seems to cry out in shock, not aggression. As the serpent reels from the devastating blow, the mystical seabird Balka watches in confusion from above. The bird remembers the beast's plea, realizing with dawning horror that something else was controlling it all along. Balka recalls the hydra's voice, a telepathic scream filled not with malice, but with unbearable agony. Latrelli screams for Balka to cauterize the hydra's wound with fire, a desperate move to finish it off. As the wounded beast flinches, its mind reeling from the impossible series of events plaguing its waters. But just then, a monstrous clawed hand emerges from the shadows, gripping the hydra's head in a terrifying display of control. Unaware of this true enemy, the loyal Balka dives, dropping a bottle of pure flame while questioning the darkness corrupting its beloved sea. The makeshift bomb erupts in a massive explosion, sending the tortured creature sinking into the silent, bloody depths. Later, back on the ship, the crew tends to their wounds as Domem's injuries are carefully stitched closed. He marvels at the healer's skill, admitting he didn't even feel the needle while Kylo waits his turn nearby. The crew jokes about her talent, questioning if she picked up her medical skills on the mysterious island from their past. She humbly denies it, quietly wishing she had the strength to fight on the front lines with them instead. This strikes a nerve with Domem, who laments that his own father refuses to teach him swordsmanship, leaving him feeling utterly powerless to protect anyone. The crew discusses how the healer's overprotective father forbids anyone from teaching her swordsmanship, leaving her feeling helpless. But hearing her frustration, Latrelli quietly interjects with a surprising solution of her own. She offers to personally train the healer, an idea that immediately excites her friends. With the deal struck, Latrelli warns that her training will be relentless and tells her to get ready to begin. Kylo, still recovering shirtless, offers to lend her some of his old pants for the practice. But as he moves, a sudden jolt of pain makes him flinch violently, startling everyone in the room. Latrelli reaches out, revealing a horrifying truth. His back is a canvas of deep, unhealed wounds from their last battle. The sight triggers a flood of crushing guilt as she whispers that his agonizing injuries are all her fault. Sensing her despair, Kylo quickly turns to tell her not to shoulder that burden alone. He then firmly grabs her wrist, refusing to let her retreat into her own dark thoughts. He tries to comfort her, insisting it was a shared choice and that a scar would be lost on his handsome face anyway. His sudden boast immediately draws skepticism from the others, who joke that the whip must have hit his head instead of his back. But the mention of punishment triggers a dark memory of the day a stern captain entered, declaring that a vice captain's crime carries a much heavier weight. Lotrella's anger boils over as she recalls the captain's cruelty towards his own son, but Kylo frantically tries to silence her. The captain was unmoved, coldly declaring it was necessary to set an example for the other sailors and punish any traitors. He then twists the knife, reminding her that he already overlooked her seabird's failure to detect the storm and the Hydra. She desperately defends her companion, but the captain callously scoffs at her explanation that the storm was a living creature. Latrelli insists the storm was different, a malevolent force that felt like something only the sea witch could conjure. This memory connects to another shocking truth, where a mysterious man reveals he wasn't lying when he said he received medicine directly from the sea witch. The horrifying realization dawns as he looks toward a glowing pearl, confirming its connection to the legendary entity. Utaguru confronts Latrelli about the mermaid's cryptic message, which he tries to dismiss as complete nonsense. But he silences her doubt with a chilling grin, reminding her that reality is already far stranger than fiction. He then makes an insane proposal to summon the legendary sea witch herself. Kylo questions the plan, wondering if a being of that power would ever aid mere mortals in their quest. Utaguru remains unshaken, certain the witch will help since she's the one who cured his mysterious illness. He declares they will first head to the Sea of Giants for a final rest before the ultimate battle. But as the crew prepares, a shadowy figure watches them from behind a curtain with unknown intentions. Meanwhile, on deck, a brutal training session begins as a blonde-haired woman struggles to block a powerful strike. Latrelli schools her on proper combat stance, demanding she learn to withstand the overwhelming force. The lesson is driven home as Latrelli effortlessly parries another blow, showcasing the vast gap in their skills. Latrelli effortlessly counters the trainee's strike with a confident smirk. Despite the overwhelming gap in power, the young woman grits her teeth, determined to see the fight through to the end. But the lesson is over in an instant as a simple flick to her forehead sends her reeling back in shock. Standing over the fallen trainee, Latrelli delivers a cold truth. In a real battle, she would already be dead. From the railings above, Domem comments on how Latrelli is showing absolutely no mercy in her training. Latrelli helps her up, explaining that her mother, an imperial knight, taught her that going easy in practice only leads to death on the battlefield. This revelation prompts a sarcastic remark from Domem about her acting like an annoying knight, earning him a fierce shout from below. The trainee grabs Latrelli, fired up and grateful for the harsh lesson, vowing to work harder and give her a taste of her own medicine. Impressed by her spirit, Latrelli praises her rapid improvement, promising she'll be a formidable fighter within a month. This praise, however, doubles as a sharp warning to a stern-faced crewmate, telling him to train hard or risk being surpassed. A stern-faced crewmate is startled, demanding to know how he was found. But on the deck below, Latrelli curses that damn bird for revealing his position. The crewmate immediately confronts him about spying, but Latrelli nervously claims he was just waiting for the right moment. He then asks the man to speak to his mystical bird, offering to translate its message directly. Latrelli reveals a critical piece of information. He knows the bird was created by May, just like the mermaids. The crewmate questions his true motives, forcing Latrelli to admit he made a promise to find the master of the sea for someone. This triggers a painful memory for the crewmate, who recalls a boy who was dearer to him than any blood brother. He explains that this boy, Netter, was obsessed with finding May, which is why he possessed that legendary book. His gaze hardens as he remembers the boy's unwavering, almost fanatical determination, until the story ends in tragedy, revealing Netter was taken by the vile Wuhopiate, leaving Latrelli utterly stunned into silence. Latrelli angrily grabs the crewmate, questioning why he hid his brother's kidnapping for 5 long years, a pain Latrelli knows all too well. The man coldly replies that after 5 years, the chances of his brother being alive are slim, a grim reality that shocks Latrelli to his core. As the crewmate laments his brother's endless, hopeful search, Latrelli is left speechless, questioning his own resolve, while another crewmate looks on emotionally. Losing his patience, the man demands Latrelli just translate what the bird is saying, forcing a reluctant agreement. But their tense conversation is cut short as a call from the deck alerts them to a new problem, prompting Latrelli to give an urgent command. A lookout grabs his binoculars, confirming their fears as he announces that someone is on their tail, putting the entire crew on high alert. Latrelli rushes to his side, demanding to know what he sees out there in the vast, empty ocean. Suddenly, a faint, desperate voice echoes in his mind, a plea for help from a lone rowboat that triggers a chilling sense of familiarity. The scene flashes back to a haunting memory, a man named Ted, stranded and screaming for help, while another watches in utter horror. That same horrified man is then brutally restrained, forced to watch the tragedy unfold while being told to stay still. On deck, the rescued man is held down, screaming that he was a prisoner of the Wuhopiate. He desperately claims he was held captive until now and barely managed to escape with his life. But then he recognizes Latrelli's mystical bird and calls out a forbidden name from the past, stunning the crew. The man, Ted, rushes forward, trying to get his old friend to remember him. Domem holds him back, questioning Latrelli as Ted pleads with him to remember the days they played together as kids. The reunion suddenly shatters when Ted reveals the impossible. He only escaped because Raltia saved him, and she's still alive. Latrella's composure completely breaks as he grabs the man, furiously demanding to know why he escaped, and not her. As Utaguru watches the scene unfold, Latrelli admits they are from the same island. But his rage returns as he accuses Ted of being the very person who turned their village against his family. Just as Hayes about to lose control, Ten steps in to stop the fight, forcing Latrelli to realize Hayes gone too far. With the situation spiraling, the senior crew decides to take Ted to the captain's quarters to get to the bottom of this mystery. The imposing captain then singles out Latrelli, ordering him to come along for the interrogation. Latrelli's expression hardens, sensing there's a much darker truth he has yet to hear. Once inside, Ted confirms he was a prisoner captured during the horrific Wuhopiat raid. But the captain immediately dismisses his story, questioning why slavers who only take women would bother capturing a man. Ted then reveals a gut-wrenching truth. The men weren't sold, but used for cruel amusement to see how long they'd survive starvation. The sheer horror of their torture hits Latrelli like a physical blow as he clenches his teeth in agony. Then, the true motive for the attack is revealed. The Wuhopiat were after Latrelli's mystical seabird from the very beginning. Latrelli's control completely shatters as he lunges forward, grabbing Ted and furiously demanding to know what they did to Raltia. The final, devastating blow lands as Ted explains, Raltia was kept alive, but only to be forced to watch her friends suffer. The crewman agrees that Raltia doesn't sound like the type to break easily, even after witnessing death. Ted then explains Raltia was always looking for a chance to escape, but when that moment finally came, she made a fateful choice. She sabotaged the pirate's ship to create a diversion, telling everyone else to run while she stayed behind, a revelation that sends Latrelli into a blind rage. As his crewmate holds him back, he furiously demands to know why they would abandon her, but Ted insists she refused to leave. Meanwhile, Utagura's inner circle calmly deduces the cold truth. The pirates didn't care about the other prisoners because Raltia was their golden goose. But a chilling question arises: why would they risk docking in Alipari, a heavily fortified imperial territory where they should have been executed on sight? Ted confirms the impossible. When the pirate ship entered the harbor, there wasn't a single gunshot or cannon fired in defense. The horrifying implication sinks in. The only way a pirate ship could enter those waters unharmed is if they had official permission. A shocking theory hangs in the air, suggesting an unthinkable conspiracy between the Wuhopiat pirates and the Empire itself. And though one crewman dismisses the idea, Latrelli's face hardens, sensing the truth is far more twisted than he ever imagined. Latrelli desperately tries to convince his crewmate of a terrifying rumor: the Empire itself is recruiting pirates. Kylo steps in to support the claim, but the crew remains skeptical of this unbelievable conspiracy. Utaguru cuts through the speculation, reminding them of the central mystery: why would those pirates risk docking in a heavily fortified imperial port? A flashback begins as Ted, a survivor from that very ship, grimly declares that he knows the answer. He recounts the night of the escape, when he and the other prisoners were desperately sneaking towards the lifeboats. But from the shadows, he witnessed something that didn't make sense: a secret transaction on the deck. He saw the pirate captain himself hauling a massive, heavily chained object aboard under the cover of darkness. It was a huge steel chest, bound tight and radiating a sinister, unnatural energy. Back in the present, Ten realizes this wasn't mere supplies or weapons. Something far more valuable, or dangerous, was being transported. Utaguru connects the dots, realizing the pirates are now trapped in the port, giving them the perfect chance to strike. Despite revealing the pirate's secret, Ted is dragged away to be locked in the brig, screaming in protest. But in the captain's quarters, Latrelli suddenly intervenes, suggesting they put the prisoner to work instead of letting him rot. Ten agrees, pointing out their losses from the recent Hydra attack, but the captain firmly refuses, unwilling to take any unnecessary risks. As Ten mysteriously claims to have the perfect guard in mind, one of the crewmates explodes in frustration over the entire ordeal. It's revealed through a quick flashback that has been forced to deal with Ted's constant whining and insatiable demands since he came aboard. He even throws a childish tantrum in the background, questioning why he's stuck babysitting this useless man, while Latrelli just looks on, completely unfazed. Later, her mystical bird seems to scold her for the decision, but she calmly states that it's a miracle her friend Raltia saved Ted at all. Kylo then asks if she truly hates the man, and Latrelli's calm facade shatters as she admits she wants to kill him for destroying her boat. Her anger only deepens, realizing he doesn't even have the decency to use her real name, only acting familiar because of their shared past. This prompts Kylo to probe deeper, asking if the true issue is her hatred for the name she was forced to leave behind. Latrelli confesses that Lot is the celebrated pioneer of the sea, a hero of grand reputation. But her birth name, Lotrelli, represents only failure, a boy who led his family to their demise. Seeing her pain, Kylo apologizes for bringing up such a dark topic. He watches her with a somber, understanding gaze, as the weight of her past hangs in the air. To change the mood, he reveals that tomorrow they will sail through the legendary Sea of Giants. He then leans in with a sly grin, promising a spectacular sight for anyone who wakes before dawn. The next morning, however, a very reluctant Lotrelli is dragged from her slumber. On deck, Kylo greets the sleepy-eyed girl, ready to fulfill his promise. It's revealed they had to physically pull her from her hammock as she groggily questions what's so special about a sunrise. But as her eyes widen in absolute awe, Kylo clarifies that what he wanted to show her wasn't the sunrise at all. A colossal whale bursts from the sparkling ocean surface, revealing Kylo's promised spectacle. The magnificent creature hangs in the air for a breathtaking moment before crashing back down. Lotrelli can only stare as an entire pod of these giants dances in the morning light. She's left utterly speechless, her eyes wide with a dazzling, beautiful wonder she hasn't felt in years. Kylo leans in with a warm smile, asking if she sees the resemblance between her and them. He compares her to the whales, strong and brave, yet beautiful and mysterious, just like Lotrelli. He softly speaks her full name, telling her that every part of her identity suits her perfectly. Lotrelli freezes, caught completely off guard by his sudden closeness and emotional intensity. But just as the air crackles with unspoken feelings, a voice from above warns they're about to kiss. The spell is shattered as they look up to find Saran hanging upside down, comically ruining their intimate moment. An ethereal voice greets Lotrelli, revealing a stunning woman with flowing blue hair. But this greeting comes from the sky, as the mysterious woman floats above the ship, terrifying the crew below. Domem instinctively shields a crewmate, demanding to know who this being is and what she wants. The commotion draws everyone to the deck, including Utugura's father and Ten, who can't believe the scene before them. The hardened captain stares in disbelief, sweating as he questions if he's merely imagining this impossible sight. With a cold glare, the being's identity is revealed. In a wave of fear, the legendary sea witch has appeared. She declares her hatred for being interrupted as a terrifying blue energy begins to coalesce around her hands. In an instant, she unleashes her power, sending tendrils of pure magic across the deck that force the crew to their knees. The pirates are left completely helpless, staring up at the overwhelming power of the witch floating calmly above them. Yet even in the face of this divine entity, Utuguru's father steps forward, shielding his men for a final, desperate stand. The captain can only watch his hand tremble, finally understanding the terrifying scale of the sea witch's magic. Lotrelli screams in terror, begging the entity to stop as her crewmates rush forward to protect their captain. But the witch ignores them all, appearing before Lotrelli in an instant and calmly explaining she just wants a private chat. She then reveals she sent a gift that almost killed her, forcing Lotrelli to realize this being was behind the Hydra attack. The witch playfully denies this, admitting only to creating the storm and alerting the sirens to Lotrelli's presence. Lotrelli's mystical seabird appears as she processes the shocking truth this being has been manipulating her entire journey. With a gentle smile, the sea witch confesses she simply grew tired of watching Lotrelli wander so aimlessly. As divine energy swirls around her, she begins to reveal her true intentions for interfering so directly. She believed that a near-death crisis would finally trigger Lotrelli's hidden awakening. But now she's furious, crushing the water in her hand as she realizes all her schemes have been for nothing. The witch coldly explains that even with the power of a sea god inside her, Lotrelli was never meant to be its master. Lotrelli reels in horror, realizing this entire ordeal was a test, and the witch could have removed her curse at any time. With a condescending smile, the divine being admits it's true, but her patience has finally run out. Suddenly, an overwhelming torrent of sacred water erupts from the witch and engulfs Lotrelli completely. Trapped in a vortex of raw power, she hears the witch's voice declare that her debilitating curse is now gone. Lotrelli stands in disbelief as the pain vanishes for the first time in years, feeling a strange sense of liberation. Overwhelmed and confused by this act of forced mercy, she can only stammer out a thank you. But the witch looks on with cold disappointment, revealing that Lotrelli could have broken the curse herself all along. She then gathers a swirling orb of energy, ominously stating that Lotrelli's old self is now gone for good. As the orb glows brighter, the witch whispers that she still remembers the person Lotrelli used to be, hinting at a far darker plan. The sea witch reveals a forgotten history of an ancient god who once commanded the oceans with absolute authority. She recalls how this righteous deity struck down a cruel, winged god who murdered his own followers for fun. His power was so immense he could summon a colossal two-headed serpent from the depths of the world, a beast he himself had created in the image of life's eternal cycle. But the witch remembers a gentler moment when the god found her and tenderly wiped the blood from her face. It was his own divine blood, and through that one touch, she inherited his godlike power. He made her promise to protect the sea should he ever fall, entrusting his entire legacy to her. Yet she was powerless to save him, because the very sea creatures he loved turned against their master. In the end, his power passed on, leaving her as the one true master of the sea. Back in the present, a stunned crewmate is trapped in a water sphere, finally understanding the terrifying scale of her ancient power. Lotrelli cuts through the awe and directly accuses the sea witch, demanding to know why she killed the divine being Meh. But the witch evades the question, claiming the truth is forbidden knowledge, while cryptically vowing to do anything to bring Mei back. She reveals a world-shattering secret. Meh's death scattered its fragments across the globe, causing an imbalance of both blessings and disasters. Floating down to face her, the witch confesses that Lotrelli herself was their final, desperate hope. Grabbing the witch's wrist, Lotrelli demands to know if she's tried this with all the other scattered fragments. The witch admits she's contacted the ones who could respond, prompting Lotrelli to question how she can even call them. Suddenly, a memory surfaces of the mermaid Saran speaking of a legendary song that could call out to Meh. The sea witch confirms it's the one and only song in the world, a melody deliberately kept secret from all mortals. Lotrelli powerfully argues that as a fragment herself, she has the right to speak with the others, a plea the witch finds too cute to deny. With a chilling warning that she's not responsible for the consequences, the witch begins to hum the forbidden, world-altering melody. The sea witch closes her eyes, her voice echoing with an ancient, divine melody meant only for the gods. As the song washes over them, Lotrelli listens in awe, but behind her, Kylo's entire demeanor begins to change. Even the veteran pirates, Utuguru and Ten, are stunned, recognizing a power they've never encountered before. Lotrelli flinches as the strangely familiar words of a lullaby reach her ears. The other crewmates watch in confusion as Kylo seems to be the sole focus of the song's power. He stands completely frozen, the gentle words of the melody clawing at a deep and painful part of his soul. The witch turns to him with a knowing smile, asking how a mere mortal could possibly recognize this forbidden tune. A flicker of a deeply buried memory flashes through his mind as his breath catches in his throat. Suddenly, Kylo is overwhelmed by trauma, desperately trying to silence the sound as Lotrelli calls out his name in alarm. The horrifying truth is revealed in a tragic flashback. This divine song was once a simple lullaby, sung to him as a child by his mother in the dead of night. The lullaby echoes through his mind, a loving wish from his mother to grow wise and strong. It was a song of protection that once brought him peaceful sleep as a child. But back in the present, that same melody fills him with an unspeakable, paralyzing dread. Lotrelli, sensing his terror, rushes to his side asking if he is all right. He stumbles back, his body trembling uncontrollably as the dark memories resurface. Ignoring his panic, he demands the song's true purpose from the sea witch, who reveals it summons a divine entity. She then drops a horrifying truth. The melody drains the very life force of any normal human who sings it. Kylo's world shatters as he realizes the horrifying implication of her words. He turns to a stunned Lotrelli, confessing that his own mother sang him that life-draining song every single night. The sea witch feigns surprise, callously reminding him to pull himself together for the battle ahead. The sea witch floats above the deck, revealing their true target is in the Red Sea, and they will reach it soon. Then with a snap of her fingers, she promises the crew they'll catch up to their quarry in no time. Utuguru and the veteran pirates stand in awe as her immense power wraps around the ship, confirming the sea itself is in an uproar. In a brief mental exchange, she playfully encourages Lotrelli to show them her true strength, but when Lotrelli questions her, the sea witch simply smirks, claiming it would be far too boring for her to intervene directly. She then steps onto the surface of the ocean itself, announcing that her own duty is about to begin. As a vortex of water erupts around her, she delivers a chilling farewell, stating that she and Lotrelli will never meet again. Lotrelli cries out in shock and confusion, demanding to know where she's going and why she's leaving them now. The sea witch simply smiles down, explaining her great responsibility as she looks upon the entire crew. With a final promise, she declares she will control the waves for them, embracing this path as the first she has ever chosen for herself. Saren embraces her new destiny, declaring herself not a witch, but the true master of the sea. In a flash, her immense power condenses into a swirling vortex of pure energy, and just as quickly, she vanishes, leaving a stunned Lotrelli to stare out at the empty ocean. Later that morning, a crewmate arrives on deck for his shift, completely oblivious to the divine spectacle. He's immediately confused, asking why everyone is already awake and looking so troubled. But when Domem reveals the sea witch herself had just been there, the man absolutely loses his composure. He collapses in total despair, crying out about how he always misses the most transcendent events. As he buries his face in his hands, Latrelli tries to offer the small comfort that the original master is gone. Desperate for answers, he turns to Latrelli's mystical bird, questioning its memory of the ancient being. The legendary creature, however, is deeply insulted, glaring back as if to ask how old he thinks it is. Latrelli tries to explain the bird can't remember the ancient god because it wasn't even born yet, but the crewmate refuses to listen. He insists that all seabirds instinctively know the master's location, a fact he read in a book, though Latrelli points out the dead can't exactly wave. With no easy answers, he sighs in defeat, realizing they'll have to find the divine fragments themselves. Domum, who has been watching the entire exchange, looks on with pure amusement. He comments on how just yesterday they were at each other's throats, and now they're united on a quest to find a dead god. But the crewmate's attention suddenly shifts, asking Latrelli if she's tried singing that mysterious song yet. Deciding one transcendent event is enough for a day, he suggests they go comfort Heather, who was shaken by the sea witch's appearance. As they walk below deck, Latrelli notices Kilo is acting strangely distant and asks him what's wrong. He hesitates for a moment before finally admitting his distress is connected to a single name. 10. With a grim look of resolve, Kilo prepares to finally reveal a dark secret from his past. Kilo confesses with a heavy heart that the song he mentioned was a lullaby from his mother, its meaning now twisted into something sinister. He then drops a bombshell, questioning if she was trying to summon the god Meh through him, leaving Latrelli completely stunned. Recalling his unnatural strength, he spirals into a dark thought that the song itself might be responsible for his mother's death. But just as quickly, he shuts down and turns away, telling Latrelli to forget everything he just said. Unsettled, she tells him to prepare for what's coming as she heads for the captain's quarters alone. In a quiet moment, she processes his terrifying words, her expression hardening with grim understanding. Clenching her fist with renewed resolve, she accepts this may be their last chance to fight the Wuhopiate. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name, and she turns in shock to see Ted standing behind her. He lunges forward, clamping a hand over her mouth and desperately begging her to stay quiet before she gets him caught. As he whispers about a secret escape, her mystical bird flares with rage, demanding he get away from its master. Latrelli coldly rejects Ted's offer of escape, declaring she will never abandon her friend Raltia to the monstrous Wuhopiate. Her eyes blaze with a dangerous fire as she vows to fight them all, completely ignoring his desperate pleas to be rational. He grabs her in a panic, his voice trembling as he insists she has no idea what kind of inhuman monsters she's up against. His warning is terrifyingly clear. The entire Black Ocean crew will be wiped out in an instant if she provokes this enemy. But with no time for cowardice, she violently shoves him to the floor, ordering him to stay out of her way. As she turns her back on him, her mystical bird glows with power, echoing her sentiment that it's better to die a hero than live a coward. He weakly reaches for her, calling her name one last time as she walks away into certain danger. Alone and defeated, Ted curses her stubbornness, revealing a dark secret as he questions how Raltia could possibly be alive after what she did. His words trigger a horrifying flashback of Raltia, beaten and bloody at the hands of her captors. An unseen voice cuts through the memory, coldly praising her friend's guts as a trail of blood stains the stone floor. The memory reveals a captured Raltia being brutally interrogated about helping prisoners escape Alipari. Her captor, a vicious pirate captain, holds her by the hair, demanding to know how a mere girl could accomplish such a feat. But instead of breaking, she spits a mouthful of blood directly into his eye in a shocking act of defiance. Enraged, he violently throws her to the rain-soaked deck, threatening to hang her from the mast. He coldly orders his crew to torture her until dawn, promising to cut her fingers off if she continues to resist. Lying broken on the ground, Raltia can only listen as the men move to carry out the sadistic command. Suddenly, Ted shoves his way through the crowd, screaming for everyone to move as he rushes to her side. He helps her up while her inner thoughts reveal she failed in her secret mission to steal the lodestones. With her time running out, she desperately wonders if the others managed to find her sister. Their escape attempt leads them towards a massive, heavily chained object on the deck of the ship. Broken and bleeding in the rain, Raltia sinks into despair, wondering if her sister should even try to save her or just run away. But years ago, a legendary pirate captain gathered his men, announcing their final, impossible battle against the Wuhopiate. He laid out the grim reality of their situation, outnumbered 3-1 with a battered ship and failing firepower. Yet with a fearless grin, the captain declared they have faced and overcome even greater adversities than this. He reminded them of their legendary past, of conquering the Ghost Sea and defeating the Auroras, reigniting their fighting spirit. With a powerful roar, he shouted that they are the Black Ocean Pirates, the monsters who once brought down a living hydra. He promised them victory, proclaiming that they are the ones who have overcome death itself, and that no enemy could ever truly stop them. As the captain's speech reached its crescendo, a calm, blonde-haired man watched on, thinking the Red Sea was the perfect place to end their magnificent story. His words transformed the crew's terror into a unified battle cry as he commanded them to dye the sea red with their enemy's blood. Back in the present, however, Latrelli listens as Domim reveals the cold truth behind the epic speech. It was just a calculated ruse to keep the terrified crew from deserting. Knowing a direct assault is impossible, the crew gathers to find another way out of their desperate situation. Suddenly, Kylo proposes a daring new strategy, a stealth infiltration using guerrilla tactics to create a diversion. Domim immediately balks at the plan, worried they'll be discovered, but Kylo remains confident in its success. He explains that this approach would also let them secure a hostage before the real battle even begins. The stern-faced crewmate agrees the logic is sound, forcing Latrelli to consider the high-stakes gamble. But Domim grabs her, frantically arguing that this is a suicide mission that will require a team willing to die. When it's suggested that Kylo and the powerful Utaguru lead the charge, Kylo flatly refuses. He reveals that their faces are too well known to the enemy, and their presence would immediately raise suspicion. Just as the argument reaches a stalemate, a determined hand claps down on Domim's shoulder. The stern-faced crewmate steps forward to volunteer, declaring that since he's new, the enemy has no idea who he is. With a new volunteer stepping up, the stern-faced crewmate offers to break the news of their reckless plan to the captain himself. But Kylo refuses, his eyes hardening as he declares that since it was his plan, he will be the one to bear the responsibility. The crew realizes that even with 2 volunteers, their infiltration team is still dangerously small, needing at least 2 more members to even have a chance. In a shocking turn, the once terrified Domim slams his foot down and volunteers, driven by the desperate hope of seeing Latrelli's captured friend again. With the team almost assembled, the new volunteer smirks, recommending one final candidate who could be their trump card. Latrelli immediately questions the choice, remembering the proposed crewmate Kleins as the man who is completely blind. However, his blindness is the very source of his power, granting him unparalleled hearing and a knack for sabotage that could cripple the enemy ship. But Latrelli's mystical bird remembers a completely different story, recalling a time it saw Kleins fight and deemed him utterly useless in combat. Suddenly, the debate is cut short as the bird shrieks a frantic warning, sensing an immediate and unseen danger approaching the ship. Before anyone can react, colossal tentacles erupt from the ocean's abyss, ensnaring the vessel and plunging the entire crew into a life-or-death battle. The ship's captain and his officers burst from below deck, demanding to know what's happening. But the terrified look on a crewman's face reveals a horror beyond their worst nightmares. As from the depths, a legendary kraken emerges, its colossal tentacles ready to tear them apart. The entire vessel is caught in the monster's grip, groaning under the immense pressure of the abyss itself. On deck, the crew is thrown into disarray, scrambling for their lives against the ship's violent lurching. As everyone rushes to their battle stations, the true, overwhelming scale of the sea beast becomes terrifyingly clear. Ten roars out an order to the panicked men, knowing that if they lose the mast, they lose everything. Without hesitation, the crew unleashes a thunderous volley from the cannons, desperately fighting back. Their shots find their mark, exploding against the monster's thick hide in a blaze of fury, while archers let loose a swarm of crossbow bolts, hoping to find any weakness in the creature's defenses. But their attacks are useless as a colossal tentacle smashes through the ship's hull with overwhelming force. Latrelli barely manages to pull Domim from the path of destruction as the deck shatters around them. The devastating strike leaves the crew scattered and broken, completely at the mercy of the mythical beast. Latrelli panics, remembering that krakens shouldn't even exist in these waters, but her crewmate screams that it doesn't matter unless they know how to kill it. Staring up at the monster's unyielding mass, they realize its only weak point is submerged deep beneath the waves, making their situation utterly hopeless. Suddenly, Kylo roars for everyone to get down as he unleashes a powerful shockwave that blasts the entire crew off their feet. As they recover, a chilling question hangs in the air. For some strange reason, the monster hasn't moved in for the final kill. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes through Latrelli's mind, telling the beast to stop its assault. A moment later, a command rises from the depths of the sea itself, and a familiar blue seabird lands on the railing, stunning the crew. Peering into the ocean, Latrelli sees an ethereal glow and realizes with a shock that this light is the same one from the day she first met her legendary companion. Domim calls out in confusion, asking if anyone else heard the mysterious voice rising from the sea. Latrelli confirms she heard it too, just as her mystical seabird lands beside her with a silent warning. But before they can process this, A massive tentacle erupts from the depths and snatches Domem from the deck. Hess dragged violently into the abyss, his struggle for air becoming utterly hopeless against the creature's grip. Suddenly, a powerful and ancient voice commands him to breathe, cutting through his terror. He finds himself miraculously encased in a bubble of air, realizing with disbelief that he's no longer drowning. Floating in the deep, he comes face to face with a colossal sea serpent of unimaginable power. The ancient being demands he answer its questions, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Its first question is a chilling one, asking if the demigods have finally paid for their ancient sins. Then, revealing its true scale, it demands to know what evil has crossed its sea and awakened the legendary serpent of the world. Domem stares in terror as the colossal beast confirms it is one of the legendary serpents of the world. It reveals an ancient grudge against the demigods who imprisoned it and clarifies that the kraken is not the true evil, but merely a child that came for help. Meanwhile, on the surface, that same child thrashes violently, its attack on the Black Ocean ship fueled by a mysterious disturbance. The crew is thrown into absolute chaos as the vessel is dragged mercilessly towards the abyss, their fate hanging by a thread. Trapped below, Domem can only plead with the serpent, desperate to save his comrades from the rampaging beast. He explains they were hunting a creature called the Wu-Hopiat, a name that instantly draws the serpent's complete and terrifying attention. The ancient being then reveals a horrifying truth: a faint but corrupt energy lingers in the very heart of Domem's ship. A chilling realization dawns on Domem as he connects this dark energy to the ship's power source, the lodestones. But the serpent has no knowledge of such things, forcing him to explain they are magical stones used to propel the vessel. This leads to a final, soul-crushing question. From what living being was this immense power stolen? A question Domem has no answer for. The great serpent reveals it senses a divine presence from the ship, a corrupt power linked to ancient demigods. It shockingly agrees to help, leaving a stunned Domem to question how such a massive creature could even travel with them. As the serpent begins to shrink its form to avoid agitating the sea, the kraken's tentacles move to crush the ship to pieces. But the ancient guardian confronts the beast directly, declaring that the ship is not the true source of the evil it hunts. In an incredible display of authority, the kraken's massive tentacles immediately begin to retract from the vessel. On deck, the crew watches in stunned silence as their certain doom simply pulls away from them. Lotrelli and Kylo can only stare upward as the colossal creature finally releases its death grip on their ship. The kraken then turns and vanishes back into the abyss, leaving the pirates in a sudden, eerie calm. But the relief is shattered when Kylo realizes Domem is still missing, desperately shouting for someone to find him in the sea. Their frantic calls echo across the dark, empty ocean, with absolutely no sign of their lost friend. Deep beneath the waves, the ancient sea guardian informs a dreaming Domem that his friends are calling for him. He awakens in a formless white void, a small serpent spirit hovering just above. To his horror, the spirit suddenly dives straight into his chest. Coiling around his neck, the serpent commands him to rise, flashing to a vision of Lotrelli's desperate struggle. Far below the surface, a brilliant light envelops the ship in a protective barrier. A moment later, Domem is violently launched out of the ocean as Kylo screams his name in disbelief. Kylo reacts instantly, leaping over the railing to catch his falling friend in midair. They crash onto the deck in a heap as a concerned crewmate rushes to check on them. The crew scrambles in a panic, shouting for healers as Domem remains unresponsive. Suddenly, Lotrelli's mystical bird lands on his shoulder as a mysterious man tries to wake him. The crew looks on in confusion as a mysterious man holds the still unconscious Domem. But their shock turns to alarm when they spot a glowing white serpent coiled tightly around the stranger's arm. Lotrelli's mystical bird immediately senses an immense power, warning that this is no ordinary snake. The serpent then unveils its cosmic identity as Jormungandr, the last world serpent, on a divine mission to make the gods repent. While Utuguru scoffs at the tiny creature, Ten and the others are simply captivated by its otherworldly beauty. The crew's panic returns as they worry these constant monster attacks will allow their true target to escape for good. But Lotrelli suddenly speaks for the serpent, announcing that it was the one who commanded the kraken to spare their ship. Unimpressed, Ten challenges the serpent to prove its power by clearing their entire path to the Red Sea, a task it calmly accepts. Finally awake, Domem confronts the mysterious stranger, demanding to know what he was doing alone in the middle of the unforgiving ocean. Before the man can answer, Utuguru steps forward with his wolf, explaining that the stranger was there protecting him, the big, foolish oaf. The world serpent fixes its gaze, declaring that the human before it seems strangely familiar. Coiling around Utuguru's arm, the divine creature senses a soul similar to that of the ancient humans, and this cryptic message leaves Domem utterly bewildered, while a crewmate screams in terror at the sight of the snake. But another crewmate tries to calm her down, explaining this is the legendary serpent of the world from the stories. Domem just brushes off the concern, assuring everyone he's fine despite the bizarre situation. But Ten suddenly interrupts, roaring at the crew to stop whining and get back to fixing the ship. Utaguru then rushes over, telling him they have a far more urgent problem to discuss, the Wuhopiate. With a look of grim determination, he reveals that he has a plan to finally deal with their nemesis. The captain listens intently as Utaguru proposes a high-stakes infiltration mission using a special unit. He explains to the others that a direct fight is suicide, but a small team could cripple their engines and give them a fighting chance. Utaguru's high-stakes infiltration plan is immediately questioned over the risk of sending Lot's conspicuous bird on a stealth mission. But Utaguru confidently counters, explaining the bird will be their eyes in the sky, while the team's unfamiliar faces provide the perfect cover. The plan seems solid until the captain voices a grave concern, questioning the sanity of sending the Wuhopiate's suspected spy right back into the lion's den. Kylo erupts in fury, unable to believe the captain still harbors suspicions against Lot after everything she's done for them. He furiously reminds his father of Lot's sacrifices and how her bird saved their lives, but the captain coldly declares he will never trust her. Kylo's rage boils over as he recounts every life-threatening trial Lot overcame while the captain merely watched from the sidelines. The captain slams the table demanding silence, but Kylo refuses to back down, insisting that this specific team is their only chance for survival. He passionately defends sending the blind Kleins, whose superhuman hearing is their secret weapon, and begs his father for his trust. Faced with his son's desperate plea, the captain falls into a grim silence, weighing the fate of his entire crew on this one decision. Finally, he relents, but with a heavy condition. Kylo himself must convince the blind engineer to join the suicide mission. As the crew debates who can handle medical duty for the coming battle, they quickly run out of viable options. Lotrelli listens in as they rule out their best fighters, realizing they're dangerously short-staffed for a critical support role. But just as all hope seems lost, a determined voice cuts through the tension as a young woman boldly volunteers herself. Heather storms into the captain's quarters, shocking the entire senior crew by demanding a place in their life-or-death plan. Her father immediately rejects her offer, flatly denying her any chance to participate in the upcoming bloodshed. She desperately argues that her medical skills are their best asset, but he orders her to hide in the cellar where it's safe. He pleads that he can't protect her on the battlefield, but she reveals she's been training in secret with Lot, ready to defend herself. His fear spirals out of control as he grabs her, screaming about the horror of the Wuhopiate breaking through and slaughtering her. He roars for her to listen, his authority and desperation colliding in a single, powerful command. But his anger shatters, revealing a terrified father begging his daughter not to go, admitting he can't bear the thought of losing her too. Heather's expression hardens as her father makes one last desperate plea for her to obey him. But with a steely gaze, she reminds him of her unwavering loyalty up until this very moment. Her mind flashes back to a happy childhood, dancing among the very pirates she now calls family. She remembers watching over friends like Domem and Kylo, who were as close as brothers to her. Even after losing her mother, the crew's kindness became her source of strength and belonging. Snapping back to the present, she grabs his hand and declares that this time she cannot just stand by and watch them die. Her father is left completely stunned, able only to whisper her name in disbelief. But then Lotrelli steps forward with a shocking proposal. To put Heather through the same brutal test she once faced. She's talking about the very trial the captain designed to prove a warrior's worthiness to join their ship. The challenge is laid bare. Heather must fight one of their own, and if she can hold her ground, she'll have earned her right to face the monsters alongside them. Heather's father roars in protest, but she declares she'll fight him to earn her place on the battlefield. She grabs his arm, desperately pleading for a chance to prove herself, promising to back down if she can't last 10 minutes. Her father is left speechless by her fierce determination as she lays out the terms for the trial. With a chilling ultimatum, she warns that if he says no, she can't guarantee she'll obey orders when the real battle starts. He finally relents, seeing the same unyielding stubbornness that her mother once possessed. But he raises the stakes, demanding she last 20 minutes and giving her only 2 weeks to prepare for this brutal test. With a cold stare, he warns her not to expect any mercy just because she's his daughter. Later that day, the crew gathers in the mess hall, the air still thick with tension from the earlier confrontation. A crewmate smirks to himself, reflecting on what a truly wild day it has been for their ship. Nearby, Ted questions if she's truly ready, but Heather confidently says she'll be fine if she just focuses on defense. Though her body aches, Lotrelli pushes herself, ready to train even harder for Heather's sake. But at the table, another crewmate offers his own expertise, claiming to know their opponent's fighting style better. Suddenly, the friendly banter dies as everyone notices Kylo staring blankly into his empty plate. A tiny snake coiled on the dish reveals it ate his food, claiming it's his first meal in hundreds of years. As Kylo stares in disbelief, the creature speaks telepathically of an ancient war that wiped out all fine food. Domem leans in, demanding to know what war, and the snake begins to speak of the sea's hopeless battle against the demigods. The story shatters everything Latrelli thought she knew, revealing the demigods had no reason to kill the entity Meh. Then comes the ultimate bombshell. It wasn't just the sea witch, but a conspiracy of gods whose memories of the event have been completely sealed. As her mystical bird suddenly appears, Latrelli realizes this must be the forbidden taboo she'd only heard whispers about. A dark wolf emerges from the shadows as the snake admits even its own memory of how the great Meh truly died is fragmented and lost. The snake reveals it can never forget the final, dying gaze of the great entity Meh. As Meh died, its essence shattered into countless fragments that rained down across the world. Then, the creature drops a bombshell. A piece of that ancient soul now resides within Latrelli herself. Domem is stunned by the revelation, but the snake confirms it, claiming its eyes can see deep into the human soul. But the snake's gaze shifts to Kylo, revealing he too is different, possessing a powerful ancient soul unlike anyone else's. Kylo's demeanor instantly sharpens as he asks a critical question. Can someone with such a soul withstand the forbidden summoning song? Latrelli understands immediately he isn't asking for himself, but is desperately thinking of his mother. The snake explains the terrifying stakes, warning that only demigods can sing that song without consequence. For a mortal to even attempt it, they must be so desperate they are willing to risk everything for a miracle. With a grave expression, Kylo turns and asks the unthinkable. Could Latrelli be the one to sing the song? Domem worries about Kylo's intentions, but the strange creature dismisses his fears, claiming Lot will be fine since she's part of a divine being. Ignoring the warning, Kylo looks at Lot with grim determination and asks for an unthinkable favor. Later that night, the crew gathers on the ship's deck under a mystical sky, the air thick with tension for the ritual to come. Domem immediately confronts Kylo, desperately questioning if this reckless plan is truly a good idea. Lot tries to reason with him, but Kylo insists the forbidden song can't be purely evil, otherwise he wouldn't be standing here today. He then reveals a shocking truth. His mother sang that very song to him every night, believing it was a spell of protection. Moved by his desperate plea to understand his mother's final wish, Lot reluctantly agrees to help him. Nearby, the other crewmates watch in horror, as Heather worriedly offers to be ready with her healing skills. Kylo acknowledges the incredible danger, admitting that no one knows what will happen next. Finally, he extends his hand, and as her mystical bird takes flight, he asks if she is ready to uncover the truth together. Latrelli takes his hand, their pact sealed to uncover the truth behind the forbidden song. With a deep breath, she begins to sing, her voice carrying the gentle melody into the night sky. The lyrics speak of love and protection, a beautiful lullaby his mother once sang for him. At first, nothing seems wrong, as a worried Domem checks to see if Kylo is okay. But then Kylo clutches his chest, a strange and painful pressure suddenly building from within. A nearby dog senses the dark energy and begins to growl viciously, confirming something is terribly wrong. In an instant, a colossal pillar of fire erupts from Kylo's body, engulfing him completely. He screams in pure agony, his eyes glowing with an uncontrollable power that is burning him alive. The entire crew descends into panic, desperately shouting for water as Kylo is trapped in the inferno. Latrelli pulls a terrified Heather to safety, realizing in horror that even her mystical bird has no idea what they've just unleashed. The crew scrambles, desperately drawing water to fight the inferno. As Domem and another crewmate rush forward with heavy buckets, racing against time. They douse Kylo's burning body, the water instantly turning to steam on contact. But as the smoke clears, Kylo looks up, drenched but impossibly unharmed. A stunned Latrelli inspects him for injuries, finding not a single burn mark on his skin. Kylo can only stammer that he's completely fine, his own eyes filled with disbelief. He explains that the flames felt warm but didn't hurt, a fact that leaves everyone speechless. Clutching his chest, he struggles to understand how he could walk away from such power unscathed. Latrelli turns to their mystical beast for answers, but even it has never witnessed a phenomenon like this. Just then, Domem's snake begins to glow as he realizes the horrifying truth. Kylo is a descendant of the Lin. Domem's snake explains that Kylo belongs to the Lin, a forgotten tribe blessed by a demigod of fire. This ancient clan shared a deep, ritualistic bond with the element, drawing power from the very flames. But the tribe mysteriously vanished eons ago, leaving a drenched and utterly confused Kylo as their only living proof. Latrelli desperately presses him for answers, questioning if this impossible lineage comes from his mother's side. Kylo can only admit his own ignorance, revealing that his mother never spoke of her secretive past. As he struggles to recall any details, a single fragment of memory about his mother's profession surfaces. Suddenly, a crewmate interjects, suggesting that finding the lost tribe could be the key to this entire mystery. The snake then reveals a critical detail. Kylo is not a full-blooded Lin, which explains why his powers are so unstable. Even the mystical beasts are stumped, advising everyone to simply wait and see what happens next. But as Kylo stares into the distance, he realizes there is one person who might hold all the answers: his father. Domem suggests asking the captain for answers, but Kylo knows his father will only deflect any questions about his mother's past. Latrelli chimes in, agreeing it's worth a shot while jokingly warning them not to use their secret song just yet. For a brief moment, the two share a silent, meaningful glance, a deep understanding passing between them. The tension suddenly breaks as Kylo imagines a ridiculous battle plan, launching himself like a flaming catapult to everyone's amusement. As they head below deck, Domem playfully teases Kylo, asking who will carry the luggage if their muscle pig gets roasted. The crew's light-hearted banter continues in the hold, with jokes about needing to pick a new vice captain already. Sometime later, their ship plunges beneath the ocean's surface, guided by mystical birds through the silent depths. But the calm is shattered by shouts of alarm as a crewmate reports that a critical warning stone is blinking. Kylo pushes through the hold with a serious expression, only to be stopped by a sudden, violent cough. Latrelli immediately shows her concern, but he quickly brushes it off as dust, desperately hiding a weakness that could doom them all. Kylo's lie is immediately exposed, as a senior crewmate reveals his cough wasn't from dust but a dangerous fragment of lodestone. Deep in the ship's belly, a weathered veteran scoffs, sneering that a vice captain who doesn't even know his own ship is completely useless. Latrelli and the others arrive in the engine room, approaching the imposing man in the wheelchair to find the crew's master engineer, Kleins. Called upon, the blind mechanic Kleins is already hard at work, his superhuman hearing having already pinpointed the exact source of the ship's malfunction. Latrelli's mystical bird remarks on Kleins' incredible senses, a comment she hears but the others don't, forcing her to feign confusion. She tries to play it off as simply talking to her bird, but the veteran's sharp gaze shows he isn't so easily fooled. Suddenly, he puts the pieces together, realizing she is the legendary pirate princess he's only heard rumors about. The friendly atmosphere vanishes as he tests her resolve, questioning if she's truly an enemy of the powerful figure known as Clusto. His eyes narrow with deadly seriousness, weighing her answer as the fate of their alliance hangs in the balance. But then his face breaks into a grin as he grabs her hand, revealing he knows her true mission, and declaring himself a comrade in her fight against the dreaded Wuhopiat. Harmon reveals his own tragic past, confessing that the very same enemies who haunt Latrelli also took his leg. But Kylo interrupts, declaring that the old man doesn't need pity, he needs the head of their mutual enemy. He then points to the blind mechanic, claiming that with Kleins' unique skills, their impossible mission might just succeed. To everyone's shock, Kleins eagerly volunteers for the raid, a dangerous glint of excitement in his eyes. Harmon immediately questions the hasty decision, but Kleins insists his superhuman hearing makes him the perfect assassin. Another crewmate scoffs at the idea of a blind man in a fight, though Latrelli fiercely defends him, citing his survival as proof of his strength. This triggers Harmon's fury, who screams that Kleins only survived because he was hidden away like useless baggage. As the others try to calm him, the veteran's deep-seated betrayal erupts, revealing he gave the captain his entire fortune for this ship. He roars that all he asked for was a chance at revenge, but instead, the captain took his money and locked him away. The devastating truth of his story leaves Kylo stunned and speechless, the weight of the old man's sacrifice finally sinking in. A crewmate warns the blind mechanic that the captain may be trying to dispose of them. He then defends his recommendation, insisting Klein's superhuman hearing makes him an invaluable asset. Harmon stares back with a cold, skeptical glare, clearly unconvinced by the explanation. After a moment to cool his rage, he's asked why he stays if he hates the captain so deeply. The veteran reveals a bitter truth. Only this crew has the power to hunt down his true enemy. He flashes back to a time when he was a landowner who protected his people from pirates. But that trust was shattered after the captain took his entire fortune and threw him away. Turning to Latrelli, he warns her never to let her guard down around their leader, because the moment she becomes useless, she'll be nothing more than Kraken food. Kylo passionately defends his father but suddenly clutches his chest in overwhelming pain. His vision blurs as a crippling wave of dizziness completely overtakes his senses. He then collapses to the floor, sending the entire crew into a panic as they shout for a medic. Through his fading consciousness, the last thing he sees is Latrelli desperately reaching for him. She touches his forehead only to discover he's burning up with a terrifyingly high fever. Later, Kylo lies unconscious in bed, with the crew trying to convince themselves it's nothing serious. The healer assures everyone he'll be fine with some rest, but Latrelli can't shake a feeling of dread. Her concerns are casually brushed aside with claims that the medicine will soon take effect. But then Ten delivers a chilling revelation. The impossibly strong Kylo has never been sick a day in his life, hinting at a far more sinister cause. Ten immediately confronts a tense Latrelli, demanding to know what she has done. He accuses her of meddling with forces beyond her comprehension, directly blaming her for Kylo's mysterious collapse. Overwhelmed with guilt, she confesses she only sang a lullaby because Kylo was desperate to learn about his mother. The song reminded her of her own tragic loss, a painful memory that makes Ten's cold expression waver for just a moment. But the conversation takes a sharp turn when Latrelli reveals a shocking theory. Kylo might belong to an ancient fire spirit tribe. This new information raises even more questions, prompting Ten to ask if she knows anything about the identity of Kylo's mother. Ten scoffs at the idea, knowing the tight-lipped captain would never reveal such a secret, leaving them at another dead end. A heavy silence falls between them as Ten's mind races, connecting the dots of this dangerous puzzle. Meanwhile, Kylo remains unconscious, his life hanging by a thread as the mysterious fever continues to burn through him. Ten reveals he's never seen Kylo in so much pain, his stoic mask cracking with genuine worry. Nearby, Latrelli watches with a grim expression, realizing that if Kylo doesn't wake up soon, he will surely die. Suddenly, her mystical bird breaks the silence, calling Ten out for being so dramatic instead of just admitting his concern directly. After Ten comically accuses the bird of an insult, Latrelli explains it's simply asking why he hides his true feelings. She then presses him further, pointing out how he was the one who convinced the entire crew to wait for them when they were captured. Latrelli finally asks the one question that pierces his defenses. Why does he only call Kylo his brother when he's not around? Cornered, Ten confesses he doesn't believe Kylo would want a brother like him, his mind drifting back to a simpler time. His memories flash back to a lonely island, where a younger Kylo was his only friend. He recalls how he desperately tried to connect with the boy, even taking him to his most secret and treasured place. Ten recalls trying everything to get close to the young Kylo, who would always turn his back and run away. He even shared all his most treasured toys, making a desperate attempt to connect with the withdrawn boy. But no matter what he did, Kylo always seemed annoyed, avoiding him as if he were unpleasant to even look at. Back in the present, Ten finally confesses his deepest insecurity to Latrelli, that from Kylo's perspective, he must have seemed like the one who stole their father. He bitterly explains how their father favored Kylo, leaving Ten behind on the island to be nothing more than a punching bag for his mother. Having been cast aside as the elder son, he claims it was only natural for his personality to become so twisted. But just as he spirals into self-pity, Latrelli's hand suddenly clamps down on his wrist, her sharp voice cutting through his excuses. She forcefully tells him that both he and Kylo need to stop hiding and finally be honest about their feelings for each other. With a deadly battle against the Wuhopiate looming, she insists Kylo never ignored him on purpose, and their old grudges could get them all killed. Ten reveals that his brother is far more timid than he seems, urging Latrelli to help them reconcile before it's too late. But she snaps back in frustration, accusing him of secretly hoping his brother will die in the upcoming battle against the Wuhopiate. She immediately clarifies that her true concern is that everyone should enter the fight without the poison of regret weighing them down. Her brutally honest words strike a nerve, leaving Ten completely stunned and lost in thought. Latrelli then reminds him that this is a conversation he should be having with someone else, who is also consumed by guilt over his treatment of Heather. The topic shifts as Ten asks about Heather's potential as a warrior, but Latrelli can only admit her own deep uncertainty. She confesses the immense pressure of their situation, having only 1 week to prepare a complete beginner for a life-or-death mission. Ten tries to rationalize the impossible task, noting Heather only has to survive for 20 minutes, but even he knows that's an eternity in a real fight. The heavy moment is then broken by his playful attempt to beckon her mystical bird, acknowledging the gravity of what they're asking. Latrelli leans in, whispering a final, brilliant idea that could change everything. A few days later, the entire crew gathers on the deck of the Black Ocean, the air thick with anticipation. The captain himself steps forward, giving the signal for the high-stakes event to begin. All eyes fall on Heather, the supposed non-combatant, who now stands with a sword in hand, ready for her trial. Latrelli offers a final word of encouragement, reminding her of the secret training they endured for this very moment. Even her own father begs her to give up, but her eyes burn with a fiery resolve as she refuses to back down. Meanwhile, a newly recovered Kylo watches from the sidelines, having rested for a week just for this moment. His intense red eyes gleam with excitement, hinting at a deeper reason for his interest. Because he refuses to miss the epic scene of a daughter facing her own father in a duel that will decide her fate. With a powerful roar, the father signals the start of the duel and immediately unleashes a devastating downward slash that Heather barely manages to block. But the sheer force is overwhelming, and she realizes with horror that she can't push his sword back. Gritting her teeth, she twists her body in a desperate attempt to find an opening and narrowly dodges his blade, slipping past the veteran pirate for just a single moment. Her father is faster, however, landing a bone-crushing punch directly into her stomach. The impact sends her flying across the deck, leaving her completely defenseless. In less than 5 seconds, he stands over her with his sword at her neck, telling her to stop being stubborn. As tears of frustration well up in her eyes, he coldly demands that she finally give up. Heather lies defeated on the deck, her father's cold steel just inches from her neck. The veteran pirate lets out a heavy sigh, his patience clearly worn thin by her stubbornness. He extends a hand, offering a final chance to end this humiliation and stand down. But with tears of pure defiance in her eyes, Heather screams that she will never, ever give up. In a shocking burst of will, she explodes back to her feet, catching her father completely off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, she turns and sprints across the deck in a desperate gamble. She yells back that a victory like this means nothing as she races towards the towering main mast. Then, in a move no one saw coming, she grabs a loose rope and launches herself high into the air. From below, Latrelli and the crew can only gasp in shock at her insane plan. Her hands tremble violently, her grip failing as she clings desperately to the coarse rope. She slams hard against the crossbeam, her frantic training flashing before her eyes. Below, her furious father screams for her to get down from there immediately. Meanwhile, Latrelli rushes to get help, calling out Utuguru's name as Ten watches from above. But Ten smirks, callously asking Latrelli if she really thinks Heather can get down on her own. He then taunts her by suggesting others could help, subtly flexing his knowledge of the crew's weaknesses. Her father's patience finally snaps as he grips his head in pure frustration. But high above, Heather defiantly asks if he's trying to call off the duel now. She screams that all she had to do was hold out, and that's exactly what she's doing. Seeing her unshakable resolve to protect Sawun, her father's anger finally breaks, and he apologizes. He drops his sword in defeat, realizing he can't bear to lose her too. With his apology, the scene violently shifts to a memory of a city engulfed in flames. The screams of dying villagers echo through the night as chaos consumes everything. Amidst the inferno, a young Heather is desperately hidden under a bed by her mother. The terrified girl begs her mom not to leave her behind, but is shushed for her own safety. Her mother holds her hand, explaining that she has to go help her father fight. With a pained smile, she makes a promise that Heather will be able to come out soon. But a sudden, terrified scream shatters that promise in an instant. As her mother's hands pull away, Heather reaches out, pleading for her not to go. With one last look, her mother turns and runs toward the danger, leaving her daughter behind forever. The memory ends with the sharp, violent clang of clashing swords, sealing her parents' tragic fate. Back in the inferno, Heather's father is locked in a desperate duel to protect his family. His cruel opponent mocks him relentlessly, sneering that his skills have grown rusty. The pirate presses his attack, taunting that he's grown far too soft for this world. But his insults turn vile and personal, twisting the knife with disgusting threats against his wife. Overwhelmed by rage and force, Heather's father is disarmed, as his blade shatters into pieces. The enemy pirate curses in frustration, seemingly annoyed by the stubborn defense. He quickly recovers, planting his foot to deliver the final, brutal blow. A strange, unsettling power glints in the pirate's eye as he stares down his broken foe. With a terrifying leap, he lunges forward to end the fight once and for all. The killing blow lands true, impaling the devoted father as his world fades to black. The enemy pirate lunges with a killing blow, roaring that this will be his grave. But Heather's father stares up in defiance as the blade descends upon him, and with a desperate surge of strength, he catches the sword just inches from his face. The overwhelming force shatters his own weapon, yet he refuses to yield, and suddenly, the enemy's sword is ripped from his grasp and sent flying into the air. Seizing the opening, the father slams his broken hilt deep into the pirate's shoulder, then follows up with a brutal kick that sends the man staggering into the flames. The once dominant pirate collapses to his knees, completely and utterly defeated. Yet with a sinister grin, the villain reveals a hidden explosive, promising to see him in hell. A cold sweat breaks out on the father's face as he realizes the fight was just a trap. Blood splatters as the father collapses to the ground, the battle seemingly lost. But his eyes snap open in pure horror, witnessing something far worse than his own defeat. In a sickening twist, the enemy captain has bypassed him entirely, impaling his wife on a sword. He can only stare in utter disbelief as he recognizes his wife, Laura, in the arms of their tormentor, while the villain smirks down at him, savoring the moment of absolute psychological destruction. The father scrambles to catch her falling body, his victory turning to ash in his mouth. With her dying breath, she begs him to protect their daughter, Heather, her final thoughts only of her child. He clutches her lifeless form, his heart-wrenching screams echoing through the inferno as his world ends. The enraged pirate captain raises his sword to finish the job, furious at the woman's defiance. But he's suddenly interrupted by a panicked crewmate shouting that the entire ship's hull has been set ablaze. The victorious enemy taunts the broken father, telling him he reaped what he sowed as flames consume the deck. He can only cradle his wife's lifeless body, his entire world turning to ash around him. In denial, he desperately checks for a pulse, refusing to accept that she's really gone. But his silent grief is shattered when he hears a small voice call out for her mom. He turns to find his daughter Heather witnessing the horror and frantically screams for her not to look. Pulling her into a tight embrace, he swears an oath to protect her no matter what happens. Back in the present, his desperate plea is met with cold refusal, forcing him to a final resort. With no other choice, he draws his sword and issues a final, desperate ultimatum. But suddenly, Heather loses her footing high above the deck, plummeting towards the ground with a scream. Below, Kylo and Domum can only watch in absolute terror, shouting for her to grab a rope that isn't there. Just as she's about to hit the deck, a rope is caught in a desperate grasp. Heather swings down towards her father, who promises to catch her in a safe embrace. But in a shocking twist, she lets go of everything, launching herself directly at him. As her sword tumbles through the air, her mind is set on a single, decisive outcome. In a flash, the fall becomes an attack, and she holds her own blade to her father's throat, declaring her victory. Meanwhile, the captain watches the entire spectacle unfold from the railings above. He clicks his stopwatch, noting the duel lasted a mere 20 minutes. The entire crew erupts in cheers from the balcony, celebrating the little lady's stunning win. Overwhelmed but proud, Heather flushes as she accepts their praise. But as a crewmate teases her defeated father, he can only yell in embarrassed frustration. Heather's father argues the duel was a mistake, but the captain calmly states that she finished it admirably. As he comforts his overwhelmed daughter, he admits her instincts are sharp, and all she needs is a sword of her own. But just then, Lotrelli descends the stairs, revealing she has already prepared a blade for the victor. The father's face drains of color as he realizes this gift solidifies his daughter's dangerous path as a warrior. Beaming with pride, Heather accepts the new sword, declaring that she can now protect him too. Her words leave him trembling, completely shattering his world as the one who was meant to protect her. Meanwhile, high on the balcony, the mood darkens as Ten coldly asks the captain about a plan for a dance of death. The two leaders then turn and walk away, leaving the crew below completely oblivious to the grim conversation. Lotrelli suddenly calls out to Heather, her serious expression cutting through the celebration. Unaware, Kylo and the rest of the crew swarm the new swordswoman, cheering for her incredible victory. Heather emotionally thanks her friends, attributing her victory to their unwavering support. But Kylo's expression darkens, remembering the painful duty of standing up to one's own father. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he joins the crew as they head off for a victory celebration. A crewmate glances back, sensing the strange weight behind Kylo's cheerful facade. Confirming their suspicions, Kylo suddenly stops and tells them to go on ahead, stating he must speak with his father first. Meanwhile, high in the captain's quarters, his father and the sinister Ten finalize their plan to lure their enemies into a deadly trap. Their secret meeting is suddenly interrupted by Kilo, who appears at the door with a massive wolf at his side. The captain assumes he's here to discuss their mission, but Kylo reveals he came to talk about something else entirely. With a hardened gaze, he clarifies that his business isn't about a plan, but about a specific person from his past. The room falls silent as he finally asks the one forbidden question, a question about his long-lost mother. The captain and Ten are blindsided by the forbidden question, demanding to know why Kylo would bring up his mother now of all times. But as Ten turns to leave, Kylo fires back, defiantly asking if there's any reason he shouldn't. Pausing at the doorway, Ten coldly reminds him they are on the brink of war and to keep his head straight. Kylo scoffs at the warning, questioning if simply asking about his own mother is now considered a foolish idea. The captain is frozen by the accusation as Kilo insists he always avoids the topic as if it were something dirty. All his suppressed rage finally explodes as he recalls being brought in from a brothel like some stray dog. He screams that he is their son, yet feels nothing from either of them, demanding to know the truth of their past. With tears in his eyes, he asks his father the one question that has haunted him. Why did they even give birth to him? But the captain's face remains an unreadable mask of stone, offering no comfort to his desperate son. Finally, breaking his silence, he dismisses the emotional plea as childish whining and coldly orders him to get out. Struck back by his own father's hand, Kylo is consumed by a crimson rage as his forcefully cast out. He storms past Ten, who calmly watches the furious son leave the tense meeting behind. Without another word, he walks away from the confrontation, his anger still simmering beneath the surface. Later on deck, Ten finds him and immediately criticizes his emotional outburst as completely reckless. But Kylo insists it was necessary, believing it was the only way to get any kind of real answer. Ten scoffs at the idea, telling him he should have used his head and been far more strategic. Turning back, Kylo asks if Ten truly believes a direct approach during a war council would have worked. Ten explains you must be subtle with the captain, asking indirectly so he answers without even realizing it. With a bitter tone, Kylo suggests that if Ten had been the one asking, his father would have answered him. The thought is so absurd that Ten bursts out laughing, telling him to stop being ridiculous. Ten drops a bombshell, telling a stunned Kylo that he's the one their father truly loves most. But Kylo's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at this sudden, impossible claim. Then Ten reveals a horrifying secret, opening his vest to show a body covered in scars, while mocking their father's cowardice. The sight leaves Kylo speechless, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend the origin of such brutal wounds. Ten calmly explains they were a gift from his mother, burns from a pair of searing hot tongs when he was just 15. Forgetting all his anger, a horrified Kylo grabs him, demanding to know if their father was aware of this monstrous abuse. With a chilling look, Ten confirms their father knew everything but was too afraid to ever intervene. He then pulls Kylo close, telling him to stop blaming himself when the true villain has always been their spineless father. Ten finally admits his own resentment was born from being avoided, and now, overwhelmed, he needs his brother's help as vice captain. The vulnerable plea leaves Kylo utterly floored, unable to process that his aloof brother actually needed him all along. Kylo, determined to mend their broken past, asks his brother if he truly wants him by his side. Ten hesitantly reveals his deepest insecurity as an illegitimate child, but Kylo cuts him off, grabbing his shoulder and declaring his unwavering belief in him. He passionately tells his brother it's a waste for someone so capable to live like a coward, leaving Ten stunned into a quiet apology. A flicker of hope appears in Ten's eyes as he seriously questions if his brother's words are genuine. With a slight, knowing smile, he presses the point, asking if Kylo truly means it about wanting him as his right-hand man. A flustered Kylo grabs his neck in frustration, insisting he's already told him countless times that he means every word. At last, the two brothers stand together as a united front, their bond reforged against the setting sun. But as Ten finally allows himself to lean on his brother for support, a lone figure watches their reconciliation from the upper deck. The old captain looks on with a deep sadness, remembering a time when he, too, had a bond just like theirs. A memory that now lies shattered, a grim reminder of a past relationship that ended in nothing but ruin and betrayal. In the past, a magnificent ship with a rose emblem draws the admiration of everyone in port, but its captain, Fideri, is already celebrating with his lover Scarlet, promising the entire vessel to her alone. Their moment is shattered when a loyal crewmate confronts him, questioning the promise to sell the ship to the crew. The man glares with pure contempt, demanding to know when this outsider suddenly became one of them. Fideri smugly declares that as his woman, her word is now law, a betrayal the crew cannot accept. Tensions finally snap as the enraged crewmate grabs his captain, questioning his authority to make such a selfish decision. Fideri coldly reminds him that none of this would be happening if he had just killed the admiral as ordered. The memory flashes back to that dark night, where the crewmate held a man's life in his hands aboard a conquered ship. The defeated admiral, completely powerless, desperately begs for mercy with a blade pressed to his throat. But the final blow never lands, as the crewmate freezes upon seeing the man's terrified daughter hiding in the shadows. He remembers his moment of weakness, unable to execute the admiral in front of his daughter, but his hesitation was shattered by the cold, sudden appearance of his captain, Fideri, who moved like a phantom to slit the man's throat himself, finishing the job without a shred of mercy. And with a blood-splattered grin, Fideri sneered that he had to do the dirty work for him. Back in the present, Fideri accuses him of losing his sense now that he's married, but the crewmate furiously retorts that his wife is pregnant, and he can no longer be so reckless. He grabs his captain by the coat, accusing him of being blinded by greed and turning into a coward. But Fideri scoffs, asking if their true goal was ever to kill innocents rather than help the weak. He gestures to the celebrating women in the tavern, claiming his cause has freed them from their miserable lives. Then, leaning in close, he venomously suggests that meeting a rich wife has corrupted his subordinates' thinking. Finally, Fideri shoves him away towards other women, mockingly telling him to go play since he's being called for. The furious crewmate rejects his captain's taunts, yelling that he's a married man, but Fideri leans in with a venomous whisper, revealing his twisted plan to burn the entire place down. And as the man insists he always keeps his distance, his captain mockingly asks if he's already fallen for one of the women. Suddenly, a familiar song from a passing woman completely freezes him in place. His eyes widen in shock as a powerful, forgotten memory is instantly triggered. In a flash, he remembers the day he first saw the woman who would become his wife, singing as she walked through a field of roses. Back in that moment, Fideri sees his reaction and sneers, realizing he's found the man's weakness. With a cruel shove, the captain forces his subordinate directly into the unsuspecting woman's path. He stumbles right into her, the forced and awkward encounter, leaving them both startled. As Fideri walks away satisfied, the crewmate apologizes for his friend and leads the woman away, unknowingly beginning their story together. The cruel captain smirks, revealing he knows all about the crewmate's past and his dream of escaping this life. The woman he once loved innocently offers him a spot on a ship, but he claims his sailing days are long gone. Her question about his past catches him completely off guard, his serious expression hinting at a life he's tried to bury. She poetically compares their people to driftwood, aimlessly floating on the waves, a comparison that seems to strike a deep chord within him. Sensing his sudden silence, she apologizes for rambling, completely unaware of the mental storm she has triggered. But in that memory, he simply takes her hand and introduces himself as Cluzdo, sealing their fate together. He then leans in close, asking her to sing the song that first captivated him one more time. The beautiful memory sours as he recalls the terrible guilt that followed, feeling as if he'd committed an unforgivable crime. His mind then flashes to another fragment of his past, the day he met a young, red-haired boy named Kilo, who stood before a fearsome beast. And finally, he remembers the village chief, who was his perfect double, realizing his entire life has been an excuse to escape an immeasurable guilt. Cluzdo's memory reveals a young Kylo confronting him with a devastating truth about his parentage. The crushing weight of his sins returns as he realizes a price must be paid for his connection to the Wuhop Piage. With a furious roar, he vows to sever all ties and personally execute the captain, Fideri, with his own hands. But back in the present, the manipulative Fideri captain smirks from his balcony, musing how this entire conflict began with a single friend. Elsewhere, Ten comforts a conflicted Kylo, asking him to be the one to finally end this twisted affair. A crucial letter arrives, signaling the start of their war council as the captain lays out their grand strategy on a massive sea chart. He explains their plan is to form a pincer movement, completely blocking the enemy's only escape route. Yet Ten immediately points out the fatal flaw in this plan. They too will be trapped and utterly surrounded. The captain simply smiles, revealing they have a secret weapon before turning his calculating gaze to a tense Kylo. The final piece is revealed as they plan a diversionary attack the moment the enemy ship appears on the horizon. Kylo lays out the desperate infiltration plan, explaining how a small team can cripple the enemy's entire force. Under the cover of dawn, a single rowboat will approach the colossal warship, aiming to board undetected. Their first objective is to silently sabotage the cannons, neutralizing the ship's firepower from the inside. Then, the raid team will storm the engine room, smashing the machinery to leave the vessel dead in the water. While they cause chaos, the main fleet will launch a head-on assault to serve as the perfect distraction. Lotrelli cuts through the tension with fierce determination, telling the worried helmsman to just focus on steering. The captain tries to reassure his crew, telling them to calm down and keep a close eye on Lotrelli's progress. But a senior officer gives a chilling contingency plan. If the mission goes south, Lotrelli is to be sacrificed to save the crew. With only 1 day left, Lotrelli feels the immense pressure of the ticking clock and the lives hanging in the balance. The captain rolls up the map, his voice thundering as he dismisses his crew and orders all hands to their battle stations. Under the eerie calm of a moonlit night, the ship glides towards its dark destination. Below deck, the crew is given mysterious pouches, their true purpose a heavy secret. Suddenly, tensions explode as Domum is angrily confronted, accused of being willing to sell out a comrade to survive. He can only stare in disbelief as another crewmate threatens him, the trust between them completely shattered. But a different man cuts through the chaos, his voice like ice as he asks if he looks like the kind of trash who would betray an ally. He then snatches one of the pouches, his eyes burning with grim determination. Inside are not coins, but dark, ominous pills, as he declares he'd rather die an honorable death than live as a coward. He holds one up for all to see, revealing it's a lethal poison, a one-way ticket to the afterlife. This is their final, desperate command. If captured, it is better to take your own life than to survive in agony. The horrifying reality of their suicide mission finally crashes down on Domum, who clutches his own pouch of death in stunned silence. As Domum clutches the poison pouch in despair, a crewmate tries to reassure him, promising they'll make sure he won't need that dark option. Meanwhile, the atmosphere grows far more grim as a stern-faced man grabs Lotrelli, preparing him for the worst-case scenario. He offers Lotrelli an out, his piercing gaze promising no blame if he chooses to run away from their suicide mission. He reminds him that he still has someone precious to protect, a reason to live beyond this fight. His grip tightens, a silent plea for Lotrelli to choose his own life over the crew's fate. But Lotrelli explodes in righteous fury, screaming that he would never abandon them and that they are one until the bitter end. Kylo can only stare in disbelief at this unwavering declaration, questioning if he truly means to the end. The question hangs in the air, a devastating blow. Would he stay even if his own sister's life was on the line? The entire group falls silent as the weight of this impossible choice crushes them, while a mystical blue bird watches the standoff. And it is the bird that speaks to Lotrelli's soul, reminding him that the entire reason for this impossible journey was for Raltia. Lotrelli explodes with a fiery declaration, vowing to save Raltia and protect her crew until the very end. Her unwavering confidence stuns the rest of the group, drawing a smirk from even the most skeptical members. Kylo steps forward, acknowledging her resolve with a simple but powerful gesture of acceptance. With the crew's trust now fully behind her, Lotrelli gives a confident smirk, ready for the impossible fight ahead. And with that, their new mission begins as they set out at dawn to smash their enemies. Their ship cuts through the waves, a solitary vessel heading towards an unknown and dangerous fate. Soon, they enter a treacherous canyon where the water itself runs red like blood. The captain desperately yells for a report, his voice echoing in the oppressive silence of the fog. But the lookout strains to see through his spyglass, reporting that the thick mist conceals everything from view. Suddenly, the fog parts just enough to reveal their destination, a secret harbor teeming with a hidden fleet of warships. Lotrelli sends her mystical seabird to scout ahead, warning it not to get caught in this treacherous territory. And as the bird soars above, it lets out a piercing cry that alerts the crew to danger. But it's Klein's, with his impossibly sharp hearing, who first detects the terrifying sound of an engine cutting through the mist, when suddenly, a colossal warship emerges from the fog, completely dwarfing their vessel and sealing any chance of escape. Without a moment's hesitation, the enemy opens fire, a cannonball screaming towards them as a gift of pure destruction. The blast hits the ship with brutal force, sending the captain flying and the entire crew into chaos. Their helmsman fights desperately to keep control, wrestling with the wheel as the world spins around him. Now, trapped in the blood-red canyon, they see they are surrounded by an entire enemy fleet. The ship lurches forward, making a desperate run through the deadly waters in a frantic bid for survival. But the captain can only stare in utter disbelief, his face a mask of pure shock at the unfolding disaster. The crew realizes with horror that they've been completely surrounded on all sides. On the enemy ship, a rival pirate gleefully takes aim, mocking them for walking right into his trap. The captain can only curse as the reality of the ambush sinks in, their doom now certain. But this isn't just a battle. Someone is observing the entire slaughter unfold through a magical sphere. On another vessel, their true enemy watches with a cold smirk, anticipating their every move. With a chilling farewell to his friend, he grips a thick rope, preparing to give the final signal. He pulls the rope without a shred of hesitation, sealing the fate of the trapped crew. As a volley of cannonballs fills the air, he laughs manically, bidding his old comrade a final goodbye. An overwhelming barrage of cannon fire descends upon the helpless ship, intent on blowing it to splinters. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, Harmon can only erupt in helpless fury from his wheelchair. The enemy's volley finds its mark, rocking the ship with a devastating explosion. On deck, the crew is thrown into chaos, sent sprawling by the sheer force of the impact. But amidst the destruction, the blind engineer Kleins peeks over the railing with a desperate plan forming in his mind. He spots their only chance for survival. The lifeboat hanging on the ship's side is miraculously still intact. As his captain screams for everyone to hold on tight, Kleins ignores the order, his expression hardening with resolve. He suddenly sprints along the railing, shocking his crewmates who shout after him in confusion. Without a word, he shoves a fellow pirate aside, needing to clear his path for a reason no one understands. The furious captain grabs him, demanding to know if he has completely lost his mind. With an unwavering gaze, Kleins simply pleads for trust, his secret intentions hidden behind his eyes. In the next moment, reality itself shatters as their vessel is plunged into an impossible and terrifying void. A brutal naval battle erupts as cannon fire rips through the sails of a pirate vessel. Elsewhere, the red-haired Kylo smirks, condescendingly praising a crewmate for a job well done. Back in the heat of the fight, Klein's captain gives the order, promising to provide cover for his desperate infiltration. Without hesitation, the blind engineer sprints across the chaotic deck toward his objective. He joins a small boarding party, frantically trying to cross the water before the enemy cannons reload. But from the enemy ship, a calculating captain spots their movement through his spyglass. With a cold command, he orders his men to fire, unleashing a storm of destruction upon them. As the attack rains down, the stern-faced crewmate's eyes narrow with fierce determination. He explodes into motion, grabbing a heavy barrel with impossible speed to counter their assault. With a powerful heave, he hurls the explosive projectile back at the enemy ship, turning the tables in an instant. The grappling rope, unable to withstand the explosive force, suddenly snaps under the immense pressure. Klein's boarding party is violently thrown about as their small boat is rocked by the cannon's impact. Through his spyglass, the enemy captain celebrates what he believes is a direct hit on their main vessel. With a wicked grin, he rallies his crew, ordering them to give their crippled foes a proper welcome. Their ship surges forward at full speed through the blood-red waters, moving in for the kill. But on the enemy ship, a mystical blue bird cautiously scouts an unguarded cabin. It lands silently on the window ledge, signaling to Latrelli that the coast is clear. From her own hidden boat, Latrelli prepares a set of grappling hooks for a surprise counterboarding. With a sharp thud, her hook latches perfectly onto the enemy window frame. She suddenly bursts into the room, surprising Domum and the others just as they were formulating their next move. The infiltration team begins its silent sabotage, preparing small pouches to dispose of the ship's gunpowder. Latrelli quickly sends her mystical bird to scout the rest of the ship, warning it to stay hidden at all costs. She's immediately called over to help her crewmates, who are struggling to move a massive gunpowder barrel. Even with her added strength, the team strains to move the impossibly heavy container toward the cannon port. With a final, desperate heave, they shove the barrel overboard, sending it plummeting into the dark waters below. But it lands with a quiet thud, a frustratingly small victory that barely makes a dent in their mission. Domem collapses in exhaustion, lamenting that if their powerhouse Kylo were here, this trivial task would already be over. Realizing brute force is failing, their strategist quickly changes tactics, ordering everyone to fill the small pouches instead. He hands the first pouch over to Klein's, the blind crewmate known for his superhuman hearing. But just as their new plan begins, Klein's freezes, silencing the entire team as his sharp ears detect an unseen presence approaching. The infiltration is immediately compromised as Klein signals an enemy approaching. Before they can move, a blade violently stabs through the wooden door, grazing his face. The door is kicked down, throwing Klein's to the floor as their ambush is revealed. Suddenly, a squad of enemy guards charges forward, their leader screaming for the intruders' deaths. But the crew's swordsman instantly leaps into the fray, his blade aimed at the enemy captain. Their swords clash in a blinding flash, the sheer force of the blow shaking the corridor. While the duel rages, however, Klein's is left completely defenseless on the ground. A second guard lands a brutal kick, knocking him off his feet. Towering over him, the guard raises a dagger for the finishing blow, a sadistic grin on his face. Locked in his own fight, his horrified comrade can only scream Klein's name in desperation. Just as the dagger was about to fall, the crew's swordsman saves his comrade with a brutal kick to the assassin's head. He sends the guard flying with a second blow, completely shattering their attack. Wasting no time, he screams for Domum to make his move now. On cue, Domum thrusts his spear through another enemy, ending the immediate threat with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, the swordsman's duel with the enemy captain continues as he ducks under a deadly downward slash. But in a flash, he closes the distance, seizing the captain's sword arm and neutralizing him completely. With their leader captured, the other enemies freeze in a shocked standoff. Seizing the opportunity, one terrified guard breaks rank and sprints away to sound the alarm. From the back, Latrelli curses, realizing their entire stealth mission is about to fail. She immediately gives chase, knowing that if that man escapes, it's all over. Latrelli sprints through the dark corridors, determined to silence the fleeing guard before he can raise the alarm. But as she turns the corner, her eyes widen in shock at the scene unfolding before her. The man has already collapsed to the floor, knocked out cold by an unknown force. Before she can even process what happened, a wooden club swings down from the shadows straight for her head. With inhuman speed, she catches the weapon mid-air, stopping the brutal attack with a single hand. Her attacker screams in rage, desperately trying to break free from her unbreakable grip. Suddenly, the world around her dissolves into a blinding white light, pulling her into a powerful, forgotten memory. Tears well in her eyes as she whispers the name of her long-lost friend, Raltia. But the person standing before her is a bruised young woman who looks back with total confusion, calling her sister. Dropping her weapon, the mysterious woman pulls her into a desperate embrace, asking if it's really her after all this time. Tears streaming down her face, Latrelli desperately clutches her friend's hand, promising she's finally here to save her. Raltia, bruised but overwhelmed with joy, looks back with pure relief, her faith finally rewarded. They collapse into a powerful embrace, a long-awaited reunion that Latrelli has bled for. But the perfect moment is shattered by a confusing word as Raltia exclaims that Lot has found her sister. Suddenly, her crewmate Domum appears in the vision, relieved that the intense emotional storm is finally over. Latrelli quickly introduces a confused Raltia to the crew's sexy deckhand, who gives a ridiculously charming greeting. But the word pirate instantly triggers Raltia's fear, causing her to grab a weapon in pure distrust. Meanwhile, Another crewmate insists they get moving, only to be berated for his reckless plan to escape. He's harshly reminded that a dangerous enemy named Fader will spot them if they make one wrong move. Terrified, Raltia asks if these chaotic men are truly her friends, and Latrelli can only offer a hesitant reply. With time running out, the crew scrambles for a plan to stop the ship by reaching its engine room. Domem's mystical snake companion confirms a powerful magic floods the entire vessel, making their mission even harder. But just as they're lost, a bruised Raltia speaks up, shockingly declaring that she knows the way. She explains the engine room is located right next to her old prison cell, turning her trauma into their greatest asset. Their hope is immediately crushed when they discover the path is crawling with more than a dozen heavily armed guards. Clutching a makeshift weapon, Raltia realizes with dawning horror she may have just led them all into a death trap. Completely outnumbered, the crew considers a suicidal plan to blow up the lower deck, which could sink them all. But Raltia suddenly proposes a far more cunning strategy, creating a diversion by attacking the food storage. She explains that starting a fire there would force every guard to abandon their post, leaving the engine room completely undefended. Her brilliant tactical mind stuns the crew, who begin to see that this rescued captive might be the key to their entire operation. With the plan set, Domem openly marvels at Raltia's brilliance, while Latrelli proudly embraces her rescued friend. Wasting no time, the team sprints towards their target, grabbing gunpowder and hiding bodies as they go. Their destination is the ship's massive, sprawling engine room, the heart of the entire vessel. As they prepare the explosives, Raltia suddenly asks about a mysterious figure named Balka. Raltia reveals that this Balka is the real reason she was kidnapped, connecting her capture to a much larger conspiracy. Latrelli's eyes burn with cold fury as she promises to make every single one of their enemies pay for what they've done. Meanwhile, deep within the engine room, the ship's crew panics as the pressure inexplicably begins to fail. An engineer screams that something is wrong with the pipes, sensing an unnatural disturbance in the machinery. Suddenly, a devastating kick sends two of the workers flying as an unseen force begins its assault. Before they can even react, the terrified engineers realize with horror that the engine room has been breached. Panic erupts as the crew screams that the food storage is on fire, forcing them to abandon their posts. But the chaos is just a diversion, as the ship is rocked by an attack they thought was impossible. Below deck, Utaguru desperately tries to work the defenses, only to find the machinery completely unresponsive. He suddenly freezes, sensing a deadly presence that has appeared from nowhere. Before he can even turn, a blade bursts clean through his chest in a brutal, silent ambush. The assassins continue their ruthless takeover, slitting another man's throat without a sound. With the engine room secured, the infiltrators calmly begin their true mission of sabotage. Their leader, Kylo, smirks as he orders his men to crank the engine's temperature and pressure to its absolute limit. The ship's core begins to glow with an unholy light, groaning as it prepares to detonate. High above on the bridge, the helmsman screams as he loses control, the entire vessel shuddering violently from the chaos below. The sabotage ship hurtles through the ocean, trapped in a violent, unnatural vortex. Meanwhile, on another vessel, the captain furiously demands to know why his ship has suddenly lost all power at sea. But before the helmsman can fully explain, a crewmate screams a desperate warning as he spots the impending disaster. The rogue ship slams into their hull with the force of a cannonball, erupting in a massive, fiery explosion. The captain can only watch in horror as the blast rips through his deck, consuming his men in flames. Then, emerging from the smoke, is the enemy captain, who coolly declares that only one of their crews will survive this day. Suddenly, the true scale of the ambush is revealed as an entire fleet of warships materializes from the mist. On board the attacking ships, hordes of battle-hardened pirates draw their blades, ready for the slaughter. With a unified war cry, the invaders leap across the gap, launching an all-out boarding assault. The deck instantly transforms into a whirlwind of steel and blood as the two crews clash in a fight to the death. A furious clench of teeth signals the start of a ruthless hunt. As on deck, the enemy captain barks orders, demanding his men find out why the ship has stopped and to bring him Clusto's head. But below decks, a completely different plan is unfolding, as a shadowy figure signals his team forward. He leads his small strike team through the enemy vessel, confident they can reach the ammo room and escape. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out a warning to Latrelli, stopping her dead in her tracks with a name she hasn't heard in years. Her mystical seabird appears with terrible news. Their escape route is compromised, and the enemy is closing in from both directions. Realizing they are trapped, Latrelli immediately demands the rest of their smoke bombs, her mind racing to form a new, desperate strategy. She turns to her rescued friend Raltia, asking if she can navigate the ship's labyrinthine corridors, a test of the knowledge gained during her captivity. With Raltia's confirmation, Lotrelli doesn't hesitate for a second, dropping the smoke bomb to create their cover. As thick smoke billows through the hallways, she plunges her team into chaos, betting everything on a blind escape through the heart of the enemy's warship. Crouching in the smoke, Lotrelli asks for matches, revealing her diversion was only the beginning. An enemy guard steps blindly into the thick haze, completely unaware of the hunters lying in wait. Just then, Utuguru and his men descend from above, certain the intruders are targeting the engine room. But before a warning can be shouted, Lotrelli erupts from the shadows with a blade to a guard's throat. Utuguru freezes in shock as his men are splattered with blood from the silent, instant kill. The entire enemy squad is wiped out in a brutal, one-sided slaughter, clearing the way for her true objective. Lotrelli screams for Kylo to act, signaling the final phase of their devastating plan. He tosses a single match, igniting a massive explosion that tears through the ship's hull. From above, the remaining crew can only stare down into the fiery chasm as their vessel is torn apart. Deep within the chaos, Domem wryly comments that their stealth mission has officially gone loud. In response to the chaos below, the enemy captain approaches a mysterious chest sealed with glowing purple chains. Smirking at the sound of another explosion, the flamboyant pirate leader decides his enemies have earned a special kind of greeting. With a sinister grin revealing a magical gem in his tooth, he declares it's time for him to play his own deadly game. He unleashes his secret weapon, a monstrous giant named Hairpin who erupts from the container with a guttural roar. Just as Lotrelli's crew cuts through the guards on deck, they freeze as the colossal figure emerges from the shadows. Even the veteran pirates stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend the abomination their own captain has just set loose. The giant takes a single step, and the entire ship groans under the impossible weight of its new combatant. Hairpin lets out a deafening roar before charging forward, his raw power turning the tide of the battle in an instant. He smashes the deck with his fists, sending Lotrelli's elite strike team flying with a single, devastating shockwave. The monster immediately identifies Kylo as the biggest threat and moves in for the kill as Lotrelli screams a desperate warning. The giant monster Hairpin brutally slams Kylo's beast companion onto the deck with a deafening crash. As the creature whimpers helplessly, the monster raises its fist to deliver a final, crushing blow. Seeing his friend about to be executed, Kylo screams out his name in pure desperation and rage. He throws himself in the way, intercepting the massive punch that was never meant for him. The sheer force of the impact grinds his boots into the ship's floorboards as he struggles to stand. Against all odds, he holds back the attack, his entire body trembling from the strain of impossible strength. But in that moment of extreme pressure, his eyes glow with a terrifying, unknown power. Hairpin doesn't hesitate, smashing down with a second punch that cracks through Kylo's desperate defense. He cries out in agony as the overwhelming power threatens to shatter his very bones. Across the deck, the captain yells for his son to hold on, revealing a shocking connection in the heat of battle. From the upper deck, the captain screams for his beast to tear the boy's arms off. But his wicked laughter is cut short as a crossbow bolt whistles past his face. The massive beast Hairpin turns, distracted for a critical moment from his prey, Kylo. Blood trickles down the captain's cheek, his expression shifting from amusement to pure shock. A lone figure stands on the stairs below, having fired the impossible shot. It's one of the crewmates, crossbow raised, cursing the enemy for their dirty tactics. As the enraged captain swings his sword, a hand suddenly snatches the blade from the air, stopping it cold. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, praising his monster for its raw, destructive power. He remembers proudly watching his beast, a perfect weapon under his command. Snapping back to reality, Hairpin lets out a furious roar and finally clamps down on Kylo with crushing force. While the main fight rages on, a crewmate with glasses frantically flees from knife-wielding pirates on the lower deck. The chaos spreads as another man is hunted down, all while Lotrelli and her friends watch in hiding from the staircase above. From their vantage point, Domem makes a critical discovery, realizing the enemy captain is controlling his beast by grinding his teeth. With a single command, the captain unleashes his monster's power, scattering his own men as Lotrelli's mystical bird recognizes the creature as an ancient abomination. One of the pirates is left trembling on the floor, completely paralyzed by fear as the monster looms over him. Reflected in the bird's eye, the man is torn apart, revealing the beast is a mindless killing machine to which death and defeat mean nothing. Lotrelli realizes their situation is hopeless, as killing the captain is impossible while he's surrounded by a wall of bodies and a rampaging monster. Utuguru warns her they need to act fast, sensing that their hot-headed vice-captain is about to do something incredibly reckless. Just as predicted, Kylo and his own beast charge foolishly into the fray, aiming directly for the monster. He lands a desperate blow, But his attack is futile, as the abomination easily catches him and his companion, crushing them with absolute power. The monster effortlessly evades Kylo's charge, flipping him upside down with a single swing of its bladed arm. With inhuman speed, the abomination slams him face first into the deck, with bone-crushing force. Kylo chokes on his own blood, the sheer agony of the impact rattling his entire body. But the creature gives him no time to recover, grabbing him by the throat and hoisting him into the air. It then uses him as a living weapon, smashing him into his own men in a display of absolute dominance. Against all odds, Kylo somehow finds his footing and digs in, desperately grabbing the monster's arm. Blood streaming down his face, he glares with raw determination, refusing to accept defeat from this thing. He furiously kicks his own whimpering beast aside, preparing to pour everything into one final gamble. With a desperate roar, he tries to snap the monster's limb, channeling all of his superhuman strength into the attack. But a sickening crack echoes as his sword shatters to pieces against the creature's unbreakable hide. The monster's punch lands with overwhelming force, completely shattering Kylo's defenses in a spray of blood. This agony triggers a fragmented memory of his captain screaming his name during a chaotic battle from long ago. The memory twists into a sudden, vicious headbutt that came from nowhere. His captain had been desperately charging forward, yelling for his men to hang on. But in that moment of distraction, a blade silently plunged into his back. It was an unthinkable betrayal from one of his own trusted crewmates on the deck. The traitor moved with blinding speed, mocking the captain for being far too slow. As the mighty captain of the Black Ocean fell, his killer stood over him in disgust. Then, another memory surfaces, a helpless captive being viciously choked by a ruthless man. But even then, a flash of pure defiance erupted as they bit down, refusing to surrender. The traitor mocks the fallen captain, spitting that he expected nothing from such a pathetic crew. With a crazed grin, he declares this is the end of the legendary Black Ocean pirates. He raises his sword for the killing blow, telling the captain to say his final prayers. But just as he's about to strike, he flinches, realizing their captive girl has escaped. A panicked report confirms his fears. She blew up the lower decks and broke out of her cell. In his moment of shocked fury, a blur of motion flashes right past him. A deafening clang of steel rings out as an unseen savior intercepts the executioner's blade. Lotrelli stands firm, her own sword holding back the traitor's attack with impossible strength. Nearby, Domem rushes to the wounded captain's side but is commanded to forget about him. Because at that very moment, his brother Kylo is facing a one-sided beatdown from a monstrous beast. The enemy captain furiously berates his men for their incompetence. But as he screams for them to find the girl, a mysterious arrow suddenly pierces his shoulder. Enraged, he rips the shaft out with a pained grimace, ignoring the blood. Yet another arrow strikes him, this time through the hand, as he orders his crew to kill her rescuers. Meanwhile, the battle on deck erupts with a deafening clang of steel on steel. Loyal crewmen are forced to dodge and slide, fighting desperately against overwhelming numbers. Nearby, the rescued Captain Utuguru and Domem find themselves completely surrounded by hostiles. The enemy pirates swarm in for the kill, their faces twisted with bloodlust. However, Utuguru unleashes his full power, parrying multiple blades and sending one man flying. He then roars for Domem to go to Kylo, vowing to hold this entire mob off by himself. Captain Utuguru expertly blocks a lethal sword strike aimed for his head. Following his captain's command, Domem dashes across the chaotic deck to reach his injured comrade. Meanwhile, Utuguru continues his rampage, smashing an enemy's face with a brutal punch. He roars for everyone to get out of his way, carving a bloody path through the enemy pirates. But his charge is suddenly halted by a scarred swordsman who taunts that their duel isn't finished. Their blades clash in a violent explosion of force, trapping the captain in a deadly one-on-one fight. Elsewhere, a monstrous roar echoes as Kylo, with only one good arm, faces a terrifying beastman. He digs his heels into the deck, skidding to a halt to brace for the impossible battle. The sheer pressure from the monster splinters the very wood beneath his feet as he stands his ground. With a bloodied face, he screams a warning just as the beast's claws slash down in a vicious, overwhelming attack. The beastman lunges forward, his fist glowing with a terrifying purple energy. Kylo can only watch in horror, bloodied and helpless, as the killing blow descends upon him. But from out of nowhere, a blade sinks deep into the monster's back in a last-second intervention. Just as the beast reels, Domem rushes in from the side, plunging his own sword into its massive arm. He screams at his reckless comrade, furious that he had to jump into such a suicidal fight alone. His heroic moment is cut short as a brutal backhand sends him flying across the deck. Domem digs his fingers into the splintering wood, barely managing to stop his momentum. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges back into the fray, refusing to let the monster ignore him. He soars through the air, bringing his sword down in a desperate, powerful slash. But in a shocking display of power, the beast effortlessly catches the sharp blade with its bare hand. Domum's wrist cracks under the beast's overwhelming grip, his desperate attack failing completely. But this was all just a diversion, so the injured Kylo could be carried to safety. The monster lets out a furious roar, its glowing eyes locked on its escaping prey. Refusing to let his friend be targeted, Domum leaps onto the creature's back for a final, suicidal strike. He clings on for dear life, trying to draw its attention away from Kylo's retreat. But his heroic effort is cut short as a massive hand effortlessly wraps around his throat. With contemptuous ease, the beast hurls him across the deck like a discarded toy. Kylo can only watch in horror as his friend pays the price for his escape. Domum's body crashes against a cannon, his intervention ending in total, brutal failure. But as his friend falls, something snaps inside Kylo, and a terrifying red light ignites in his eyes. As reality seems to shatter around him, Kylo ignores all warnings and screams Utuguru's name, charging recklessly toward the overwhelming threat. Fueled by pure rage, he slams a superpowered fist directly into the monster's face with a deafening impact. And his loyal beast leaps into the fray, sinking its teeth deep into the creature's arm to aid its master. But their combined assault is useless as the monster effortlessly flings both of them aside, ending their desperate attack. Then a moment later, Captain Utuguru himself is sent flying through the air, his body broken and defeated. So Latrelli can only watch in horror from her hiding spot as her captain's body crashes down nearby. And panic takes over, as she insists that they have to jump in and save him right now. But her companion quickly covers her mouth, warning her that they need a real plan before they also get killed, desperately trying to make her understand that a reckless charge would be a death sentence for them all. Until overwhelmed by helplessness, a single tear rolls down Latrelli's cheek as she's forced to watch the tragedy unfold. Latrelli realizes with horror that Kylo is dying, his body utterly broken and bleeding out on the cold floor. A monstrous creature stomps towards his defeated form, its sheer presence promising a brutal end. Her companion holds her back, desperately warning that no ordinary man could ever hope to defeat such a beast. Even Kylo's loyal wolf is thrown aside, its powerful jaws doing nothing to stop the relentless monster. The crew whispers about a man in flames, a last-ditch effort, as they realize Latrelli is contemplating a truly insane plan. She considers using the Forbidden Song, a high-risk gamble that her companion argues will only lead the monster right to them. But Latrelli is determined, stating they'll make their move the moment Kylo transforms. Her eyes burn with intensity as she details her plan to use gunpowder, to turn the tide, and burn the creature's face off. Her companion is left completely speechless, horrified by the sheer recklessness of her strategy. Yet before they can move, a shout for their fallen captain cuts through the tension, a stark reminder of the overwhelming danger they face. Back on the deck, Captain Closebow is completely at his enemy's mercy, a sword held to his throat as they gloat over his capture. A sinister new figure approaches with a sadistic smile, eager to deliver the final blow himself. But from their hiding spot, Latrelli can only watch in horror as Kylo is brutally smashed by a monstrous foe. The creature's foot, glowing with an unnatural power, stomps down with bone-shattering force. Pinned and bloodied, Kylo can do nothing but endure the overwhelming agony of his defeat. Seeing this, the captured captain screams out his surrender, begging for his men to be spared. The villain merely scoffs at his plea, his cold eyes promising a far crueler fate. With a wicked laugh, he declares he won't grant a swift end, but will force the captain to watch his entire crew perish. He then points to the fallen Kylo, vowing to start with his boy while hurling insults about his mother. Despite being crushed, a surge of pure rage gives Kylo the strength to defiantly curse his tormentor's name. The cruel pirate lord simply scoffs at his defiance, daring him to act, before responding with a brutal stomp, crushing Kylo under a foot crackling with raw power. Blood spills from the young warrior's mouth as he endures the bone-shattering agony. His tormentor leans in close, coldly declaring that the boy has already lost the fight. But suddenly, a mysterious song drifts through the air, causing another enemy captain to look around in confusion. The ancient melody resonates deep within Kylo, and a fiery power awakens in his eyes. In a massive explosion of flame, he throws the giant off him with a defiant roar. The sheer force of the blast tears through the ship's deck, fueled by the mysterious power of the song. A memory flashes through his mind, a brutal fight from his past, a time of fire and desperation. And at the heart of that memory is the monstrous beast of his youth, its raw power now surging through him. Kylo explodes in a pillar of flame, leaving the enemy captain utterly stunned by this sudden power-up. He dashes forward and slams his blazing body directly into the giant who had him cornered. With glowing eyes and a cold fury, he promises his opponent a fiery end. The monster can only roar in agony as the uncontrollable inferno consumes him whole. His flames spread across the deck, forcing the other pirates to flee in terror. The fight becomes completely one-sided as he grapples the burning husk of his enemy. As the fiery spectacle unfolds, other crew members watch the chaos from a safe distance. But in the confusion, a crewmate drives a sword straight through Utaguru in a shocking act of betrayal. Yet the attack was just a ruse, a sneaky play to help the old captain escape the battlefield. The enemy captain finally realizes he's been played, screaming for his men to find the witch behind the song. An immense explosion suddenly rips across the deck, sending men and shrapnel flying. Crewmates can only watch in horror as thick, choking smoke billows from the blast. Panic sets in as their captain realizes the flames are reaching the gunpowder stores, threatening the whole ship. The distraction gives our heroes the perfect chance to press their attack, turning the chaotic deck into a brutal melee. Meanwhile, Utaguru is being escorted away, clutching his wound and refusing to leave his men behind. But his crewmate assures him Kylo can handle himself, glancing back at the roaring inferno of the one-sided fight. As Utaguru is safely carried away, a lone figure confidently walks towards the remaining enemies. The enemy pirates pause, watching the mysterious newcomer approach without a hint of fear. The enemy commander screams at his monstrous bodyguard to protect him from the approaching threat. But Kylo's power only intensifies, his fists burning brighter as he vows to win and bring everyone home. Kylo slams a blazing fist directly into the monstrous bodyguard's jaw with earth-shattering force. The impact is so powerful it sends the giant reeling back, its face contorting in pure agony. But as he fights, a haunting memory resurfaces of his crewmates screaming for their fallen captain. Back in the present, Utaguru continues his act, collapsing to the deck while his men desperately cover his escape. The chaos triggers something deeper inside Kylo, his mind flashing back to the man he once called father. Standing amidst his own inferno, he becomes completely lost in the vision of a past tragedy. In this memory, his captain Cluzdo lay bleeding on the deck while his crew fought to protect him. A sadistic commander with a cruel laugh watches the carnage unfold, finding their despair utterly amusing. The villain then taunts a younger Kylo, sneering that Hell be seeing his mother in hell soon enough. Fueled by pure rage, Kylo's power explodes as he reminds the man what happens when he is pushed too far. With a roar of pure fury, Kylo launches himself at the commander, his entire body engulfed in flames. The man barely dodges the attack, which shatters the wooden deck where he just stood. But before Kylo can follow up, a grotesque, hulking monster appears to intercept with a devastating punch. Unfazed, he meets the creature's massive fist with his own, the resulting shockwave tearing through the air. Ignoring the beast for a moment, he leaps high into the air, soaring directly over his true target. He lands gracefully behind the stunned commander, cutting off any chance of escape. In a panic, the villain screams for his monstrous bodyguard to attack the boy. Kylo simply glances back, his arm already charged with an overwhelming amount of pure fire. He then unleashes a torrential blast of flame, completely swallowing both the commander and his hulking brute. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, two mysterious figures are seen walking away into the dust and smoke. As the battlefield burns, Latrelli desperately leads her crew through the smoke and chaos. She pulls her terrified friend Raltia close, shielding her from the unbearable heat of the inferno. But back in the flames, the monstrous brute emerges completely unfazed by the very attack that sent its master flying. Kylo responds by channeling even more power, his body becoming a vortex of pure, scorching fire. The monster lets out a terrifying roar, ignoring its fleeing commander to charge directly at the real threat. A secondary explosion erupts across the deck, engulfing everything in a blinding wave of destruction. Yet even this is not enough, as the creature's magical shackles glow, somehow nullifying the searing heat. With impossible strength, its hand closes around a massive wooden barrel, turning the debris into a weapon. It hefts the improvised bludgeon, preparing to counterattack through the very flames meant to destroy it. For the first time, a look of pure shock crosses Kylo's face as he realizes this fight is far from over. The monster brings the massive barrel crashing down, narrowly missing Kylo but shattering the deck with its overwhelming force. Kylo is thrown to the ground, his own flames engulfing him as he's completely overpowered. Lying defeated and motionless, the distance between him and the hulking beast shows just how one-sided this fight has become. The creature looms over its fallen opponent, cursing in rage that its true target is still alive. But hidden in the chaos, a crewmate watches in horror, realizing the boy is about to be executed. He clutches a small pouch, a seemingly insignificant item in a moment of life and death. Suddenly, the pouch is snatched from his grasp by an unseen hand moving with incredible speed. Lotrelli appears, ordering Domum to get her friend to safety no matter the cost. Nearby, the terrified Raltia is shielded by Utuguru, her eyes wide with fear. Lotrelli then turns to her mystical bird, giving a silent command to create a diversion and protect them all. Raltia desperately grabs Lotrelli's arm, questioning her reckless plan, and in a brief, heartfelt moment, she begs to know if they're finally going home together. Lotrelli gently reassures her, explaining she made a promise never to choose between her friend and her crew. With a confident smile, she vows to fight for them both, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, the great bird's wings beat the air with a powerful flap, and the creature snatches Lotrelli, ascending into the sky as Raltia screams her name in pure terror. But Domum quickly catches the panicking girl, holding her back from the unfolding chaos. He tries to calm her, reminding her that if there's one thing he knows, it's that Lotrelli is a miracle worker. High above the burning city, the lone hunter flies towards her destination, knowing she only has a single chance to end this. Through the smoke and flames, she finally spots her target, a lone figure completely unaware of the death descending from above. Lotrelli screams her command from above, causing the man on the ground to flinch in sudden recognition. In his eye, the reflection of a mystical bird confirms his worst fear. It's her. The legendary last seabird dives from the sky, a terrifying omen of destruction aimed directly at him. Just as she's directly above her target, the creature releases its grip on the young hunter. Lotrelli plummets towards the ground, hurtling a mysterious pouch ahead of her as she falls. From the pouch, a monstrous, fiery beast materializes with earth-shattering force, overwhelming the pirate. The small bag had ignited upon impact, unleashing the chaotic power sealed deep within. A devastating explosion erupts from the summoning, sending Lotrelli flying through the air. But just as she's about to crash, Kylo appears out of nowhere, catching her in his arms. She looks up with a confident smirk, completely unfazed by the blast, much to the absolute shock of her rescuer. Kylo panics, grabbing his ally and screaming that this reckless move isn't part of their plan. But Lotrelli shoves him aside with cold resolve, calmly promising that her sister will be safe. Ignoring his desperate cries, she unsheathes her blade with a flash of steel, abandoning their strategy completely. She then leaps into the heart of the inferno, her sword clashing violently against an unseen foe's. With an icy glare, she declares that their survival depends on personally eliminating this new, powerful enemy. From the smoke emerges a sinister pirate captain, who smirks as he finally lays eyes on the infamous Lotrelli. He mockingly applauds her dramatic entrance while revealing the grotesque monster that somehow survived her massive attack. Lotrelli realizes with dread that even that catastrophic blast wasn't enough, and there's only one way left to kill this thing. The captain continues his taunts, showing he knows about her legendary seabird, a secret few should possess. With absolute confidence, he commands his beast to finish them, exposing that he already knows their entire hidden scheme. The pirate captain offers a twisted deal, promising to protect her legendary bird from the harsh seas. He details a life of luxury for the creature in a golden cage and offers a chest of gold. But Lotrelli glares back with pure fury, telling him he has no right to bargain. She defiantly states that with her sister safe, his pathetic offers mean absolutely nothing. The captain's smile fades, replaced by a cold, calculating look as he slowly exhales. Suddenly, his face contorts into a demonic grin as he unleashes his monster to hunt. The hulking beast roars to life and charges forward, its magical shackles pulsing with dark energy. With no time to think, Lotrelli and Kylo brace for the creature's devastating attack. She launches herself into a death-defying aerial strike, diving straight toward the monster. As it leaps to intercept, she slides underneath, executing a flawless, lightning-fast slash. Lotrelli turns in horror, realizing the beast ignored her slash and is still fixated on Kylo. Her friend barely dodges a crushing blow that erupts in a wave of fire, but just as he prepares for the next attack, the monster suddenly freezes its assault. Kylo glances back, completely confused by the creature's abrupt change in tactics. The monster glares past him, its glowing purple eyes now locked onto a different target. Meanwhile, a wicked grin spreads across the captain's face as he orders his pet to hunt for new prey. With a heavy thud, the creature turns and stomps away, leaving a stunned Kylo behind. A sickening feeling grips Lotrelli as she instantly understands the captain's twisted new strategy. The monster wasn't retreating. It was finding leverage by critically wounding the leader of another crew. As the man collapses, he reveals a devastating secret. His very life is tied to a sacred seabird. The captain's true goal is revealed. He can't kill Lotrelli to take the sacred bird, so he'll force her to surrender it instead. And his leverage is her one true weakness, her long-lost friend, Raltia. Suddenly, a chained ball is launched across the deck, aimed directly at the fleeing girl. Latrelli's crew frantically tries to lead Raltia to safety as chaos erupts around them. The sacred bird senses the rising danger, trembling with worry inside Latrelli's coat. A cold fury washes over Latrelli as she realizes her friend has become the primary target. One of her crewmates desperately clashes with a sinister pirate blocking their escape route, but Latrelli herself intercepts the man, vowing to kill him if he dares lay a hand on her friend. The pirate just smirks, effortlessly kicking her to the ground in a completely one-sided counterattack. With Latrelli defenseless, he raises his sword for the final blow, taunting that his blade is much faster than hers. But just as he gloats about his beast, Latrelli slams her foot into his jaw, cutting his taunt short. Suddenly, her red-haired ally Yahello appears out of nowhere, landing a devastating punch and declaring the pirate talks too much. The enemy captain stumbles back, infuriated that these pests simply refuse to quit. Now standing side by side, Latrelli and Yahello form an unexpected duo, ready to take him on together. Without a moment's hesitation, the two allies dash forward in a perfectly synchronized charge. Latrelli clashes blades with the pirate first, locking him in place and creating a critical opening. Yahello instantly capitalizes on the moment, smashing a powerful kick into the enemy's unguarded side. The pirate is sent spinning from the force of their combination attack, completely overwhelmed by their teamwork. But he recovers in an instant, lunging forward with blinding speed to press his assault. Latrelli's eyes widen in shock as a blade whips past her face, a terrifying reminder of her opponent's true speed. Latrelli is sent crashing back, her instincts screaming that something is terribly wrong with this fight. Yahello immediately rushes in to cover for her, facing the impossibly fast swordsman head-on. But their opponent effortlessly evades the attack, while simultaneously swatting Latrelli away like a fly. As blood drips down his face, Yahello realizes the horrifying truth. The captain is only targeting him. Latrelli notices it too, seeing that every slash is shallow and deliberately non-lethal. With a glare of cold fury, she finally understands the enemy's true motive. This monster isn't trying to win. He's stalling for time. Enraged by his cowardice, she abandons her post and leaps at him, demanding he fight for real. The captain just smirks, easily catching her blades while mocking her desperate charge. And in that single opening, he brutally slams Yahello to the deck, taking him completely out of the fight. The captain smirks, declaring he'll prolong this cat-and-mouse game a while longer, before kicking their blades away, sadistically promising to capture Latrelli's sister next. With the heroes defeated, he abandons them to die on the collapsing, flame-engulfed ship. Meanwhile, other members of the Black Ocean crew desperately flee the spreading inferno. Huddled together, Domem and the others realize they're completely trapped with nowhere left to run. Their escape by sea is cut off, as enemy ships have formed an impenetrable blockade around them. But just as all hope seems lost, Yahello points to their only remaining path forward, straight up. High above the chaos, the crow's nest offers a potential, albeit insane, escape route. To create a diversion, someone hurls a heavy barrel towards the deck below. It crashes down with explosive force, momentarily clearing a path through the enemy pirates. Amidst the chaos, one of the crewmates freezes in sheer terror, as a monstrous, hulking beast emerges from the flames, charging right for them. Its massive foot stomps down, narrowly missing Raltia, as her rescuer can only apologize for the danger. The creature makes an impossible leap, soaring directly over the scattering crew towards its primary target. It lands with earth-shattering force, sending everyone flying from the brutal impact. But one crewmate bravely stands his ground, raising a pistol and vowing to protect Raltia at all costs. His defiance is met with a brutal, one-sided beatdown as the monster swats him away like an insect. Meanwhile, another crewmate scoops up Raltia and makes a desperate sprint for safety across the deck. He's suddenly struck from behind, losing his grip and sending the girl tumbling to the ground. With the monster closing in, a lone hand reaches for the fallen pistol, preparing for one final, hopeless stand. The mystical seabird screams a desperate warning for Raltia to look out, just as a hulking monster with glowing purple eyes lunges to crush her. But a blade suddenly flashes past the creature's face, stopping its attack cold. Domem Lankaro drives his spear deep into the monster's eye with brutal force, and he taunts the enraged beast, drawing its full attention onto himself. Meanwhile, Utaguru and another crewmate scramble up the rigging to escape the chaos. Domem then reveals his hidden power, unleashing a massive ethereal serpent from his arm. The glowing creature instantly wraps around the monster, crushing it in its powerful coils. Its otherworldly hissing echoes across the deck as its divine power surges. But the monster fights back, sinking its teeth deep into the serpent's glowing body. The serpent violently yanks the monster's head back, its raw power undeniable. Despite its immense strength, the beast can't break free from the glowing ethereal coils. The serpent declares its intent to drag its captive away, pulling the creature across the deck. It relentlessly pulls the monster toward the edge of the ship without any sign of stopping. With a deafening crash, the beast is smashed straight through the wooden railing. The serpent's eyes glow with divine power as it vows to cleanse the evil from the world. It then plunges them both into the sea, which erupts in a massive geyser of blood. Kylo and Raltia can only watch in shock, desperately wondering if the fight is finally over. High above, Domem and Utuguru stare down at the chaotic scene below. But the only answer they receive is the sinister bubbling of blood rising from the depths. The sea explodes in a bloody geyser as the serpent seemingly finishes its foe. Up above, Domem celebrates wildly, believing the nightmare is finally over. But his relief instantly turns to horror as he gasps at what he sees. Rising from the depths, the monster is still locked in a death struggle with the divine serpent. With a brutal stab, the creature sinks its claws deep into the serpent's neck. It then leaps from the blood-red water, aiming straight back for the ship's deck. Domem and his crewmate are frozen in terror, realizing their fatal mistake. The beast lands with a deafening crash that splinters the very wood beneath it. Its eyes now glow with a terrifying purple energy, far more powerful than before, and it begins its unstoppable march forward, ready to finish them all. As the remaining crew desperately scrambles up the rigging, they know there's no outrunning what's on deck. But one crewmate sprints past a terrified Domem, screaming that he won't let the beast near Raltia. The creature's glowing purple gaze immediately snaps towards the defiant challenger. With no other choice, Domem joins the attack, and they both leap down with weapons drawn. Their assault is instantly shut down as the monster lands a brutal punch right across Domem's face. The sheer force of the blow sends both men flying helplessly across the ship. They crash to the deck, disarmed and utterly defeated in a single, effortless motion. Domem's head smashes hard against a post, knocking him completely unconscious. And in a final, cruel twist, his own spear falls from the air and impales his companion. With the defiant crewmate impaled and his partner unconscious, the monster turns its glowing purple eyes towards the remaining survivors. It immediately charges up the rigging, relentlessly pursuing a desperate Domem and Raltia. Raltia screams out a warning as the mystical seabird flies to her side, but the creature is already closing in. She grits her teeth in grim realization, knowing they can't possibly outrun a beast of this power. In a sudden, selfless act, she grabs the seabird, ordering it to flee because it's the monster's true target. Ignoring its protests, she quickly plucks one of its feathers, insisting she has a last-ditch plan. She begins to chant, calling upon the remnants of the sea god to use her body as a conduit for its power. A massive magical sigil erupts around her as she prepares to channel the very might of the ocean itself. But before her ritual can be completed, the monster's hand closes around her, snatching her away in a horrifying instant. A crewmate screams out in horror, reaching desperately as Raltia is dragged toward certain doom. He just barely manages to catch her wrist, refusing to let his friend be taken by the monster. Now dangling from the rigging, he hangs on for dear life while the colossal beast holds them both captive. But Raltia, trembling with fear, selflessly orders her mystical bird companion to escape without them. The loyal creature reluctantly obeys and takes flight, leaving the two of them to face their fate alone. Suddenly, the monster uses their own bodies as a weapon, swinging them through the air with terrifying force. Domem is brutally smashed against the ship's mast, the sickening impact echoing across the deck. Before he can even react, a sharp piece of shattered wood impales him clean through the side. Meanwhile, in another brutal fight, a wounded Lotrelli struggles to her feet, knowing she's reaching her absolute limit. The enemy captain smirks, admitting his opponent is skilled but vowing he will never give up. He scoffs at her stubbornness, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he prepares his next move. With a stomp, he declares that he knows exactly how to break spirited women like her. His true trump card is revealed as a hulking beast crushes Raltia under its foot, a hostage to turn the tide of battle. Lotrelli can only scream her friend's name in horror, clutching the bleeding wound in her side. Raltia cries out in agony as the monster's grip tightens, squeezing the very life out of her. The captain leans in with a sinister glare, offering her one final chance to surrender. From above, her loyal bird companion watches helplessly as the captain demands she hand it over. But when he calls her friend a sister, something inside Lotrelli snaps, and a terrifying, cold power begins to awaken.